converge. This is a perfect opportunity for us to kind of pause and think about what it means when we say rising. It's not an accident, it's not a sudden emergence. Rising actually means a deliberate growth, the slow potential that has been crafted layer by layer, effort by effort, until its possibilities are impossible for us to ignore. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is South India for you. It is in the very same spirit that I stand before you today, not just as an anchor, but as someone who calls this land home. A platform that brings together voices from every corner of the South. It is my absolute privilege to begin with a greeting that truly carries the warmth of all of our languages and the affection of all of our people. So, Andariki Namaskaram, Elrigu Namaskara, Ellavarkum Namaskaram. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're here in the heart of Chennai. So it is my absolute privilege to introduce to you a greeting that, of course, resonates a little more than the rest. அனைவருக்கும் மனமார்ந்த வணக்கம், இனிய காலை வணக்கங்கள். Southern Rising 2025 நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு அனைவரையும் வருக வருக என வரவேற்கிறோம். I told you it would resonate a little extra. In fact, this sets in motion the third edition of Southern Rising, ladies and gentlemen. And also I have to tell you that by the time you reach the third edition of anything, you have an idea on what to expect. The predictability sets in place, but not with Southern Rising. This is not a place for just convenient conversations. It has never been about the routine. It is always about looking at the South with clear eyes and sometimes with a bit of healthy pride. Ladies and gentlemen, today we stand at an interesting cusp where we set in motion our theme, Ready for the Future. Innovation, transformation, inspiration. And the reason that we spotlight this theme is simple, because the ideas aren't abstract. If you look around, you'll see that they are already taking shape. For instance, we've seen the young coder in Hyderabad at T-Hub who's developing an AI sign language that her syllabus has not even reached yet. We've seen a farmer in East Godavari using the Ritu Bharosa app for his soil details. You're seeing a Hosur shop floor where one of the leading smart factories actually have machines briefing each other. We've seen a Kerala filmmaker go all around the world with the magic of global OTT. And of course, in our very own Chennai, we're seeing the smart classroom programs where the next generation achieves linguistic command along with seamlessly adding digital fluency. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why this platform exists. Once again, a very special welcome to Southern Rising 2025. As we begin our proceedings, may we kindly request all of our guests to rise for the Tamil Thai Varthu. We play our homage to our country, our land. If we may kindly request our singers to join us for the Tamil Thai Varthu.
கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்த கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ் பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Thank you. Request you to kindly take a seat. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we begin Southern Rising 2025 with a way that we start a lot of our gatherings here in the South, which is with a very special intention and, of course, with a very special lighting of the ceremonial lamp, the Kuttuvelakku. To join us on stage and lead us with the lamp lighting, if we may have the privilege of inviting the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin avargal. A round of applause would be a fantastic addition. It is also our pleasure to request Director of ABP Network, Mr. Dhruba Mukherjee, to join us, Mr. Sumanta Datta, CEO, ABP Network, Mr. Ganesh Ramachandran, Editor, ABP Nadu, Mr. Nageshwar Rao, Editor, ABP Desam. Ladies and gentlemen, the one moment that not only sets in motion our on-stage proceedings, but it reminds us of that one thing that anchors us, the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. If we may have a quick picture with all of our dignitaries and of course the ceremonial lamp. Ladies and gentlemen, our proceedings on stage have officially been set in motion, and a nice round of applause to accompany the emotion as well. While we extend a hearty thanks to all of our guests, if we may kindly request Mr. Dhruba Mukherjee, Director, ABP Network, to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, he is one person who understands the narrative power at its core, and of course, who better to set in motion our day with a welcome address. Welcome, sir.
Hello, check. Yeah. Thank you, Shilpa. Vanakkam, and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, distinguished audience, and our friends. On behalf of ABP Network, it is a proud privilege for me to welcome you all to the third edition of Southern Rising Summit. As many of you know, ABP Network is one of the largest media network in the country. We belong to the ABP group, which started its journey in 1922. So we have been in existence for over 103 years now, and has converted ourselves into a legacy media group. In the South, our journey started about 5 years back when we launched our news websites, ABP Nadu and ABP Desam. And over the last 5 years, we are absolutely overwhelmed with the love, appreciation, and encouragement we have received from our viewers in South. And today, we have more than 10 million active users on our websites, and the number is growing as we speak. But during our journey in South, we realized that it's very important to celebrate the success of South. It's important to tell the stories of South to the rest of the world, and we felt there was a need for a platform through which we can do it more effectively. And hence, 3 years back, here in Chennai, the idea of Southern Rising Summit was conceived and born. And last year, we did the summit in Hyderabad, and this year, we are again happy to be back in Chennai. And this year, we are back with a very, very powerful theme, and that theme is simple but powerful, which is Future Powered by South. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the data over the past few years, you will see that the southern states of India, the GDP growth of the southern states of India, on an average has been a CAGR of about 10%, whereas the rest of India has grown at only at about 8%. And the 2% incremental growth has actually made the southern states almost 50% more richer in terms of performance compared to the rest of the Indian states. And it's not just the GDP growth. If you look at large economic clusters that are present in India, pretty much most of them are in the southern part of the country. We all know that the state we are standing today here in, Tamil Nadu, is known as the Detroit of India. It is the automobile manufacturing hub of India. We heard of the Silicon Valley in Bangalore. We are hearing about the Genome Valley in Hyderabad. And not only that, as Shilpa was mentioning, today South India is becoming the AI hub of India. It has the largest number of global capacity centers in India. And hence, the economic development of South is far, far ahead of the rest of the country. And it's not just, by the way, the economic performance. If you look at the social indicators of this country, then South, in general, has a higher literacy rate than the rest of the country. South, in general, I would say, has the best health delivery system compared to the rest of the country. And not everything about South is high, though. It is also low in various areas, and I'll just share certain areas where South actually underperforms the rest of the country. One area is infant mortality rate. South has the lowest infant mortality rate than the rest of the country. Right? South has the lowest total fertility rate, leading to lesser population growth than less of the rest of the country. South has less dispersion of multi-dimensional poverty than rest of the country. So pretty much all the lows of South are actually the high of South. And all the high of South is actually the high of the country. And that is the paradox, because South is today powering this 5 trillion economy dream of India. South is actually powering the Viksit Bharat dream of India. And for India to achieve those dreams, South has to power the future, and hence the theme for Southern Rising Summit, that future powered by South. But in this journey of South, there are a lot of challenges. And these challenges have to be resolved by the states in South. And these challenges are that of urban congestion. These challenges are of infrastructure disparities. These challenges are about aging population. But the biggest challenge that the country has to resolve is the fiscal friction that South has with India. You know, all of us know that in India, the development funds are allocated basis the size of the population. And South has done an excellent job in terms of controlling population, but as a result of which, it gets the least share of the development funds. And that is a fiscal contradiction. We all know that in India, the share of electoral seats is decided by the size of the population. Again, South's performance on controlling population has been fantastic, but as a result of which, it is proposed to get less number of seats and hence political power in the country. That's a fiscal contradiction. Now, these kind of fiscal contradiction will either enable or disable South going forward, and that needs to be resolved. As a country, as a whole, we need to find a way of rewarding achievement and not penalizing excellence. And hence, Southern Rising Summit, for us, is a very, very important platform through which we want to bring these issues forward. And today, and through the day, you will hear a lot of discussions and discourses around these issues, which we want to highlight to the rest of the world. And hopefully, we'll find a Viksit Bharat way forward on these issues. I can assure you that the only thing we'll serve filtered today is the filter coffee. Everything else will be unfiltered. And all I request you is to sit back and enjoy. Just like South has given to the world gravity-defying stunts in the Indian cinema, Southern Rising Summit will give you gravity-defying ideas and exchanges through the day. And I'm sure you'll go back home more enriched than you came in here today. Thank you so much for your patience and attendance. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir, for keeping it real and, of course, reminding us that the South of India is not just participating in the development of the country, but actually driving it forward. And on that note, we set in motion our very first session. Ladies and gentlemen, this session examines a very important question, not just how a state can grow, but how a state can grow fairly. As we've seen, Tamil Nadu's journey as a model state, it's actually rooted in a few of the powerful ideas. Opportunity must be accessible. Development must be people first. progress must be shared. Few states have actually managed to balance the rapid economic expansion along with social equity the way that Tamil Nadu has. And that's why today, with our very first session, we take a moment to understand that guiding philosophy behind the sustained success. Maybe even see how it can be structured into a framework that strengthens the entire nation's federal structure. Our first session is titled Dravidian Algorithm, a framework for strengthening federalism. Of course, we have a leader who steers this very model. But for a formal introduction of our speaker, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Ganesh Ramachandran, editor, ABP Nadu. Welcome, sir.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். உலகம் முழுவதும் நன்கு அறிந்த ஒரு தலைவரை, நம்முடைய துணை முதல்வரை அறிமுகம் செய்வது அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப எளிதான ஒரு காரியம்தான். ஏன்னா இதுதான் சூரியன், இந்த உதய சூரியன் ஒளி தரும் அப்படின்னு நான் சொல்லி உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் தெரிய வேண்டியதில்லை. அதனால இது ரொம்ப எளிமையான ஒரு விஷயம். ஆக்டர் டர்ன்டு பொலிட்டீஷியன்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிற வார்த்தையை இப்போ நம்ம நிறையா கேட்குறோம். ஆக்டர் டர்ன்ட் பொலிட்டீஷியன்ஸ் மத்தியில் ஆக்ஷன் பேஸ்டு பொலிட்டீஷியனாக இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒருவர் தான் இன்று நம்முடன் இருக்கின்றார். சனாதனமோ சமஸ்கிருதமோ சண்டை செய்யறதுன்னு வந்துட்டா பின்வாங்கிற பேச்சுக்கே இடமில்லை, கருத்தை என்றும் பின்வாங்க மாட்டேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்ன நம்முடைய துணை முதல்வர் தான் இன்று நம்முடன் இருக்கின்றார். சர்வதேச விளையாட்டு அரங்கத்தில் தமிழக வீரர் வீராங்கனைகள் சென்று கலந்து கொண்டு போட்டியிட்டு வெற்றி பெறுவார்கள், சாதிப்பார்கள் அப்படிங்கிறதையெல்லாம் தாண்டி சர்வதேச வீரர்கள் எல்லாம் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து இங்கே சர்வதேச போட்டிகள் நடத்தப்படும் அப்படிங்கிற காலகட்டத்தை நாம் எட்டி இருக்கின்றோம் அப்படின்னா அது இவருடைய காலத்தில் தான். தமிழ்நாட்டின் முதலமைச்சர், திமுக தலைவர் திரு மு.க. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் பொருளாதாரத்தில் எந்த மாநிலமும் சாதிக்க முடியாத இரட்டை இலக்க வளர்ச்சியை தமிழ்நாட்டில் சாதித்து காட்டிய பெருமைக்குரியவர். ஆனா அவரே விளையாட்டுத்துறையும் சேர்த்து நானே கவனிச்சுக்கலாம் போல இருக்கு அப்படின்னு பார்த்து பொறாமைன்னு அதை சொல்ல முடியாது, அதை வந்து மகிழ்ச்சின்னு தான் சொல்லணும். ஏன்னா ஈன்ற பொழுதில் பெருதுவோக்கும் தன் மகனை சான்றோன் என கேட்ட தாய் அப்படின்னு சொல்வதை போல அவர் தந்தையாக இருந்தாலும் தாயுள்ளத்தோடு சொன்ன ஒரு வார்த்தையாகத்தான் அதை எடுத்துக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். அவ்வளவு பெரிய சாதனை செய்தவரே இந்த துறையும் நானே சேர்த்து பார்த்துக்கலான்னு சொல்லும் அளவிற்கு நிர்வாக திறன் படைத்தவர். அதைவிட முக்கியமாக அமைச்சர் பதவி என்பது அது ஒரு பதவி அல்ல, அது ஒரு கடமை, அது ஒரு பொறுப்பு அப்படிங்கிறத அவர் அறிந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றார் என்பதற்கான எடுத்துக்காட்டு தான் அந்த வார்த்தைகள். தன் வசமுள்ள சிறப்பு திட்ட செயலாக்கத்துறையின் மூலம் நம்முடைய துணை முதலமைச்சர் செய்திருக்கும் சாதனைகள் ஏராளம். குறிப்பாக திறன் மேம்பாடு, நலத்திட்டங்கள் மற்றும் வீட்டுமனை பட்டாக்கள் வழங்குதல் ஆகியவை மட்டுமில்லாமல் வேலை வாய்ப்பில் 272 முகாம்கள் மூலம் 1,1973 மாணவர்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு, திறன் மேம்பாட்டில் நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தின் கீழ் 41 லட்சத்திற்கும் அதிகமான மாணவர்களுக்கு பயிற்சி, 1 லட்சத்திற்கும் அதிகமான தொழிலாளர்களுக்கு முன் கற்றல் அங்கீகார சான்றிதழ்கள், நலத்திட்டங்களில் கலைஞர் மகளிர் உரிமை தொகை திட்டத்தின் கீழ் 1,15,00,000 பெண்களுக்கு உதவி, மக்களுடன் முதல்வர் திட்டத்தின் கீழ் வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய 14,45,109 பட்டாக்கள் அப்படின்னு இவருடைய சாதனைகளை இன்னைக்கு முழுக்க சொல்லிக்கொண்டே இருக்கலாம். இன்னொரு முக்கியமான விஷயம், 1977ஆம் ஆண்டு ஜூன் மாதம் நடைபெற்ற சட்டப்பேரவை தேர்தலை நினைவுபடுத்தும் விதமாக எதிர்க்கட்சிகளின் ஒரு சில பிரச்சாரங்களை எல்லாம் நம்மால் இப்போது பார்க்க முடிகிறது. அதில் ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்கான ஃபேக்ட் இருக்கிறது. அதே 1977ஆம் வருடத்தின் நவம்பர் மாதம்தான் புது வரலாற்றின் ஒளிக்கீற்றை உதயசூரியன் உறுதி செய்தது. அந்த ஒளிக்கீற்றின் பெயர் உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள். அட்வான்ஸ் ஹாப்பி பர்த்டே டெப்டி சிஎம் சார். மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் திரு உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களை தி சதர்ன் ரைசிங் மேடைக்கு அழைப்பதில் ஏபிபி நெட்வொர்க் பெருமை கொள்கிறது.
Thiru Sumanta Datta, the CEO of ABP Network. Tirumati Darba Mukherjee, Director. Thiru Tushar Banerjee, Vice President of ABP Network. Thiru Sunil Goswami, the Video Head of ABP Network. Thiru Ganesh Ramachandran, Editor-in-Chief of abpnadu. Thiru Nagesh, Editor of ABP Desam. Thiru Raja Shanmugasundaram, Deputy Editor of abpnadu. Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, respected journalists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to each and everybody here. Anevarukkum iniya kaalai vanakkam. First of all, excuse me for my very funny voice. I was advised by the doctors not to talk for the next 3-4 days, and I don't know whoever agrees to a doctor's advice, I don't. And that's the main reason I'm here. Thanks for having me here. And whatever Thiru Ganesh Ramachandran said, அவர் சொன்னதெல்லாம் சாதனை அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். அதெல்லாம் சாதனைலாம் கிடையாது. அது எங்களுடைய கடமையாக நினச்சி நாங்கள் செஞ்சிட்ருக்குறோம். அதுக்காக தான் மக்கள் எங்களை வாக்களித்து தேர்ந்தெடுத்துருக்குறாங்க. அதுதான் எங்களுடைய முதலமைச்சர் எங்ககிட்ட எதிர்பார்க்கறது. அதை தான் நாங்கள் செய்ய முயற்சி செஞ்சிட்ருக்குறோம். I'm happy to speak in this prestigious South Rising Conclave organized by the ABP Network. This is not a new forum for me. 2 years ago, I participated and shared my views in the 2023 edition of the South Rising Conclave. I thank the ABP Network again for inviting me again to this very, very important conclave. This conclave is taking place at a very crucial moment when the centralization of powers is increasing in India. Last time I spoke under the topic Tamil Nadu model, what India can learn. This time I would like to speak under the topic Dravidian algorithm, a framework for strengthening federalism. What is an algorithm? An algorithm is a set of clear steps used to solve a problem or to reach a result. In computers, it works like a method that tells the machine exactly what to do at what time, step by step, to get the correct output. In a similar way, Tamil Nadu's politics also follows a clear and consistent method. That's what we call the Dravidian algorithm. This algorithm has been developed from many social, cultural, and political inputs gathered over the past century. It is this algorithm that guides the people of Tamil Nadu when they make their very important political decisions. One such political decision is that the Tamil people will never submit to the dominance of the union government. You may all know the constitution outlines the structures and powers of the union government. Even though powers are divided, they are placed under the union list, state list, and the concurrent list. So when our constitution clearly uses the term union government, why do most of the media and many northern leaders, they still call it the central government? When we call the government in New Delhi the central government, it creates a mindset that they are at the center and they can at any time pull all the powers towards themselves. That is why our Honorable Chief Minister, Thiru Karunanidhi Stalin Avargal, began using the term union government instead of the central government. The moment he did this, the BJP leaders and the supporters, they started criticizing us. They asked, how can you call it the central government as union government? And they are still upset about the simple but very powerful word, the powerful correction. DMK's view on this subject is very, very clear. The union government should only have those limited powers that concern the entire nation. The 4 key areas such as the defense, the foreign affairs, the interstate communication, and the currency. Other than these, all the remaining powers should rest with the state governments. This is the DMK's stand. We continue to fight for the state autonomy, even as the union government keeps resisting it through increasing centralization. Our leaders, Peraringer Anna and Muttamalinga Dr. Kalaignar, had always said that a strong federal system is what truly strengthens our country. The significant part of the development in India has come from the efforts and initiatives of all the state governments. Unfortunately, instead of supporting the well-performing states, the union government is actually punishing them, penalizing them. The union government has been penalizing states like Tamil Nadu through unfair sharing of tax revenues, delaying or blocking the funds, imposing centrally sponsored schemes across departments, the new education policy, and recently the delimitation. They are also undermining the elected state government through their appointed governor. Due to this rising centralization of power in Delhi, states like ours, Tamil Nadu, are suffering in two major ways, culturally and both financially. Tamil Nadu has always followed the two-language policy since 1967. We also have a century-long history of resisting Hindi impositions. Despite this, the union government keeps pressurizing Tamil Nadu to accept the new three-language formula under the name of new education policy. They even went to the extent of saying that the state's dues of rupees 2,100 crores for education would be released to the state only if we accept the three-language policy. But our Honorable Chief Minister, Kरणல Stalin, firmly said, not just rupees 2,100 crores, even if the union government offers us rupees 10,000 crores, Tamil Nadu will never ever accept the three-language formula. The union government has not yet allocated the allocation funds for the Tamil Nadu. Therefore, our government has initiated legal proceedings before the Supreme Court to secure the education fund. We are still fighting for it. And let me state clearly before this gathering, if the union government tries to impose Hindi or any other language on our people, Tamil Nadu will never hesitate to rise again and fight another language battle. Similarly, the union government tried in every possible way to stall the archaeological excavations in Kiradi. But our Dravidian model government stood firm and continued the work to uncover one of the oldest civilizations in our country. Even after the Kiradi report was submitted with clear scientific evidence, the union government has still not approved it, giving baseless reasons. Why? Because the party ruling the union government wants to create its own version of the history, even if it means ignoring the evidence. First, they must understand that India is a multicultural, multilingual nation. Every state has its own language, own history, own culture, own pride, own politics, and its own heroes. But the BJP wants to overshadow all of this with their idea of one nation, one election, one culture, one language, one religion, and one history. The BJP wants to impose cultural dominance over all the states. Their aim is to reduce all the rich and diverse cultures of our country to a single identity and bring everything under their own control. Their goal is to push India towards a strong unitary system by making the state governments powerless, or I would even say, by completely destroying the very own idea of states. They want state governments to function like municipal corporations, following the orders from Delhi. And because the BJP sees the DMK as a major obstacle to their agenda, they're making all efforts to block the developmental agenda of Tamil Nadu. They are misusing the powers of the union government and even independent institutions. Whenever Tamil Nadu and other southern states raise physical concerns and demand a rightful share, the BJP-ruled union government chooses to completely ignore these issues. The unfair way of sharing tax revenues and other funds has already affected the southern states, even though we contribute more to the nation's economy. To silence the voices of these economically stronger states that ask for fair fund allocation, the BJP is now pushing a new strategy, the delimitation. We are proud that our Honorable Chief Minister understood this conspiracy much earlier and raised his voice against it for the first time in our country. Because delimitation as mentioned here, will reduce the number of MPs from Tamil Nadu and other states and successfully implemented the union government's family planning program. Meanwhile, the states that did not implement the population control measures properly will get more Lok Sabha seats if this plan is carried out. If I have to summarize the BJP's plan in one line, they want economically strong states to become politically weak, while economically weaker states to gain more political power. This delimitation will only lead to more concentration of power in the union government and will destroy whatever little federalism is left in our country. Most of you must be aware the union government recently rejected the Tamil Nadu's metro rail proposals for Coimbatore and Madurai. Citing what is the reason? They said the population figures, it is very less. But as many of you are aware, several cities in BJP-ruled states with populations smaller than Coimbatore and Madurai have already received approval for new metro rail projects. As the DMK government continues to resist every attempt by the BJP to assert its supremacy over the state governments, they are misusing all the institutions under their control to threaten the state governments. They are unleashing the CBI, the ED, Income Tax Department, and other agencies against the DMK leaders and ministers with only one aim, to silence us, to silence Tamil Nadu. The BJP has already taken control of AIDMK, which is supposed to be the opposition party in Tamil Nadu. By threatening them through these very institutions, they have turned the AIDMK into a mere branch of BJP. While the democratic forces are voicing against the Special Intensive Revision, the SIR list, AIDMK approached the Supreme Court in favor of the SIR. The BJP expects the DMK to behave just like this submissive AIDMK, a party that has the term Dravidam only in its name, but acts completely opposite to the Dravidian ideologies. The BJP has already used every investigating agency against us. Now, they have brought the Election Commission of India into their political game. The DMK has always fought to protect the Tamil language, social justice, state rights, and democracy. And today, the responsibility is also in our shoulders to protect the voting rights of the Tamil Nadu people. Moreover, the BJP has set the governor on a mission to cripple the functioning of state government by blocking the bills passed by the Legislative Assembly. The Tamil Nadu governor even wanted to change the name of our state, Tamil Nadu. He dropped the idea only after facing massive backlash from the people of Tamil Nadu. Many decades ago, our leader, Muthamazhingar Kalaignar, had formed a committee headed by Justice Rajamannar. This shows that our struggle for federalism is long and continuous and still going on. Now, our Chief Minister has also formed a high-level committee on union-state relationship with former Supreme Court Justice Kurian Joseph as the chairman. I hope our efforts will help people and leaders in all the states to understand the importance of federalism and the state rights. We want constitutional amendments that will give more power to the states so that India can truly function as a strong union of states. Over the century, through political struggles, social movements, cultural awakening, and the guidance of leaders like Thandai Periyar, Peraringer Anna, Dr. Kalaignar, and now our Honorable Chief Minister, Tamil Nadu people have discovered the best way to live with dignity, self-respect, equality, secularism, and harmony. That's why I call this century-long process of opposing and fighting the divisive forces as the Dravidian algorithm. This algorithm will guide us and give us the strength to resist communal and divisive forces to protect and strengthen the federal structure of our country. We are not against the union government. We are against the undermining of the constitution. We are not demanding special treatment. All we are demanding is a fair treatment to all the states. Strong states make a strong nation. Federalism is not a bargaining chip. It is a foundation of India's unity. As long as centralization attempts continue, as long as the state rights are denied, As long as the states are treated as subordinates, DMK and our leader will stand, speak, and fight at the forefront. Our voice is not just for the Tamil Nadu, but for the idea of India that the Constitution envisioned. Thank you all for this great opportunity. Nice meeting you. I wish this conclave a great success. Nandri, Vanakkam.
Thank you, sir. Before we let you go, if we may kindly request you to remain on stage for a quick minute, may I kindly request Mr. Sumanta Datta, CEO, ABP Network, and Mr. Ganesh Ramachandran, Editor, ABP Nadu, to join us on stage and felicitate and extend a token of our appreciation and gratitude to the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful session to begin our day with. We love keeping it real here at ABP Network's Southern Rising Summit, and that's exactly what we had in the first session. If I may request everyone to put your hands together as we extend our thanks to our speaker. We did get a lot of the intention and the thought behind a lot of the policies that we see as an outcome, ladies and gentlemen, through our very first session that focused on not just the numbers, not just how we move ahead, but also how we move ahead together, how we move ahead with our own identity, and that's what we have our speaker to thank for. We have a quick photo op as we draw our session to a close, of course, with another photo op. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, what a perfect time for me to tell you, if you want to click a picture, this is it. And of course, when you post it online, we'd like to request you to use the hashtag ABP Southern Rising. There you have it, our speaker. A huge round of applause as we extend our thanks. The spirit of South India being celebrated here on our one-of-a-kind platform, ladies and gentlemen. ABP Network, the Southern Rising Summit. We're in our third edition. With every edition, of course, we take forward not just our learnings, but we take a look at the future and our plan for it. With our first inaugural address, we did have an insight into exactly that. And with that, we have the Deputy Chief Minister, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, taking leave. Following this, we turn our focus to the next topic, which is yet another topic which is very special to all of us here in South India, education. Ladies and gentlemen, one of Tamil Nadu's strongest foundations, one of our most ambitious frontiers, education is one such aspect that just cannot be ignored. From our enrollment numbers to our ensuring of equitable access to the integration of technology, like the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister mentioned, in each of our classrooms, this is one particular aspect where we are ahead of the curve. But with our upcoming session, we take a look at the other side. How does a state that's already ahead of the curve future-proof the next generation? What is it that we can do to make sure that we not only stay ahead, but we're ready for anything that comes our way? Our upcoming session is titled, Putting Education First. What's next for Tamil Nadu? Taking us through this conversation, we have yet another policymaker, someone who has truly made sure that Tamil Nadu is not just ahead of the game, but we always make sure that we think of the future while also staying rooted in the heritage of it all. I think we're awaiting the presence of our upcoming speaker, which also gives me the perfect time, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you that this platform, of course, is made for each of your wonderful thoughts. So while you go through the day, should you have one of those interesting ideas that we want to share with the world, please do make sure that you're following us and that you tag us on all your ideas as well. We would love to see how the ideas that are taking place on stage can actually translate not just into ideas, but also a network of thoughts. Please do make sure that you use the hashtag ABP Southern Rising. And of course, we'd love to see your thoughts, your experiences here on our very platform. While we focus on education, ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the most influential voices in this particular industry joining us in the next couple of minutes as we set the stage. Before we officially begin his introduction, I know that we have a few more of our guests who are outside in the corridor. If I may kindly request you to join us within. I also have the opportunity to set the stage a little bit. And that is why I have to say, when it comes to the South, education has always been one of the core values that we flock towards. When it comes to Tamil Nadu, not just do we work towards education, we also make it our most ambitious frontier. Whether it is the numbers that we have enrolling, whether it is making sure that we have access, equitable access for each of our students, whether it is the integration of technology and AI and smart classrooms every step of the way. This is one particular aspect that we take very seriously. So much so that we're so ahead of the curve, the numbers speak for themselves. But then comes the question, if we are so ahead of the curve, what do we work on next? How do we future-proof the next generation? That is an insight that we're going to get from our upcoming speaker. In fact, coming up on stage is a very interesting conversation as well, because we hope to take a look at the reforms, the technology, the shifts that we actually need to prepare towards. And of course, we need to see how we can focus on the generation moving ahead in our fast-changing world. Our upcoming session is titled, Putting Education First, What's Next for Tamil Nadu? And while we actually wait for our speaker, if I may also request everyone to please give a nice round of applause for each of our sponsors. Of course, this wonderful platform would not be possible. You can see their names on stage. We've got Rungta Steel, we've got Hire, we've got Venus. In fact, I'm going to take you through the entire list of names, but if I may request everyone to please put your hands together for the wonderful support that we received from each of our sponsors. Not just that, with Southern Rising Summit, we also have the opportunity to showcase the world a slice of life in India, life in South India, and the best way that we do that is to share our thoughts. So through the day, we're going to be meeting with people who not only are policymakers, we're going to be meeting innovators, we're going to be meeting people who are cultural commentators, artists, dancers. In fact, I don't want to give it away, but I can tell you that at the end of the day, you will have a fantastic idea of what South India stands for, and more importantly, what our plans for the future are. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be beginning our next session, Putting Education First, very shortly.
From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation reads. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation reads, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. Where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November. Watch it on ABPnadu, ABP Desam and abplive.com. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation reads, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November. Watch it on abpnadu, ABP Desam and abplive.com. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation breeds, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. Where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November. Watch it on abpnadu, ABP Desam and abplive.com. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation breeds, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. Where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November. Watch it on abpnadu, ABP Desam and abplive.com. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation breeds, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. Where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November. Watch it on abpnadu, ABP Desam and abplive.com. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation breeds, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. Where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November. Watch it on abpnadu, ABP Desam and abplive.com. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation breeds, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November. Watch it on abpnadu, ABP Desam and abplive.com. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation breeds, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. Where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November. Watch it on abpnadu, ABP Desam and abplive.com. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation breeds, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. Where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November.
Over 10 million views on connected TV. We ensure your brand message resonates with the right people. Engagement is key. With over 200 million followers across social media, 2 billion video views, and 130 million monthly active users, we deliver over 1 billion ad impressions with an average engagement time of 3 minutes. We own over 10 prestigious on-ground IPs, connecting you with industry leaders and amplifying your brand at these renowned events. ABP Digital offers unmatched customization, tailoring our approach to align with your brand's vision. Exceeding client expectations is not just an aspiration, but a track record. Our data-driven strategy ensures exceptional campaign performance, tracked with industry-leading third-party trackers for your confidence. Pioneering innovations like entering the metaverse and launching an in-car entertainment app keep us at the forefront of digital advancements. Ready to amplify your brand voice and achieve your digital marketing goals? Partner with ABP Digital. Welcome to ABP Digital Network, where precision meets limitless reach. With data-driven technology, client-centric customization, and a commitment to excellence, we are your digital partner to amplify your brand's voice and aspirations.
ABP नेटवर्क के सभी दर्शकों को मेरा प्रणाम।
ABP's diverse portfolio includes video, audio, and innovative web content across 8 languages on multiple platforms, making us a one-stop solution for all your digital marketing objectives. With over 10 million app downloads, 800 million live streaming views, and over 10 million views on connected TV, we ensure your brand message resonates with the right people. Engagement is key. With over 200 million followers across social media, 2 billion video views, and 130 million monthly active users, we deliver over 1 billion ad impressions with an average engagement time of 3 minutes.
From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation breeds, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And the startup capital codes India's future. Where wisdom sparks innovation and beauty powers tourism. And industrial corridors drive the sunrise economy. Where art becomes epic and stories echo across the world. The future, powered by South. Join the conversation as trailblazers from South India come together to shape tomorrow's India. At ABP Network Southern Rising Summit on 25th November. Watch it on ABPnadu, ABP Desam and abplive.com. From the land where tradition meets technology, innovation breeds, culture thrives. Where world-class machines roll out. Where Google builds its global campus. And
Of our partners who have made sure that they've made today possible. Our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, ABP Southern Rising Summit is co-powered by Rungta Steel, Hire, Venus Hot Water Professionals. Of course, we have our speaker here with us, the Honorable Minister for Education, Tamil Nadu. Seeing as we have the stage perfectly set, putting education first, what's next for Tamil Nadu? When we've already got the strongest of foundations, when we've already got our ambitious frontier in place, what is it that we can do? Tamil Nadu's education landscape today, ladies and gentlemen, feels like an interesting system where you've completed all of the portions, where you're looking forward to the exams, where the olden vocabulary is already done. We no longer talk about enrollment. We no longer talk about access. It is time for us to look towards the future. What are the reforms, the ecosystems that we look forward to? What are the changes in the mindset? Most importantly, the digital confidence that comes with all of this. When we put education first, what is next for Tamil Nadu is the question. And of course, to take us through this very answer, we have the Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, for School Education, Tamil Nadu. But to do a formal introduction of our speaker, it is my pleasure to welcome back on stage Mr. Ganesh Ramachandran with a round of applause. May we please have Mr. Ganesh on stage.
இன்றைய இரண்டாவது அமர்வு முதல் அமர்வை போலவே இதுவும் ஒரு அதிரடியான ஒரு அமர்வு தான். கோவிட் காலகட்டத்துடைய இருட்டில் இல்லம் தேடி கல்வி ஒளி விளக்கேற்றி தமிழக பள்ளி மாணவர்களின் மனங்களில் நம்பிக்கையின் புதிய ஒளி கீற்றை தந்தவர் இவர். எண்ணும் எழுத்தும் என்ற அடிப்படை அறிவை சர்வதேச தரத்திற்கு உயர்த்தி உலக கல்வி வரைபடத்தில் தமிழகத்தில் தலை நிமிரச் செய்தவர். காலம் கேட்கும் தொழில்நுட்பம், கனவு கனியும் டிஜிட்டல் கல்வி, மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் முதல் உலகளாவிய இணைப்புகள் வரை என தமிழக மாணவர்களின் எதிர்காலத்திற்கு பொற்பாதை அமைத்துக் கொண்டிருப்பவர் இவர். நான் விஞ்ஞானிகள், மருத்துவர்கள், பொறியாளர்களை உருவாக்க ஆசைப்படுகிறேன், வெறும் மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர்களை அல்ல என்று சொன்னதன் மூலமாக என்னுடைய மாணவர்கள் எத்தனை மொழிகளை வேண்டுமானாலும் கற்கட்டும், அவர்கள் விரும்பி கற்கட்டும், திணிக்க கூடாது என்கிற முழக்கத்தை முதலில் முன்வைத்த கல்வி அமைச்சர் இவர். உலகத்தோடும் அறிவியல் தொழில்நுட்பங்களோடும் தொடர்பு கொள்ள ஆங்கிலம் இருக்கையில் தேவையற்ற சுமையாக மூன்றாவது மொழி வேண்டாம். அறிவியல் நோக்கிய வளர்ச்சி காலத்தில் இன்னமும் பழமையை தூக்கி பிடிக்கும் புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கை வேண்டாம் என்றெல்லாம் அதிரடியான பல கருத்துக்களை சொல்லி மற்ற மாநிலத்து அரசாங்கங்களுக்கும் கல்வி அமைச்சர்களுக்கும் கூட கருத்துக்களை விதைத்தவர் இவர். அன்பில் மகேஷ் பொய்யாமொழி அவர்களை நம்முடைய அன்பிற்கினிய பள்ளி கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை தெற்கின் எழுச்சிக்கான இந்த மேடைக்கு அழைப்பதில் பெருமை கொள்கிறது ஏபிபி நெட்வொர்க்.
Good morning, everyone. I have prepared something to showcase the intention of our government and intention of our Chief Minister in terms of how we are focusing very seriously on the education side. I welcome ABP team to Tamil Nadu, a small state in South India, but with a very large idea. That idea is simple. Every child, no matter how poor or rural, should have a fair chance to rise. We didn't begin rich, but we began equal. And that made all the differences. While many parts of India debated religion or language, Tamil Nadu quietly built schools, hospitals, and public services that touched every family. So when we speak of progress, it's not about charity, it's about dignity. We didn't give things to people. We gave power to people, the power to learn, to work, to think freely. Our model is not only economic, it's moral. It asks, what is a good society? Is it one with billionaires and temple of glasses? Or one where a farmer's daughter can become a scientist? Tamil Nadu's answer is very clear. We believe intelligence is evenly spread, but opportunity is not. So the job of the state is not to rule from the above, but to open the doors. That's what we call Dravidian democracy. Not just freedom to speak, but freedom to become. When you educate the first generation, the children of farmers, workers, and weavers, you don't just change their income, you change their imagination. Education in Tamil Nadu was never only about jobs, it was about justice. Breaking old hierarchies, giving new voices, creating a new kind of citizen. We saw school as the place where the child of a carpenter and a child of a governor sit on the same bench and dream at the same height. That's how equality becomes not a law, but a culture. Many say, first grow, then distribute. We say, grow because you distribute. When you build equality first, you build trust, and trust builds productivity. Our welfare schemes didn't slow growth, they made growth inclusive and stable. This is what we call the fusion moment, when justice and growth no longer compete, but complete each other. That's the real innovation Tamil Nadu offers the world. The world is looking for new models. You have Nordic models, East Asian models. We say, look also to the south. Tamil Nadu is proof that a post-colonial society can build a modern economy without losing its soul. Our language, our culture, our inclusiveness, these are not obstacles to development. They are the foundation of it. We are showing that democracy can be efficient, secularism can be compassionate, and equality can be economically smart. That is our quiet revolution, and it's still going on. In Tamil, we say, Aram seyya virumbu, desire to do good. That is our civilizational code. It built our state, and it can inspire the world. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is not only a minister, he is also an ardent student. Recently, he has submitted his thesis as a research scholar, PhD scholar. ஒரு அமைச்சர் மாணவராகவும் இருக்கும் பொழுது மாணவர்களுடைய மனநிலையை, எண்ண ஓட்டத்தை, அவங்க எந்தெந்த விஷயங்களை எல்லாம் கடக்குறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கும் வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸியாகவே புரியும். அதுவும் இப்போ இருக்கிற ஜென்சி கூட ஈஸியாக கனெக்ட் ஆக முடியும் இல்லையா? ஃபஸ்ட்டு உங்களுடைய தீசிஸ் பற்றி சொல்லுங்கள், பிஹெச்டி பற்றி சொல்லுங்கள்.
தேங்க்யூ. இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக ஐ டிட் மை டாக்டரேட். இந்த டைட்டில் இஸ் ஃபிசிக்கல் ஆக்டிவிட்டி ஃபார் ஸ்கில் டெவலப்மெண்ட் among school children through machine learning technology. Like வெறும் ஒரு வகுப்பறையில் வந்து we can learn the theories, but in the like our honorable deputy chief minister always says, இது ஒரு பிளே கிரவுண்டாக பார்க்காதுங்க, இதுவும் ஒரு விதமான ஒரு வகுப்பறை தான். லைக் வேர் யூ கேன் have your communication skills, where you can have your leadership quality, where you can have a collaborative learning. You can learn about the tolerance, you can learn about what is intrapersonal skill, what is interpersonal skills, and you will have the ability to solve the problem, like problem solving and crisis management kind of thing. And definitely you will have a skill in a sporting, and all over you will have the confidence, you will be gaining the confidence because of that. So that's why we used to say playground is not just a playground, it's also one of the classroom for the students. So to emphasize that on the school students, எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் படின்ட்டு அதிலேயே அந்த ப்ரெஷரை கொடுக்காம அந்த குழந்தைங்களுக்கு என்ன வேணும் அப்படிங்கிறத நம்ம பார்க்கணும். சி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் வி ஷுட் ஹேவ் ஒன் திங் இன் அவர் மைண்ட். எக்ஸாமினேஷனில் உட்காந்துருக்கின்ற ஒரு குழந்தை, அந்த குழந்தை ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஆர்டிஸ்ட்டாக வரும். அந்த குழந்தைக்கு கெமிஸ்ட்ரி மார்க் தேவையில்லை. எக்ஸாமில் ஒரு குழந்தை எழுதுகிற குழந்தை ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஆண்டர்ப்ரனராக வருவாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு ஹிஸ்ட்ரியும் இங்கிலீஷ் லிட்ரேச்சர் அவசியம் கிடையாது. எக்ஸாமில் உட்காந்து எழுதக்கூடிய ஒரு குழந்தை ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய அத்லெட்டாக வராங்க. அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஃபிசிக்கல் ஃபிட்னஸ் தான் முக்கியமே தவிர ஃபிசிக்ஸ் முக்கியம் கிடையாது. ஸோ அந்த டேலண்ட் ஷுட் பி த அந்த டேலண்ட்டை ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணி அவங்கள நம்ம வந்து எப்படி கொண்டு போகணும் அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் ஆசைப்படுறோம். நாங்கள் ஸோ அதில் எங்களுடைய இந்த தியரி லைக் நாங்கள் வந்து ஜேம்ஸ் எக்மன் இஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த நோபல் லாரேட். அவர் வந்து நோபல் ப்ரைஸ் வந்து எக்கனாமிக்ஸில் வாங்கினான்னு ரீசன்ட் ஸ்டடீஸ் ஆன் த ஏர்லி இன்டர்வென்ஷன் ஆன் த சைல்ட்ஹுட் எஜுகேஷன் சார்ந்தும் சரி, ஒரு ஹியூமன் கேபிட்டல் டெவலப்மெண்ட் சார்ந்தும் சரி, குழந்தைங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு காக்னேட்டிவ் அண்ட் நான் காக்னேட்டிவ்ங்கிறது எவ்வளோ முக்கியம், அறிவு சார்ந்து உணர்வு சார்ந்து எவ்வளோ முக்கியம் அப்படிங்கிறத அவர் ஸ்டடி பண்ணியிருக்காரு இல்லையா? அதுலேருந்து வி ஜஸ்ட் அப்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் சம் ஆஃப் த வேரியபிள்ஸ் அண்ட் அதை நாங்கள் வந்து வி டிட் தட்.
அது எந்த துறையில் அமைச்சராக இருக்கீங்களோ அந்த துறையிலேயே அடுத்தடுத்த கட்டத்துக்கு போகிறதுக்கு நீங்களும் மாணவராக இருப்பது ரொம்ப பெரிய விஷயம், மிகச்சிறப்பு.
சம்டைம்ஸ் ஐ நீட் டு புட் மை செல்ஃப் ஆன் த இஷ்யூ அண்ட் ஐ நீட் டு திங்க் ரைட். அப்போ தான் எல்லாம் சும்மா நான் சொல்கிறத நீ கேளு அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறத காட்டணும். ஏன்னா பிகாஸ் நான் ஹேவிங் மை செல்ஃப் அஸ் எக்ஸாம்பிள். நான் ஸ்கூல் டேஸ் எதுக்கெலாம் நான் எஸ்டேட் ஆனேன், எதுக்கெலாம் நான் கூச்சப்பட்டேன், நான் எதுக்கெலாம் நான் பயந்தேன் அப்படிங்கிறது எனக்கு தெரியும். ஸோ அதனால தான் நான் நிறையா ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 234 கான்ஸ்டியூன்ஸுக்கு நாங்கள் போயிருக்கேன். அதில் நான் அந்த குழந்தைங்களை நான் உள்ளே போகும்பொழுது பார்த்த உடனே சில குழந்தைங்க ஐ கான்டாக்டே கொடுக்க மாட்டேன், கீழே குனிஞ்சுக்குவாங்க. நம்மளை பார்த்து ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்டுருவாரோ, நம்ம தப்பாக சொன்ன ஒரு போனதுக்கு நம்ம டீச்சர் நம்மளை திட்டுவாங்களோ அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக ஐ கான்டாக்ட் கொடுக்க நான் பட்டா ஒன்றும் சொல்ல மாட்டேன். ஜஸ்ட் நான் பாட்டு ஒரு ரவுண்ட் அடியே போவேன். யாராச்சும் நான் பதில் சொல்கிறேன் சார் சொன்னேன், அவங்கள்ட்ட மட்டும் பேசுவேன். பட் ஆன் த ஹோல் அந்த இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷனை முடிச்சுட்டு போகும்போது அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் நான் அட்ரஸ் பண்ணும்போது நான் சொல்லுவேன், கையை உயர்த்தி எனக்கு இது தெரியல அப்படின்னு கேட்கறதுக்கு கூச்சப்பட்ட இந்த வயசில் அப்படின்னா நீ எவ்வளோ உயரத்துக்கு போனாலும் அந்த ஹேபிட் ஒன்று துரத்திக்கிட்டே வரும். கிளாஸ் ரூம் இஸ் ஃபார் தட் ஒன்லி. நீ உங்களுக்கு சந்தேகம்னா அதை தீர்த்து வைக்கிறதுக்காக தான் டீச்சர்ஸ் வராங்க, அதனால் நீங்கள் வெக்கப்படக்கூடாது அப்படின்னு ஜென்ரிக்காக யாரையும் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக சொல்லாமல் நான் சொல்லிட்டு தான் வருவேன்.
எக்ஸலண்ட் எக்ஸலண்ட் சார். சார் நீங்கள் பள்ளிக்கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சராக இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த காலகட்டம் அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு காலமாக இருக்கிறது. ஏன்னா மும்மொழி கொள்கை, அதே மாதிரி ஹிந்தி திணிப்பு சர்ச்சை, மறைமுகமாக குலக்கல்வி கொண்டு வரப்படுகிறது அப்படிங்கிற சர்ச்சை, இப்படி பல சர்ச்சைகள் நிறைந்த ஒரு சூழ்நிலை இருக்கிறது. இதில் இந்த திராவிட மாடல் பள்ளிக்கல்வி கொள்கையுடைய சூழல் இப்போ எப்படி இருக்கு?
See, we are very clear, like எங்களுடைய கைடிங் பிரின்சிபல் ஒன்றே ஒன்று தான். as I said, ஒரு கவர்னருடைய பையனும் ஒரு கார்பெண்டரோட பையனும் ஒரே கிளாஸ் ரூமில் உட்காந்து படிக்க வேண்டும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் எங்களுடைய ஆசையே. ஸோ we are very clear on that part. And another thing, I am not a minister only for the children who belongs to DMK, right? நான் வந்து ADMKக்கும் நான் தான் மினிஸ்டர், பிஜேபிக்கு நான் தான் மினிஸ்டர், காங்கிரஸுக்கு நான் தான் மினிஸ்டர். ஸோ ஆன் த ஹோல் ஐ நீட் டு சேஃப்கார்ட் த இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஈச் அண்ட் எவ்ரி சில்ட்ரன், ரைட்? ஸோ அதில் வரும்பொழுது தான் நான் சொல்கிற மாதிரி அஃபிஷியல் லாங்குவேஜ் நம்முடைய 8th ஸ்கெட்யூலில் இருக்க 22 லாங்குவேஜும் குழந்தைங்க படிச்சுக்கிட்டோம் whenever they get the opportunity. But the only thing is, இன்னைக்கு let us think locally and let us communicate globally அப்படிங்கிறது தான் நமக்கு இன்றைக்கி தேவை. ஸோ தட் டூ இஸ் மோர் தென் எனஃப் ஃபார் அஸ். அதுக்கப்புறம் நெசசிட்டி இருந்துச்சுன்னா, லைக் as I said, மொபைல் ஃபோன் இருக்குது, டெக்னாலஜி இருக்குது, நம்ம எப்படி வேணால் இன்றைக்கி வந்து பாதி வீட்டில் யார்ட்டையும் பேசுறதே நிறுத்திட்டோம். நம்ம ChatGPT தான் இன்றைக்கி நம்ம பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். நமக்கு ஒரு டவுட்டாக இருந்தால் கூட அப்படி ஆகிட்டோம் இப்போ நம்ம. ஸோ அது தட் இஸ் மோர் தென் எனஃப் ஃபார் அஸ் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி. ஸோ பிகாஸ் நீங்கள் ஒரு ஆப்ஷனல் அண்ட் கம்பல்ஷன் வரும்போது நீங்கள் கம்பல்சிவாக இதை படித்தாகணும் அப்படிங்கும்போது அந்த குழந்தைங்க என்ன ஆகுனா, சார் நான் 10th நான் வந்து ஐ ஸ்கோர் 100 out of 100 இன் மேத்தமெட்டிக்ஸ் சார், நான் தமிழில் 97 நான் எடுத்தேன் சார், நான் ஃபிசிக்ஸ் அண்ட் கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸில் வந்து நான் வந்து மோர் தென் 98 சார், பட் ஆனால் தமிழ் இங்கிலீஷை நல்லா நான் எடுத்துட்டேன் சார், 3rd லாங்குவேஜில் வந்து ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் சான்ஸ்கிரிட்டில் நான் வந்து ஃபெயில் ஆகிட்டேன் சார், நீ அவ்வளோதான், நீ ஃபெயில், நீ 10th தான் உட்காருன்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க. ஸோ த லாங்குவேஜ் இட்ஸ் நாட் அ நாலேஜ், ரைட்? ஸோ இதில் தான் நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். நாங்கள் சார் எங்கள் பசங்க எல்லாமே படிச்சுக்கிட்டோம், நாங்கள் யாங்கேயும் ஸ்டாப், வி ஆர் நாட் கோயிங் டு ஸ்டாப் தெம். பட் ஆனால் ஒரு அகாடமிக்னு வரும்பொழுது எனக்கு எது தேவையோ அது தேவை போதும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக தான் சொல்கிறேன். தவிர வி ஆர் நாட் அகேன்ஸ்ட் எனி லாங்குவேஜஸ். எல்லா லாங்குவேஜும் நாங்கள் வரவேற்கும். எல்லா லாங்குவேஜுக்கும் தே ஹாவ் தேர் ஓன் ப்ரைட் இல்லையா? ஸோ அதை நாங்கள் வந்து வி டோன்ட் வாண்ட் டு டிஸ்டர்ப். பட் அது வந்து திணிக்கும் பொழுது நாங்கள் முடிச்சுக்கணும்னு ஆசைப்படுறோம், அவ்வளோதான்.
அதோட கண்டினியூஷனாக பார்த்தோன்னா, இப்போது நீட், என்சிஇஆர்டி, ஒரே பாடநூல் மையம், அதே மாதிரி வந்து புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கை, இப்படி பல விஷயங்கள் நெருக்கும் பொழுது இன்றைய கல்விச் சூழலுடைய சவால்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க?
சவால்களை நாங்கள் ஃபோர்சி பண்ணுறதுனால தான் நம்முடைய ஹானரபிள் சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃப் தமிழ்நாடு ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்தியாவிலே ஸ்டேட் எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசி அப்படிங்கிறத நாங்கள் வந்து கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் பிளைண்டாக நாங்கள் எதையுமே வந்து உடனே வேணாம், அதில் நல்ல விஷயங்கள் இருக்குது, எங்களுடைய மாணவ செல்வங்களுக்கு பயன்படுத்தக்கூடியதாக இருந்தாங்கன்னா we are ready to take that. பட் ஆனால் அதில் சில விஷயங்கள் வந்து பிற்போக்குத்தனமாக இருக்கின்றது. நாங்கள் பழைய இதிகாச கதைகளை சொல்லி உனக்கு வந்து நான் மாரல் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுக்க போகிறேன் அப்படிங்கும்போது அந்த குழந்தை மாரல் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் எடுத்துக்க போகிறதா இல்லைன்னா வந்து ரேஷ்னலிசமே இல்லாமல் அதை சொல்கிறத எடுத்துக்க போகிறதா அப்படிங்கிறது ஒன்று இருக்குது. ஸோ இதை பகுத்தறிஞ்சு பார்க்கணும்னு நாங்கள் ஆசைப்படுறோம். ஸோ தட் இஸ் த மெயின் திங். ஸோ அதனால தான் இன்றைக்கி ஹை லெவல் கமிட்டி நாங்கள் வந்து ஃபார் ஃபியூச்சர் கரிக்குலம் அண்ட் சிலபஸ்க்கு ஹை லெவல் கமிட்டி நாங்கள் உருவாக்கிட்டு நேற்று தான் த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் மீட்டிங் வி கன்வீன். யாரெல்லாம் அதில் கலந்துக்கிட்டாங்க, ஐஎஸ்ஆரோட டைரக்டர் நாராயணன் சார்லேருந்து வெல் நோன் பிளேயர் அஸ்வின் ரவிச்சந்திரன் வரைக்கும் அதில் கலந்துக்கிட்டு தே கேவ் தேர் இன்புட்ஸ். இப்படிலாம் இருந்தால் நல்லாயிருக்கும், இனி ஃபியூச்சரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய ஃபியூச்சரிஸ்டிக் ஸ்கில்ஸை நம்ம என்ன கொடுக்க போகிறோம். ஆல்ரெடி வி ஹவ் இம்ப்ளிமெண்டட் டிஎன் ஸ்பார்க், தமிழ்நாடு ஸ்கூல் ப்ரோக்ராம் ஃபார் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் அண்ட் ரோபோட்டிக்ஸ் அண்ட் நோயிங் த ஆன்லைன் டூல்ஸ். இந்த மாதிரி கொண்டு வந்துடும். ஸ்லோ லேர்னர்ஸாக இருக்கீங்களா, பயப்படாதீங்க, கவலைப்படாதீங்க, திறன் அப்படிங்கிறது மூலமாக ஒரு டார்கெட் குரூப்புக்கு மட்டும் நாங்கள் தனியாக வந்து ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணுறோம். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் நாங்கள் செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கும் பொழுது எங்கள் காலை சங்கிலியை போட்டு நீங்கள் கட்டாதீங்க, எங்கள் பிள்ளைங்களை ஓட விடுங்க. வேறு இன்னும் நிறையா நாங்கள் செய்யணும்னு நாங்கள் ஆசைப்படுறோம். அடுத்த 10 வருஷத்துக்கு இந்த குழந்தைங்களை வந்து எங்கே நாங்கள் அமர்த்த போகிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறது இன்றைக்கே நாங்கள் சிந்திக்கிறோம். அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காகத்தான் இந்த கமிட்டியை நடத்தி அந்த கமிட்டியோட கூட்டத்தை கூட நேற்று நாங்கள் வந்து முடிச்சிருக்கோம். நாங்கள்
அனைவருக்கும் சமமான கல்வி உரிமை அப்படிங்கிறது நமக்கு வர்க்க பேதம் சார்ந்த ஒரு முழக்கமாக மட்டும் இல்லாமல் இப்போ வந்து அரசு பள்ளிகள், தனியார் பள்ளிகள் அப்படிங்கிறதும் அதில் இன்க்ளூட் ஆகுது. அந்த சம உரிமை, அந்த கல்வி உரிமையை உறுதிப்படுத்துவதற்காக எந்த மாதிரியான நடவடிக்கைகளை இப்போ நம்ம எடுத்துகிட்டோம்?
முத்தமிழர் கலைஞர் காலத்தில் நம்ம சமச்சீர் கல்வி அப்படிங்கிறத நம்ம கொண்டு வந்தோம். இப்போ சமச்சீர் கல்வி சார்ந்து நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இப்போ உதாரணத்துக்கு நம்மளில் மோர் தென் 1.29 crores சில்ட்ரன்ஸ் வந்து இருக்கிறாங்க, லைக் irrespective ஆஃப் ஆல் த போர்ட்ஸ் இல்லையா, கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கூல், கவர்மெண்ட் எய்டட் அண்ட் ஐபி, ஐஜிஎஸ்சி, ஐசிஎஸ்சி, சிபிஎஸ்சி, இந்த மாதிரி நிறையா இருக்கிறாங்க, மெட்ரிகுலேஷன் எல்லாமே இருக்காங்க. இதில் நம்ம சமச்சீர் கல்வி மட்டும் எடுத்திங்கன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட மோர் தென் 1 crore இருப்பாங்க. மிச்சதெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தான் அதர் போர்ட்ஸே இருக்கிறாங்க அதில். ஸோ இது சமமான கல்வி அனைவருக்கும் வழங்க வேண்டும் என்று நாங்கள் ஆசைப்படுறோம். ஸோ அந்த பிளாட்ஃபார்மை நம்ம க்ரியேட் பண்ணும் பொழுது தான் நீங்கள் நான் சொல்கிற மாதிரி அந்த சமமான வாய்ப்புகள், அந்த ஈக்குவாலிட்டியை நாங்கள் வந்து உறுதிப்படுத்தக்கூடியதாக அது இருந்துட வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக தான் அன்னைக்கு அதை நம்ம வந்து அதை கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். நாங்கள் அதில்
அதில் இப்போது சின்ன சின்ன மைன்யூட்டான விஷயங்கள் எல்லாம் கூட நீங்கள் கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்ணுறீங்க. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் வந்து மற்ற மாநிலங்களை விட தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து அட்டெண்டன்ஸ் பர்சன்டேஜ் அதிகமாக இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு புள்ளி விவரம் வருது. இந்த மாதிரி குட்டி குட்டி டீட்டெயில்ஸ்லாம் கூட நீங்கள் கான்சென்ட்ரேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு என்ன காரணம், இதனுடைய இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் என்ன?
இன்னைக்கு வந்து குழந்தைங்களை உள்ளே கொண்டு வரணும். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் நம்ம வந்து ஆக்சஸை பற்றி பேசுகிறோம், ஈக்விட்டியை பற்றி பேசுகிறோம், இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சரை பற்றி நம்ம பேசுகிறோம். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வரும்பொழுது ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஆக்சஸ் முதல்ல எங்கள் குழந்தைங்கள முதல்ல ஸ்கூலுக்கு நான் உள்ளே கொண்டு வந்துடுறேன். நான் கொண்டு வரதுக்கு எதெல்லாம் வந்து ஹேர்டலாக இருக்குது, எதெல்லாம் பேரியர் நான் ஐ நீட் டு பிரேக் த பேரியர்ஸ் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒன்று டிஸ்டன்ஸ். ஒரு காலத்தில் செவரல் இயர்ஸ்க்கு அப்போ முன்னெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஊருக்கு ஸ்கூல் இருக்குன்னு யாருமே சொல்லவே இல்லை. ஸோ அகைன் திராவிட இயக்கங்கள் வரும்பொழுது தான் ஒரு ஊருக்கு ஒரு பள்ளிக்கூடம் இருக்க வேண்டும். அது ரிஃபைன் ஆகி வரும்பொழுது 1 கிலோமீட்டரில் ஒரு ஸ்கூல், 3 கிலோமீட்டர்ஸில் மிடில் ஸ்கூல், 5 கிலோமீட்டர்ஸில் வந்து ஹை ஸ்கூல்ஸ், 8 கிலோமீட்டர்ஸில் வந்து ஹையர் செகண்டரி ஸ்கூல் அப்படின்னு கொண்டு வந்து நாங்கள் ஆசைப்பட்டோம். சரி, அடுத்தது மதிய உணவு திட்டம் கொண்டு வந்து, சத்தான உணவு திட்டம் கொண்டு வந்து, அதன் பிறகு காலை உணவு திட்டத்தின் மூலமாக நீங்கள் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஒரு நாளைக்கு ஆல்மோஸ்ட் மோர் தென் 20 லட்சம் குழந்தைங்க காலை உணவு சாப்பிட்டு நீங்கள் வராங்க. ஸோ அந்த காலை உணவு கொடுக்கறதுனால உங்களுக்கு என்ன, காலை உணவு மேல் நியூட்ரிஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது நீங்கள் இல்லாமல் நம்ம ஆக்குறோம் நாங்கள். ஸோ அது மட்டும் போதுமா? லைக் யுஎன்னுடைய எஸ்டிஜி இருக்குல்லையா, சஸ்டைனபிள் டெவலப்மெண்ட் கோலில் கோல் நம்பர் 3 அண்ட் கோல் நம்பர் 4. கோல் நம்பர் 3 டாக்ஸ் அபவுட் த ஹெல்த் அண்ட் கோல் நம்பர் 4 டாக்ஸ் அபவுட் த இன்க்ளூசிவிட்டி அண்ட் குவாலிட்டி எஜுகேஷன் பற்றி நம்ம பேசுகிறோம். ஸோ இதை ஃபோக்கஸ் பண்ணி நாங்கள் கொண்டு போகணும் அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் ஆசைப்படும் பொழுது அது எங்களுக்கு எங்கே வந்து அது ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு இம்பேக்ட் கொடுக்குதா, நீங்கள் சொல்ல மாதிரி மோர் தென் 95% ஆஃப் அந்த அட்டண்டன்ஸ் வந்து குழந்தைங்களை வந்து நாங்கள் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணிக்கிறோம். ஹெல்த் வைஸ் அவங்களுடைய ஃபோக்கஸ், அவங்களுடைய மெமரி, கிளாஸில் உட்காந்து பார்க்கும் பொழுது நான் பேசும்போது சொன்ன மாதிரி தான் அந்த குழந்தைங்களோட டிக்னிட்டி அந்த குழந்தைங்க லூஸ் பண்ணாமல் இருக்கிறது வேண்டும் அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் ஆசைப்படுறோம். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணும்பொழுது இந்த மாதிரியான அனைத்து விதமான இதுவும் வருது. ஸோ இது யார் சொன்னாலும் சரி, இந்த மாதிரி கருத்து எங்கேருந்து வந்தாலும் சரி அதை எடுத்துக்கொள்ளுகின்ற ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஸ்டேட்டாக நாங்கள் இருக்கிறனால தான் ஸ்டேட் எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசி மூலமாக ஆல்ரெடி வாட் வி ஆர் டூயிங் லைக் வி ஆர் கோயிங் டு என்ஷூர் தட் அண்ட் ஃபியூச்சரிஸ்டிக்காக என்ன செய்ய போகிறோங்கிறத ஃப்ரேம் பண்ணதாகத்தான் அந்த எஸ்சிபியை நாங்கள் வந்து உருவாக்கி கொடுத்துருக்கோம். நாங்கள்
உங்களுக்கும் துணை முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுக்குமான நட்பு அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து அனைவருக்கும் அறிந்த ஒரு விஷயம். நீங்கள் பார்த்து வியப்பது யாரை, நண்பன் உதயநிதியா அல்லது துணை முதலமைச்சர் உதயநிதியா?
ரெண்டுமே ஒரு பெரிய டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்மேஷன் தானே. டிவிஎஸ் சாம்பில் சென்னை முழுவதும் ஒன்றா சுற்றிக்கிட்டு இருந்தோம் நாங்கள். இன்றைக்கி வந்து ஒரு முதலமைச்சராக, துணை முதலமைச்சராக இன்றைக்கி அவர் வந்து அதே சென்னை மாவட்டம் முழுவதும் மழை பெஞ்சிச்சுன்னா எங்கேயும் தண்ணி நிற்க கூட அவர் இன்றைக்கி சுற்றிக்கிட்டு இருக்கார். ரெண்டுமே எனக்கு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு இதாக தான் நான் பார்க்குறேன். நான்
அவர் பேசும்பொழுது ஒரு முறை சொன்னார், எனக்கு தெரிஞ்ச விஷயங்கள் அன்பில் மகேஷுக்கு தெரியும், அவருக்கு தெரிஞ்ச விஷயங்கள் எனக்கு தெரியும், ஆனால் எங்கள் 2 பேருக்கும் தெரிஞ்ச விஷயம் யாருக்குமே தெரியாது அப்படின்னு ஒரு விஷயத்த சொன்னார். அப்படி உங்கள் 2 பேருக்கு மட்டுமே தெரிஞ்ச ஏதாவது ஒரு 2 விஷயம் எங்களுக்கு சொல்லுங்களேன்.
இல்லை, இது எல்லா நட்பு வட்டாரத்துக்கு இருக்கிறது தானே. எல்லாருமே அவங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ்குள்ளே இருக்கிறது எப்படி வெளில சொல்லிக்க முடியுமா? அப்படி சொல்லாமல் இருக்கிறனால தான் அவங்க பெஸ்ட்டு ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸாக இருக்கிறாங்க.
நீங்கள் உங்களுடைய அதாவது ஒரு ரேரான ஒரு கேரக்டர் ஒன்று பார்க்குறோம் சார் உங்ககிட்ட வந்து. அந்த எமோஷன்ஸ் சாதாரணமாக வந்து அந்த பொறுப்பில் இருக்கிறவங்க, ஒரு அமைச்சராக இருப்பவர்கள் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்டிஃபாக அந்த அதிகார துணி அந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்கள் இருக்கும். உங்ககிட்ட அந்த எமோஷன்ஸை யதார்த்தமாக வெளிப்படுத்துகிற அந்த விஷயத்தை நம்ம பார்க்குறோம். அரசு விழாவில் வந்து அரசின் திட்டங்களால் எந்த அளவிற்கு வந்து நான் வாழ்க்கையில் முன்னுக்கு வந்தேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்ன மாணவி பேசும்பொழுது நீங்கள் வந்து ஆனந்த கண்ணீர் சிந்தியதாக இருக்கட்டும், இல்லை கரூர் நிகழ்வின் போது நீங்கள் வந்து அழுத அந்த காணொலியாக இருக்கட்டும், அந்த எமோஷன்ஸை தங்கு தடை இல்லாமல் எந்த தயக்கமும் இல்லாமல் நீங்கள் வெளிப்படுத்திடுறீங்க. இது எப்படி? இது
வளர்ப்பு தான். அப்படி அப்பா அம்மா வளர்த்தோடைய வளர்ப்பு தான். வேறு எதுவும் நம்ம என்ன சொல்ல முடியும்? மனுஷன் அப்படின்னாலே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அழுகையாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, ஆக்ரோஷமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, இன்பம் துன்பம், சிரிக்கிறது, கூச்சப்படுறது, தயக்கப்படுறது, வெக்கப்படுறது, எல்லா மனுஷனுக்கும் அது இருக்கக்கூடியதாகத்தான் அதை நான் பார்க்கிறேன். ஸோ அங்கே பெர்ஃபார்ம் பண்ண ஆல்மோஸ்ட் எனக்கு வந்து சின்ன வயசில் நிறைய குழந்தைங்கள ரொம்ப பிடிக்கும். அதுவும் இப்போ ஸ்கூல் எஜுகேஷன் மினிஸ்டர் அந்த அதிகப்படியாக நான் டைம் ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணுறதே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அந்த குழந்தைங்களோட தான். அது மேக்ஸிமம் நான் காரில் போனால் கூட என்னை கேட்காம கூட எனக்கு வண்டி ஓட்டுறவரை ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு ஸ்கூல் இருந்துச்சுன்னா அவரே வண்டி உள்ள விட்டுருவார். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு இதாக தான் நான் பார்க்குறேன். பட் இன்றைக்கி அந்த யதார்த்தம் அப்படிங்கிறது அரசியல் இருக்கிறதா அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீ கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக அது வந்து டிமினிஷ் ஆகிட்டு தான் இருக்குது. ஏன்னா இன்றைக்கி எல்லாம் கேலி கிண்டல் செய்ய வேண்டியது, அழுகுறான்ப்பா கேமரா வச்சுட்டு அழுகுறான்ப்பா அப்படிங்கிற அளவுக்கு அது ஆகும்பொழுது அப்போ ஒரு
அந்த விஷயத்தை தான் நான் அடுத்து கேட்கணும்னு நினச்சேன். ஏன்னா நீங்களே அந்த இடத்துக்கு வந்துட்டதுனால நான் சொல்லிடுறேன். நீங்கள் வந்து அந்த கரூர் சம்பவத்தின் போது கண்ணீர் சிந்திய அந்த விஷயத்துக்கு நிறைய வந்து பின்னூட்டங்கள், நெகட்டிவான பின்னூட்டங்களும் கூட வந்தது. அவர் வந்து ஏன் இந்த கேமரா முன்னாடி ஏன் இந்த மாதிரி பண்ணுறாரு அப்படின்னு. இப்போ இருக்கக்கூடிய டிஜிட்டல் யுகத்தில் யதார்த்தமாக வந்து எமோஷன்ஸை வெளிக்காட்டுறதும் கூட வந்து ஒரு சில நேரங்களில் நெகட்டிவ் ஆகிடுது. அதை நீங்கள் உணர்றீங்க?
அதான் சொல்கிறேன், நம்ம இந்த யதார்த்தம் அப்படிங்கிறது போயிடுச்சு. அனத்திங் வந்து உங்களுடைய எண்ணம் என்ன அப்படிங்கிறது இன்னொருத்தங்க டிஃபைன் பண்ணுறாங்க. அதை பற்றி நீங்கள் கவலைப்படைய அவசியம் இல்லை. உங்களோட எண்ணம், உன்னுடைய ஒரிஜினாலிட்டி நீ லூஸ் பண்ணாமல் இருந்தால் அது உனக்கே போதும். உன்னோட எண்ணத்தை இன்னொருத்தன் டிஃபைன் பண்ணுறான், அது தப்பான டிஃபைனேஷனாக போது அதை நான் வந்து ஐயோ நான் அப்படி இல்லையா, நான் உண்மையில தான் நான் அழுதேன் நான் சொல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. பிகாஸ் ஐ நோ அபவுட் மை செல்ஃப் இல்லையா. ஸோ அதனால் இப்போ அதான் சொல்ல, அந்த அழுகையை கூட நீங்கள் அவமானப்படுத்துறதுக்கு ஒரு அமைப்பு தொடங்கப்பட்டிருக்கிறதாகத்தான் அதை நான் பார்க்குறேனே தவிர, தயவு செஞ்சு அப்படி பண்ணிடாதீங்க. இது வந்து உங்களுக்கு வந்து டபுள் எட்ஜ் ஸ்வார்டு மாதிரி. நாளைக்கு நீங்களே அழுதாலும் உங்களை சுற்றி இருக்காங்க அண்ணன் நடிக்கிறாரா சூப்பரா அப்படின்னு சொல்கிற மாதிரி உங்களுடைய உணர்வுகளை உங்களுடைய பிள்ளைங்களே நாளைக்கு கொச்சப்படுத்துகிற அளவுக்கு அது போய்விடும். அதனால் உணர்வுகளை வெளிப்படுத்த விடுங்கள். இன்றைக்கி இருக்கின்ற இப்போ நான் சொன்னேன் பார்த்தீங்களா, எதுக்காக அந்த ஃபிசிக்கல் ஆக்டிவிட்டி எடுக்கிறேன், அந்த ஃபிசிக்கல் ஆக்டிவிட்டி கிரவுண்டில் உங்களோட உணர்வுகளை வெளிப்படுத்துனீங்க. சம்டைம்ஸ் கோவப்பட்டு நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு டீமில் நீங்கள் பேசுறதாலும் சரி, இல்லைனா தோல்வி என்ன அந்த முழுமையாக நீ லீடர்ஷிப் குவாலிட்டியோட அந்த அக்கௌண்டபிலிட்டி நீங்கள் எடுத்துக்கிறதா இருந்தாலும் சரி, சிரிக்கிறதாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, ஜெயிச்சிட்டோங்கிறது பிறகு நீங்கள் சத்தம் போடுறதா இருந்தாலும் சரி, இந்த மாதிரி உணர்வுகளை அதிகம் வெளிப்படுத்துறது இடம்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அது ஒரு பிளே கிரவுண்டாகத்தான் இருக்கும். அதனால தான் அது மெயினாக இந்த ஸ்டடீஸே அதில் போயிருக்குது. அதை தான் நான் பார்க்குறேன். நான்
பெரிய ஒரு உளவியல் உண்மையை சொல்லியிருக்கிறீங்க சார். நம்ம எந்த அளவிற்கு வந்து மனசுக்குள்ளேயே விஷயங்களை வந்து புதைச்சி வச்சுக்கிறோமோ அந்த அளவிற்கு வந்து ப்ரெஷர் தான் அதிகமாகும். முக்கியமாக வந்து பள்ளி மாணவர்களுக்கு யதார்த்தமாக இருக்கிறது அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு வாழ்க்கை பாடம். அதை நீங்களே வந்து உதாரணமாக செய்து காட்டுவது மிகப்பெரிய விஷயம். இன்னைக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய ஜென்சி கிட்ஸுக்கு ஒரு பள்ளி கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சராக நீங்கள் சொல்லக்கூடிய அறிவுரை என்ன?
ஜென்சி கிட்ஸ்க்கு வந்து எனக்கு எதுவும் விஷயம் தெரியாதவங்களாம் கிடையாது, எல்லாமே நல்லா விஷயம் தெரிஞ்சவங்க தான். பட் கொஞ்சம் ஒரு டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது இருக்குது. தயவுசெய்து அப்படி இருக்க வேணாம். அன்பில் மகேஷ் பொய்யாமலே ஒன்று சொல்கிறான்னு என்று சொன்னாலும் தயவுசெய்து இதை பகுத்திருந்து பாருங்கள். இவர் சொல்கிறது கரெக்டு தானே இல்லையா அப்படின்னு தயவு செஞ்சு பாருங்கள். நீங்கள் அனைத்து இன்றைக்கி இருக்கக்கூடிய டெக்னாலஜியை வந்து சில நேரங்கள் நமக்கு வந்து வரமாகவும் இருக்கின்றது, சில நேரத்தில் நமக்கு வந்து அது சாபமாக இருக்கின்றது. எது வரம் எது சாபம் என்ன அந்த எல்லை கோட்டை நீங்கள் வச்சுக்கோங்க. யாராக இருந்தாலும் சரி, நம்முடைய மிகப்பெரிய தலைவர்களாக இருக்கின்ற நம்முடைய பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர்லேருந்து நம்முடைய சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் வரைக்கும் ஆளுமைகளை தயவு செஞ்சு கிண்டல் அடிக்காதீங்க. அவங்களுடைய எண்ணங்கள் என்ன அந்த பொசிஷனில் நீ இருந்து பார்க்கும்போது தான் அது தெரியும். ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் மூலமாக நல்ல விதமான கருத்துக்களை வந்து மக்கள்கிட்ட கொண்டு போகிறதுக்கு அதை பயன்படுத்துங்க. ஆர்டிஃபிஷியல் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸில் தவறான ஒரு கருத்துக்கள் வந்துச்சுன்னா இது தவறு என்பதை ஒதுக்கி வைங்க. அதிக நேரம் ரீல்ஸில் டைம் ஸ்பெண்டதை விட்டுட்டு ரியலாக யார் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறதையும் நீங்கள் மனசில் நீங்கள் உள்வாங்கிக் கொள்ளுங்கள். நீங்கள் யார் பக்கம் வேணாலும் நில்லுங்க, யார் பக்கம் வேணாலும் நீங்கள் வாக்கு செலுத்துங்க. யாரையும் கையை பிடிச்சிட்டு வந்து எனக்கு தான் ஓட்டு போட்டு நம்ம சொல்லிட முடியாது. ஆனால் அப்படி நீங்கள் வாக்கு செலுத்துவதற்கு முன்பாக எது சரி எது தவறு என்பதை சிந்தித்து பாருங்கள். எப்படியும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்பில்ட்டாக பிறக்கிறதுலேருந்தே நமக்கான ஒரு அறிவு இருந்துகிட்டே தான் இருக்குது. அந்த அறிவு தான் நம்மளை வழிநடத்தி சொல்லி கொண்டே இருக்கும். அந்த அறிவை தயவு செஞ்சு கொச்சைப்படுத்தி விடாமல் உங்கள் அறிவுக்கு நீங்கள் மரியாதை முதல்ல நீங்கள் கொடுக்க வேண்டும் என்பதை நான் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறேன்.
மிக்க நன்றி திரு அன்பில் மகேஷ் பொய்யாமொழி. இந்த எவ்வளோ பிஸியான ஷெட்யூலில் இருக்கீங்க அப்படிங்கிறது தெரியும். காலையில் கூட அந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை முடிச்சுட்டு தான் வந்தீங்க. அதுலேயும் கூட எங்களுக்காக இங்கே வந்து நிறைய கருத்துக்களை வெளிப்படையாக பேசியிருக்கிறீர்கள். மிக்க நன்றி.
தேங்க்யூ. ஏபிபிக்கு ரொம்ப என்னுடைய நன்றிகள். Another thing is like I'm in urge to catch my flight to Lucknow. It's nothing but Scouts and Guides வந்து மிகப்பெரிய விருதான சில்வர் எலிஃபண்ட் விருது நாளைக்கு லக்னோவில் எனக்கு கொடுக்குறாங்க. அதில் அந்த விருது அப்படிங்கிறது நம்முடைய இளைய சமுதாயத்தும் எங்களுடைய ஸ்கவுட்ஸ் அண்ட் கைட்ஸை சார்ந்திருக்கின்ற மோர் தென் 10 lakh ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்காங்க. அவங்க அனைவருக்கும் நம்ம ஏபிபி மூலமாக அதை நான் டெடிகேட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன் அந்த விருது. நான்
தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் சார். எக்ஸல்.
So if we may please request you to remain on stage, may I kindly call upon Mr. Yash Mehta, CEO, ABP Education Division, to join us on stage and felicitate esteemed speaker. Also joining us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome Ms. R. Archana, Managing Director, SAN Academy, Dr. Shankar Narayanan, Secretary, Chennai Sahodaya School Complex, Dr. Uma Kannan, founder of Shiva Venkateshwara Group of Schools. Our stage is set, of course, with the Honorable Minister for School Education, Government of Tamil Nadu, who has truly shown us that education has to be wholesome and, by example, shown us the idea behind it. There is a certain sense of excitement on stage and off stage, and of course we hope to continue that into our next session. But before that, may I kindly request everyone to put our hands together for the Minister who has taken the time. Thank you, sir, for joining us here today in the midst of your busy schedule. What's special is that we have the minister, like Mr. Ganesh said, who leads by example. And of course, a little bit of a sneak peek into his personal life was something that we definitely enjoyed. Thank you for that, Mr. Ganesh. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. As we set the stage, it is my pleasure to extend our heartfelt thanks to all of our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, ABP, the Southern Rising Summit, co-powered by Rungta Steel, Hire, Venus, Hot Water Professionals. We have our sponsor partners, SD Trains, V-Guard, Gold Winner, SIP Abacus, G Square, our banking partner, Federal Bank, our tourism partner, Telangana Tourism, our digital partner, Alok Infotech, our streaming partners, of course, abpnadu, ABP Desam, ABP Live. Ladies and gentlemen, for all of our guests who are joining us virtually as well, we've had a fantastic start to the day, an incredibly unfiltered conversation in our inaugural session, and an absolutely clear conversation in our last session. Our upcoming session, we turn our focus into a topic that is very integral when we say Tamil, which is culture. Now, this is a culture that's not just stood the test of time, but it's also one where poetry, philosophy, where rituals, where everyday living, all of it comes alive. And this is a thread that has been kept alive for so long. So the question now is not really how do we save the culture. The question really is how do we carry it forward in a world that is moving ahead in lightning speed? Well, if you're looking for answers, this is the right place for it. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome our speaker, Ms. Chandra Chaitanya, cultural conservationist. Maybe please have Chandra join us on stage. And of course, Mr. Chandra is here. We have Mr. Ganesh Ramachandran driving this conversation, which means that this is one particular conversation where we'll have enough candor and, of course, a little bit of history, a little bit of contemporary aspects, all of it coming alive. Over to our chair.
ஸோ காலையிலேருந்து 2 செஷன் பார்த்துருக்கோம். 2 செஷன்ஸுமே வந்து ஒன்றுக்கொன்று வித்தியாசமான செஷன்ஸ் தான். இப்போ 3ஆவதாக நாம் பார்க்க போகுது அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து நீங்கள் ரொம்பவே வந்து ஆச்சரியப்பட போகிற ஒரு செஷனாக இருக்கும். ஏன்னா நம்மோடு இருப்பவர் எட்டயபுரத்தின் 42வது மகாராஜா திரு சந்திர சைத்தன்யா அவர்கள். ஸோ இன்னைக்கு இந்த கான்வர்சேஷன் ஏன் ரொம்ப முக்கியமானது அப்படின்னா நம்முடைய கல்ச்சரை ப்ரிசர்வ் பண்ணுறது அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப பெரிய ஒரு விஷயமாக இருக்கிறது. அதை செய்து கொண்டிருப்பவர் அவர். எட்டயபுரத்தை பற்றி நான் சொல்லி தெரிய வேண்டியதில்லை, உங்கள் எல்லாருக்குமே நன்கு அறிந்த ஒரு விஷயந்தான். எட்டயபுரம் அப்படின்னாலே உடனடியாக நம்ம மனதிற்கு என்ன வரும்? மாணவர்கள்லாம் இருக்கீங்க, பாரதியார் உடனடியாக நினைவுக்கு வருவார் எட்டயபுரம் அப்படின்னு சொன்ன உடனேயே. பாரதியாரை ஆதரித்து பாரதியாரை ஒரு கவிஞனாக உயர்த்தியது அவருடைய ராஜ குடும்பம் தான். அதே போல உமறு புலவர் மாதிரியான பல்வேறு தமிழ் புலவர்கள், அறிஞர்கள், இசைக்கலைஞர்கள் அப்படின்னு ஆரம்பத்திலிருந்தே தமிழ் மொழியையும் இசையையும் வளர்த்த குடும்பத்தைச் சேர்ந்தவர் அவர். இன்னும் நிறைய விஷயங்கள் அவர்கிட்டேருந்தே நாம் கேட்டு தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். சார், டு பிகின் வித், எட்டயபுரம் அப்படிங்கிறது ஹிஸ்டாரிக்கலி இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறத தாண்டி, ஹிஸ்டாரிக்கலி தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறத தாண்டி இந்தியாவுக்கே எட்டயபுரம் ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு இடமாக இருக்கிறது. ஏன்னா வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃப்ரீடம் ஸ்ட்ரகிள் தொடங்கிய இடமாகவும் எட்டயபுரம் இருக்கிறது. அந்த இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸை பற்றி ஃபஸ்ட்டு சொல்லுங்கள் சார்.
டெஃபினெட்லி அது வந்து அகெயின் இட்ஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த லெஸர் நோன் ஹிஸ்ட்ரிஸ். இப்போ நீங்கள் ஜென்ரலாக இப்போ ஈவன் நவ் யூபிஎஸ்சி சிலபஸ் எல்லாம் பார்க்கும்போது யூல் நோ தட் ஃபஸ்ட்டு ஃப்ரீடம் ஃபைட்டர் வாஸ் Maviran Alamuthukon, who was executed by Madhunayagam Khan Sahib in that Bedanaikanur fort siege. So that he was, what the lesser known fact about this is that Maviran Alamuthukon was the general of the Ettayapuram army. So for generations his family has hereditarily held that position, and this fight began when we were one of the first people who refused to pay that kappam to the British, the East India Company. We refused to recognize the legitimacy of the East India Company to demand tax. And in fact, we fought, we had to leave Etiapuram and move to another place and spent 2 generations there because of this war against the East India Company. So this is like one of the earliest moments of rebellion against somebody who...
At that time, yours was the third largest kingdom,
Yes,
third largest
ours has
samasthan.
been the
Yeah.
third largest in Tamil Nadu, yes. Consecutively. And so the things that I'm doing as a conservationist is to preserve this history. So when you talk about history as an inheritance, right? When you're talking about culture as an inheritance, my view is that to not just look at this as an inheritance, but to see this as something that you are entrusted with. You know, it comes with a good deal of responsibility, because this is something that is very strongly attached to our identity as individuals. And we have a duty today to bridge this gap between the past and the future. We have to take this forward to the next generation. So whatever I can do to help correctly document the right history and ensure that the same is carried forward to the next generation, I'm involved in this affair. Like, for instance, of course, like I'm sure everybody would have heard a wrong history has also been portrayed as far as the Etiapuram family is concerned, which took its origin from a movie, which is factually inaccurate.
Yeah. From the Veerapandiyan Kattaboman movie.
So that wrong depiction found its place today in the textbooks. So, in fact, a few months earlier, I met through Anbil Mahesh sir, and I made this, I let him know that such a thing is there, and he, in fact, immediately looked into it and...
To take it out of the syllabus.
Yes, he gave me his assurance that he will have it removed from the syllabus and the right history put in place. So, these are the sort of, like, when it comes to documenting history, it's very important to make doubly sure that the right history is the one that is being documented. Okay. But luckily, you know...
What are the measures you are taking for that?
So there is preservation of documents, there is preservation of paintings and artifacts. Even architectural preservation is a big deal, because buildings that were built in those days, they're not maintained in a right manner. They tend to, collapse. And that sort of architecture is not something we can replicate today. So the least that we can do is help to preserve it. And hope that this preservation, like the advantage today is that, modern technology can be used in a good way. Unfortunately, when we look at technology, we always tend to look to the West. But the thing that we can do is, right, we can maybe just take the technology from the West, but we don't need to imbibe the culture of the West along with the technology. We can use it, we can adapt it to our culture, to help preserve our culture. So there is a way in which we can help the people relive that history, to actually have an augmented reality sort of perspective, to understand that history, to live it in the first person, and that way, you can, it'll build a more stronger connection.
So culturally, Etiapuram kingdom was very important to Tamil culture.
Yes, definitely.
Tell us
we
about
have
that.
Contributed to Muttamil, as they say, all 3 forms, Iyalisai Nadagam, all 3 we have contributed to. And I'm proud to say that, I'm still trying to stay in touch with those roots and keep connected with the people who are involved in those art forms, to help promote them. My role as one of my roles as a preservationist is not just to do with the buildings and the artifacts, but also the people who are involved in those art forms. Like, a lot of art forms would die if people are not giving it its due importance. So helping to identify such artisans and having their art form shown to the people and help preserve that, that is one of the most important things I feel I should do.
So when we talk about Etiapuram, Bharatiyar is the first name comes
Definitely.
to everybody's mind.
Yes, definitely.
So, what was the connection between Bharatiyar and your family? How it started?
So, I'm sure there are many versions as to how Bharatiyar spent his childhood in Etiapuram and other things. Even the fact, the way, the manner in which he obtained the title of Bharati. So, but the story that has come down through the generations in my family.
Subramanyam became Bharatiyar
Yes.
because of Etiapuram family.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the verbatim story that has been passed down through generations in my family is that at that time, my great-great-grandfather, who was a great proponent of poetry and other art forms, he had heard of the skill of a young, like I think around 7-year-old boy, who could compose poetry at such a young age. So when his Bharatiyar's house was close to our palace, so when he met him, and at that time Bharatiyar was actually accompanied by noveler Somasundra Bharati, who is also a prolific scholar. So they were both youngsters at that time. They were playing in the palace grounds, and my great-great-grandfather met him and asked him, ரொம்ப இது கவிதையெல்லாம் இது பண்ணுவீங்கன்னு கவிதையெல்லாம் எழுதுவீங்கன்னு கேள்விப்பட்டேனே, நீங்கள் வந்து ஒரு 2 கவிதை எனக்கு பாடுங்க அப்படின்னு when he said, they immediately composed a poem on the spot. And
on the spot.
Yes, and when he heard it, he was so impressed. He said, நீங்கள் பாரதி, நீங்கள் 2 பேரும் பாரதி. And because of that, if you see, even noveler Somasundra Bharati to his very end always used the title of Somasundra Bharati.
Bharatiyar, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the story that has been told to us over generations.
Okay, so it is not one but given to 2 persons.
Yes,
actually.
at that moment.
Yeah.
At that moment, it was given to both at the same time. And also, like Bharatiyar had spent his young age in Varanasi, as you know. And it was one of my ancestors who had traveled to the Delhi Darbar at the time. On his way back, he came through Varanasi, and there when he met Bharatiyar, he insisted that Bharatiyar should return back to Etiapuram with him and take an honored position in the Etiapuram court. And that is how Bharatiyar returned to Tamil Nadu at that time.
So when we talk about the legacy of Etiapuram, apart from the British history, it dates back to 1,000 years, actually.
Yes, 1,200 years.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. So tell us about that.
So we take our origin from the year 803, actually, from Chandragiri, which is close to Tirupati, actually.
Okay.
And we had spent our early years with the Vijayanagar Empire and then the Pandya Rajas and so on. And we moved slowly southwards.
So that's why it is very
Yes.
important, because it was the end of the Chola dynasty.
Yes.
And slowly the other dynasties
Yes.
are taking up. And your family was in Sankagiri at that time.
Yes, at that time. And slowly over the years, they decided to move down south. And as they moved more into the Pandya territories, they formed a very close relationship with the Pandya kings at the time. And so we had fought many wars alongside the Pandya kings. And slowly, a lot of
So you were allies with
Yes,
Pandyas.
with the Pandyas. We were very close allies with the Pandyas. And in fact, certain areas were entrusted to us because of the kind of staunch, I would say, loyalty that we had with the Pandyas at that time. So, and then we moved down south to Etiapuram. And when we moved to Etiapuram, I feel like they realized that this was the place to settle. And
So when you come down south in Tamil Nadu, how did you selected Etiapuram to establish your next kingdom?
so there are a couple of
Why Etiapuram was selected to establish the kingdom?
So there's a couple of stories, I would say, with regard to why this. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but the story is that at the time when they were hunting, they were, I think, pursuing a rabbit.
Okay.
And the hunting dogs were chasing the rabbit. And it reached a point where I felt like maybe the rabbit, realized that it was going to get caught. But instead of just getting caught, it turned around and tried to defend itself against a dog when it knew that it had no chance. So when the Raja at the time saw this, he stopped the dog and he felt like, this soil has a strength to it, a tenacity, where even a rabbit which is supposed to be frightened is able to stand and fight against an enemy that it knows that it has no chance against. So this is a story. I mean, I don't know how true this is. I mean, these are all myths. But I would say historically the aspect is that there was a well over there which had a reputation of never being dry. Okay. So during that time, water was always
water was the main reason.
Water
the
was
water
always,
resources.
Yes, water was always a scarcity. So when they realized that a well is something, this could sustain the people who have migrated with them, they felt secure that, this would be a good place to put down roots. Okay. And this all happened in the year 1567. Like, yeah.
So, talking about history, இது எல்லாத்தையும் நம்ம பார்க்கும்பொழுது இன்னைக்கு ஹிஸ்ட்ரியை நீங்களே நேரில் வந்து எங்ககிட்ட சொல்கிறீங்க. ஸோ நாங்கள் ஒரு புக்கில் போய் படித்து ஓகே இந்த கிங்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணாங்க, இந்த டைனாஸ்டி என்ன பண்ணாங்க அப்படின்லாம் வந்து இன்ஸ்டெட் ஆஃப் ரீடிங் ஃப்ரம் த புக் we are hearing from the person himself, from the own family. அவங்க கிட்டேருந்தே நம்ம இப்போ கேட்டுட்டு இருக்கோம். இட்ஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். அண்ட் இதெல்லாம் படிக்கிறதுல இதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறதுல என்ன ரொம்ப முக்கியம்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? டு மெயின்டைன் த தமிழ் ப்ரைட், டு ப்ரிசர்வ் த கல்ச்சர்.
So to preserve culture, of course, the number one thing is to always take enormous pride in our culture, in our history, from where we come from. Like, no matter what, like, even amongst the diaspora, the Indian diaspora, and people are slowly starting to reattach to their culture and their roots and take pride in that. This is something that we should all undoubtedly aspire to do. And I would take it a step further and say this is not just something that we should try to imbibe, but this is something that is our duty. It is like this is the way that we can honor the kind of sacrifices our ancestors and the people of our soil have done to secure this wonderful, proud land of India. So, what we can do to help preserve this culture, we should always do. It can be something simple as even, like, say, there is Kumiyatam is a traditional form of dance, right? So, you see somebody performing that somewhere. Take a video, share it with a few people, let them know that such a cultural thing exists. It can be something as simple as that, but even that is significant because it helps contribute to the sustenance of that art form. True, and true. So, yeah, that
is the important thing.
Yeah.
And I have எனக்கு ஒரு கோரிக்கை இருக்குது உங்ககிட்ட சொல்கிறதுக்கு. லாஸ்ட் டைம் வந்து when I visited எட்டயபுரம், you are very generous. ஏன்னா வந்து அந்த இடங்களில் அந்த வெப்பன்ஸ், உங்களுடைய அந்த ப்ரிஷியஸான அந்த பெயிண்டிங்ஸ், உங்களோட ஹிஸ்ட்ரி எல்லாத்தையும் வந்து காட்டினீங்க. எனக்கு என்ன தோணுது அப்படின்னாக்க எல்லாருமே அதை பார்த்தா ரொம்ப நல்லா இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு தோணுது. ஸோ பப்ளிக்குக்கும் அதை பார்க்குற மாதிரியான ஒரு விஷயம்.
அதுக்கு உண்டான ரெஸ்டரேஷன் ஒர்க்ஸ் இஸ் கோயிங் ஆன். ஆக்சுவலி when I fundamentally mean restoration, this is one of the things that we are doing. Currently we are actually working on there is a very ancient painting of the coronation of Lord Rama, which is like a huge wall mural about 14 by 15 feet, painted in that very specific style. And it has taken enormous effort to have this one properly restored.
So you're restoring everything?
Yes. Again. So this is the first step that we've taken. So my hope is to slowly restore all of the important places there and definitely have the public to view it, and not just in a way where they just come and see the palace or see a few artifacts and go, but see it in a way where they can actually experience things. There is virtual reality and other things, other technological tools that are available to us to help the people to actually see how things were in those days and not just see how things as they are today. So
yes, great initiative. உங்களுடைய எல்லா முயற்சிகள்லையும் உங்களுக்கு வெற்றி கிடைக்கட்டும்னு வாழ்த்துறோம்.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our speaker who reminded that history is not so far away. It is actually keeping up with us. Thank you very much for that, sir. If I may kindly call upon Mr. Gautam Datta to join us on stage and felicitate our speaker, National Sales Head, ABP Network. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we welcome sir. I think this session has been a lovely juxtaposition of history and how to not only keep it relevant, but keep it as part of our lives, and the pride that comes along with keeping it in our lives every single day is what we've seen here on stage. If I may request you to put your hands together for our speaker. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you, Mr. Ganesh Ramachandran, for that wonderful conversation. Our next title goes straight to the heart of electoral integrity. And while we set the stage for that, if we may kindly request all of our guests who are in the auditorium to take a quick second, maybe have a few reflections. We've seen wonderful conversations here and we're just a couple of sessions in. So if you're looking at how you're enjoying this particular platform, ladies and gentlemen, we'd love to see that story as well. So please make sure that you're following us on abpnadu, ABP Live, ABP Desam, and when you're actually sharing your stories online, please don't forget to use the hashtag ABP Southern Rising. Ladies and gentlemen, we're truly proud to present to you a host of conversations. We started off on a wonderful note of the Dravidian algorithm. From there on, we went to education. We took a look into the cultural aspect of it. And with that, the next part is just as integral. We're going to be talking about one particular topic that has sparked debates across living rooms, across media landscape, and I have to say that across our stage also is going to be a very short reality, very quick reality. As soon as the stage is set, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about a subject that concerns every voter, every party, every democracy. And of course, I think it's safe to say that this isn't just a topic that sits in the background. It makes sure that it steps forward. It makes sure that it creates trust and participation, the very legitimacy that we depend on. The SIR electoral roll, ladies and gentlemen, has, like I said, triggered debates. And today, instead of speculation, we have the wonderful opportunity to choose clarity. We've got leaders from across the spectrum who are here, who are going to break down what these words mean, of course, where the concerns are coming from as well, what voters deserve to know. Driving this very conversation, we have one of India's most trusted journalistic voices, Mr. Dibang, who's going to be joining us. A huge round of applause as we welcome our representatives from across the spectrum. May I kindly request you to put your hands together for Thiru Salem Dharanidharan avargal from DMK, Thiru Kovai Satyan avargal from AIADMK, Dr. S.G. Surya, President Youth Wing, BJP Tamil Nadu, and Thiru Bennett Anthony Raj, Tamil Nadu Congress Committee. Now, from the speakers, you know that this is going to be a wonderful, wholesome conversation. And of course, from a moderator, you know that this is going to be a candid conversation. So definitely a lot for us to look forward to as we set the stage for our upcoming session titled SIR Electoral Roll, Correction or Manipulation. Our stage is all set. Over to our moderator.
Namaskar, मैं हूं दिबांग. With the assembly elections in April, May next year, 2026, SIR has triggered a political storm in Tamil Nadu. Tomorrow there will be a pitched battle in the Supreme Court where DMK has challenged the legality of the whole process. On the other hand, AIADMK has filed an application supporting the whole process. Not to be left behind, even Vijay's party has questioned the Election Commission. So it promises to be a great debate, intense, full of heat and dust, and hopefully some light. We have 4 participants. We have been already introduced. Can I start with Mr. Dharnidharan? Your leader says that it amounts to murder of democracy. How do you explain that?
See, in a democracy, even if one person who's eligible to vote is not able to vote, then it is travesty to democracy. Very simple. I am not saying my voters will be disenfranchised. Even if a BJP voter, even if a AIDMK voter is disenfranchised, that is travesty to democracy, and we do not want that to happen. Right? See, we are not against SIR, but the whole problem is that, is it possible for the whole process to be complete in 30 days? Right? That too, with support of the state government officials who have a day job. This is only their part-time work which they have to do on top of their day job. And these are workers that are at bottom level of the state governmental bureaucracy, like Anganwadi workers, etc. They have about 68,000 workers who have to take care of the roles of about 6.6 crores Tamil Nadu voters, which is about, they have to deal with 1,000 voters per person after taking care of the day job. So what this has done is, if someone who's at the bottom of the pyramid, right, it affects them. If you are very well educated, right, if you are rich, you have connections, you know you have a smartphone, you know how to use the phone, there's not a problem. Okay, even if you're not able to find something in your app from the election commission, you can go to the nearby councillor, or you can go to an MLA. But look at the people on the bottom of the pyramid, like people living in tribal communities. They don't have access to phone, they are illiterate, and let's say, and they are the ones who migrate often. So let's say if they had lived in some constituency in 2003, and because of demarcation of constituencies, and that constituency does not exist, then where do they find the documents? You don't allow, Aadhaar card is not allowed, I mean allowed in the sense only as an identity document, right? Ration card is not allowed, right? Manreha card is not allowed, and 20%, only 20 or 15% of the people living in tribal communities have a date of birth certificate, less than 5% a passport. So this becomes cumbersome, and they also have to have work every day. And will they go and spend few days to get these documents just because they can vote? No. And that is why I'm saying the process, right, is cumbersome, and 30 days is too short of a time, and they may not take the effort to go and collect these documents. And that is travesty to democracy, because people who need, right, a government of their choice the most are people at the bottom. Richer you are, less dependent you are on the government. Poorer you are, more dependent you are on the government. Right? So you are disenfranchising these people, and this is not desirable. I am not saying the election commission is only ill-intended. Okay, they're either incompetent or they're ill-intended. We do not know. But one of this is definitely true. Right? Even if you look at 2024 election, in 150 constituencies, the vote polled and vote counted did not match. Right? So definitely it has to be either incompetent or ill-intended. I will also tell you the one single line. In a democracy, people elect their government. But SIR, it is the government which is choosing its people. And that is not democracy.
Okay. Mr. Kovai Satyam. So he has raised a very basic issue. And, you know, he echoes the BLOs, the workers who are actually going there. And they're saying that we have to take care of our jobs, and there's so much work pressure that mistakes are bound to happen. How do you see this? That's a very valid argument.
Very good morning to one and all present here. Now I am confused. Is DMK alleging that BLOs are overloaded, or they are more concerned about eligible voters will not be in the list? What is their contention all about? Why are they shifting goalposts now and then just to suit their narrative? Let me tell point blank here, and let it reach to the people of the entire India. India Alliance, where DMK is a major party, they allege that the SIR exercise is vote chori. But what's happening in Tamil Nadu is, it is DMK who is doing this vote chori. It's a blatant, it's not even an allegation, let me tell you. This party has got a distinctive credit where no other party has got. The leader is titled as a scientific corrupt, and the party is scientific corrupt party. And what's happening in SIR exercise by DMK is, they are ensuring that eligible voters don't feature, so that once the rolls are being released, they can go to the court and substantiate their claims with data. To substantiate that claim, They are now creating data of eligible voters who cannot appear on the rolls. Why? Because all the people who are BLOs are ensured in such a way that a DMK member, being it in the IT wing of the party or office bearer of the DMK, is being tagged along with the BLO, and the BLOs are pressurized force to do what these guys say. There are n number of audios that have come out where BLOs are crying because of the harassment by DMK, not by anybody else. Udaynidhi Stalin's constituency, wherein DMK members have installed tables and booths to fill up BLO forms. We have raised complaints. 3 BLOs were being changed, 2 were suspended, and we have been complaining day in and day out, not on the SIR process. By the way these BLOs are being treated, by the way these DMK go all out to fill the form by themselves. So when having this much of mud with them, and they go out and paint a narrative that BLOs are overstretched, overstrained. A RK Nagar constituency, a BLO can scan 50,000 forms in one single day. Can anyone believe that? They finished 50,000 forms in one single day. A constituency has got an average of 3 lakh voters. Going by that speed, they can finish in 6 days' time. Or is it the first time that SIR exercise is happening
let
in
Mr.
Tamil
Dharan
Nadu?
respond to it. Let me
It's
respond.
very amusing, right? So the election commissioner is under the union government. Union government in de facto elects the election commissioner. They can advise them. They can form any bill they want. And they are now saying that DMK, my party, is involved in vote chori. Assume if that is true, which means the election commission is incompetent, and thereby the union government BJP is incompetent. So he's saying his alliance party is incompetent, right? Even otherwise, then it holds true in Bihar, the BJP and JDU were in alliance, which means then their BLOs were state government officials, then did not cooperate with RJD. Is he then accepting the claim of the Congress and RJD in Bihar? So this is baffling to me. The whole point is 6.5 crore people or 6.6 crore people electorate. You cannot do the process in 1 month. It's impossible. Why? What do I mean by vote chori? What do I mean by vote chori? Even if a single person who is eligible to vote, if he is not able to vote, then that is vote chori, because to vote is his right? And to deny him to vote because of the process, because of incompetency, because of ill intent, then that is vote chori, and that is travesty to democracy. I don't see what the confusion is. You haven't done the census, which has to be done in 2021, now until 26. Has it happened in independent democracy? Okay, you will say COVID, but COVID is like gone 3 years back. You could have done the census, you will know the exact number of population living, you could have verified the fresh rolls with the rolls of the census, you have some reference document. Now you don't have any reference document. What is the hurry? Okay, the first SIR was done in 2002 to 2003, 2005, right? But 21 years this SIR has not been done. So if 2014 to 2025 BJP is in power, they could have started the process in 2017, they could have started the process in 2021, they could have started the process in 2024 in Tamil Nadu after the union government election. That's 2 years' time. Or you could have started the process in 2022 before the 24 elections. Why 1 month? Why 4 months before the election, giving 1 month time? Or you could have started it during the Bihar election itself. Tamil Nadu SIR also.
Okay, we got your point.
Yes, you only depend on the state government officials.
Mr. Surya.
Can I finish this? What
Briefly.
is more amusing
Very
is
briefly.
anything that is against the law is punishable. I am alleging that they are doing the scientific vote chori, and what the terminology used by my friend Salem is, it is incompetence, which is very amusing. I am saying they are indulging in this scientific corrupt practice of removing an eligible voter by not filling the form. The forms are filled not by BLOs, but their DMK people who are there on the ground with BLOs. They intentionally omit a mistake. They write it as unverified. What is the need to write unverified? That they are doing a scientific correct practice of removing an eligible voter. What is more amusing is 2016, their leader Karunanidhi, just 2 months away from the assembly election, he wrote a statement, big statement to election commission saying that only 2 months are there for the election to happen, assembly elections. Please conduct the eligible exercise of removing the fraudulent voters. While they were in opposition, RK Nagar, Stalin went to the election commission and said elections are round the corner. Please remove 40,000 bogus voters.
Okay, let me join.
Thank you, Kovai, for agreeing on the phone second.
One moment.
When it comes to them, time doesn't matter.
1 moment, sir, 1 moment.
No, 10 seconds.
No,
Thank you,
just
Kovai,
1
for
moment.
agreeing election commission is incompetent. Thank you for agreeing with me.
It's
It's incompetent organization. If whoever is able to manipulate the system, if they are incompetent, right?
So you agree that you are scientific correct?
I'm not saying that.
You are agreeing
if your
that you are
accusation is
scientifically
true,
correct.
if your accusation is true, election commission
No,
is
you are
incompetent.
agreeing. Thanks for
If
agreeing
your
that you are
accusation is
scientifically
true, then
correct.
election commission is incompetent. So
I am
as per
saying-
your
Thanks for
accusation,
agreeing you are
election
scientifically
commissions are
correct.
incompetent. If your allegations
Thanks
are
for
true,
agreeing you are scientifically
as per your
scientifically
allegations,
correct.
if your allegations are true, election commission is incompetent. So
that's
thereby,
your
what is
allegation.
election commission is incompetent? Thank you so much.
Thank you for agreeing you are
Okay.
scientifically correct.
Okay, let me join Dr. Surya. So he made a very valid point. There's been census since 1881. After 2011, there's been no census. You said because of COVID, but so far 142 countries have conducted census. There's no sign of census here. Now, in this case, in SIR, what is the hurry? Why do you want to do it now? You could have given it a longer time. You could have taken everybody on board. Election Commission could have done that.
So I was very amused when Dharnidharan said not one vote should be missed. So turning back in the year 2006 when Congress, DMK, UPA was ruling this country, 73 eligible voters were removed from the voter list just because of want of photograph. So I have the CAG audit report of year 2010 which says the election department did not have backup of 73 lakh eligible voters who were deleted for want of photographs. So in the year 2006 alone, 73 lakh eligible voters were not allowed to vote by the UPA government for reasons unknown. So I don't understand. He talks about one vote. Here we are talking about 73 votes. Secondly, the DMK say that whole SAR process is unconstitutional, or does it have a legal validity or a constitutional sanction is bogus because it is clearly mentioned in the Representation of People's Act under section 21 subsection 2 that before every general election there should be a mandatory SAR process which was not conducted in the last 20 years. We have seen reports in the last few days about the top command not being interested in doing the SAR process ever since UPA government came in the year 2004. So it is very clear that 2004 to 2014, except for the 2005 left out SAR process, no SAR process happened in this country. So now I will come to the practical viability of the conduct of SAR. Dharnidharan says there are 1,000 voters in every booth. How can a single BLO cover everybody? So what he hides is there are 1,000 votes, but when you take it into houses, there are 250 to 300 houses in every booth. And every booth has a BLO allotted by the state government, supervised by the central government. So a BLO need not visit 1,000 houses, but 250 to 300 houses. So if you take it as an average, a BLO has to visit only 10 to 15 houses a day. You will complete this process. It's not that difficult.
But BLOs themselves are complaining that they are overburdened and they are scared that they will make mistakes.
Like Kovai Satyan says, even in my own South Chennai constituency, there is a BLO who is weeping because of the torture by the DMK. We have seen BLOs crying throughout the state, not because of work pressure, but because the torture that is meted out to them by the DMK low-level workers who are like ward members or ward secretaries, etc. Not a single complaint from any BLO in Tamil Nadu has been registered for the work pressure, but by the DMK office bearers. Yeah. So it is very untrue that BLOs are, given under work stress because 10 houses they can easily visit. It is not difficult at all.
Okay. Bennett Anthony Raj, do you think it's going to be a big issue in the elections here in Tamil Nadu? Is it going to be a big electoral issue?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, all. Actually, our leader Rahul Gandhi already told that institutionalized vote theft for this SIR. So the SIR process is going on now. So already my friend told only 30 days is there. So all the BLOs to go to their area, 1,000 voters, they are going to meet and all. Is there no? So it is very difficult because 3 times they have to go there. So one time they go there and they are giving that forms. After that they collect that forms like that. The EROs pressurizing that BLOs to issue that forms and all. They are because of his pressure, because of that superior pressure, they can just scan it and just put down like that. So they want every day, they want to update that how many forms distributed like that. So now the collecting process also going on. BLOs up to 10 p.m. they are working in their respective areas because they have to upload every day whatever they collect. So whatever they, people were BLA 2s and all, they are helping. So that is an issue that BLOs is handling. At the same time, it is a very nearby next three, as you said, next 3-4 months, election is going on. So our major states election is there. So because of that, already
do you think it's going to be an electoral issue?
Sir,
do you think it's going to be a real electoral issue? Because we have seen that despite all the noise Rahul Gandhi made about vote chori, we have seen him campaign in Bihar.
Yes, sir.
We have seen Tejasvi Yadav, who is the bigger partner, alliance partner in the state, nudging him, whispering in his ears and telling him not to talk about vote chori, but to talk about unemployment, which is a larger issue. And he campaigned on this. I want to ask you, newsroom is fine, it will make a lot of heat and dust. Good for TRP. But is it really going to affect the people?
Yes, sir, it's definitely affect the people because lot of migrants people is there. So likely in Tamil Nadu, most of the people, they gone for their jobs to Tirupur or Chennai, somewhere else. So the people, they are going to the BLOs, they are searching their votes and all in the particular area. That time, that nobody is there in the home or nobody is there because they will go for a job. After that, they will come within a month or sometimes within 2 months once they come to home. Because of their jobs, they are going there. So if they are all voted for last 2024. Last 24, they are all cast their votes. Now, within 2 years, all the elections, previous elections, they cast their votes. Now, you say you are not there in the house, so that is why your vote is not there. So it is very unfortunate, right? So the people are affected, obviously.
So I have only one point to make. Why SAR is needed? So in the last 20 years, let us take Tamil Nadu as a case study. The average deaths per year is 5 lakh to 8 lakh. It is between 5 lakh to 8 lakhs. We all know how we registered to become a voter. But has any of us done any exercise to remove our votes from the electoral roll? It is very difficult process. Except for the SAR exercise, you do not have an option of deleting a voter from the voter list. So I have taken the survey in my own constituency, Velicheri constituency. 15,680 voters, they are dead, but they are still figuring in the electoral rolls. So how do you delete them from the electoral roll? Every year after election, we keep telling Mumbai's voting percentage is less, Chennai's voting percentage is less. We keep blamed for not voting at all. But people do not understand that at least 20 to 25% of the voters who are in the electoral roll do not exist at all. So how do you purify the electoral rolls? That is the first question. Today, in every single booth in Tamil Nadu, at least 100 voters are identified to be dead, but they were not removed from the list. Is there an exercise at all to remove the electors who are dead from the electoral list? No. That is why SAR was enumerated in the first place by the Congress government in 1950s. After every general election or before every general election, there was a SAR process. That's why in independent India, we had 13 times the SAR process. Okay. It was halted for the last 20 years. We have started it again without questioning the timing. Okay. You respect your own procedure that was formed.
Okay. One of the things your leader says that it will deprive a lot of people from minority communities, SCs, STs. How do you justify that? What is the basis of that?
I think before coming to that, I think that was my introduction point. But the more interesting point here is that no one is not against the process in which you want to purify the roles. Of course, the roles need purification. That everyone in my party, including the chief minister, including the spokesperson, have been saying that. But the point is a 30-day timeline sufficient? The answer is no. The app is crashing. In fact, the last, I think 3-4 days back, for 2 days, the app did not work. We could not upload. The IT wing secretary of my party has also posted it online, tagging the election commission for 3 days in a row. So 30 days timeline, that too in a month when you know in November, December, it rains in Chennai, and then you have Christmas, then you have Pongal. So that even the timing is not right. So why now? So if SG Surya is aware of the electoral rolls needing revision, Why was his party that has been in power for the last 11 years sleeping on it and not undertaking SIR? When SIR was undertaken in 2003 and 2005 subsequently by the NDA and the UPA, what was the Modi government doing for 11 years? That is my question. Are we saying that we don't need revision? No, we are saying we need revision. But the point is, why will the downtrodden be left out? For example, let's say I have someone from a migrant laborer, or rather someone from Yerkad, tribal person working in the field, right? Is migrating from Yerkad to somewhere close to Pollachi, right? Migrant laborer. And he is born in 95, his parents passed away in 2002. In 2025, he goes close to Pollachi. So when he goes to Pollachi, that constituency itself, Salem earlier existed as Salem 1, Salem 2, now divided into 4 constituencies. So he will have to go and find someone in his family, their name. His parents are not there, he's not going to find their name. Even if they were alive, where will he go and find their name? Because constituency has been renamed or demarcated, point number 1, point number 2. And then, what documents do they have? Bottom of the pyramid, what documents do they have? They have an Aadhaar, but Aadhaar can be only used in an identity card. Okay, they have ration card, but you don't accept ration, right? They have Manreha card, you don't accept Manreha card. So you're asking passport. Will someone, a tribal person from a tribal community, have a passport? No. Birth certificate, what percentage of population in this country born before 2000 have birth certificate? 20%. So he has to spend few days to create the document. Does he have the luxury of time? Does he have the access to power to get those documents? So he's going to, I'm not saying he's my DMK voter. He could be any voter. He could vote for any party, but he's not able to vote. And that is because of a timeline. If you have a year, then, okay, the process should have been, you should train the BA, but firstly, if you look at the rolls, right, SAR rolls from 2002, 2003, at least for 30%, the EPIC number is missing. You can download it right now and see.
Mr. Satyan,
I'm not making it up.
Former CEC, S.Y. Qureshi, has said that it's unnecessary and ill-timed because the elections are just 2-3 months away. He said that if you wanted to do it, there should have been at least 2-3 years so that all the parties are on board. There was no need for this hurry.
Parties who are there in the respective area or state are very well aware of this exercise and they are updated about the happenings each and every day. The question here is why DMK is so rattled about this SIR exercise? Is that what they need to answer? They're saying that no eligible voters should be left out. Why their leader MK Stalin has not still made a statement that every constituency in Chennai is filled with 20,000 to 30,000 bogus voters? Our leader released the data in Tambaram constituency yesterday that in one address, more than 380 voters are there. When a news media went to check, he was threatened by the DMK office bearer there. The news media was chased away. Then later it turned out to be a resident turned church, where 80 voters are there who are there working in the church. So there are discrepancies in the voter list that they have to admit because the biggest belief and hope of DMK to retain power or come to power is because of these bogus voters. Udaynidhi Stalin constituency has got 11.5% bogus voters, 30,189 numbers. Last month we have submitted the record to the district collector and we have made the appeal to the election commission. Why they are saying that, or why there is no statement from MK Stalin that bogus voters like people who are dead, who are shifted or who has got double voters should be removed? Why there is no statement from them so far?
I'll give you one
just
statistic.
one last question. Don't you think election commission should have taken all the parties along on this issue? Because everybody wants that the voters list should be purified, should be cleaned. Shouldn't they have taken everybody along?
So the answer to that is, shouldn't the responsible parties respond to election commission? When election commission says file an affidavit for your claims, should a responsible opposition leader should file an affidavit for his claims?
Please just respond to this.
If the claims are fake, you will not come forward. If the claims are genuine, what is the point in taking forward with the election
Shouldn't the
commission?
election commission have taken
Every
everybody along? Just to
party
that.
BLA is working in the ground. I've attended at least 6 meetings where every party representative came. The question is, adding to Satyan's point, Chief Minister's constituency Kolattur is complaining so much.
I'm completely out of time. Shouldn't election commission take everybody along in this process?
Even in Bihar, I'll tell you, Congress had
Dharni, what do you have to say to that?
17,549 BLAs working in the
Shouldn't
ground.
election commission take everybody along in this process?
See, the election commission has not taken anyone along. I'll tell you how ill-intended the election commission is. For example, since independent India, to be a like booth agent, BLA2, you will have to be a resident of that booth, right? Point number 1. But miraculously, a week earlier, Election Commission comes with a modification that the booth level agent could be anywhere in the constituency, need not be a resident of the booth. This is true. And it helps only one party, BJP, because BJP does not have booth level workers in Tamil Nadu.
You cannot
It helps only one party.
if you are not from the same booth.
Thank you so much.
It helps only one party, BJP.
Thank you,
That is
sir.
real intention. That is point one. Another point is someone has been telling about 73 voters being missing.
73 lakh.
In 2006. Right, 2006, and then they'll say, so Supreme
Mr.
Court came with the
Dhanidharan,
guidance.
that's all time I have. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have to finish it. I'm sorry. I'm sure
No,
this,
like 10
this
seconds.
debate will continue. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I may kindly request Mr. Ganesh Ramchandran to join us on stage and felicitate our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, as promised, a conversation that truly was candid and, of course, a wonderful starting point, I think, as we move ahead through the rest of the day as well. If I may kindly request Mr. Ganesh Ramachandran to do the honors. We're truly privileged to have with us on stage voices that matter. In fact, if you actually take a look at all of our speakers today, you'll notice that not only do you rarely see them sitting still, it's very rare that we see all of them in the same hall with a packed schedule. So truly a moment to extend our heartfelt thanks to each of our speakers for their presence here more than anything, and of course for the valuable thoughts. For all of you who have been sharing your journey online, please don't forget to tag us on hashtag ABP Southern Rising. We'd love to see your stories as well. And of course, if I may kindly request you to make sure that you're following our pages so you stay updated on all of the happenings here. Ladies and gentlemen, a power-packed panel on stage deserves a power-packed applause. On that note, once again taking the opportunity to extend our thanks to our speakers and our moderator. Thank you very much, Devang. Thank you, Mr. Ganesh. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to set the stage for our upcoming session. Well, literally and figuratively, because I have the opportunity to kind of take you through an interesting journey. I think if there's one thing that we've heard so far, it is the fact that we're living in times where we're moving ahead in lightning speed. And the interesting part is that it's not just us, it is also our art that's moving ahead in lightning speed. We have a piece of art that can go global in a matter of seconds, that can be consumed by viewers from all across the world within seconds, and of course, that can be appreciated within seconds. But with this amazing speed comes the next set of questions. Who owns the content? What does ethics look like in this new landscape? How is it that artists can actually protect themselves? And while we reach a wider audience, do we have a few compromises to make? Well, our stage is set, which means that it is time for me to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, that to navigate this shifting landscape, we have someone who has truly lived at the intersection of innovation, art, and global visibility. If I may kindly request you to put your hands together for the one and only Dr. Anita Ratnam as she joins us on stage. Welcome, ma'am. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. And driving this very conversation, we have our very own Akhila Krishnamurthy, journalist, who's going to be, I think, shining a spotlight on all the answers that we look forward to, some of them a little more tricky than the others. And with that, our stage is set. Over to you, Akhila.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Thank you, Anita. Pleasure, Akhila, always. What a time it is to be an artist, really, where a single reel can reach more people than a live show, where a swipe, a like, a comment can either make or break an artist's life. For you, as an artist, the digital world has become the new stage, archive, and the marketplace, in a sense, all at once. But really, I've been thinking about who owns what an artist creates. How do we really draw the line between what is authentic content and how we make it accessible? And what really does arts management, that we're all in some sense negotiating in the business of, even mean in a world that is ruled by algorithms? So I just thought we'd sort of chat freely about this idea of content, conscience, and creativity. Okay? So Anita, firstly, I mean, recently I had the privilege of speaking with you about 33 years of Nartaki.
Yes.
And, you told me about how it was born as a phone book. So in a
with a single phone call.
Single phone call, yes. Exactly, yeah. So in a certain way, Anita, you've also been an early adopter of digital platforms with Nartaki. So in some sense, you are, for the arts world, a culture mentor of sorts. So I'm curious to ask you, how has your journey from stage to screen really changed your understanding of these new age jargons, which is liveness, the Insta liveness, the social media presence, and what does it really mean in the world of the arts today?
So many loaded questions, so much to navigate. First of all, I have to say that I belong to the generation of the 1950s, which means I really was born within 10 years of India's independence. And the idea was, and so it was definitely an analog world, a world in which we wrote letters. There were no fax machines at that time even to communicate, and we had rotary dials and then the push button dials. And life, we can look back with nostalgia and say it was simpler. Of course, we did not have social media. And I remember in 1982, when we got the color television with the Asian Games. So in many ways, I've lived through many of those experiences at a time when we traveled with suitcases without wheels. So, but I've always been very excited about the fact that however hard you work and however good an artist you are as a dancer, if you fill a hall, maybe 500 people, maybe 1,000, but something on television could reach so many more people.
Right.
So I wanted to study television in the late 1970s and 80s in America. And I was the first ever Indian student to get Reserve Bank funds to study media, because the Reserve Bank was saying, why do we waste money on something like this? We're sending people to study what we call more important professions. But anyway, what I learned there, of course, in television and film, was that frame, actually the artist or the subject becomes only a subject. You don't have control in this other medium about how you're framed, how you're shot, how you are lit, and how you are edited.
Right.
You may be given something to do, but everybody else is the puppeteer controlling you, which is very different from the time when you're the dancer on stage, where you would have learned, but once you're on stage, the spotlight is on you. And in a sense, the orchestra is following you. So it felt very different to sort of abdicate a certain kind of responsibility, but very exciting because I was learning how to direct and how to produce.
Right.
So it was a new kind of power structure. But of course, from then, I have to say that I don't know how many of you remember MTV came along, because we were taught a certain kind of editing. Right. MTV came and just upended the game. Suddenly was like, this is not what we were taught, but this is what MTV. So let's fast forward and let's come to media, because it's an ABP forum.
Absolutely.
And I have to acknowledge now that ABP, Anand Bazar Patrika, and the Telegraph was only one of the 2 newspaper publications, legacy media, that really gave a lot of space for the arts. And the second being the Hindu.
Yeah.
I'm sad to see a lot of that space having shrinking, but I have to commend that during the pandemic, the Hindu did not give up its Friday review of the arts. So I also remember, and I was part of the protest, in the late 90s, media was shifting. And it was led by one media house in Western India that started putting toothpaste and square ads of toothpaste or whatever it was in the middle of editorial articles. So it was like, let's put something that can sell, and the arts were beginning to suffer. Arts and entertainment were clubbed together. It became arts and entertainment. So I remember a lot of very prominent artists, musicians and dancers in Delhi late 1990s. We all dressed in black. It was one ceremonial event at the India Habitat Center, holding a white flower. And we went in silence and sort of placed it in the center. I was asked to be there. I happened to be in Delhi. And this was a protest for the way media was beginning to make arts into entertainment.
Right.
Let's fast forward to the pandemic. Now I have a dance career. I have old-fashioned VHS tapes and those kinds of newspaper cuttings that I'm, very diligently cutting and hoping they don't crumble.
Yeah.
And 2004, Facebook, 2008, Instagram. And I got onto the platforms just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
I did not know about algorithms and how to navigate them. And in that sense, I'm really old world. And as social media is flipping the script and sort of, flipping the way it looks and changing the way our pages are looking, I have to tell you, before the pandemic, I don't know how many of you just knew automatically how to work Insta Live. I didn't. So the learning has mandated to be very fast. Now, to come to your question about the speed and attention span and the deficit, we now know that social media anxiety has generated huge mental health issues.
Right.
And the time when I would dance 2 hours or 2.5 hours has shrunk even by presenters to be 40 minutes and 50 minutes.
Absolutely.
Because short form videos of not more than 2 minutes with attention span of saying clocked not more than 3 seconds is now almost the nature of the game. I call it doom scrolling because there's a generation that sleeps with their device and wakes up and the first thing in the morning, even before they brush their teeth, they're scrolling or swiping. And I realize the anxiety that this has. When you talk about smartly made reels, beautifully ChatGPT aided text, that now even journalists are resorting to. My question is, the human body when it studies music and when it studies dance, there is a certain length of time that the body has to absorb, the muscles have to absorb that memory of the movement or the teaching, and the voice has to absorb a certain level of range and register.
Right.
You can't compress that into a 30-second reel. So there is a certain level of time that you have to spend, abhyasa, riyaz, whatever you call it. But finally, you have to decide if you want the hybridity of being a real dancer and a real dancer. Will a lovely social media presence, it'll pique people's interest.
Yeah.
This girl has a lovely presence. Let me go and watch her dance or his dance or watch him or her in music. If that live performance does not deliver what the reel promises, then it is not a win-win for the artist. It really isn't. But today, on social media, we have a lot of young artists who are making very good money. There is a monetization possibility, and there are people earning very good money by just posting interesting content.
Right.
So they have become far more present on social media than offline.
Right.
So maybe we are looking at a parallel set of artists now.
Right.
And maybe I should not be on the high horse and say, well, that's not real, this is real. Maybe there are two parallel streams of reality.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but the organizer was talking about ethics, and that's a huge issue that I would like to focus on, if you think I've sort of answered a little bit of your opening
in fact, my next question
questions.
really was that, Anita, really about, today dance videos are, like you said, clipped, forwarded, without credit, most often. How do you think about consent and moral rights, really, for performing artists?
Well, I think that we are, the only society that when we sit in a dance or music performance, even after having announced that please don't videotape, please don't photograph, please don't do flash photography, everybody is watching it through their phones. And I know people who have, like, almost policing people, please put down your phones. Yeah. And there is diminishing respect for the artist's creativity and intellectual property, because the next day you will be tagged. After the announcement has been made, please don't enjoy the performance, I'll get about 20 tags of different aspects of the performance, which of course have been done without permission. In the early days, it used to be that if you have an idea, don't tell anybody, don't share it until the idea is ready to be performed. Now it's flipped. In talking to an IP lawyer, especially in the arts, they say the minute you have an idea, put it out on your social media platform. Let people know immediately that it's your idea.
Yeah.
And as the idea is developing, keep sharing. You select what aspects of it you want to share, but put it out as your idea.
Like a work in progress.
Absolutely. It's your idea, it's your concept, and the process of development is yours. Today, young dancers who leave either because of marriage or studies or they leave their guru, there are more independent dancers around the world. I'm talking of, when I just talk of dance, and there's so much of free information. YouTube is filled with dance videos, with good quality music, and a lot of choreography available. So I know of many gurus themselves who learn from those YouTube videos. And then they teach those pieces to their dancers. They download the music without permission. So I'm talking of a general disdain, I mean, a really disrespect. And I think that is what saddens me.
But also it's because it's just freely available, right?
There's so much information available. So many ideas about, and people are talking, so many ideas about costume and choreography and music and composition. So it's really easy to literally, as I say, steal. It's not even borrow because you're not giving it back, and you're not even acknowledging it. You're passing it off as yours.
Right. Anita, at this point, I just want to ask you a question about discernment. You know, in the context of the arts, really discernment is a very important quality, both from the perspective of the artist and more so from the perspective of the audience. So by virtue of, you know, so much content available and so many dancers who may be really good at making reels but may not necessarily be really good dancers on stage, how is it sort of shifting this whole idea of discernment from the perspective of an audience member?
See, we have become a society where we plan where we are going to eat. We plan our travel. We plan who we're going to meet up with. But we don't wake up in the morning and say, you know what, today I feel like watching a dance program. You know, today I just feel like watching a music program. We don't want to go to watch the live arts because we have a free evening. We don't do that. We prefer to stay home and binge watch. Whatever. So I feel that we are now people who go because somebody's invited us. Either we know the artist, or it's the daughter or whatever, wife of somebody we know. So in many times, we go to a live arts performance almost like some kind of a duty.
Show face.
To show face. Unlike many other cultures who just go because they either love dance, or they love music, or they love opera, or they love... So we don't have that love. I'm talking of generally. There is a great love for sports. There's a great love for fashion and food, and we follow politics avidly, but not for the live arts.
And yet, we're gearing up for the Margari Festival, Anita, which is one of the largest festivals of music and dance in the country.
It is the single oldest, largest, privately funded performing arts festival in the world. Without even a single, nothing from state money. It came with a group of people who said, we need to make it happen. It started with music and dance was added. And yes, we will have 2,000, 3,000, whatever performances, it's mind-boggling. But you're talking of discernment, and I completely agree. And it starts with the parents and the teachers. It starts with this haste, because parents have this, they want to sort of make dance and music sort of an India 101 culture course. Sometimes you get into dance and you do it until you're 18, because after you'll fly off and go to college, I don't know what will happen. Then, but at the same time, the attention and seriousness that the parent encourages the student to have towards the live arts is very different if the same student is also playing sports or also being trained in sports. They are so much more, strict, the sports coach. And you have to come on time. You cannot take any break. You have to train. That seriousness is not there in the arts, in dance and music. You want to take off, you take off. Today, teachers can't even reprimand a student for making the same mistake, for not doing homework, because then either the student gets upset, the parents get upset. Very different from my times, where if I would say my knees are really hurting, my mother would say, go back to class and just work it out. No rest. So we're living, it's a very politically correct, very, I would say, porcupine kind of generation we're dealing with. But discernment is because there is a glut of too many performers as students.
Right.
We are filled, the classrooms are filled with dancers and musicians, everybody wanting to perform before they stop performance. So up to the point of your 18, 20, 21, 22, there are so many young aspirants. So there is this push by the parents who are even willing to pay for that slot. I know that from the United States, you actually can put it as a project for your high school or your college to say you came to Chennai or to India to perform during the festival season. And you get college credit for it. Now, if your name appears on the programming sheet, it doesn't matter who came, how good your show was, and who is the organizer. The very fact that you're programmed in what is called this historic festival is enough to give you university credit.
No, for sure,
So there is that, and so in that atmosphere where the market supply, where the supply is so much greater than the actual demand, I would say discernment takes a hit. And those artists who are really good, who either don't have either the push or now I can say social media savvy and how to work the algorithms, they suffer.
Right,
They fall by the wayside. And those are the artists that actually need to be nurtured by the presenters who feel that, this is somebody really good and we need to program him or her every season until they gain their own audience, beyond social media. So I think there is a great deal of, I'm disappointed in the general level of mediocrity, more or less, that we see. We see very rare flashes of excellence. Excellence takes time. Excellence means you need to not just have great technique, but you also need to have that extra USP, that X factor, that, makes people want to watch you beyond great technique.
No, I was going to ask you, Anita, about, you're also a curator. But also now you're actually contending with, some beautiful pictures of you here. You're also contending with the algorithm, which is also an invisible curator of sorts. And ever since I started Alap, for example, on my Instagram page, I only have dancers content. But I want to see other content because I'm also interested in other things. So how do real-time curators also resist and negotiate this invisible curator called the algorithm?
I completely agree. I get all kinds of stuff. I get some dance, but not dance. But it's also about, because I'm generally curious about contemporary dance, Western dance, and other kinds of the live arts. So I get a variety of feed. You work much closely with dancers, and you work predominantly with South Indian dancers all over the world, South Indian artists all over the world. I have stopped worrying and spending sleepless nights about this algo. to put it sure. I think one has to be there. One has to try to understand what's going on. The Nartaki page has a team handling it. But also, you know how vulnerable it is. Like overnight, it can be hacked. Overnight, your page can disappear. So you have to do a backup of a backup of a backup, I suppose, at some point. So the digital world is powerful, it exists, there's opinions. I find sometimes the X platform more stimulating, although the voices are very shrill and very divided compared to the voices I hear or the tone and tenor I hear in the dance and music, because everybody's playing safe. Everybody is trying to be very polite. Everybody is trying not to ruffle any feathers. And today's what do you say, critics. Like you have a dance performance, you put it out on social media, your own peers are commenting about it, and that's the end of it. So when we have diminishing space, like the Telegraph, the Hindu still has space, I feel writing about a performance actually completes the circle for the performer themselves. Today, let me tell you, Instagram and social media reviews are not considered serious by visa embassies and consulates. They don't take it seriously at all. You need to have a printed review from a reputable, established organization. It can be a reputable online presence. I mean, there are lots of now online publications, but they will not accept Instagram and Facebook reviews. So there is a great need. You talk of discernment. We need to cultivate people who can look at the arts and respond. It can be in any language. We are talking in English, but it can be in Hindi, it can be in Telugu, it can be in Tamil. What does that performance mean? I feel music is doing much better than dance in that sense, because music, Indian music, even if you're trained classically, you have the ability to cross over and be part of what we call global music. Right. You know, you can put a mridangist and you can put a violinist, and he'll be able to have a conversation with a trumpeter or a saxophonist or somebody who plays the flamenco or Spanish rhythms. It's not so with dance. It's fixated on the human body, and the human body has absorbed a certain kind of modality of movement, and you cannot unlearn movement because the muscles store memory. So it's very difficult in dance to suddenly go off and, collaborate with X, Y, and Z. That's why we have the arts managers now. That's why we have curators. And we have a new genre called dance designers, who are actually taking dance and saying, no, let's take this much and let's put it along with this and this. So new areas of like the third eye or the lens at which we're looking at live arts is emerging. Right. And I find that very hopeful. Right. I just hope that not everybody wants to be on stage. Right. I'd love for more people to learn lighting, arts management, writing, sound design, because everybody else around the live performer is making money, except the dancer.
Yeah, Anita, I think it would be very unfair if I didn't ask you a question. The one word that you didn't use while referring to the digital world is the word brutal. Yes. Because the digital world can really open up the possibility for conversation, but also it can be extremely brutal, especially through trolling, body shaming, caste, privilege, gender bias. So I really want to ask you what kinds of safe spaces can, people who work in the space of the arts, like you and me, really create?
Well, I've been trolled. And, a lot of very strong language has been used. And my official Nartaki Wikipedia page was deleted on purpose by section of the left media. But I step back and I think about it and I say, it's okay. The brand has been there for 33 years. And I've been in this performance space for 60 years. And today's young people, I don't know if they have that kind of bandwidth. We used to think of a generation of 20 years, now it's 10 years or maybe 5 years. Right. So everything is much shorter. Right. The brutality of the digital world is real, but it's only as brutal as you decide how you're going to receive that kind of hate or resistance or pushback. Right. I think my generation is far more circumspect, much more resilient, because the pushback is coming from the 30-somethings, right? And I feel that they will also grow old, and they will have pushback of their own, and words cannot take you down. I always feel that a critic has seen that one performance at one time and made his or her observations about that one performance. But you cannot dismantle a really passionate and serious artist's journey if that person is not hell-bent on just pursuing, honing, and perfecting their art. Time's up.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anita. We can continue this conversation in the car and on the phone thereafter. Yes. Thank you very much for this session. Have a great afternoon.
What
Thank
a
you all.
conversation. Thank you so much to Dr. Anita Ratnam and of course our moderator as well. If I may kindly call upon CEO of ABP Network, Mr. Sumanta Datta, to do the honors and of course extend a token of our appreciation. You know, when an artist speaks, it is of course not just their personal thoughts. You can see the way that the world has shaped their thinking, and that's a lovely depiction that we had here on stage. I think every single word was relevant, and every single word, I think a lot of us making mental notes on to come back to and seeing how we can incorporate that in our lives. From resilience to supply and demand, I think this is a conversation that has covered quite a bit, and with art as the perspective lens of it all, I think that's an interesting twist. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may request you to put your hands together for our moderator and our speaker. This has been a lovely session. And if you've enjoyed your time here so far, I also want to take the opportunity to request you to join me as I extend a big thanks to all of our sponsors who've made ABP Southern Rising absolutely possible. This is a platform that's co-powered by Rungta Steel. Higher, we have Venus Hot Water Professionals. Our partners are SD Paints, VGuard, Gold Winner, SIP Abacus, G Square. Our banking partner, very special thank you to Federal Bank, our tourism partner, Telangana Tourism, our digital partner, Alok Infotech, and of course our streaming partners, our very own abpnadu, ABP Desam, ABP Live. Ladies and gentlemen, a platform of this particular magnitude and this particular thought behind it needs all the power and love that we can get, and our sponsors have given us exactly that. So huge round of applause for our sponsors. Thank you so much. And a huge round of applause for our speakers on stage. With this, we take a very brief recess in our on-stage proceedings. We now break for lunch. Just a quick reminder that lunch will be served in the hall that's titled Rajendra 4, which is opposite the ABP live podcast setup right outside the corridor. So please do follow Rajendra 4, or you can look for the live podcast setup. We look forward to seeing you back here at 2:10. I repeat, 2:10, which the timing might sound a little tight, but it's only because when we come back, we're going to be talking to an incredible actor who's going to talk to us about working across languages. And when we talk about the South, that is one of the key factors. We look forward to beginning our next session at 2:10, ladies and gentlemen. At 1:40, all right, we look forward to seeing you here at 1:40, which also makes that lunch all the more special. We hope to see you back here, absolutely powered up, refreshed, recharged, for a conversation that goes on working across languages when it comes to the South film industry. We're going to hear from an expert. We'll see you back here at 1:40. Thank you.
She is the icon. No, she doesn't need words from us. She is the icon. No, she doesn't need words from us.
I saw amazing energy of her.
Sunidhi She is the icon. No, she doesn't need words from us.
I saw amazing energy of her.
Sunidhi
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है।
Thank you, Shilpa. Vanakkam, and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, distinguished audience, and our friends. On behalf of ABP Network, it is a proud privilege for me to welcome you all to the third edition of Southern Rising Summit. As many of you know, ABP Network is one of the largest media network in the country. We belong to the ABP group, which started its journey in 1922. So we have been in existence for over 103 years now, and has converted ourselves into a legacy media group. In the South, our journey started about 5 years back when we launched our news websites, abpnadu and abp Desam. And over the last 5 years, we are absolutely overwhelmed with the love, appreciation, and encouragement we have received from our viewers in South. And today, we have more than 10 million active users on our websites, and the number is growing as we speak. But during our journey in South, we realized that it's very important to celebrate the success of South. It's important to tell the stories of South to the rest of the world, and we felt there was a need for a platform through which we can do it more effectively. And hence, 3 years back, here in Chennai, the idea of Southern Rising Summit was conceived and born. And last year, we did the summit in Hyderabad, and this year, we are again happy to be back in Chennai. And this year, we are back with a very, very powerful theme. And the theme is simple but powerful, which is Future Powered by South. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the data over the past few years, you will see that the southern states of India, the GDP growth of the southern states of India, on an average has been a CAGR of about 10%, whereas the rest of India has grown at only at about 8%. And the 2% incremental growth has actually made the southern states almost 50% more richer in terms of performance compared to the rest of the Indian states. And it's not just the GDP growth. If you look at large economic clusters that are present in India, pretty much most of them are in the southern part of the country. We all know that the state we are standing today here in, Tamil Nadu, is known as the Detroit of India. It is the automobile manufacturing hub of India. We heard of the Silicon Valley in Bangalore. We are hearing about the Genome Valley in Hyderabad. And not only that, as Shilpa was mentioning, today South India is becoming the AI hub of India. It has the largest number of global capacity centers in India. And hence, the economic development of South is far, far ahead of the rest of the country. And it's not just, by the way, the economic performance. If you look at the social indicators of this country, then South, in general, has a higher literacy rate than the rest of the country. South, in general, I would say, has the best health delivery system compared to the rest of the country. And not everything about thank you, Shilpa. Vanakkam, and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, distinguished audience, and our friends. On behalf of ABP Network, it is a proud privilege for me to welcome you all to the third edition of Southern Rising Summit. As many of you know, ABP Network is one of the largest media network in the country. We belong to the ABP group, which started its journey in 1922. So we have been in existence for over 103 years now, and has converted ourselves into a legacy media group. In the South, our journey started about 5 one of the largest media network in the country. We belong to the ABP group, which started its journey in 1922. So we have been in existence for over 103 years now, and has converted ourselves into a legacy media group. In the South, our journey started about 5 years back when we launched our news websites, abpnadu and abp Desam. And over the last 5 years, we are absolutely overwhelmed with the love, appreciation, and encouragement we have received from our viewers in South. And today, thank you, Shilpa, Vanakkam, and Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, distinguished audience, and our friends. On behalf of ABP Network, it is a proud privilege for me to welcome you all to the third edition of Southern Rising Summit. As many of you know, ABP Network is one of the largest media network in the country. We belong to the ABP group, which started its journey in 1922. So we have been in existence for over 103 years now, and has converted ourselves into a legacy media group. In the South, our journey started about 5 years back when we launched our news websites, abpnadu and abp Desam. And over the last 5 years, we are absolutely overwhelmed with the love, appreciation, and encouragement we have received from our viewers in South. And today, we have more than 10 million active users on our websites, and the number is growing as we speak. But during our journey in South, we realized that it's very important to celebrate the success of South. It's important to tell the stories of South to the rest of the world, and we felt there was a need for a platform through which we can do it more effectively. And hence, 3 years back, here in Chennai, the idea of Southern Rising Summit was conceived and born. And last year, we did the summit in Hyderabad, and this year, we are again happy to be back in Chennai. And this year, we are back with a very, very powerful theme, and that theme is simple but powerful, which is Future Powered by South. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the data over the past few years, you will see that the southern states of India, the GDP growth of the southern states of India, on an average has been a CAGR of about 10%, whereas the rest of India has grown at only at about 8%. And the 2% incremental growth has actually made the southern states almost 50% more richer in terms of performance compared to the rest of the Indian states. And it's not just the GDP growth. If you look at large economic clusters that are present in India, pretty much most of them are in the southern part of the country. We all know that the state we are standing today here in, Tamil Nadu, is known as the Detroit of India. It is the automobile manufacturing hub of India. We heard of the Silicon Valley in Bangalore. We are hearing about the Genome Valley in Hyderabad. And not only that, as Shilpa was mentioning, today South India is becoming the AI hub of India. It has the largest number of global capacity centers in India. And hence, the economic development of South is far, far ahead of the rest of the country. And it's not just, by the way, the economic performance. If you look at the social indicators of this country, then South, in general, has a higher literacy rate than the rest of the country. South, in general, I would say, has the best health delivery system compared to the rest of the country. And not everything about South is high, though. It is also low in various areas, and I'll just share certain areas where South actually underperforms the rest of the country. One area is infant mortality rate. South has the lowest infant mortality rate than the rest of the country. Right? South has the lowest total fertility rate, leading to lesser population growth than the rest of the country. South has less dispersion of multi-dimensional poverty than rest of the country. So pretty much all the lows of South are actually the high of South. And all the high of South is actually the high of the country. And that is the paradox, because South is today powering this 5 trillion economy dream of India. South is actually powering the Viksit Bharat dream of India. And for India to achieve those dreams, South has to power the future, and hence the theme for Southern Rising Summit, that future powered by South. But in this journey of South, there are a lot of challenges. And these challenges have to be resolved by the states in South. And these challenges are that of urban congestion. These challenges are of infrastructure disparities. These challenges are about aging population. But the biggest challenge that the country has to resolve is the fiscal friction that South has with India. You know, all of us know that in India, the development funds are allocated basis the size of the population. And South has done an excellent job in terms of controlling population, but as a result of which it gets the least share of the development funds. And that is a fiscal contradiction. We all know that in India, the share of electoral seats is decided by the size of the population. Again, South's performance on controlling population has been fantastic, but as a result of which it is proposed to get less number of seats and hence political power in the country. That's a fiscal contradiction. Now, these kind of fiscal contradiction will either enable or disable South going forward, and that needs to be resolved. As a country, as a whole, we need to find a way of rewarding achievement and not penalizing excellence. And hence, Southern Rising Summit, for us, is a very, very important platform through which we want to bring these issues forward. And today, and through the day, you will hear a lot of discussions and discourses around these issues, which we want to highlight to the rest of the world. And hopefully, we'll find a Viksit Bharat way forward on these issues. I can assure you that the only thing we'll serve filtered today is the filter coffee. Everything else will be unfiltered. And all I request you is to sit back and enjoy. Just like South has given to the world gravity-defying stunts in the Indian cinema, Southern Rising Summit will give you gravity-defying ideas and exchanges through the day. And I'm sure you'll go back home more enriched than you came in here today. Thank you so much for your patience and attendance. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir, for keeping it real and, of course, reminding us that the South of India is not just participating in the development of the country, but actually driving it forward. And on that note, we set in motion our very first session. Ladies and gentlemen, this session examines a very important question, not just how a state can grow, but how a state can grow fairly. As we've seen, Tamil Nadu's journey as a model state, it's actually rooted in a few of the powerful ideas. Opportunity must be accessible. Development must be people first. Progress must be shared. Few states have actually managed to balance the rapid economic expansion along with social equity the way that Tamil Nadu has. And that's why today, with our very first session, we take a moment to understand that guiding philosophy behind the sustained success, maybe even see how it can be structured into a framework that strengthens the entire nation's federal structure. Our first session is titled Dravidian Algorithm, a framework for strengthening federalism. Of course, we have a leader who steers this very model. But for a formal introduction of our speaker, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Ganesh Ramachandran, editor, ABP Nadu. Welcome, sir.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். உலகம் முழுவதும் நன்கு அறிந்த ஒரு தலைவரை, நம்முடைய துணை முதல்வரை அறிமுகம் செய்வது அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப எளிதான ஒரு காரியம்தான். ஏன்னா இதுதான் சூரியன், இந்த உதயசூரியன் ஒளி தரும் அப்படின்னு நான் சொல்லி உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் தெரிய வேண்டியதில்லை. அதனால இது ரொம்ப எளிமையான ஒரு விஷயம். ஆக்டர் டர்ன்டு பொலிட்டீஷியன்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிற வார்த்தையை இப்போ நம்ம நிறைய கேட்குறோம். ஆக்டர் டர்ன்டு பொலிட்டீஷியன்ஸ் மத்தியில் ஆக்ஷன் பேஸ்டு பொலிட்டீஷியனாக இருக்கக்கூடிய ஒருவர் தான் இன்று நம்முடன் இருக்கின்றார். சனாதனமோ சமஸ்கிருதமோ சண்டை செய்யறதுன்னு வந்துட்டா பின்வாங்கிற பேச்சுக்கே இடமில்லை, கருத்தை என்றும் பின்வாங்க மாட்டேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்ன நம்முடைய துணை முதல்வர் தான் இன்று நம்முடன் இருக்கின்றார். சர்வதேச விளையாட்டு அரங்கத்தில் தமிழக வீரர் வீராங்கனைகள் சென்று கலந்து கொண்டு போட்டியிட்டு வெற்றி பெறுவார்கள், சாதிப்பார்கள் அப்படிங்கிறதையெல்லாம் தாண்டி சர்வதேச வீரர்கள் எல்லாம் தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து இங்கே சர்வதேச போட்டிகள் நடத்தப்படும் அப்படிங்கிற காலகட்டத்தை நாம் எட்டி இருக்கின்றோம் அப்படின்னா அது இவருடைய காலத்தில் தான். தமிழ்நாட்டின் முதலமைச்சர் திமுக தலைவர் திரு மு.க. ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் பொருளாதாரத்தில் எந்த மாநிலமும் சாதிக்க முடியாத இரட்டை இலக்க வளர்ச்சியை தமிழ்நாட்டில் சாதித்து காட்டிய பெருமைக்குரியவர். ஆனா அவரே விளையாட்டுத்துறையும் சேர்த்து நானே கவனிச்சுக்கலாம் போல இருக்கு அப்படின்னு பார்த்து பொறாமைன்னு அதை சொல்ல முடியாது, அதை வந்து மகிழ்ச்சின்னு தான் சொல்லணும். ஏன்னா ஈன்ற பொழுதில் பெருதுவோக்கும் தன் மகனை சான்றோன் என கேட்ட தாய் அப்படின்னு சொல்வதை போல அவர் தந்தையாக இருந்தாலும் தாயுள்ளத்தோடு சொன்ன ஒரு வார்த்தையாகத்தான் அதை எடுத்துக்கொள்ள வேண்டும். அவ்வளவு பெரிய சாதனை செய்தவரே இந்த துறையும் நானே சேர்த்து பார்த்துக்கலான்னு சொல்லும் அளவிற்கு நிர்வாக திறன் படைத்தவர். அதைவிட முக்கியமாக அமைச்சர் பதவி என்பது அது ஒரு பதவி அல்ல, அது ஒரு கடமை, அது ஒரு பொறுப்பு அப்படிங்கிறத அவர் அறிந்து வைத்திருக்கின்றார் என்பதற்கான எடுத்துக்காட்டு தான் அந்த வார்த்தைகள். தன் வசம் உள்ள சிறப்பு திட்ட செயலாக்கத்துறையின் மூலம் நம்முடைய துணை முதலமைச்சர் செய்திருக்கும் சாதனைகள் ஏராளம். குறிப்பாக திறன் மேம்பாடு, நலத்திட்டங்கள் மற்றும் வீட்டுமனை பட்டாக்கள் வழங்குதல் ஆகியவை மட்டுமில்லாமல் வேலை வாய்ப்புல 272 முகாம்கள் மூலம் 1,1973 மாணவர்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு. திறன் மேம்பாட்டில் நான் முதல்வன் திட்டத்தின் கீழ் 41 லட்சத்திற்கும் அதிகமான மாணவர்களுக்கு பயிற்சி, 1 லட்சத்திற்கும் அதிகமான தொழிலாளர்களுக்கு முன் கற்றல் அங்கீகார சான்றிதழ்கள். நலத்திட்டங்கள்ல கலைஞர் மகளிர் உரிமை தொகை திட்டத்தின் கீழ் 1,15,00,000 பெண்களுக்கு உதவி. மக்களுடன் முதல்வர் திட்டத்தின் கீழே வழங்கப்பட்டிருக்கக்கூடிய 14,45,109 பட்டாக்கள் அப்படின்னு இவருடைய சாதனைகளை இன்னைக்கு முழுக்க சொல்லிக்கொண்டே இருக்கலாம். இன்னொரு ஒரு முக்கியமான விஷயம், 1977ஆம் ஆண்டு ஜூன் மாதம் நடைபெற்ற சட்டப்பேரவை தேர்தலை நினைவுபடுத்தும் விதமாக எதிர்க்கட்சிகளின் ஒரு சில பிரச்சாரங்களை எல்லாம் நம்மால் இப்போது பார்க்க முடிகிறது. அதில் ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங்கான ஃபேக்ட் இருக்கிறது. அதே 1977ஆம் வருடத்தின் நவம்பர் மாதம்தான் புது வரலாற்றின் ஒளிக்கீற்றை உதயசூரியன் உறுதி செய்தது. அந்த ஒளிக்கீற்றின் பெயர் உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள். அட்வான்ஸ் ஹாப்பி பர்த்டே டெப்டி சிஎம் சார். மாண்புமிகு தமிழ்நாடு துணை முதலமைச்சர் திரு உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களை தி சதர்ன் ரைசிங் மேடை கழைப்பதில் ஏபிபி நெட்வொர்க் பெருமை கொள்கிறது.
Thiru Sumanta Datta, the CEO of ABP Network, Tirumati Darba Mukherjee, Director, Thiru Tushar Banerjee, Vice President of ABP Network, Thiru Sunil Goswami, the Video Head of ABP Network, Thiru Ganesh Ramachandran, Editor-in-Chief of abpnadu, Thiru Nagesh, Editor of ABP Desam, Thiru Raja Shanmugasundaram, Deputy Editor of abpnadu, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, respected journalists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to each and everybody here. Anevarukkum iniya kalai vanakkam. First of all, excuse me for my very funny voice. I was advised by the doctors not to talk for the next 3-4 days, and I don't know whoever agrees to a doctor's advice, I don't. And that's the main reason I'm here. Thanks for having me here. And whatever Thiru Ganesh Ramachandran said, அவர் சொன்னதெல்லாம் சாதனை அப்படின்னு சொன்னார். அதெல்லாம் சாதனையெல்லாம் கிடையாது. அது எங்களுடைய கடமையாக நினச்சி நாங்கள் செஞ்சிட்ருக்குறோம். அதுக்காக தான் மக்கள் எங்களை வாக்களித்து தேர்ந்தெடுத்துருக்கிறாங்க. அதுதான் எங்களுடைய முதலமைச்சர் எங்ககிட்ட எதிர்பார்க்கறது. அதை தான் நாங்கள் செய்ய முயற்சி செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு I'm happy to speak in this prestigious South Rising Conclave organized by the ABP network. This is not a new forum for me. 2 years ago, I participated and shared my views in the 2023 edition of the South Rising Conclave. I thank the ABP network again for inviting me again to this very, very important conclave. Centralization of powers is increasing in India. Last time I spoke under the topic Tamil Nadu model, what India can learn. This time I would like to speak under the topic Dravidian algorithm, a framework for strengthening federalism. What is an algorithm? An algorithm is a set of clear steps used to solve a problem or to reach a result. In computers, it works like a method that tells the machine exactly what to do at what time, step by step, to get the correct output. In a similar way, Tamil Nadu's politics also follows a clear and consistent method. That's what we call the Dravidian algorithm. This algorithm has been developed from many social, cultural, and political inputs gathered over the past century. It is this algorithm that guides the people of Tamil Nadu when they make their very important political decisions. One such political decision is that the Tamil people will never submit to the dominance of the union government. You may all know the constitution outlines the structures and powers of the union government. Even though powers are divided, they are placed under the union list, state list, and the concurrent list. So when our constitution clearly uses the term union government, why do most of the media and many northern leaders, they still call it the central government? When we call the government in New Delhi the central government, it creates a mindset that they are at the center and they can at any time pull all the powers towards themselves. That is why our Honorable Chief Minister, Thiru Karunanidhi Stalin Avargal, began using the term union government instead of the central government. The moment he did this, the BJP leaders and the supporters, they started criticizing us. They asked, how can you call it the central government as union government? And they are still upset about this simple but very powerful word, the powerful correction. DMK's view on this subject is very, very clear. The union government should only have those limited powers that concern the entire nation. The 4 key areas such as the defense, the foreign affairs, the interstate communication, and the currency. Other than these, all the remaining powers should rest with the state governments. This is the DMK's stand. We continue to fight for the state autonomy, even as the union government keeps resisting it through increasing centralization. Our leaders, Peraringer Anna and Mutthamazhiga Dr. Kalaignar, had always said that a strong federal system is what truly strengthens our country. The significant part of the development in India has come from the efforts and initiatives of all the state governments. Unfortunately, instead of supporting the well-performing states, the union government is actually punishing them, penalizing them. The union government has been penalizing states like Tamil Nadu through unfair sharing of tax revenues, delaying or blocking the funds, imposing centrally sponsored schemes across departments, the new education policy, and recently the delimitation. They are also undermining the elected state government through their appointed governor. Due to this rising centralization of power in Delhi, states like ours, Tamil Nadu, are suffering in 2 major ways, culturally and both financially. Tamil Nadu has always followed the two-language policy since 1967. We also have a century-long history of resisting Hindi impositions. Despite this, the union government keeps pressurizing Tamil Nadu to accept the new three-language formula under the name of new education policy. They even went to the extent of saying that the state's dues of rupees 2,100 crores for education would be released to the state only if we accept the three-language policy. But our Honorable Chief Minister, Muthuvel Karunanidhi Stalin, firmly said, not just rupees 2,100 crores, even if the union government offers us rupees 10,000 crores, Tamil Nadu will never ever accept the three-language formula. The union government has not yet allocated the allocation funds for the Tamil Nadu. Therefore, our government has initiated legal proceedings before the Supreme Court to secure the education fund. We are still fighting for it. And let me state clearly before this gathering, if the union government tries to impose Hindi or any other language on our people, Tamil Nadu will never hesitate to rise again and fight another language battle. Similarly, the union government tried in every possible way to stall the archaeological excavations in Kiradi. But our Dravidian model government stood firm and continued the work to uncover one of the oldest civilizations in our country. Even after the Kiradi report was submitted with clear scientific evidence, the union government has still not approved it, giving baseless reasons. Why? Because the party ruling the union government wants to create its own version of the history, even if it means ignoring the evidence. First, they must understand that India is a multicultural, multilingual nation. Every state has its own language, own history, own culture, own pride, own politics, and its own heroes. But the BJP wants to overshadow all of this with their idea of one nation, one election, one culture, one language, one religion, and one history. The BJP wants to impose cultural dominance over all the states. Their aim is to reduce all the rich and diverse cultures of our country to a single identity and bring everything under their own control. Their goal is to push India towards a strong unitary system by making the state governments powerless, or I would even say, by completely destroying the very own idea of states. They want state governments to function like municipal corporations, following the orders from Delhi. And because the BJP sees the DMK as a major obstacle to their agenda, they're making all efforts to block the developmental agenda of Tamil Nadu. They are misusing the powers of the union government and even independent institutions. Whenever Tamil Nadu and other southern states raise physical concerns and demand a rightful share, the BJP-ruled union government chooses to completely ignore these issues. The unfair way of sharing tax revenues and other funds has already affected the southern states, even though we contribute more to the nation's economy. To silence the voices of these economically stronger states that ask for fair fund allocation, the BJP is now pushing a new strategy, the delimitation. We are proud that our Honorable Chief Minister understood this conspiracy much earlier and raised his voice against it for the first time in our country. Because delimitation, as mentioned here, will reduce the number of MPs from Tamil Nadu and other states and successfully implemented the union government's family planning program. Meanwhile, the states that did not implement the population control measures properly will get more Lok Sabha seats if this plan is carried out. If I have to summarize the BJP's plan in one line, they want economically strong states to become politically weak, while economically weaker states to gain more political power. This delimitation will only lead to more concentration of power in the union government and will destroy whatever little federalism is left in our country. Most of you must be aware the union government recently rejected the Tamil Nadu's metro rail proposals for Coimbatore and Madurai. Citing what is the reason? They said the population figures, it is very less. But as many of you are aware, Several cities in BJP-ruled states with populations smaller than Coimbatore and Madurai have already received approval for new metro rail projects. As the DMK government continues to resist every attempt by the BJP to assert its supremacy over the state governments, they are misusing all the institutions under their control to threaten the state governments. They are unleashing the CBI, the ED, Income Tax Department, and other agencies against the DMK leaders and ministers with only one aim, to silence us, to silence Tamil Nadu. The BJP has already taken control of AIDMK, which is said to be, supposed to be the opposition party in Tamil Nadu. By threatening them through these very institutions, they have turned the AIDMK into a mere branch of BJP. While the democratic forces are voicing against the Special Intensive Revision, the SIR list, AIADMK approached the Supreme Court in favor of the SIR. The BJP expects the DMK to behave just like this submissive AIADMK, a party that has the term Dravidam only in its name, but acts completely opposite to the Dravidian ideologies. The BJP has already used every investigating agency against us. Now, they have brought the Election Commission of India into their political game. The DMK has always fought to protect the Tamil language, social justice, state rights, and democracy. And today, the responsibility is also on our shoulders to protect the voting rights of the Tamil Nadu people. Moreover, the BJP has set the governor on a mission to cripple the functioning of state government by blocking the bills passed by the Legislative Assembly. The Tamil Nadu governor even wanted to change the name of our state, Tamil Nadu. He dropped the idea only after facing massive backlash from the people of Tamil Nadu. Many decades ago, our leader, Muthamazhingar Kalaignar, had formed a committee headed by Justice Rajamannar. This shows that our struggle for federalism is long and continuous and still going on. Now, our Chief Minister has also formed a high-level committee on union-state relationship with former Supreme Court Justice Kurian Joseph as the chairman. I hope our efforts will help people and leaders in all the states to understand the importance of federalism and the state rights. We want constitutional amendments that will give more power to the states so that India can truly function as a strong union of states. Over the century, through political struggles, social movements, cultural awakening, and the guidance of leaders like Thandai Periyar, Peraringer Anna, Dr. Kalaignar, and now our Honorable Chief Minister, Tamil Nadu people have discovered the best way to live with dignity, self-respect, equality, secularism, and harmony. That's why I call this century-long process of opposing and fighting the divisive forces as the Dravidian algorithm. This algorithm will guide us and give us the strength to resist communal and divisive forces to protect and strengthen the federal structure of our country. We are not against the union government. We are against the undermining of the constitution. We are not demanding special treatment. All we are demanding is a fair treatment to all the states. Strong states make a strong nation. Federalism is not a bargaining chip. It is a foundation of India's unity. As long as centralization attempts continue, as long as the state rights are denied, as long as the states are treated as subordinates, DMK and our leader will stand, speak, and fight at the forefront. Our voice is not just for the Tamil Nadu, but for the idea of India that the Constitution envisioned. Thank you all for this great opportunity. A nice meeting you. I wish this conclave a great success. Nandri, vanakkam.
இன்றைய இரண்டாவது அமர்வு முதல் அமர்வை போலவே இதுவும் ஒரு அதிரடியான ஒரு அமர்வு தான். கோவிட் காலகட்டத்துடைய இருட்டுல இல்லம் தேடி கல்வி ஒளி விளக்கேற்றி தமிழக பள்ளி மாணவர்களின் மனங்களில் நம்பிக்கையின் புதிய ஒளி கீற்றை தந்தவர் இவர். எண்ணும் எழுத்தும் என்ற அடிப்படை அறிவை சர்வதேச தரத்திற்கு உயர்த்தி உலக கல்வி வரைபடத்தில் தமிழகத்தில் தலை நிமிரச் செய்தவர். காலம் கேட்கும் தொழில்நுட்பம், கனவு கனியும் டிஜிட்டல் கல்வி, மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் முதல் உலகளாவிய இணைப்புகள் வரை என தமிழக மாணவர்களின் எதிர்காலத்திற்கு பொற்பாதை அமைத்துக் கொண்டிருப்பவர் இவர். நான் விஞ்ஞானிகள்
World of cinema. Before we officially begin, if I may kindly request all of our guests to join us within the hall. And for anybody who's here, if you're missing a few friends, if I may kindly request you to send them a quick text message so we can begin in time. A day as power-packed and informative as this one, of course, tends to be packed with conversations, and in order to make the most of the time that we have at hand, we'd like to begin our upcoming session on time. If I may kindly request all of our guests who are outside to join us in the hall. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for everybody who is already in the hall, I'm sure you are already doing this, but if you haven't yet hit follow on our social media platforms, now is when you can do that. The handle is almost easy to remember, I would say, at ABP Live, or of course, if you're following us on any of the other platforms, at ABP Desam, at abpnadu. Of course, you can see all of our updates there. When you're posting your content, if I may kindly request all of our guests to use the hashtag ABP Southern Rising. This will give us an insight into how you are enjoying your experience here. Maybe even curate a more memorable aspect as we move ahead. This is the third edition of the Southern Rising, and this year, 2025, has been an integral one, because today we not only talk of the past, not only talk of the history and the heritage behind South India, but we talk about our approach towards innovation, our approach towards the future, and the transformation that awaits. As we set in motion our next couple of conversations here on stage, I'd like to take the opportunity to invite all of our guests who are still outside to join us within the hall and take a seat. Thank you.
Freedom to become. When you educate the first generation, the children of farmers, workers, and weavers, you don't just change their income, you change their imagination. Education in Tamil Nadu was never only about jobs, it was about justice, breaking old hierarchies, giving new voices, creating a new kind of citizen. We saw school as the place where the child of a carpenter and a child of a governor sit on the same bench and dream at the same height. That's how equality becomes not a law, but a culture. Many say, first grow, then distribute. We say, grow because you distribute. When you build equality first, you build trust, and trust builds productivity. Our welfare schemes didn't slow growth, they made growth inclusive and stable. This is what we call the fusion moment, when justice and growth no longer compete, but complete each other. That's the real innovation Tamil Nadu offers the world. The world is looking for new models. You have Nordic models, East Asian models. We say, look also to the south. Tamil Nadu is proof that a post-colonial society can build a modern economy without losing its soul. Our language, our culture, our inclusiveness These are not obstacles to development. They are the foundation of it. We are showing that democracy can be efficient, secularism can be compassionate, and equality can be economically smart. That is our quiet revolution, and it's still going on. In Tamil, we say, Aram seyya virumbu, desire to do good. That is our civilizational code. It built our state, and it can inspire the world. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is not only a minister, he is also an ardent student. Recently, he has submitted his thesis as a research scholar, PhD scholar. ஒரு அமைச்சர் மாணவராகவும் இருக்கும் பொழுது மாணவர்களுடைய மனநிலையை என்ன ஓட்டத்தை அவங்க எந்தெந்த விஷயங்களை எல்லாம் கடக்கிறாங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கும் வந்து ரொம்ப ஈஸியாகவே புரியும். அதுவும் இப்போ இருக்கிற ஜென்சி கூட ஈஸியாக கனெக்ட் ஆக முடியும் இல்லையா? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் உங்களுடைய தீசிஸ் பற்றி சொல்லுங்கள், பிஹெச்டி பற்றி சொல்லுங்கள்.
தேங்க்யூ. இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக ஐ டிட் மை டாக்டரேட் அண்ட் த டைட்டில் இஸ் ஃபிசிக்கல் ஆக்டிவிட்டி ஃபார் ஸ்கில் டெவலப்மெண்ட் among school children through machine learning technology, like where வெறும் ஒரு வகுப்பறையில் வந்து we can learn the theories, but in the like our honorable deputy chief minister always says, இது ஒரு பிளே கிரவுண்டாக பார்க்காதுங்க, இதுவும் ஒரு விதமான ஒரு வகுப்பறை தான், like where you can have your communication skills, where you can have your leadership quality, where you can have a collaborative learning, you can learn about the tolerance, you can learn about what is intrapersonal skill, what is interpersonal skills, and you will have the ability to solve the problem, like problem solving and crisis management kind of thing. And definitely you will have a skill in a sporting, and all over you will have the confidence, you will be gaining the confidence because of that. So that's why we used to say playground is not just a playground, it's also one of the classroom for the students. So to emphasize that on the school students, எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் படின்ட்டு அதிலே அந்த ப்ரெஷரை கொடுக்காம அந்த குழந்தைங்களுக்கு என்ன வேணும் அப்படிங்கிறத நம்ம பார்க்கணும். சி ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் வி ஷுட் ஹேவ் ஒன் திங் இன் அவர் மைண்ட். எக்ஸாமினேஷனில் உட்காந்துருக்கின்ற ஒரு குழந்தை, அந்த குழந்தை ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஆர்டிஸ்ட்டாக வரும். அந்த குழந்தைக்கு கெமிஸ்ட்ரி மார்க் தேவையில்லை. எக்ஸாமில் ஒரு குழந்தை எழுதுகிற குழந்தை ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஆண்டர்ப்ரனராக வருவாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு ஹிஸ்ட்ரியும் இங்கிலீஷ் லிட்ரேச்சர் அவசியம் கிடையாது. எக்ஸாமில் உட்காந்து எழுதக்கூடிய ஒரு குழந்தை ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய அத்லெட்டாக வராங்க. அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஃபிசிக்கல் ஃபிட்னஸ் தான் முக்கியமே தவிர ஃபிசிக்ஸ் முக்கியம் கிடையாது. ஸோ அந்த டேலண்ட் ஷுட் பி த அந்த டேலண்ட்டை ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணி அவங்கள நம்ம வந்து எப்படி கொண்டு போகணும் அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் ஆசைப்படுறோம். நாங்கள் ஸோ அதில் எங்களுடைய இந்த தியரி லைக் நாங்கள் வந்து ஜேம்ஸ் எக்மன் இஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் த நோபல் லாரேட். அவர் வந்து நோபல் ப்ரைஸ் வந்து எக்கனாமிக்ஸில் வாங்கினான்னு ரீசன்ட் ஸ்டடீஸ் ஆன் த ஏர்லி இன்டர்வென்ஷன் ஆன் த சைல்ட்ஹுட் எஜுகேஷன் சார்ந்தும் சரி, ஒரு ஹியூமன் கேபிட்டல் டெவலப்மெண்ட் சார்ந்தும் சரி, குழந்தைங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு காக்னேட்டிவ் அண்ட் நான் காக்னேட்டிவ்ங்கிறது எவ்வளோ முக்கியம், அறிவு சார்ந்து உணர்வு சார்ந்து எவ்வளோ முக்கியம் அப்படிங்கிறத அவர் ஸ்டடி பண்ணியிருக்காரு இல்லையா? அதுலேருந்து வி ஜஸ்ட் அப்ஸ்ட்ராக்ட் சம் ஆஃப் த வேரியபிள்ஸ் அண்ட் அதை நாங்கள் வந்து வி டிட் தட்.
அது எந்த துறையில் அமைச்சராக இருக்கீங்களோ அந்த துறையிலேயே அடுத்தடுத்த கட்டத்துக்கு போகிறதுக்கு நீங்களும் மாணவராக இருப்பது ரொம்ப பெரிய விஷயம், மிகச்சிறப்பு.
சம்டைம்ஸ் ஐ நீட் டு புட் மை செல்ஃப் ஆன் த இஷ்யூ அண்ட் ஐ நீட் டு திங்க் ரைட். அப்போ தான் எல்லாம் சும்மா நான் சொல்கிறத நீ கேளு அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறத காட்டணும். ஏன்னா பிகாஸ் நான் ஹேவிங் மை செல்ஃப் அஸ் எக்ஸாம்பிள், நான் ஸ்கூல் டேஸ் எதுக்கெலாம் நான் எஸ்டேட் ஆனேன், எதுக்கெலாம் நான் கூச்சப்பட்டேன், நான் எதுக்கெலாம் நான் பயந்தேன் அப்படிங்கிறது எனக்கு தெரியும். ஸோ அதனால தான் நான் நிறையா ஆல்மோஸ்ட் 234 கான்ஸ்டியூன்சிக்கு நாங்கள் போயிருக்கேன். நான் அதில் நான் அந்த குழந்தைங்களை நான் உள்ளே போகும்பொழுது பார்த்த உடனே சில குழந்தைங்க ஐ கான்டாக்டே கொடுக்க மாட்டேன், கீழே குனிஞ்சுக்குவாங்க. நம்மளை பார்த்து ஏதாச்சும் ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்டுருவாரோ, நம்ம தப்பாக சொன்ன ஒரு போனதுக்கு நம்ம டீச்சர் நம்மளை திட்டுவாங்களோ அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக ஐ கான்டாக்ட் கொடுக்க நான் அவர்கிட்ட ஒன்றும் சொல்ல மாட்டேன். ஜஸ்ட் நான் பாட்டு அப்படியே ஒரு ரவுண்ட் அப்படியே போவேன். யாராச்சும் நான் பதில் சொல்கிறேன் சார் சொன்னேன் அவங்கள்ட்ட மட்டும் பேசுவேன். பட் ஆன் த ஹோல் அந்த இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷனை முடிச்சுட்டு போகும்போது அந்த ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் நான் அட்ரஸ் பண்ணும்போது நான் சொல்லுவேன், கையை உயர்த்தி எனக்கு இது தெரியல அப்படின்னு கேட்கறதுக்கு கூச்சப்பட்ட இந்த வயசில் அப்படின்னா நீ எவ்வளோ உயரத்துக்கு போனாலும் அந்த ஹேபிட் ஒன்று துரத்திக்கிட்டே வரும். கிளாஸ் ரூம் இஸ் ஃபார் தட் ஒன்லி. நீ உங்களுக்கு சந்தேகம்னா அதை தீர்த்து வைக்கிறதுக்காக தான் டீச்சர்ஸ் வராங்க, அதனால் நீங்கள் வெக்கப்படக்கூடாது அப்படின்னு ஜென்ரிக்காக யாரையும் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காக சொல்லாமல் நான் சொல்லிட்டு நான் வருவேன்.
எக்ஸலண்ட் எக்ஸலண்ட் சார். சார் நீங்கள் பள்ளிக்கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சராக இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த காலகட்டம் அப்படிங்கிறது ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு காலமாக இருக்கிறது. ஏன்னா மும்மொழி கொள்கை, அதே மாதிரி ஹிந்தி திணிப்பு சர்ச்சை, மறைமுகமாக குலக்கல்வி கொண்டு வரப்படுகிறது அப்படிங்கிற சர்ச்சை, இப்படி பல சர்ச்சைகள் நிறைந்த ஒரு சூழ்நிலை இருக்கிறது. இதில் இந்த திராவிட மாடல் பள்ளிக்கல்வி கொள்கையுடைய சூழல் இப்போ எப்படி இருக்கு?
வி ஆர் வெரி கிளியர், லைக் எங்களுடைய கைடிங் பிரின்சிபல் ஒன்றே ஒன்று தான். as I said, ஒரு கவர்னருடைய பையனும் ஒரு கார்பெண்டரோட பையனும் ஒரே கிளாஸ் ரூமில் உட்காந்து படிக்க வேண்டும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் எங்களுடைய ஆசையே. ஸோ we are very clear on that part. And another thing, I am not a minister only for the children who belongs to DMK, right? நான் வந்து ADMK-க்கு நான் தான் மினிஸ்டர், BJP-க்கு நான் தான் மினிஸ்டர், காங்கிரஸுக்கு நான் தான் மினிஸ்டர். ஸோ ஆன் த ஹோல் ஐ நீட் டு சேஃப்கார்ட் த இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஈச் அண்ட் எவ்ரி சில்ட்ரன், ரைட்? ஸோ அதில் வரும்பொழுது தான் நான் சொல்கிற மாதிரி அஃபிஷியல் லாங்குவேஜ் நம்மளுடைய 8th ஸ்கெட்யூலில் இருக்க 22 லாங்குவேஜும் குழந்தைங்க படிச்சுக்கிட்டோம் whenever they get the opportunity. But the only thing is, இன்னைக்கு let us think locally and let us communicate globally அப்படிங்கிறது தான் நமக்கு இன்றைக்கி தேவை. ஸோ தட் டூ இஸ் மோர் தென் எனஃப் ஃபார் அஸ். அதுக்கப்புறம் லைக் ஆஸ் ஐ செட், மொபைல் ஃபோன் இருக்குது, டெக்னாலஜி இருக்குது, நம்ம எப்படி வேணால் இன்றைக்கி வந்து பாதி வீட்டில் யார்ட்டையும் பேசுறதே நிறுத்திட்டோம். நம்ம ChatGPT தான் இன்றைக்கி நம்ம பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். நமக்கு ஒரு டவுட்டாக இருந்தால் கூட அப்படி ஆகிட்டோம் இப்போ நம்ம. ஸோ தட் இஸ் மோர் தென் எனஃப் ஃபார் அஸ் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி. ஸோ பிகாஸ் நீங்கள் ஒரு ஆப்ஷனல் அண்ட் கம்பல்ஷன் வரும்போது நீங்கள் கம்பல்சிவாக இதை படித்தாகணும் அப்படிங்கும்போது அந்த குழந்தைங்க என்ன ஆகுனா, சார் நான் 10th நான் வந்து ஐ ஸ்கோர் 100 out of 100 இன் மேத்தமெட்டிக்ஸ் சார், நான் தமிழில் 97 நான் எடுத்தேன் சார், நான் ஃபிசிக்ஸ் அண்டு கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸில் வந்து நான் வந்து மோர் தென் 98 சார், பட் ஆனால் தமிழ் இங்கிலீஷை நல்லா நான் எடுத்துட்டேன் சார், 3rd லாங்குவேஜில் வந்து ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் சான்ஸ்கிரிட்டில் நான் வந்து ஃபெயில் ஆகிட்டேன் சார், நீ அவ்வளோதான், நீ ஃபெயில், நீ 10th தான் உட்காருன்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க. ஸோ த லாங்குவேஜ் இட்ஸ் நாட் அ நாலேஜ், ரைட்? ஸோ இதில் தான் நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். நாங்கள் சார் நான் எங்கள் பசங்க எல்லாமே படிச்சுக்கிட்டோம், நாங்கள் யாங்கும் ஸ்டாப், வி ஆர் நாட் கோயிங் டு ஸ்டாப் தெம். பட் ஆனால் ஒரு அகாடமிக்னு வரும்பொழுது எனக்கு எது தேவையோ அது தேவை போதும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்காக தான் சொல்கிறேன். தவிர வி ஆர் நாட் அகேன்ஸ்ட் எனி லாங்குவேஜஸ். எல்லா லாங்குவேஜும் நாங்கள் வரவேற்கும். எல்லா லாங்குவேஜுக்கும் தே ஹாவ் தேர் ஓன் ப்ரைட் இல்லையா? ஸோ அதை நாங்கள் வந்து வி டோன்ட் வாண்ட் டு டிஸ்டர்ப். பட் அது வந்து திணிக்கும் பொழுது நாங்கள் முடிச்சுக்கணும்னு ஆசைப்படுறோம், அவ்வளோதான்.
அதோட கண்டினியூஷனாக பார்த்தோன்னா, இப்போது நீட், NCERT, ஒரே பாடநூல் மையம், அதே மாதிரி வந்து புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கை, இப்படி பல விஷயங்கள் நெருக்கும் பொழுது இன்றைய கல்விச் சூழலுடைய சவால்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க?
சவால்களை நாங்கள் ஃபோர்சி பண்ணுறதுனால தான் நம்முடைய ஹானரபிள் சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் ஆஃப் தமிழ்நாடு ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்தியாவிலே ஸ்டேட் எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசி அப்படிங்கிறத நாங்கள் வந்து கொண்டு வந்திருக்கோம். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல் பிளைண்டாக நாங்கள் எதையுமே வந்து உடனே வேணாம், அதில் நல்ல விஷயங்கள் இருக்குது, எங்களுடைய மாணவ செல்வங்களுக்கு பயன்படுத்தக்கூடியதாக இருந்தாங்கன்னா we are ready to take that. பட் ஆனால் அதில் சில விஷயங்கள் வந்து பிற்போக்குத்தனமாக இருக்கின்றது. நாங்கள் பழைய இதிகாச கதைகளை சொல்லி உனக்கு வந்து நான் மாரல் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் கொடுக்க போகிறேன் அப்படிங்கும்போது அந்த குழந்தை மாரல் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் எடுத்துக்க போகுதா, இல்லைன்னா வந்து ரேஷனலிசமே இல்லாமல் அதை சொல்கிறத எடுத்துக்க போகிறதா?
Upcoming conversation where we've spoken about governance, where we've spoken about education, where we spoke about art, culture. It seems like we've covered quite a bit of ground. But next we step into one of the topics that truly a lot of us not just know and love, but feel very, very close to. And that is the magic of cinema. While we talk about the world of acting, the world of cinema, a lot of us speak of the craft, the polish, the grind, the pressure, the backstage grit that it needs. But very, very rarely do we talk about the social capital that is actually at play. The ability to move across languages, step into newer geographies, step into newer platforms, reach wider audiences. And that is what our upcoming session promises. This particular session is titled Working Across Languages, Staying Close to the Roots. And this session, ladies and gentlemen, features a crowd favorite actress. Of course, she's already here, so I know that you know who I'm talking about. But I will let our session chair do a proper intro. All I can say is that she's someone who has wowed us across not just movies, but in also keeping her cultural identity and her social identity intact. And that is a story that we hear this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may request you to please put your hands together for the one and only Ms. Malvika Mohanan. Thank you so much for joining us, Malvika. And chairing this session, we have the incredible senior journalist, Ms. Kaveri Vamzai. Which also means that this particular conversation will have those fun questions and also a few questions that Malvika might have to think about. So over to you, Kaveri.
So, real pleasure to finally meet you. And I just watched Hriday Purvam again last night. I thought I'd prep for this. And what a performance. And your co-star. We can't talk about the film without talking about your co-star. Someone I assume you grew up watching because your father is a very well-known cinematographer as well. Talk about the experience of shooting such a lovely film, and how did you keep your face straight with Mohanlal making all those, pulling off all those crazy stunts?
Firstly, good afternoon, everyone. It's always lovely to be in Chennai because I always feel like I started my career I started with Malayalam cinema, my career in cinema. But I always say that Tamil cinema is where I sort of got so much of love from the audience that coming back to Chennai always feels like coming back home. And working in Tamil cinema always feels like
Good.
home.
I was about to say you need to applaud. We need a round of applause.
So,
but you're a Bombay girl, you're a Kerala girl, you're a Chennai girl. You're all over.
I am. I'm a lot of girls right now. Multiple personalities in every culture. But having said that, being an actor in today's generation, when the lines between all the industries have immensely blurred, is fantastic because you get to, my last release was a Hindi film. One of my last releases was a Hindi film. Then I had a Malayalam movie with Mohanlal, which is the project you're talking about, which released a couple of months back. My next...
Did very well.
Thank you. It did really well, yes. And to answer your question, working with somebody like Mohanlal sir is intimidating to say the least. And the fact that he's a one-take actor does not help your cause at all because he's a one-take actor. He doesn't need more than a take or two at most. And even the second take would be because of like a technical change or something like that, or a technical disturbance. But otherwise, he's a one-take actor. And I feel like I need a couple of takes to warm up. And I feel like I give my best shot in the third or fourth take. Like I'm one of those, like everyone's different. So it's always like I really have to do my rehearsals because I only get a couple of takes with him, not more. He's very sweet. He's willing to he's there supporting the young actors and really being your cheerleader. But then you kind of feel sheepish if, you're hampering with someone else's process. So it was intimidating to work with him as an artist, but also a beautiful experience because I have grown up watching Mohanlal sir's films and even the director Satyan Andikad, who's for those who don't know, he's a legendary filmmaker in Malayalam. And their combo is quite a cult combo, the actor-director combo. So it was a lovely experience, sort of just being privy to that and also be a part of that.
But I was wondering, I mean, you're K.U. Mohanan's daughter, and he's a really well-known cinematographer. He's also worked on so many films. So were you the kind of person who was taken on, as a child, were you taken on sets, and did you sort of grow up on the sets like a lot of people like Dulkar or Rana? They're all this part of this set which sort of seems to know each other, are best friends, and sort of grew up together. Are you part of that
No, not
set?
at all. No, I wish I was, but no.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt to have such well-known friends.
It doesn't hurt at all, and I feel it's nice to have a sense of that community, film community, since a very young age. Because I see that with a lot of my contemporaries who come from families in films, and there's a certain camaraderie that when you build from childhood, I feel like that's a beautiful camaraderie and a sense of community that forms since a young age.
From the outside, we call it the Nepo Kid syndrome, but from the
from
inside,
I'm sure it's lovely, But no, to answer your question, no, not at all. I grew up very far away from the industry. And even though my father is a part of the industry in some capacity, I think for us it was just like, oh, Achan's going to work and he's working and he's coming back home. It was never anything more than that, or the occasional set visit. In fact, the first big superstar that I've ever seen up close is Shah Rukh Khan. And I remember seeing Shah Rukh Khan for the first time, and this is when my father was shooting for Dawn. And they were shooting in this place called Film City in Mumbai, and it was a night shoot. So after dinner, me, Amma, and my brother, we went to set, and they were shooting for a while. And by the end of which, me and my brother, we were sitting and dozing off. It was also a school night, so we were very sleepy. And then suddenly I open my eyes, and there's someone standing in front of me, and I look up because I'm sitting, and it's Shah Rukh Khan. And I am just I'm stuck, you know, I'm looking at him and he's like, oh, hello, it's so nice to meet you. And, you know, and he's looking at my father. He's like, oh, Mohan, it's lovely to meet your family. And I haven't even stood up. I'm just like that. Hi. The moment he left, my parents were like, such a big man, he's coming and saying hi to you and you don't have the courtesy to get up, you know. I didn't get up. Like, I didn't get up to say hello, but it wasn't out of being rude. I was just stuck.
But I'm sure it doesn't happen to you anymore. You probably induce that kind of reaction in other people now. Does it feel odd to be on the other side?
It always hits you when you're seeing, you're seeing some, like these really big superstars, when you're seeing them in person for the first time. Like, I remember, so I did a film in Tamil called Master, and I recall seeing Thalapathy Vijay for the first time. And
see, you just have to mention his name and people applaud.
Everyone loves Thalapathy Vijay.
Yeah.
That's proof. So I remember meeting him for the first time, and it was very surreal, you know, because it's somebody I've seen in so many films, and he's this larger-than-life figure. And he was so sweet, and he was so humble, and he's very introverted. So it's always like the initial couple of times, and then you begin acting, and then you're thinking about the character.
Just co-stars. I mean,
then you're sort of getting to know the person behind the star. But when you're meeting the star for the first time, it's always, like I remember meeting Rajnikant sir for the first time. My first
No
Tamil
applause
film.
there, surprising.
I remember meeting Rajni sir, and again, like the aura is something else. So I've had the privilege of working with some lovely actors in Tamil, you know.
And now you have two other amazing films coming up. One is Raja Saab with Prabhas, and the other is Sardar 2 with Karthi.
There is one Prabhas
One Prabhas
who clapped.
And Karthi again, who's lovely.
Right, yeah. So there's a movie I've done with Prabhas sir, Raja Saab. That's a Sankranti Pongal release, which is coming out January 9th. I'm very excited about that. It's also my Telugu debut. And if I may say so myself, I feel like it's a great role for the girl as well. I feel like in a lot of these superstar films, women don't really get a good role most of the time. You get like 5-6 scenes where you can come and you'll get like one song, or you'll get like 2 songs. If you're really lucky, you'll get 2 songs, you know.
But Malvika, that's part of the grind, right? You've got to do that. You've got to earn your spurs so that you can do the work that you really want to as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like every film that you do contributes. It's like a puzzle, right? Your career is like a puzzle, and every film that you do fits in somewhere into the puzzle. Either it's a great character and a great director, which is going to get you known for your acting skills, which is going to help you better your craft. Or sometimes it's purely a business decision that this is a big movie, and even if I don't have a great role in it, it's okay to do it because it fits that other part of the puzzle, which gives you a certain kind of association by nature of the people you're working with in that project, working opposite a certain actor, working in a big budget film, and that's okay, you know. I feel like everything at the end of the day adds up into something beautiful.
And then, of course, you get to do movies like Beyond the Clouds with Majid Majidi. I mean, so early in your career. What a great break, right?
Great break, and it's really funny, like in what way things work out. Like for instance, I did Beyond the Clouds, and it's not a commercial film, and it didn't run in the theaters at all. It's a quote-unquote, like what we call an indie film, you know. But the first Tamil movie that I did, Peta, with Rajnikant sir, Karthik Subbaraj was the director. And he called me for that film. He offered me that film because he saw Beyond the Clouds. And he liked my performance in that. But then Peta is what kickstarted my career in Tamil, and I got master because of that. So it's all one web. You don't know. It's not like Beyond the Clouds got me more indie films. You know what I'm saying? Like you do an indie film, it can get you something very commercial. A director could see a very commercial film and offer you something that's a little art house. So I feel it's so unpredictable. There's a beauty to it. It's a double-edged sword, you know. You never know how something's gonna land, but that's the nature of the beast.
And, you know, earlier in the day, we had Anita Ratnam talking about how essentially an artist is also in a way like a puppet. I mean, there's only so much control that you have over the eventual product, and an actor even more so, right? So that whole struggle of working so hard for a movie sometimes and it doesn't work commercially or maybe sometimes even artistically, it's heartbreaking, right?
Absolutely.
How does one cope and keep that beautiful smile in place? How does one do that?
It's very heartbreaking. In fact, I recall, so Ayushmann Khurrana, the actor, he lives in my building. So we're neighbors. And I keep bumping into him at the gym or like on my way to the gym or if he's coming back.
And to the same gym as well.
Same gym as well because the building has a gym. So I remember bumping into him recently and he had a release coming up and I was like, are you nervous? And he was like, you know, I think at this point, you just learn not to expect anything. Like you go, you do a film, you give your best and you obviously hope for the best. But you don't really, earlier, I used to daydream about, oh, the film's gonna come out and it's gonna be this blockbuster hit and it's gonna do this and it's gonna do that. Now I give it my all and I try not to think anything because that's not in your hands. And the more you think about that, I think it's, and now I have a more zen approach to it. Like just do back-to-back films, work with amazing artists, amazing directors, but you can't, like for instance, if you're a painter, if you're a sculptor, if you're a musician of a certain kind, you're in complete control, or if you're a writer, like say a fiction writer or something like that, you are creating that entire thing start to finish. It's up to you. It's in your hands. But something like filmmaking is a very collaborative art form. You could be good, but if the team is not good, it's not going to do justice to your work. Your work is going to come across as silly or not land right, and vice versa. If you're not a very good actor, but if you have a fantastic team, they're going to help you cover up your flaws and your mistakes. And they're going to make you look better. They're going to make your acting look better. So it is so collaborative that the team is everything when it comes to cinema. It's not a one-man project.
But sometimes everything can be right, like Thangalan, and still the film doesn't work. And you worked really hard for it, and that blood-curdling scream, and very scary. I don't know if people have seen that film. She was quite a scary character. Want to talk a little about how much you prepped for it?
For Thangalan?
Yeah.
Thangalan was a passion project for me. I was very, I think it's the hardest I have ever worked. I don't know if I should say it's the hardest I will ever work, because obviously I would like to, keep outdoing myself. But the film required a lot physically. It required me to go through a complete physical transformation. It required me to learn a lot of martial arts, to push myself mentally, physically, emotionally, in every way possible. But like I said, whether the film does what you want it to do at the box office or not, it's of course heartbreaking. But I love the journey that I went through. Like now, if I had to say it in retrospect, like of course when it didn't do well, I was like, I wish it had done better. But I feel like I pushed myself so much, and I found out what my body was capable of. I found out what I myself am capable of what I can endure, what I can get done. And there's a lot of pride I take in that.
What was the kind of training that you had to do for it? You had to do a lot of kalari payat or other stuff?
Actually, more than kalari, there is this martial art form called silambam, which is a very old Tamil martial art form. So silambam is essentially stick fighting. And it goes like way back, because back in the day when people used to like travel from one place to the other and everything, everybody would have a walking stick, right? So it's a form of martial arts that you do using that stick. And that is something I trained very intensely in.
And I think you injured your...
I do it till date. See, these are things that come out of a film. Like, in fact, even when it comes to my workouts, I'll go to the gym like a couple of times a week, but then I'll do silambam like a few days a week. And it's fantastic workout. It's very meditative. I really like what it feels like. I love how silambam sculpts my body. I think it's great for body sculpting as well. And like general fitness and everything. And it's nice because it's a martial arts form, which not a lot of people practice. And I also feel like it's up to our generation to keep a lot of things related to our culture, art, heritage, sort of alive by practicing it. So I'm glad this film gave me an opportunity to, learn it and pursue it.
Did you injure yourself or your co-stars?
Oh yeah, so my co-star in the film, Vikram sir, Vikram sir and me, we would be getting injured every day. Like every day it would be like, oh, where's this bruise from? Oh, where's your, you have a bruise on your thigh, okay, you have a new one on your elbow. So we would sit and count each other's bruises because that's how physically demanding the film was. And we were doing action sequences in the middle of nowhere in Kolar, which is close to Bangalore. It's in Karnataka, Kolar Goldfields.
Yeah, and the mud and the slush and,
Oh yeah. It had every level of hardship.
Yes.
It's like everything possible, just put it all together, and it's like the hardest thing you have to do.
And the poor Englishman or Scotsman who was with you, I think you gave him a terrible introduction into the country. I think.
Oh yeah. He's quite scarred. He was like, "This is how you guys work."
Talking about work, there's been so much chatter around this whole 8-hour shift. 8-hour shifts are not possible in this kind of work.
I grew up with a father who works in films. And I feel like the moment he would start a project, me and my mom, we would be mentally, like as kids, we were mentally prepared, okay, now we're not going to see Achan for the next 5 months, Like he would just, because
Even if he was shooting in Film City.
Yeah, you wouldn't, because the work hours are so long. The work hours are like 12 hours, plus you have to go 1 or 2 hours before. Then you finish and you're there planning for the next day. And in that whole Bombay traffic, you come back home. So I feel like you just don't have that parent is just not available. So from a little me's perspective, like if little me had to say, I would definitely say that, I would have liked my father to be around a little more. And I think it's very fair to, if you can, if it's possible, to have like a work life and a personal life balance is great, yeah. We all need that, otherwise you get burnt out very fast. So.
And also it's so competitive. It's one thing to be on screen, then there's the red carpet, and then the events. It's endless. Then there's Instagram, there's social media.
Right, yeah.
Are performing all the time in some way or the other.
There are some countries, I think it's some Scandinavian country or multiple countries, if I'm not mistaken, who have started, I don't know if it's a conversation or if they've actually implemented this, but they've started like 4-day work weeks, where you work for 4 days and the weekend is 3 days.
France has had that for the longest time, I think.
I know in France, like
25 hours.
When you're traveling there, it's fantastic because everything, all the shops, everything closed by 5:30 p.m. People go back home to their families, or they're sitting in a cafe with their friends and they're chilling and they're spending time.
You recently took your mom to Paris, right?
I did. I took my
See,
mom
I follow
to Paris.
you on Insta.
Oh. I took my mama to Paris recently. I did.
There are great perks of being an actor, right? You do get a good downtime.
Right, you do. But these countries did report an increase in productivity, because when you're working for lesser hours, you're giving it your all. You're putting your best foot forward. And you
note to all the bosses in the audience.
But some Tamil and Telugu films have that 8-hour shifts. So there are certain movies that I think it doesn't happen so much in Hindi and Malayalam, but it varies industry to industry.
Talking about work-life balance, it's interesting you have another persona, which is the wildlife photographer, which is most interesting. That's, I think, your father's genes really passing down to you. Talk a little about this, and I think we do have a snapshot of her other Insta handle, which is Miss Mohanan, right?
Miss Mohanan.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, how, wow, you do have a screenshot of it. I love photography. I studied visual arts when I was in college, and I've always...
That was Wilson College?
That was Wilson College.
In Mumbai, right?
In Mumbai. And I've always been, I've always loved photography, cinematography, shooting, like anything to do with visual arts is something I've loved. And if not for being an actor, I think I would have really become a photographer or a cinematographer.
Sorry, is that story true that you were noticed by Mammootty on a set where you'd gone with your dad, and that's how you were chosen to be
To
act
I was in
opposite
college.
Dulquer?
And I was I was visiting a set one day, and Mammootty sir, who again, like I said, being a Malayali, I've grown up watching his movies. Yeah, the two pillars of Malayalam cinema. And they were casting for a film opposite Dulquer Salman at that point, who was relatively new in the industry. He'd been there for like 3-4 years or something, not more. And they were looking for a girl opposite him. And Mammootty sir saw me and he was like, oh, you know, she looks promising, why don't... And he called me and he asked me, and, you know, so that's how I did my first film. That's how I landed my first role. So I always keep telling everybody, like, if not for Mammootty sir, I don't even know if I would have been a part of the industry.
What would you have done?
For the longest time, I wanted to become a documentary filmmaker.
You still do that?
I can still do that, actually, yeah. And it's something I want to do, like, alongside cinema.
Right.
In my free time, or, you know, sometimes you have, like, this 1 month in between 2 films and stuff. But I love wildlife photography. And I love shooting tigers and lions and leopards. That's one of my favorite things to do. Big cats. So there are a lot of fantastic forests that we have in India itself. In the southern part of India, we have this whole Mudumalai, Masinagudi, Kabani, Wayanad, that stretch, which is amazing for wildlife. And in central India, you have Kanha, Tadoba, Bandhavgarh, which is again fantastic for wildlife. So I try to go as often as I can, and I'm trying to like shoot more and pursue that hobby of mine a lot more.
I hope the tigers don't end up taking photographs of you.
I hope like they do. I would love to be clicked by a tiger.
But talking about PAPs, that's a big thing in Mumbai, isn't it? The airport looks and the gym looks and whatever. How agonizing can that be? Can it be agonizing?
I mean...
Suppose you're caught without the right makeup or the right clothes or whatever. You know?
No, they're actually quite sweet, yeah. I don't think it's the PAP. Like, the PAPs are not agonizing. I feel there is so much of emphasis in today's day and age of... There are so many people. And there's so much of social media prevalence everywhere that there is a pressure to constantly stay relevant. I would say that is the pressure. And whether it's paparazzi or whether it's posting on Instagram, these are all sort of, it's because of that. It's because because everyone's doing it. Like back in the day, say even 15 years back, there were only a few actors in every industry. There was no social media. You had to be a part of a hit film or a super hit film for the common man to know you. Now, all of that's changed. Like, there are people who are Instagram celebrities who you've never seen in a film, nothing of that sort, but complete social media celebrities. Plus there are actors, plus there's television. So it's become such a, you know, there's such a plethora of mediums right now.
But it's still a hierarchy, right? The film star is still a cut above the rest, I think. You think?
I mean, that's, I don't know. That's
but you have 4.3 million followers, right? That's a lot. It's not?
I mean,
you
it is.
don't look too happy about it.
No. I thought you were going somewhere with that question. So,
it's important for you to keep that number high.
Right. Yeah, it is. It is because I feel a lot of work, like, let me break down the business aspect of it for you. A lot of your association with brands happens through social media in today's day and age. So films is one medium. Yes, you're doing movies. You're making money via movies. But movies is never the only main medium for an actor to make money. And I'm talking about the economics of it, right? The other thing is brand endorsements. But now, in the last few years, a lot of brands have changed their marketing strategy where, yes, brands still have faces. A lot of people do endorse brands. But apart from that, there is a very large amount of money being pumped into digital mediums, reels, and posts on Instagram and stories on Instagram. So a certain social media presence is important for you to sort of tap into the business aspect of things. So everything's very interconnected. So you have to like to play that game and to sort of like climb in your career, to play to the economics of it. It's very important to sort of bring your A game to all of these aspects.
To always bring your A game to everything, and I think this interview is proof of it. Thank you so much, Malvika, and we wish you all the best. 2 really big films coming up. Fingers crossed.
Thank you, thank you. Please do watch it.
Of course, thank you.
I hope you like it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for that wonderful conversation. If I may kindly request Mr. Gautam Datta to join us on stage, National Sales Head, ABP Network, to felicitate and extend a big thank you to Ms. Malavika Mohanan. Here's wishing her not just a fantastic career ahead in the movies, but also we look forward to a lot more big cat pictures as well on your Instagram. Malavika, if we may kindly request you to receive the wonderful souvenir from all of us here at ABP Network, the Southern Rising Summit. Of course, we started off talking about languages, and with that, a 360-degree story of what it is like to be inside the film industry. We truly appreciate the inputs, Malvika. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about AI. Of course, the inevitable 2 alphabets, because when we talk of AI journey, I think India's journey itself is not theoretical anymore. It's strategic, it's infrastructural, it's rapidly scaling. Anywhere we look at, you know that we have been at the center of the shift. One of the most popular reasons is, of course, the IIT Madras platform. From the foundational research to national level implementation, we've seen the journey unfold right in front of our eyes. So to outline what it will take for India to not just participate in this AI race, but to actually drive it, we have one of the country's foremost voices on this very subject. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our absolute privilege to invite the director of IIT Madras, Professor V. Kamakoti. Is here with us. May I kindly request Mr. Dibang to join us as well to chair and drive this conversation forward. India as an AI superpower, a map for the future. Over to you, Dibang. Good evening.
Namaskar, मैं हूं दिबांग, and we have a very special guest. I think he needs a loud round of applause. Professor Kamakoti. Everybody is talking about AI.
Yes.
But then people who know about AI say that India can be largest user case. As far as the foundation level is concerned, probably we have missed the bus. How do you view that?
I strongly deny this statement for the primary reason that AI today, even when we see large-scale deployment, it is basically at a very cursory level of usage. If somebody says that they have developed the complete foundation that is needed for AI, I think that itself is a very big statement, which is far from truth according to me. Today, what we have seen, we had one of the biggest changes that happened in earlier times, the late 90s, where when AI, Blue Gene actually bet Kasparov in the chess, and people started saying that AI can be as intelligent as human, but that's a wrong term, right? It is as intelligent as human, probably in playing chess. Kasparov did a very beautiful book, Deep Thinking. I think all audience should basically read that book, where he said that he entered a room, subsequently he entered a room where there were 50 machines, and he played against each of these machines by just walking around that room. Then he said, can I do the vice versa? I put 50 Kasparovs, can a robot do this? Then the problems become very large. Just as a matter of point, right? Kasparov's brain would have been a size of a hand, and maximum could have been taking some watts of power, while the computer that bet him was almost half the size of this room, consuming almost a megawatt, couple of power stations to power it. So that's the power of the human brain. So nobody has understood. So what people thought as AI during those days, after this thing happened, they said AI is more than that. Probably the biggest revolution came with ChatGPT today, where they opened up and they are now in a position to have conversational, guidance to this.
Yeah.
But then there are a lot more for them to learn. And I think the foundation models are yet to be built. And what I strongly believe is in Tamil we say there are 64 kalai. There are 64 art forms. One cannot be jack of all these 64 art forms. You can be specialized in one or two. And if you are specialized in three, they call you a genius. Now we are looking at this domain-specific foundation models. And each domain will have its own connotations. I think India has a lot more to do and achieve in the foundation bus.
Okay. So that India would be the largest user case is what Nanda Nilikani had said. But if I were to ask you, what are the most exciting AI efforts being made in the country?
Yes. So AI is becoming very domain specific. The model that I want for agriculture can be significantly different from the model that I want for, say, advanced manufacturing, for example, the two ends of the spectrum, agriculture and industrialization. Today, from a government point of view, there's a national AI mission. Now, there are specific center of excellences that are being developed. The initial thrust actually comes from government. We have a AI Center of Excellence done by the Ministry of Education for health, for agriculture, and for smart cities, and for education. And these four are the areas where AI is actually started to make a big difference. I can give you one or two examples to just say where.
Yeah.
For today, in the area of health, I cannot replace a doctor because the type of AI models that we are using are not still mature enough to explain why things are happening. Suppose you go to a doctor and you go for a treatment, the treatment is not working, you ask the doctor for an explanation, and the doctor is duty bound to explain you why it's not happening. Now, this is what is expected from a doctor, so if the AI is going to replace a doctor, then we need this type of an explanation. So the explanation part of AI is still maturing. It's not come to any stage. But AI today can be a very good co-pilot. For example, I just went for a medical test. I have 272 parameters that have been monitored. Now give this report with 272 parameters, and for a general physician to quickly go through this, AI can point out, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, so that it can aid in the decision making. This is what we call as co-pilot. So in the case of cancer today, identifying some very interesting cancer symptoms, early prediction from blood reports and other type of other reports for an incidence of a disease, probably working towards what we call as a disease network, right? Because one disease can be cause of another disease, and you keep treating the other without actually come to the root cause. So these are some of the very interesting things that AI can give. At the same time, on the education side, of course, language is becoming a very big barrier for us. And today we have multiple translation efforts that are happening. Suppose you understand only Hindi and I understand only Tamil, I can talk in Tamil, you listen in Hindi, you respond in Hindi, I can listen back in Tamil. So a Tamil-Hindi conversation can happen very seamlessly. And there are very good efforts that are in place. So these are some two examples, but many exciting examples exist.
Yeah. For translations, you have AI for Bharat, your lab. And they have worked, and they have around 78 crore sentences that they have got. But still the translations, particularly I'm told in Tamil, are not really adequate. Are you worried about it? Do you think it will improve? Is reliability one of the challenges for AI?
Yeah. AI is like a child, right? So when you are born, you don't talk English and you all shout kua kua and only, but then only you slowly learn the language. So AI is also learning the language like that. And the accuracy has become, accuracy was say 40-50% at some point of time when we started the Bhashini AI for Bharat and all these joint efforts that IIT Madras took. It's a multi-institutional effort. But today what has happened over a period of time, we are now seeing the accuracy improving. We are now very close to 90 to 95% accuracy in the translation process. But let me also tell you what's the challenge in this translation. So I was actually part of the JEE team, the joint entrance exam team, when we said first time we said a Hindi question paper, the English question paper, and Hindi version also for Hindi medium students. When we said a Hindi question paper, that time that team which set the question paper did a very faithful translation. So for velocity in Hindi, there will be some word, right? I don't know what it is. And when we gave the Hindi question paper to the kids, they said, sir, please give me the English question paper. Because that was more understandable to them than the pure translated Hindi. Yeah. So what we need is this colloquial translation, where some of the words need to be retained, everything cannot be substituted. So scientific content also needs, many contents need this colloquial conversation. I think we are doing very much well. I have some very interesting examples where our classes are being taught in English and it is immediately translated to 11 different languages and made available to the students. Right? So we are certainly in the 90 to 95% era. But the remaining 5% even human makes me. If you just record this speech and you just look at tight grammar of English, I think I would have made 5% error. Okay, so.
Do you agree that what AI needs is trust? Because with trust, there would be adoption. If there is adoption, there would be feedback. And with feedback, you can improve the system.
Absolutely. So the entire AI works on that, right? The whole thing is about feedback and relearning. The entire concept of deep learning, though we say it's a supervised learning where we train. See, AI is like a child. We train it with a lot of data. And then it starts answering based on the data it has learned. If you give it good data, it will give you good answers. If you give bad data, you give it bad answers. Okay? Now the whole point is that when it goes on the interpretation, it is bound to do errors, and the feedback mechanism is one which will make it more and more accurate. Accuracy is different from trust. Trust essentially is that this model gives me an answer, how much I can rely on that answer, right? And it can be accurate based on the data it has, but how much trust I can have. So that gives us a little more bigger, social framework. Like if I have an India-specific model, I ask that model some questions. It should give me an answer that is what reflects the true nature of that answer, right? So it cannot give some arbitrary answer. For example, if I go and ask where is Arunachal Pradesh, I expect the model to give it is in India, correct? Because that's our country's field. So we need a sort of something like a sensor board, which basically says this is the data that should be fed in. This is not the data. So these models need to be protected so that they don't learn wrong things. So that is where first that notion of trust comes. Then comes also a responsibility. Responsibility comes with another concept what we call as explainability. So I make a decision, I should explain why I made the decision. And that's where the responsibility comes. So we are working very seriously on responsible AI. And for any critical job, other than basically, some predictions that we do, really life-critical jobs, life-threatening type of activities for which we need AI to solve that problem, specifically health, etc. I think responsible, explainable, and trusted AI is important.
So you think if we go back to translations, 90 to 95% is okay, or would you still look for 100%? Because there are people who may find one word translated wrongly and the meaning would be
Absolutely. And it can lead to some problems also. For example, there was a case of some audit, it is reported in some journal, where the audit actually had a bias towards some class of people, and then actually the entire system collapsed. So this must be very carefully addressed. And especially it is better to say, I don't know the translation rather than translating into some wrong words. And that's very important. And that is where this, what you call as the responsible AI comes in. This 90 to 95% accuracy is something which is manageable today because we are able to run the systems with that. It's not too heavy, and we achieve the purpose. So my grammar, actually, again I repeat, if you record this speech and find out how many grammatical errors I have, it will surely be probably even more than 10%. Okay? But hopefully all of them, they are not moving out of the hall. Hopefully they are understanding what I'm saying here. So that's the spirit.
One of the areas where AI can really help is land records.
Huh?
Land records.
Land records.
I mean, if you see a state like Bihar, the largest number of cases are land disputes. 45% of deaths, violent deaths, are because of land disputes. Do you think AI can help in that? What is AI doing something about it?
Actually, more than AI, I think land records, the digitization of land record and geo-marking of land records actually will make a much more, robust land record maintenance system. I don't know where AI can really play a role there, but surely today, geotagging of the land. For example, I give a loan to I'm a banker. Assume I'm a banker and I'm giving a loan to someone, and he's actually putting a property, a large property. So now you just said, today you are just marking saying this address, right? So in that address, I retain the front part and I sell the back part, right? So, and another survey number, then I'm gone, right? So somewhere we should have a geotag of all these, of the locality, so that I know that this geofencing is my land for which I have given the loan, for which he has given me as a, collateral. So these type of digital technology and large-scale data storage, maintenance and retrieval will basically help us in trying to maintain sanctity about land records. And so I think that's the next step that we need to do. AI can play a role in terms of saying that you take a lot of images of that land on a daily basis, and you can basically see what is happening there. Is somebody coming and coming into that land, they are illegally occupying, or so these type of things can be monitored, and probably that can be a very good way by which AI can help by image processing and comparing it with previous data and really predicting some activity that's happening, mapping on that activity to some approvals. Some building is happening there. Does it have a, say in Chennai we have the CMDA, does it have a CMDA approval? Oh, this geotag is not having it, so what is that activity? So these type of things can be launched.
Yeah. One of the largest employment programs for the government is the National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme.
Yeah. National?
So in that, Nanarega.
Yeah.
So in that, do you think AI can help? Because a lot of people are denied their wages because the photograph doesn't match, the thumb impressions don't match. Do you think AI can play a role there?
Yes, absolutely. So today, identity can be much more robustly done with AI. Of course, there is a trust parameter and a responsibility parameter that's coming up. As we see, the Aadhaar systems, when we enrolled, say for example, 10 years or 15 years before when we enrolled, the type of biometric systems were there, which captured and that were stored. And what we see today, there's a major improvement. So AI is actually playing a very good role in face recognition, in any of your biometric recognition. And I think once that ID part, identification part is addressed, I think we are really going to make a bigger effect. We basically can say that yes, this this particular work is assigned to this particular person and the money is paid to this particular person. These two are very important elements. What you assign to a particular person, whether that money has reached that particular person, and if that person is receiving it, etc. So, and whether that person worked or not. So all these things could be, biometry will play an important role, and I'm sure it's going to be, AI can play a very important role in that identification part. Yes.
So, Professor Kamkoti, when India had the first ever election, there were 106 million voters. Now, in the last election, there are 642 million voters. You know, there's all this political noise about SIR. Pictures don't match, wrong addresses, people who are there, there's duplication, large number of duplication. You think AI can help in that? Is AI doing something
and
about
more importantly, blockchain can help in, and always today, one point of time. So today, when we actually see last election as a responsibility of a learned community, telling all my boys that you must vote this time. Let us say 100% of all people associated with IIT Madras vote. We should set an example. Now,
did you tell them who to vote? Did you also tell them who to vote?
No, we shouldn't tell, and we never tell. Okay, but then at that point of time, many kids actually told, see, they have come from some far-off places. Their voting is in say some, and for them to go back and come, it'll be another 7-8 days, and they have some conference deadlines and other things. So at least 20-30% of the kids did not go and vote because it's far off, they couldn't. So I think vote from anywhere is something which we should see with proper authentication, identification. I think if biometry works very nicely and there is a biometry-based voter database clear, and anybody can log in with their biometry on a system, on a portal, and they can be routed to their respective constituency on the election day, and they can cast a vote online, right? And we should have blockchain to basically prove that this is the person and this is the vote he has done. So that, this is the vote that has been casted. Of course, we should maintain the confidentiality, etc. Then I think that will be a very interesting thing. So we did evolve such a system at IIT Madras, and then we did put for our very minimal 3,000 voters for our student election. It did work out. So we actually put the system on a e-cart, and we drove it to multiple hostels and said you can come in. We gave them a small enclosure. They could come and cast a vote. And it worked out very nicely. So hopefully someday we'll reach that stage so that there can be more participation in the voting process. As a democracy, we need that.
But if the Election Commission approaches you for purification of the voters list, would you be willing to help? Do you think AI can help in that?
As we can give them some models, I think they will have. So basically, we have to look at if it becomes digital, right? If the authentication becomes digital, then AI can play a very important role, right? So where is the digital technology today? Of course, voting is electronic, but for us, identification, if it becomes digital through biometric, then AI can certainly help in a very big way, even in the current setup.
Now, Kumbh Mela, which is UNESCO says that the largest congregation of human beings, and last time there was a stampede, crowd control. Again, AI can help in that?
Yeah, so crowd prediction can be very clearly done. So we could have more sensors. I think one thing about Kumbh Mela, that we had some continent's population itself visited this place within 5 days to 6 days, right? So that's a major thing. So this time itself, a lot of data, a lot of sensors and things have been put in place. But the crowd was actually unprecedented, that's what we see. And we do have another such event happening in South India, in Kumbakonam, in 2028. We have the Mahamaham, and that's also a very big function. So when it comes to this type of large crowd management, there are multiple things. You have multiple sensors that gives you how many buses have passed, how many how many crowd has. This sensors can be basically electronic counting, or people go just by certain, some X-rays or not X-rays, some ultrasound or something. We can actually make some interference which will count the number of people who have entered or gone out, number of buses that have passed, etc. And another thing is to have drone images and basically predict the movement of this. You could also use cell phone tower associations. We will not go and know which number. That's a privacy intrusion. But we can say how many numbers are associated with a particular tower. And that can give you how many people are there approximately. So these type of lot of sensors can be taken, and it was taken. Many of them were done during, I'm sure it would have been done during Kumbh Mela also. And that can basically guide the overall crowd management. And we can have very good AI algorithms which can project or give us some path. Okay, this much crowd has come, so here you put a blockade so that, we can control the crowd. AI can play, surely AI can play a role.
For a lot of people, AI is going to be a big demon. A lot of people who are listening or who are watching this, they will lose their jobs because of AI. Do you feel guilty about it?
No, I've been very vocal about it. AI will not make you lose the job. It will make you more, it will increase your skill set, right? So today, when banks became computerized, people said everybody will lose job. But see, you'll just look at State Bank, the bank for which we should be very proud of. It's the largest bank probably in the world. Number of transactions would be phenomenal. You know, see how many employees were there in 1970s, where the computerized, 1980s, early 80s, where the computerization started. And today you see what's the number of employees. I think it's always to grow. And when cash counting machine came, they said there's no need of a cashier, but cashier was there, and he actually, the cashier learned to count the cash. And the cashiers would have been very happy, because if they count less or more, then if they count less and account it as more, their salary was cut. Now they can very much rely on the counting machine. So I think there are a lot of jobs which the human should not be doing. It doesn't require a human brain to do it. And I think these type of automations helped in the previous Industry 4 segment. I think now we are coming to the Industry 5 segment, where I think AI can help people in a bigger way. The skill set will increase. Those who learned AI will get very good job. Those who have not learned AI will be forced to learn AI.
Okay. So I speak to a lot of people when I do interviews, and I think I'm letting out a secret that you still don't have a passport. Why?
Yeah, there's it's a religious reason for me that I don't cross the sea. So it's but on the looking back, I also am also in a position to tell my kids who want to, who ask me for advice, that can you achieve something in India? I said, you can do something, at least you can become an IIT director.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamakoti. Thank you so much for this enlightening conversation.
Thank you, sir. If I may kindly request Mr. Yash Mehta to join us on stage to felicitate our speaker, Professor V. Kamakoti. Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for the CEO of ABP Education Division as he joins us. I think when Professor Kamakoti said we'll at least become an IITian, the whole room collectively went quiet, and I definitely understand the sentiment behind it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the power of not just thinking fast, but also thinking sharp. A huge round of applause for that wonderful session. Thank you so much, sir. A quick picture to wrap up the session. And with that, the next session, ladies and gentlemen, is about to set in motion something very interesting. Thank you, gentlemen. I'm going to request everyone who can hear me to raise your left hand. Everyone who can hear me to raise your left hand. Now I want you to take a deep breath and get ready for something very interesting, because the next session, Ladies and gentlemen, as I can see in the audience, not a lot of us are paying 100% attendance, and that is why our upcoming session will need Welcome, sir. I was going to say our upcoming session will need your 100% focus, a sharp mind, and a clear mind at that. Because I'm going to give you two words that are very rarely spoken together: politics and physical endurance. I know what you're thinking. The dots seem too far to be connected with just a single line. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up on stage, we have someone who has absolutely gone throughout these dots, from policing to politics to Iron Man to electoral battles. This next speaker's journey has been marked by grit, by discipline, and I think we can all agree, a little bit of an unusually high tolerance to endurance. So it is time for us to find out what role endurance actually plays when it comes to leadership. Does pressure actually push you to become the diamond that you are? Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, if I may request you to welcome Mr. K. Annamalai Avargal to join us on stage. Former State President, BJP Tamil Nadu. The endurance test is what this particular session is titled. Driving this conversation, may I kindly request Ms. Megha Prasad to join us, Senior Political Editor, ABP News. Now, like I said, this is going to be one of those conversations where you need to give your 100% because this is a very untouched topic. So here at ABP Southern Rising Summit, we're truly proud to present to you a one-of-a-kind combination of politics and physical endurance. Over to you, Ms. Megha.
Well, thank you so much. Well, she's already declared that you are a diamond, Anna. So anyways, I was thinking of an introduction for Annamalai, and it came to my mind to try and introduce Annamalai, that too in Chennai. In his home state of Tamil Nadu is like trying to introduce Sachin Tendulkar to Mumbai. So I am definitely not going to take that risk and refrain from making any introduction. Anna, it's been a long time that we met and we sat down for an interview. How have you been?
Long time, ma'am. Happy to see you here. Thank you for ABP Nadu for doing this in Chennai. Doing very well, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So Anna, last time when we did an interview, you were the state BJP president. Now you're not. But just last week, Prime Minister was here. The way he met you at the airport, the way he patted your back. Anna, you know, pictures speak 1,000 words. Is the Saffron Singham still rocking?
Oh, there is a background to it, ma'am. And you all know Honorable Prime Minister, the importance he gives to fitness. And last year he called me. There was a political meeting. He called me to the back of the stage. He told me, policing mein aapka weight kitna tha? He asked me, what is your weight when you finished policing? I said, I was this weight. He said, how much you weigh now? I said, I weigh this much. I said, why did it go up? I said, stress, not eating on time, traveling. He took his pen, he took his paper, middle of last year. The Honorable PM sir wrote in his paper, he said, you have to reduce this much weight in this many days. No questions asked. We just wrote in his paper. So there is a background story to it. That is why when I took it as a mission probably in the last 5-6 months, ma'am, to get back to my fitness. And to test it, I want to do something like an Iron Man in our country. And I did it. And maybe that is why the Prime Minister was slightly more happy. Because I gave a word to him, I promised him. And it was more like an instruction from him. And this year, when I did it, maybe it's a step one. So I was happy a bit.
So how many kilos did he ask you to reduce?
Oh, he told me to reduce 10-12 kg. But I said, I want to go back to my original weight. Everybody will have a BMI, a height and everything. I want to be at 85-90, madam. And more importantly, I want to be fitter, functionally fitter. That is a message for me to the youngsters also. And we lose track of our life in between after 30, 32, the professional things. We give a lot of importance to other things. I am making an attempt to do this to bring back to my original fitness level at 2025. In the process, if I make somebody happier, if I inspire somebody in the process, I think that is why this Iron Man is important to me. Not because it is a personal thing I did it. Some inspiration to somebody somewhere. I am doing it at 41. And I want people to do it at 30, 35, not wait till 40, 50. And that is that extra motivation adding to Prime Minister's words.
Okay, so I mean, I'm also very stressed about weight issues. So just one more question. How many kgs still have to go?
I think I've reached that weight, ma'am. Now I want to endure more. I'm trying for a full Ironman this year, end of this 2026, which is double of it. In India, because of our climate zone, we have this. European countries have double of it, 4 kilometers swimming. They have 180 kilometers cycling and 42 kilometer running on one stretch. I am attempting that this October 2026. That is my next goal. I want to prepare my body for that. Not necessarily the weight per se, but to endure, keep your mind clear, and get into that meditative state in a long process so that you are always there, not get agitated. Normally what happens when you're happy, we get excited. When we are sad, we get depressed. And this kind of long endurance training tries to keep your mind very stable so that you don't get too excited, you don't get too sad, because you got to train your mind to that level. So that is my next goal.
So people really do seem to have a problem with Anna's aggression. They say that, his style is more confrontational than being collaborative. What would you say to that?
We have to understand, we all carry different sides to how we work. There is a professional side of me, there is a personal side of me, there is a social side of me. And Tamil Nadu, I don't use a word called politics, ma'am, it is battle. And for BJP, if you are a member here, you want to bring the party to power. If you have more ambition, like a lot of our Karyakatas and leaders, like how I have along with them, you got to be in a battle state, madam. You can't do a very smooth politics here, because incremental politics can work for a bigger party, not for a smaller party. That is my professional side. Personal side is completely different. I'm a human being, somebody is a human being, we all value each other, we all are equal. That is different. Again, there is a social side. I'm somebody's father, I'm somebody's mother, somebody's child, I'm somebody's husband. That's a social side. So people confuse all this to one personality. So politically, I'm very aggressive. I'm proud being aggressive. Of course, I've paid a price for being aggressive some point of time. But that is how I think we can build the party in Tamil Nadu. I'm proud of it, and I'm not going back on it, nor I'm going to change my personality for that.
And what is the price that you think you paid for this aggression? Is it that the AIDMK saw you as an irritant and you had to step down?
That's okay, madam. That's okay. That's a party's call. But politics in the long run, you can't make too many enemies in the process, because you will align with somebody, end of the day, you will not align with somebody. Because that is a lesson from Indian politics, because nobody is a permanent friend, nobody is a permanent enemy. If you look at the longer arc of politics. But maybe for me, I'm seeing politics slightly more differently. It is not that anybody is an enemy or a friend. In a professional side, I take on somebody, meaning I face a lot of defamation cases. I go to court often. I am part of a lot of cases, about 80-90 cases against me now. Even for getting a passport renewed, a person like me was an IPS officer with a clean state record in law and order. I have 90 cases against me for something. I spoke against something to somebody. Even for a passport inquiry, I have to go through that process now, get an affidavit. So these are the pains I have to go through. Otherwise, position, no position, that doesn't matter, madam. Wherever you are, you be the person.
Have you been able to bury your differences with the AIADMK leadership?
No, of course, we differ, madam. We have to differ. And that's a different
you
party.
You have to fight elections together this time.
Ideologically, we are different. That is okay, madam. They also appreciate, I also appreciate. But for the sake of elections, for the sake of a coalition, for the sake of a 2026 politics, we are together, no doubt. I don't speak anything against them. They don't speak anything against me. That is okay, ma'am. But asking me to say everything, ADMK says, no, I am against NEET, if ADMK will say. I say I am for NEET. But right now I have chose to keep my mouth shut. ADMK might say I oppose a 3-language formula. I 100% support a 3-language formula. I am keeping my mouth shut for the time being. If ADMK says this is what it is, Tamil Nadu is being like this, I believe our developmental model is better. So sometimes, I think instead of having a disagreement at the open, what politics has taught me is, sometimes keep your mouth shut. And when the time is not right, when the decision is taken, make sure you're part of the team and allow the decision to go through the process, whatever it is. But saying that I will agree with the ADMK all the time, it is not going to be possible. And for that matter, ADMK is also not going to agree with me all the time. But we can be respectable colleagues in the battlefield.
You seem to be very honest about this, Anna. I really appreciate it. But the thing is that just in case, assume a scenario that you do come to power with AIADMK next year, then Annamalai will have to keep his mouth shut for a fairly long time, I guess.
But we have to understand, even you are in a coalition government, I believe you can always raise your voice for the right causes. But the path of Tamil Nadu's development, there is a disagreement to us. That's why Amit Shah ji has mentioned when the arrangement came together, we'll have a common minimum program where both the parties will have a certain understanding, not complete divergent. So let us see in 2026 what will happen, madam. We'll take a call then.
Okay, all right. Now, Anna, say you are already entering the election mode. In few months, the assembly elections will be conducted here. I want to understand, Anna, in what role are we going to see Anna Malai in the campaign and leading the party from, I mean, you know, at this moment you're not holding the position, but looks like you'll be really leading from the front.
Madam, no, my job is still the same. I continue to raise my voice, continue to travel, continue to speak against the atrocities of DMK ruling party. There's no change in it. Absolutely, I'm doing it. Only my organizational position has changed. I've become slightly more freer in the party now. I'm not taking care of more organization role. There we have a fantastic state president, Nainar Nagendran ji. So the organization, everything he takes care. So I'm free more about politics, more about talking, more about meeting people, karyakarta. Since I am also getting the 30-40% free time from what I was doing. Previously, it was a full-time role. Office, sit in the office, being a state president, protocol duties, go to airport, receive them, go to Delhi for attending meetings. I'm completely free of it. So in the 30-40% time, I'm pursuing a lot of things which I wanted to do for a long time. I do farming. I'm more interested in organic farming. We are promoting it, aggressively taking it up. I run a foundation, We the Leaders Foundation, giving time for it. I also run a couple of businesses on the side. So 30-40% time I have now, which I want to use for myself, participating in Ironman, doing something. So I'm more happier now, rather than being a full-time 24/7 cutthroat, all the time traveling, all the time shouting, all the time doing this. So right now, I'm at peace doing both the roles. I think I'm having time to pursue other things in life.
My question was, despite having Naina Nagendran ji as the state BJP president, the face of the BJP in this upcoming elections will still be K. Anna Malai.
But on the face, you know, you are such a senior journalist, you know, the face is always Modi ji, and we just try to take his image to the ground, and we are in between. And it is me, it is a lot of other leaders here, ma'am. But having said it, of course, election time, you become full-time. From January, February, when the election heat starts, then 24/7, that is your only calling. So what I was trying to communicate, madam, I'm free from the organization responsibility, which 40% sitting in office, meeting karyakarta all the time, taking care of them. There is a state president, organizing secretary. So this arrangement, I am also pretty happy because I'm able to pursue my other passion also. Not doing only one thing from morning till night all the time, because you get stressed out. And this is such a zone. All the negativity, all the problem, all the attack, you are continuously there. And first generation politician. I have a young family also. My daughter is 5 years, son is 9 years. And my wife also works, aged father, mother. And we live in village still. And I have to take care of that part also. So finally some breathing space in the last 6 months to kind of tick all the boxes for the family as well as for the social side.
You're being very politically correct here. I asked you for the role, you didn't answer me. Anyways, another thing is, you know, you've been in the party for last 6 years. I have covered your party for the last 21 years, my dear. So I would know what's happening in your party, at least in Delhi. So give me that credit, Anna, when I asked you this question repeatedly.
No, I know, ma'am, but still, from my perspective.
Okay, now the thing is, see, I remember your statements from the last time, before the 2024 elections, in the run-up to the 2024 elections. You said, your statements were, miracles do happen in politics. There could be a historic victory for you. When you had moved out of the alliance, despite all of that, you kept saying, Anna, you undertook a Padyatra, perhaps the longest that the state has ever seen. I want to understand, not a single seat out of that, Anna, what went wrong?
No, I don't say wrong, madam. I would only say, as I said, it is endurance. And it is not that people are going to just trust you blindly and give you a vote on day one. That is one lesson I've learned. And people want to see enduring politics and parties standing with them for a long time. And second, breaking into Dravidian mold, it requires a lot of more pounding and a little bit more consistency in the messaging in what we do. I'm happy if a party which was called a Nota party, none of the above option party, from there to where we are is step one, with all humility. I would have been very happier if we were able to win a couple of seats and some of our MPs sitting in parliament representing Tamil Nadu BJP. Did not happen. That is also a regret for me. We could have done better. Hindsight, when you look back, you will always say maybe a strategy, maybe the messaging, maybe starting the whole process early, maybe 3-4 months before, giving candidates not that 1 month time, because when our candidates face somebody from the DMK side, mostly we face an incumbent. And we have to understand, for a party like BJP, madam, in Tamil Nadu, we had contested a max of 7 seats, max of 7 Lok Sabha. This time we contested 22 and reach was more. Maybe the party's capacity to take on the 22 seats. We are building, we are massively building, booth committees, BLAs, this and that. I would say it's a testing ground. That's an important step you have to take. Today, Kerala BJP was telling me 22,000 candidates are contesting in local panchayat. I think it's an important step. More candidates contesting, you build that ground. The results will come eventually. I would have been happier if we got a couple of seats, did not happen. We wait for the next political opportunity, which is 2026 and 2029. Probably all the hard work we have put over the last many, many years by different leaders, like a Chinese bamboo tree. Maybe it did not show at that point of time, like a Chinese bamboo, 90 days it might be stale, it might be still. Suddenly 91st day it will grow 4 centimeter, 92nd day it might grow 4 centimeter. I'm just hoping all the work we have put in is inside the ground. Sometime when it decides to sprouts up, maybe the tree will grow faster.
What happened in Coimbatore? You were very, very confident about that place. You said, I might win. And
but Coimbatore, we got the votes that we supposed to get. We got, our votes is about 450,000, 60,000. And BJP 2009, when we went alone, we got 44,000 votes. I'm just giving you things in perspective. And post Modi ji has come, the ground is different now. We got our votes, 33, 34% is our capacity, we were there.
What you didn't get was AIADMK.
No, madam. But I didn't expect a third party to poll 16%. And you cannot have an ADMK party polling 16% in Coimbatore and expecting the first party to win. If you look at the Kerala elections also, in many seats, the third party decided who's winning first. And ADMK ideally should have been at 23, 24%, ideally for that kind of election. When you go to 16% and a Dravidian kind of voters, both the voters, probably cross-voting must have happened. I don't know. It is for the audience to decide. You can't expect a party which has got 5 out of 6 MLAs in Coimbatore and a party that has called Coimbatore at its fortress coming down to 16.7% and BJP at 34%. So it is impossible for BJP to win when the third party is at 16%. So same thing in Thrissur. When Suresh Gobiji is able to win, you look at number 1, number 2, number 3. The number 3, Congress and Communist, both were at 3 lakh, 3 lakh. Then BJP you will have a chance. If you look at same thing why Muralidharanji lost in the next constituency, despite polling good numbers, you see that there the third party has gone down by 40,000. So Tamil Nadu is still not a clean politics of straightforward fight. You still have tactics, you still have adjustments, you still have parties deciding not to win. You still have parties deciding, I am not winning, he should not win. I'm not putting the blame on others, I'm only putting things in perspective. And 450,000 votes for BJP in Coimbatore is a fantastic vote. Karyakartas, hard work, Modi ji's charisma, the party structure for a long, long time. But expecting BJP in Coimbatore to win 5.25 lakh votes, probably next election we will go there. It is not that this election we are at 5.25. So I'm just putting things in perspective so that because people understand the third party's vote share will also decide how the first party will come. You can't have a 16% odd vote share for a third party and expecting the first party to win at 34%. Cannot happen.
Okay. So Anna, Udayanidhi Stalin was here in the morning. A couple of things that he said, and I want to bounce it off you, and I want to understand your perspective on that. First thing, which I found very interesting, of course, objection to SIR is a known stand of theirs. But what he said is that, or maybe the meaning of it, I don't know exactly his words, but this is what it came down to. That last assembly election, the difference of vote share between the two parties was just about 3%, right? That's not a huge gap. And if SIR happens, and they have an example of Bihar in front of them, where about 65 lakh voters were removed from the voters list on very legible grounds, on grounds that were justified. That's what the Election Commission says. But if something very similar happens here, the allegation you see from the side of the opposition is just one, that non-BJP, non-NDA alliance voters are the ones who are being targeted and removed. That's what they're still saying in Bihar. That's one of the reasons they say this huge debacle for them. Now, his fear is that something like this would happen here. How do you respond to that?
Madam, Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin and all the DMK friends, they have to understand, Bihar, September 30, 2025, when the final electoral list got published in Bihar, 47 lakh votes, which was there pre-SIR, were not there. They were deleted for various reasons. A date shifted, migrant, 47 lakh votes, which corresponds about 6.5% of votes pre-SIR, final SIR, they got deleted. Now, in the final analysis that happened, top 5 constituencies in Bihar where more votes got added. 3 won by BJP, 1 by Congress, 1 by RJD. Top 5 constituencies where votes got deleted more. Again, a combination of Congress, RJD and BJP won. Different factors. When somebody did a analysis for, a direct correlation analysis for SIR vote cutting and winning, they found it only 5% hardly, 95% no correlation. Now, it is a good governance. People wanted somebody in power. People voted in unison. And the vote share difference is also so huge between the number one alliance and the number two alliance. It's a fact. I'm putting things on perspective. Tamil Nadu, yes, it is true. 2021 was a close election because it was a 3.2% election between them. Now, if Udayanidhi Stalin believes by cutting 4% votes, whatever the debt shifted migrant, it is that percentage of 4%. No, he has to understand that 4% is already there, is the system. From September 30, 2025, when the final list got published, Supreme Court gave 17 more days. Normally, you know, SIR, once the final list is published, there is no time. Tamil Nadu, no time. Tamil Nadu final list in February first week.
Okay.
There, specially, Supreme Court gave 17 more days. October 17, 2025. Do you know how many people in that 17 days raised an objection, ma'am? 47 lakh votes not there. How many people in 17 days raised an objection to the Election Commission saying, my genuine name is missing, my relative's name is missing? How many political parties raised an objection? It is zero. From September 30 to October 17, the Supreme Court gave 17 days in Bihar SIR. Zero people raised an objection after the final list.
8 people did, but anyways, that's a very small number.
Okay. Maybe you say 8 out of 47 lakh. But you know, it is zero, literally zero. We'll keep it at zero. I'll agree with you, we'll keep it at zero. Like Tamil Nadu, for 6.5 crore voters, after the final list is published in February 2, take it for granted, madam, it will also be the same case here. Nobody is going to object because it is genuinely done. Nobody is artificially taking a scissor and knife and cutting things and just throwing people out of the system. So that the Deputy Chief Minister has to believe. He is constitutionally oath bound. He has taken an oath. He can call the election commissioner, he can go sit with them, understand the process. They don't even understand the process. They simply say, no, they'll take a scissor, they'll cut people, they'll throw them out in the dustbin, people cannot get vote. Everybody will get vote. How can somebody cut somebody, madam? For example, I am not part of the 2002 Tamil Nadu SIR. There is a process for me to get added, I am getting added. Somebody is a part of it, there is a process for them to get added. So trying to create a fear mongering, trying to threaten the BLOs, trying to instigate the Revenue Officers Association to go on a strike, that is uncalled for a government in power. They should be confident by now to say, we have done so much being in power. We don't fear anti-incumbency. People will vote for us. They don't say that. Even now they say Sanskrit, Hindi, North, South. This is the only language they're using for the past 3 months.
So, well, now that you mentioned it, the statement of his that Sanskrit is a dead language. I mean, he also told us in the morning, he reiterated his opposition to the NEP. Now, I want to frame this question in the context, Anna, that Prime Minister was speaking, I think, just about last week, about 10 days ago, at the Ramnath Goenka Memorial Lecture. And Prime Minister said this, and I was there in the audience. He said this very clearly. He said, we brought in NEP. And I want to make it very clear that we want the local languages to be supported. And I do not have any opposition towards English, but I definitely want our languages to be promoted. So he makes it amply clear, yet this kind of opposition, time and again that you hear, especially in the in the state of Tamil Nadu. And Anna, there has been a history, of course, for opposing Hindi. In the 60s we saw it. We saw how violent it was. People were self-immolating themselves. We know that Hindi works as a vote catcher. It does. And that becomes a huge challenge for you, Anna.
Madam, we believe in this generation, and this generation is very mobile. I see a lot of young people sitting inside here, college students who are part of the audience. This is very mobile. They are very proud Tamilian, no doubt, and they love their mother language, they love their language, the state in which they are born into. But it is not restricting them from being an Indian. We have to understand, this perspective is very important. They are proud Indians, they want to move across our country, take a business opportunity, find ways to live a good life. So, this is a dichotomy none of the Tamil younger generation have. People want to be mobile. People want to go to Bangalore, Hyderabad, Delhi. And people want to learn a language also. This generation wants to learn multiple language. But nowhere we are saying Tamil is inferior, Tamil will not come. When the new education policy we say, in the initial part of your learning, it is going to be your mother tongue. It is not even going to be English. Till now, the mother tongue was not a compulsory learning in the previous education policies, whatever 2 education policies we have. In NEP, mother language learning is compulsory, which more than any other person, Tamilians will appreciate, because class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, class 5, I am going to read all the subjects in Tamil. First time NEP is giving that opportunity. Not
Correct.
even they gave that opportunity, which they understand despite the political bickerings, and they completely understand NEP is open. Second, we have to understand the Prime Minister himself when he comes. He opens his speech every time in Tamil Nadu with 3 lines of Tamil at least. He quotes extensively from Tirukkural, travels across, lives a life, celebrates Sengol in Parliament, dresses our attire, tries to speak our language. So where is the PM trying to discriminate? When Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin says, oh, Tamil is given less money, he has to understand. The money that is given by the central government for promotion of a language is based on universities they have. Sanskrit has got 18 universities. Tamil has got only 1, which was started in 1981 by Purachi Thalavar MGR Raya. There are 18 Sanskrit universities. 16 universities in our country came before Modi ji came to power. After Modi ji came to power, 2 Sanskrit universities came. Chinmaya Mission deemed university, and in Haryana, Maharishi Valmiki University. The money comes because you have more Sanskrit university in the country, they get more money for promotion. Now if Udayanidhi Stalin ji believes Tamil needs to get more money for promotion as a language.
Do you think you are unable to drive home this point, Anna?
We are speaking, they're okay. Madam, you have to understand, why did DMK in 2024 Lok Sabha, they lost 8% vote share. Their 2019 Lok Sabha and 2024 Lok Sabha, they lost 9%. Because the 9% is a national vote. People vote for a national party. 2019, just compare the statistics, madam. 9% drop. Across India, I don't think any political party, any alliance have got a 9% drop from Lok Sabha to Lok Sabha. We got it. Because the people are very clear, I want a strong Bharat, I want a great Prime Minister. I want my proud Tamil Nadu to be proud. Doesn't mean I got a right to discriminate. Here the problem is, my language is superior doesn't mean Hindi is inferior. My language superior doesn't mean Kannada is inferior, Telugu is inferior. This is the problem we are tackling. Let our language be good. Let us be proud of ourselves. It doesn't give you any right to call another language dead language. It doesn't give me any right to call Bihari friends from state of Bihar, like DMK friends call. They say they are toilet cleaners, they are ditch diggers. A DMK ID tweeted right after the Bihar election, okay, Bihar election is over, tomorrow morning report to work in Tamil Nadu. What kind of nonsense is that, madam? That is the way we treat our guests. That is the language we use. And there is a sitting MP of DMK who said, people from Bihar don't have brain. That is why they are like this. And he represents that party, comes and sits here, and then he gives us a gyan about India. No, we are not. You disrespect another culture. You disrespect a part of Bharat. And then how will people see, madam? When anybody is from Bihar, they have great reverence for Tamil Nadu. Anybody in Bihar has abused Tamil language. I'm only asking the ulta question. There are also political parties in Bihar, political parties in UP. Have anybody abused Tamil language in the last 50 years? Have anybody spoken Tamil, sir, bad? When other part of India is giving you respect, let us give double the respect. And that DMK doesn't understand. That is our problem. I'm very happy to say the young generation is understanding. They're shifting. It takes a bit more time. We got to be patient with them.
Okay, now I want to quickly come to 2 questions about you. I want to come back to you, Annamalai. 2 questions, very specific, maybe a little sharp, do not mind. But your people only from within your party do tell me that within the BJP here, there is a very strong Brahmin lobby, right? That Brahmin lobby seems to not want to participate in the party actions, anything that the party does from the time Annamalai has come in and taken center stage. This is happening. A Brahmin and the non-Brahmin lobby are at loggerheads because of Annamalai. How true is that? You had S.V. Sekhar
I don't want actually
resign,
to, yes, madam,
saying that you are unfit for the job.
No, madam, I don't want to dignify that, but still, you have put me a question in a public forum. It is my duty to answer, ma'am. I think the Brahmins in Tamil Nadu, again, I'm putting it on record. If there is one community I can compare to the persecution of Jews that happened around 1940s, it is the Brahmins of Tamil Nadu. Very clearly, the 1940s, 50s, 60s, very terrible time for them. I continuously voice my opinion on it. I say it is still Brahmin bashing politics that is happening in Tamil Nadu and DMK. Many political parties keep Brahmin as the center, attack them, and then try to consolidate the other community votes. I want to be different from that. I'm very clear. Second, yes, 37, 38, you enter politics, you are in a responsibility. You are disturbing a lot of feathers. People who have run the party for a long time. People who felt their way of approach is right. That's okay. I'm okay with it, madam. No problem. So I don't have any problem with anybody. I would have ruffled the feathers here and there. But with respect to cooperation, everybody gave their fullest cooperation. And I want to put Brahmins at the center stage of what we do. Other communities center stage of what we do. OBC at the center stage of what we do. The SC/ST at the center stage of what we do. Because the politics have to be inclusive. That is very important. And no political party in Tamil Nadu should be seen belonging to one particular community. It creates a lot of problem. Not only perception-wise, but also the way people adapt a party. So I tried my best to keep the party to make sure it belongs to everybody. It belongs to all caste. So I don't believe per se in caste. I'm a born Hindu. I respect all religion. I'm a proud Bharatiya, proud Tamil.
Do people within your party have a problem with the fact that Annamalai has been given so much of importance from Delhi? And this prominence that you got so quick, the rise that Annamalai has seen in the last 4 to 5 years has been, I mean, it's exemplary, right? The way you have risen. You came, you joined the party, all of a sudden you've become the face of the BJP. The others, of course, have been toiling and slogging here for a long time, and now will have a problem with you.
That's a fair argument, and we always go by responsibility. We don't go by position or prestige. State president is a responsibility. I'm a normal karyakarta, again a responsibility. Tomorrow, if I do something, it's a responsibility. That's how I see my job title. And no job title is bigger, nothing is smaller. And the watchman outside Kamalayam, our party headquarters, is as important as me. That's how my belief is. I'm not saying sitting in the stage. Because he is there regulating the crowd. He's doing a job outside. And I don't think I'm bigger. And second, with respect to lobbies, outside lobbies, I could have ruffled feathers. I'm not saying I haven't ruffled feathers because I'm fast, I'm aggressive. There is a way. Somebody is smooth, somebody will take a longer point of view to approach politics. That's okay, madam. And I don't have anything in my heart, anything in my mind. And the party is unified, and the goal is to defeat DMK. And when I see many of the media reports, I get amused. I get bemused is the correct word. This is happening, that is happening. I think politics, you got to have a thick skin, go through it, develop other passions also, like I said. Now 40-50% of my time, I develop other passions also, along with politics. So what happens is, you are not full-time politics, sitting in office all the time, somebody at you. You do everything possible, keep your goal intact of social service, so that, I told you, man, politics tires you faster. The younger generation are here, many people aspire to be politicians here. Because you should have an appetite, and it is enduring. And all the time, people abuse you, people praise you, people write all kinds of stories about you. So it is important people should have other things to focus on in life also. That is why the first set of politicians, 1950s and 60s, they all had a job and politics. They are lawyers, politics. They are farmers, politics. I don't believe in politics as a full-time role, madam. When I ask somebody, what do you do? Politics. I said, what do you do otherwise? No, 24/7 politics. People say it is a matter of pride to say 24/7 politics. Then I say, then you will be failing in your role as a father. You'll be failing your role as a husband. You'll be failing in your role as somebody. How will you cater to that? They are also important to you. So I don't believe in so-called 24/7 politics all the time. Maybe that is where I differ with a lot of people, but I'm okay with it.
Okay, I have to wrap up the session. So 2 quick questions. One, I want to understand, Annamalai, what is the BJP thinking in terms of their alliances and looking for partners outside, especially in the context of actor Vijay. I want to understand what's the stand and what's the thinking within the party.
Madam, the lesson in Bihar is very simple. It is Pandava's election. 5 people came together. Strongly they stood. After winning, the Prime Minister's tweet was very clear. He appreciated everybody. He tagged all the 5 political parties that gave this winning, that gave this message to Bihar, that gave people of Bihar, gave this message to the 5 parties. I think Tamil Nadu, I consistently say, any vote outside the alliance is a vote against the alliance. That's how I say, madam. You got to unify, bring everybody together. Part of NDA umbrella. Some parties might have a problem with some individuals. It's okay, but they can be a part of NDA. We don't have any right to dictate how a political party should be run. Every political party can be run. The general secretary of the party can decide.
To Vijay?
But I'm only saying, madam, yes, I'm not saying I'm not in a position to say who's doing what. But my appeal is, being a part of a larger NDA will keep the vote share intact, number one. Since you asked about Vijay. Vijay is a formidable actor. I believe he'll be a good politician also. I'm telling you this. Why? Because, ma'am, somebody is coming at their peak of their cinematic career and wants to come do it. And he's trying to do politics his way, which I appreciate. And he's trying to break the norms of politics. And I consistently say a person like Vijay is needed in Tamil politics because you need a 3rd voice, 4th voice, 5th voice. Let him be there. Nobody should trouble. I mean, consistently speaking for him from day one. Even if the ideologies differ, we agree to disagree. You're a different ideology, I'm in a different ideology, fine. But we are not here to block the rise of Vijay or anybody. End of the day, the battlefield, the EVM machines will decide how much popularity Mr. Vijay has got, how much popularity NDA, how much popularity DMK.
Do you want Vijay on your side? You think he'll help the BJP?
Madam, it is not about in politics saying everybody come to my side, everybody come to my side. I agree to respect the differences we have with Vijay. He's different. He has consistently saying he doesn't want to come. Let us respect that. When somebody says, this is where I want to do politics, please do that politics. Fine. Let us all meet in the battlefield. I don't believe in Vijay should come tomorrow morning, Vijay should come tomorrow evening, Vijay should come day after tomorrow morning. No. Let Vijay fight his battle. NDA will fight its battle. DMK will fight its battle. The people sitting here will decide who's the winner.
All right, great. So Anna, finally, before I let you go, what message do you have for the undecided, skeptical voters of Tamil Nadu?
I would only say don't look at emotional issues, look at very rational issues, look at our state finance, look at law and order, look at the future growth of next 10 years because India is in a very cusping that point change. And look at the employment for the youth, look at the future. Look at this and decide. Let us not get down to the same emotional issues. I am as Tamilan as Mr. Udayanidhi Stalin. My generation, if you take my DNA, we have lived in the same land for more than 600 years. And I am a farmer. So, but the moment I belong to BJP, they say North-South. No. People of Tamil Nadu have to understand, all of us are Tamilians here. A Karyakarta and BJP is fighting for Tamil Nadu first, no doubt about that. So I just want people to little bit think about that and say simply because it is an all-India party, simply because the headquarters is in Delhi, simply because the current national president of BJP happens to be from some other state, they might not put Tamil Nadu first. So if people come right over the top, over this, I think we will be in a happy space. BJP will have a fighting chance. I just want people to give us that opportunity to say, leaders can be from any part. Kamaraj Nadar is so great. Kamaraj Raya is so great because a Tamilian was able to rise up to Delhi. Let us give BJP that chance again. Leaders from here should go all the way up to Delhi. That is the message for all the youngsters and undecided voters. Give BJP a chance, NDA a chance, Edappadi Palaniswamy ji a chance, ADMK a chance, all our alliance partners a chance. 2026 will show some difference in the next 5 years.
You have a clear message, Anna. Give BJP a chance. Very clear one, but wishing you all the very best for the upcoming elections. And thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we let you go, may we kindly request Mr. Tushar Banerjee to join us on stage to extend our felicitations to our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice President Digital, ABP Network, doing the honors and extending a very special thanks to Mr. K. Annamalai for that lovely session. Of course, endurance, not just physical, but as well as the mental aspect of it coming through is what we've learned through this session. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our next conversation focuses on something very important. At the heart of policy making lies two wonderful words, especially when they come together. I think they get all of our attention, and that is caste census. Before we officially begin, if I may kindly take the opportunity to request all of our guests to remain seated as we have our next speaker joining us over the next couple of minutes. Along with that, let me tell you that today, the reason we have such a wonderful platform to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, are our sponsors. ABP Southern Rising Summit is co-powered by Rungta Steel, by Hire, by Venus Hot Water Professionals. We've also got our partners powering us through SD Paints, V-Guard, Gold Winner, SIP Abacus, G Square. We've also got our banking partner supporting us, Federal Bank. A very special thanks to our tourism partner, Telangana Tourism, our digital partner, Alok Infotech, our streaming partners, ABP Live, abpnadu, ABP Desam. We've got our next speaker here in the hall with us, as you can see. We've got the attention of everybody in the room, which also means that it's time for us to shine a spotlight on our conversation. Caste census, why we need a new count. The debate around this, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, at the very core of policy making, who gets counted, how they get counted, and what that means for welfare, representation, and social justice. This particular conversation will bring out clarity, will bring out a data-driven approach, will bring out the lived political experience of our upcoming speaker. If I may kindly request you to put your hands together as we have the privilege of welcoming Dr. Anbamani Ramdas Avarkar, President of PMK, former Union Minister for Health, to join us on stage. It's a pleasure to have you here with us, sir. Driving this conversation, may I also welcome back one of India's favorite journalistic voices, Mr. Dibang. Ladies and gentlemen, the session is titled Caste Census, Why We Need a New Count. And on that note, officially handing the floor over to our session chair.
Namaskar, मैं हूं दिबांग, and we have a special guest, Anbu Mani Ramdas of PMK. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Dibang.
What are the three main reasons that you want a caste census?
See, historically, there has been a discrimination in India for tens of centuries based on caste. To offset this discrimination and to bring social equity, we need the exact number of data, how many people are affected, in what way, and what could be the solution. We need a modern, contemporary, scientific, pertinent data. And for that, we need a count. The Constitution of India says that in Article 15 and 16, says that the states should ensure affirmative action for the socially and educationally backward. And many people misthink that affirmative action is only reservation. Reservation is just a part. According to me, it's just about 1/3 of affirmative action. The 2/3 is like social programs, scholarships, loans, and like in some states where you have even government tenders given to the downtrodden section of society. So, and even like a Panchayat Raj, that is, according to me, an affirmative action. Women's reservation, that comes under gender discrimination, but that's also part of affirmative action. So we need a lot of this action to offset the social injustice done for tens of centuries, and our reservation is based on caste. We have nearly a century old data, 1931. The British people took the last census before the World War II. And at that time, India's population was only 28 crores. So we're using this more than 90-year-old data for all our reservations based on the national level or the state level. Karnataka, way back in 2015, was the first state in India to take a caste census. So we see that today we have data for we have data for the migratory birds coming from Russia, China, and Australia. How many of them are coming? How long they're staying here? We have data for the stray dogs. How many stray dogs are there in Chennai or Mumbai or Delhi? We have data for the stray cows, cattle going on.
Because all these don't vote.
That's the whole point. But we don't have a data for humans who have been depressed, oppressed, suppressed for centuries and centuries. How much are there? How many are getting education? How many are employed? How they could come out, they could live a life with lots of justice for them. So for that, we need modern data. And 6 states in India have done it or on the verge of doing it. But unfortunately, Tamil Nadu is supposed to be the cradle of social justice champion state, but I am ashamed. I'm ashamed that Tamil Nadu has not done a caste census. Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, you could wake up a sleeping person, but you can't wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. So I'm really ashamed, coming from Tamil Nadu, we still haven't done a caste count. We're not asking for a caste census. We're asking for a caste survey. So I have so many examples which I could justify why you want to do this.
But I'm saying forceful argument, but you are with a party in the center. It doesn't like caste census, doesn't like numbers so much, in fact.
See, I don't want to get
There's been
into
no
the politics.
census Forget about caste census.
I don't want to get into the politics of that. Like, see, my party, PMK, has been asking for a caste census right from 1980, even before my party has been formed. And we have been asking the states as well as the center many times. My leader has met all the prime ministers, Mr. Vajpayee ji, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi ji, Mr. Narasimha Rao ji, Mr. Manmohan Singh ji, even Mr. Devagowda, whoever, and Mr. Modi ji, enforcing, wanting a caste census. But finally, the government has announced a caste census along with the national census. I think they're going to do it 1 year back. But coming back, the national caste census is going to be a macro data. That is not going to be much use. We want a micro data, which the states could only do it under the caste survey. Bihar has done it. Today, I would like to praise Mr. Nitish Kumar ji. And I could say that he had won the Bihar election, according to me, because of caste census or caste survey. And he had given affirmative action, like 94 lakh families in Bihar. He found out that 94 lakh families in Bihar have a monthly income of less than 6,000 rupees. And he ensured that each family had got nearly 2 lakh rupees for their self-employment, for their upliftment. And they found out that 67 lakh households, they don't have a own house or they're living in huts in Bihar, and they were trying to build houses for them. So this is what you get numbers if you do a count, a caste count. He had increased the reservation, but it was stopped by the courts. Why? Because he had increased the reservation only by numbers. He didn't justify with the social backwardness. If he had done it, the courts couldn't have done anything. Like Karnataka. Recently, Karnataka had done a second caste survey. And prior to that, last 6 months ago, they done a caste survey for the scheduled caste. They had a one-man commission, and within 165 days, they did a caste count for the scheduled caste. And they had subdivided the scheduled caste reservation from 17% was, they have done it to 6, 5, and 6. They have subdivided. So these are the things which you need to, and I could say that if you have a data, the progress of a state will be quicker. And like Telangana, what happened, they had done a caste count last year, and they had asked 58 primary questions and 19 secondary questions. Sorry, 56 primary questions and 19 secondary questions. So they have a 75 questionnaire data. They have all the data within them. You go to a household, you have the number of people in the house, you ask them which religion they are, which caste, which subcaste, how many people, what education status, how many women have studied, what doctors, how many doctors, engineers, or how many government employees, private employees, the house, how many bathrooms it has got, whether the bathroom has got water, it has drinking water, it has electricity, whether the house has got a car or a bike or a cycle or a tractor, how much land they have. All these data you have. And once, like in Tamil Nadu, you get this data, you feed it into a computer, you get the data, you say, Tamil Nadu, how many fishermen are there? They'll say 15 lakh houses, 40 lakh fishermen. I'm just saying approximately. Yeah. And what is the status of the fishermen? How many fishermen are doctors? How many of them are house? How many of them have a boat? All these data you can have, and you can have these affirmative action, like social welfare programs. You give them loan, you make them study, and this is what the micro level development is. This is what the actual development is. Development is not building fancy roads or fancy airports or fancy malls in intellectual city and all these IT cities.
Also, I think when
that's
you
just
have
a part of it.
When you have the caste numbers, you can ask for reservation more than 50% because you have the numbers now. Is that why you also want those numbers?
See,
you want to breach
okay,
that limit of 50%.
Okay. I'll give you two examples. One is at the national level. In 2017, Prime Minister Modi had appointed the Justice Rohini Commission to get into the disparities within the OBC reservation, that's 27% reservation at the center. See, another issue, which is, simultaneously I could like to point that, in India there are 15 to 17% of the scheduled caste population, 15 to 17%. The scheduled caste get 15% reservation. The scheduled tribe population in India is about 7 to 8%. The scheduled tribes get 7.5% reservation. The OBC reservation in India is OBC population in India, according to me, is about 60%, but they get only 27% reservation. And in the 27% reservation, there's so much of disparities. The Rohini Commission has found out that out of 2,633 communities in OBCs, 10 communities take away 24.9%. That's about 27% of the seats. Education and employment reservation. Another 38 communities in a cluster take away another 25%. Another 102 communities in a cluster take away 25%. Another 506 communities in a cluster take away 22.5%. So 97.5% of the education and employment of the OBC, 27% OBCs, are taken away by 565 communities out of 2,633. And 1,977 communities, they are fighting for just 2.5% of the reservation.
Yeah. And
so,
of that, if you're quoting figures,
983
get zero.
983, they get zero out of that.
Yeah.
So this is the data we want. This is the data we need in each state. Tamil Nadu, take example Tamil Nadu. There are 140 communities in BCs, backward classes. They have 30% reservation, but out of that 26.5% BCs and then 3.5 Muslims. Muslims, they have 3.5% reservation. There are 7 subgroups. And out of 7 subgroups, 2 subgroups take away majority of the seats.
Yeah.
And MBC, they have 115 communities in MBCs. We don't know who's getting the lots of seats and who's getting less seats.
Yeah.
Scheduled caste, even though they have 3 main groups, they have 74 subgroups.
Staying with the Rohini Commission. Rohini Commission, I have read the report, and they suggest that the OBC should be divided into 4 categories
yes.
and then redistribute 27%.
Absolutely.
Are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
How does it help?
Another example. If in a room, you have 100 mangoes in a room, you let in 100 people to share the mangoes. Will each of them take 1 mango?
No.
No. People like hefty people, strong people, they will go and take away many mangoes. Weak people, they will try to fight, but they won't get any mangoes. And so you categorize, you separate those mangoes, and then you say those weak people here, you have so much of mangoes. Stronger people, you have few mangoes, you take them. So this is the subclassification we want. And then there will be social equity. So social justice will be there. So you need to identify who are these weak people, who are not getting an opportunity, who have not got employment or education. So you can't identify the problem, you can't have a solution to that.
No, Anbumani. You want the hefty and the strong people to have more mangoes. You are against the distribution of those mangoes.
No.
You are...
No, I'm saying
hear me out. Listen to my question.
Yes.
Because you are against the creamy layer.
Okay.
Creamy layer is the layer that gets the mangoes.
Okay.
And you want them to retain those mangoes. And it shouldn't go to anybody else.
No.
In the room. In the room.
Out of 100 mangoes, the strong people
I'm on creamy layer.
Yeah, they will get only 10 mangoes. The strong people will get only 10 mangoes.
Why?
The weaker people will get 90 mangoes.
Why should they get 10 mangoes?
Okay, when you say creamy layer is an unconstitutional thing. It's not there in the Constitution. It is just bought by the Supreme Court in the Indira Sawhney case.
You are arguing against yourself when you say that. Because you made a case that everybody should get a mango.
Yeah. I'm coming back to your point. There is no creamy layer for scheduled castes or scheduled tribes. There is only creamy layer for OBCs.
Doesn't matter.
Why? Okay.
How does it matter?
What we want, I'm an OBC. What OBC want today, okay, you have 27% reservation. You first give that first opportunity to the creamy layer for the 27%. And out of 27%, if 20% are filled by the creamy layer, not the below the creamy layer concept, the rest, the 7% today, is moved on to the open competition. Why that? Why can't you give the 7% which are not filled by the creamy layer, to the non-creamy layer OBCs. What stops you in that? OBCs are definitely, they have been deprived for centuries. You just can't wish away something like, you have to give them justice. So you make use of 27% reservation for OBCs to the OBCs. You give the first priority to the creamy layer. That is people who have got less than 8 lakh annual income, you give the first opportunity to them. And if there are any seats remaining, you give it to the non-creamy layer OBCs. Why should you take it to the forward communities? So this is...
You argued so well so far, but here I disagree with you. I'm saying you give the 25% to the non-creamy layer. If they don't get it, give it to the creamy layer. If they don't get it, then you give it to others.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
So why are you against the concept of creamy layer?
But today...
You're calling it unconstitutional. Yes, it is not there in the Constitution.
Today what is happening...
But it's for better distribution of those mangoes.
See, what is happening today is, out of 27% OBC, only 20% of the seats are filled. The 7%, approximately 7% is not filled because of creamy layer slab. Those 7% seats are transferred to the open competition. Why is that? That 7% should remain in the OBC list, and it should go to the non-creamy people who have got more than 8 lakh annual income, should go to them. That is natural justice.
So you are for the concept of creamy layer,
but
you want a slight improvement in
Absolutely.
it. Then you don't call it unconstitutional.
Absolutely. I mean, that should...
You're
today
just changing yourself now.
Today it is unconstitutional. So the first priority should be people who have got less than 8 lakh income, you give them the first priority. You fill up all the seats. The remaining seats should be within the OBCs. You shouldn't be transferred to the OCs. So that is the concept which I want to do that like. And again, the 50% cap. Why you need 50% cap? Where's there in the constitution that says that 50% cap for reservation? This 50% cap was brought in 1962 by the Balaji versus state of Karnataka court, and Supreme Court says 50% without any reasoning, without any science in that, without any data in that. And it was upheld in 1992, Indira Sawhney case, 50%. Tamil Nadu escaped. Tamil Nadu, because of Ms. Jayalalitha in 93, 95, 4, our reservation is 69%. And Jayalalitha ji, she ensured that this was protected under the 9th schedule of Constitution. We had a constitutional amendment. Mr. Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister at the time, and she made sure that there was an amendment, and then till date it is protected. But that protection also is now question mark. Now people have gone to court against that 69% reservation in Tamil Nadu, and it's in the cases in the Supreme Court Justice has asked the government to clarify, saying that whether Tamil Nadu has got 69% of SC, STs, MBCs, and BCs. And for that, we need a count. And our Chief Minister, he's not bothered about anything.
Why do you think Stalin...
You should ask the question to him.
What is your understanding? Because it helps him if he counts.
Absolutely. And he says that his great-grandfather is Tandai Periyar, his grandfather is Annadurai, and his father is Kalanyar. They were stalwarts of social justice. He doesn't have any iota to mention their names also. And DMK is completely social, therefore social injustice. If they had some iota of social justice in them, he should have counted Tamil Nadu, count them. There are cases in the Supreme Court. Plus, Telangana has done it, Karnataka has done it, Andhra is going to do it, Orissa has done it, Bihar has done it, Jharkhand is doing it. And you call yourself a social justice party? No. Okay. You have social justice by the data. Okay. And data is everything today.
Do you think it could be a big issue in the coming elections?
Absolutely, it will be a big issue. I've called for a protest in December 17th. I've called all the parties to come and join the protest. Like, if other states could count, why can't you? And why are you escaping? Why are you shying away your responsibility? Under the Indian Statistical Act 2008, a panchayat president has the authority to do a count in his panchayat, whether it is caste count or a water count or a house count, any count. Chief Minister has got the same authority. The High Court of Karnataka and the High Court of Bihar have recently said that not only the center, the states has the authority to do a caste count.
Yeah.
The High Court of Karnataka said. So why can't you do it? What stops you? What prevents you? It's going to take you 2 months. So, and why are you shying away from data? And this is data we need for a state to progress. If ordinarily a state progresses, it takes 30 years for a state to progress. If you have data, it will progress within 10 to 12 years.
Ruling parties don't like data. You have a party in the center that doesn't like data. Census that you were supposed to have, decennial census, 2011, has not happened so far. Despite COVID, 135 countries have already done it. They also don't want data. It shouldn't surprise you. You've been in power.
But then they have announced that...
I'm asking you about the statement that Stalin made, women having 16 children remark. Do you think delimitation is going to be a big political issue? It will deprive the southern state, the political clout that they have.
Mr. Debang, before we digress from this issue of delimitation, let me just come back to
caste census
data. Why we need to justify data here? Like, why we need? There are many court cases, like at the center or the state level, and each state we have cases like going around like that. And in Tamil Nadu, coming back to Tamil Nadu, because always this is the cradle of so-called cradle of social justice, where stalwarts like Tandai Periyar, he fought for social justice, and subsequently all that we are in this like. And it should be a primary state, like it should have had its caste count done even before Karnataka has done it. Karnataka has done it twice, and in fact, I appreciate what they're doing it like. And coming back to this count, like again, I said that first we need to know the problem of how many people have not got to get them to whether it is reservation or whether it is like education or employment or they have to be leading a respectable life. Like. So that, again, I would like to reiterate that Tamil Nadu has to do a caste survey.
Yeah.
National level is a macro level, state level is a micro level, and the micro level is much needed for a state to progress holistically.
Yeah.
Yes. Now coming back to your delimitation census. Yes, census, it should have been done, decennial census every 10 years, like because of Corona now we have put it off. It should have been done in the last, I think, 3 years, but they have, at least they've announced it that by 2027, but next year they'll start and we'll get data rolling out by 27. Like.
Yeah, because one is speculation that the house size, the parliament will be having 848 members. UP from 80 seats will go to 143 seats. Southern states may lose members. Kerala would just be 20. So they will lose all political clout. I mean, then politicians in the north don't have to look at south.
No, but the central government has not rolled out what it is going to do, about how it is going to do, or how whether it is going to increase or decrease the numbers based on the population. So it has not let out its stance. Central government has not let out, set out its stance that what it is going to do, whether we're going to have the same 543 members in the Lok Sabha, or they're going to increase it based on that. But the delimitation we have till 26, you can't do anything much like. And the data, the census done after 26 only will be taken for delimitation. But that's going to take some time though.
Do you think, is that why the center is waiting so that the figures come out just before the next elections? After 26, you do the delimitation and come back to power.
I don't want to get into that nitty-gritty of those things. Like, I am not in a position to comment on that. Like, you should ask the BJP for that. Like, so. But at the same time, like, we are insisting for an early count, census count, as well as the caste count in that. Like, so.
What do you think about Vijay? Do you think he's going to be a force in the coming election?
See, Vijay, I mean, he's one of the leading actors in Tamil Nadu. He started his party. I wish him good. But he has just come, he's just meeting the public, like, and right now he's in his honeymoon period, I could say, like. So it's going good for him right now with the people and masses and coming, like. But But he has to come down. Politics is just not something where you come and then immediately you win power or something like that. You it's a long grind. People have to have confidence in you. In Tamil Nadu, every movie star, they have crowds. Whether they are star or not, you act in a movie, you get crowds that's there. But how much of this will percolate as votes, transform as votes, we are yet to see. And,
one more grouse that the southern states have, that they contribute to the national GDP. Contribution of the southern states is 30%. Population is just 19.6%. And because they have lesser number of people, what they get in return is just 16%.
Yes, I am with you. I accept you, but we shouldn't be penalized because we're doing good in population.
Absolutely.
Population stabilization, in fact, Bihar, the TFR today in Bihar is about 3.1. It was 3.6 earlier, now 3.1. UP is about 2.6. Yeah. Tamil Nadu is about 0.7. Kerala is 0.6. So we are doing good in population-wise. We shouldn't be penalized because we have done good. We have done well in population stabilization. So that is not to be, and we won't accept that. So on that, there should be equity and justice for all. It should be uniformity, and at least the main thing is don't increase anything. Just status quo maintained. Let it be there. So you have a count, you have a national count, and you have a caste count, and then let the status quo continue.
Thank you so much, Anbumani.
Thank you very much, Mr.
I see that you have learned how to evade the questions you don't want to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May we kindly have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Tushar Banerjee to join us back on stage to felicitate our speaker. A session that cut through all of the superficial parts of it and went straight to the core. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular session focusing on caste census has been a lovely reminder, I think, to each of us on how it plays such a key role, whether it's the opportunities that come our way, whether it's the welfare, and a great wake-up call to the gaps that we are facing along the way. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session focuses once again on AI. I think that is definitely the buzzword. And today, we not just talk about AI as a magical partner, but we look at AI within the space of education. Is it a very futuristic concept? How much a part of our lives has it already been? And how much is it going to be a part of as we move ahead? How are the children learning? Where are they observing this from? How do they learn to question? And after learning all of this, where are we applying the knowledge? Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful unveiling of exactly these very questions coming our way with our upcoming session that is titled, well, I want to tell you that this is going to be an interesting conversation. Without giving away too much, we have something very special we want to present to you as well. Our stage is all set. This particular session is going to feature Mr. Yash Mehta. May I kindly welcome CEO of ABP Education Division to join us on stage. May we also have senior journalist Ms. Kaveri Bamzai join us, driving this particular conversation. Well, you can see that there are a few extra chairs, and that only means that we have a wonderful surprise coming our way. But without giving away too much, I can tell you that this very conversation is going to take us to the foundational learning when it comes to the AI space, one that aims to kind of prepare children for tomorrow in the best way possible. Over to you, Kaveri.
AI all day today, and especially from Professor Kamakoti, who knows a little more than all of us too. So what really do you think, what part do you think it's going to play in the digital transformation of learning? And how are children going to learn in this new world?
Okay, you're specifically talking about AI per se in the schools?
Yes.
So
which is what you're associated with.
Yeah, in fact, okay, so to put things in perspective, we are basically a part of ABP group. We have 5 education companies in our fold.
Right.
We have a company called KIPS, which is by far the market leader in the ICT space. Then we have an organization by name of Headward, which is a full stack education company. We have English, math, science, all subjects in that. In fact, for that matter of fact, KIPS completes the full STEM circle. It's not only computer science, but also science and maths along. Then we have a diagnostic assessment company called Exam Factor, which is largely pivoted toward the government. We also have an organization called ABP Learning, which is basically a partnership with Hachette, which happens to be UK's second largest and world's top 5 publishers. So we have typically 5-6 organizations.
You need an AI assistant with all this work.
Not really. Yeah. So
the idea really is to change the way children are learning. And do you feel that it is able to do that? Are schools receptive to this idea? What do you think?
Schools are receptive. See, end of the day, if you look at from a digital transformation perspective, there are a lot of changes happening, right? I mean, when you talk about conventional ways of teaching, wherein there used to be a teacher in the front and the student at the back, and of course, over a period of time, the teacher got replaced with the, the blackboards got replaced with the whiteboards, but still teacher in the front and student at the back. But, things are changing now. With the flipped classroom environment coming in, the role of the teacher is changing from being a teacher to being a facilitator.
And also in a way a co-learner, right?
And co-learner, because end of the day, teacher also need to be keep on learning over a period of time. I mean, if the teacher feels that, I know it all, probably, that's not going to work in the today's day and age.
Not with this generation. In fact, talking about teachers and principals, I'd like to call upon Dr. S. Bhavani Shankar, Director, Heartfulness International School. May we have him on stage, please? Then there's R. Tamil Rasi. I'm very sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Dean, Elite Group of Schools. May we have you on stage? And there's Archana R., Managing Director, San Academy Group of Schools, Chennai. May we have you on stage? You've all been extremely patient, and I'm terribly sorry for the delay. But, we were just talking, as you heard, about how teachers need to be co-learners as well. So what really is happening in your schools? Do you want to quickly take that? And
See, one, we are finding it very difficult to offload our baggages. So it's taking time to get used to the changes that are disrupting the environment. And I guess the first step is to acknowledge the fact that you will be left behind if you do not embrace this change and get yourself the competencies that are needed to walk that journey. So that's what personally I'm grappling with, and I also see that emerging in other schools too.
Right. Could you, what's your take on this?
I feel like students nowadays are Gen Z kids. Teachers need to be equipped to teach them with the AI and the digital educations. As I said, kids always they just serve as a bridge between technology and the teaching. So it gives serve as a gateway for the students into the future of education. So I believe that.
Archana, I want to ask you, we've also heard that we're going to have AI from class 3 itself, AI being taught. I wonder how that's going to change things. Does the cognitive ability of children get affected? I'd like to ask Archana that, sorry.
Hello, good evening to everyone. I think children and us, we learn to cope up with the changing times, and the only thing that is inevitable is change. So I think we only talk about terminologies like cognitive skills and all of that, but it was there in olden age, it was there now, and it's going to be there in the future. So I think the need of the hour is to align technology, whichever is the technology at that point of time. So right now it is AI. So when you look into the jobs of the future and align the kids accordingly, and also ensure that they have a holistic development, I think AI definitely helps. And we just have to look at AI as an assistant, right? So we have to feed them the right things. And
in fact, Professor Kamakoti earlier in the day talked about it, talked about AI as a child. So AI is also learning along with the teachers and along with the students. So everyone seems to be learning at the same time. What do you think of that? Yeah, Archana, take that and then I'll do the backward thing.
I think it's absolutely beautiful to be born in this era, I think so. More than Gen Z kids, I think we are very lucky because we saw how the computer was born.
Yeah.
We saw how the pager was. So it's another evolution, which is the AI. So everything has its own advantages and disadvantages. It depends on how well we use it. So with respect to schools, I think there is more advantage with AI because now I think the future job could be prompt engineers. Right? It could be the future jobs. So we need to make children understand that it's volatile. And with AI coming into existence, there is so much scope and it makes a lot of... So with AI, the best thing is, it is only not computer or technology. AI could help you in medicine. AI could help you in sports. AI could help you in everything. So that way, when you think at the formative age, when you introduce AI, I think it's best for the child to pick and choose because we are there as facilitators to tell the children what's right.
Tamilirasi, have I pronounced it right now? Oh, thank God. I was getting very nervous. Tell me, 5 years from now, which are the jobs that you think our children will be most suited for?
Like nowadays students, they're not into hard work. They just want the smart work to be done. So
if there are any students here, you should protest.
Yes, actually. So they just want everything to be done in a couple of time, like immediately they just want everything. So I think mostly it will be AI-related jobs and the data analysts, that is what they will be.
Dr. Bhavani Shankar, do you agree?
Partly yes, but then I dread this euphemism whenever says AI feels, AI thinks, AI does. That I feel is very, very dangerous, and most importantly because when AI has been given the space, pride of place, it also implies that AI sort of enslaves humans, right? So where is the HI, the human intelligence component in all of this? I would still value those elements that are technology agnostic, so which need to walk the way that we are made as human beings and learners. And I guess, so it's wise to talk the language of how we enslave AI rather than choosing to talk to, so provide euphemisms and eulogies to AI taking over the human world. So we really need to set those balances in place. So technology should be in the place where technology ought to be. So we need to start valuing the learning through human dimensions. The affective and the psychomotor domains are not spoken about, and you start speaking more about the cognitive domains. So we really need to try and understand what is the education that we are trying to shape in K-12 space.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, all three of you. Yash, we will now unveil the product that you worked so hard on, which is Explore AI and Robotics. May we have the books, please? Thank you so much. If you could get them here. A quick photo op. Thank you. Yash, I won't let you go. Thank you so much. We have another thing to unveil quickly. So, Sorry. And for that, I'd like to call another set of teachers and principals. Sorry. There's Mr. Swaminathan, correspondent, Manthan Vidyashram. If you could be here on stage, please. Thank you so much. There's Neelan Arasu, correspondent, Neelan Group of Schools. And Shibu Thomas, regional head, Headwood. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much, all of you. Again, you've been so patient. How is AI changing the face of the Indian classroom? Any of you could take that. Would you like to take that, sir? You've probably seen.
What is your question?
How is AI changing the face of the Indian classroom?
I really don't know whether I should agree with.
Whether it's changing it or not.
I basically feel a child should be a child.
Yeah.
They should learn how to play and enjoy their life. Childhood should not be wasted in things like coding and all that. I'm sorry. So
No, I'm all for it.
Number one. Number two, I mean, there is no going back. AI is already there. You have to play the role and then take it up and then educate children. That's another thing.
Right.
So when do we start and how do we do it? To what extent we bring into play is another question. I think one of the panelists in the previous one mentioned that human intelligence is equally important.
Yeah.
That has to be valued. So I think I really don't know when is the right question to do, whether it is class 3, class 5, class 6, I really don't know. I'm not in a position to say that. But I really enjoyed my childhood. But with all that, I could get into the best institutions. That means even I think others can also do the same thing.
Right. What's the importance in this new world of learning English and of speaking English correctly? Would you like to take that?
Yeah, this is very important because English is a global language. It's very important to connect globally. Because if you see from India now, many children are even globally connected. They are studying into different universities abroad. And it's very important that we should have proficiency in English, and that makes very important. And in education, also connected to AI, and I just wanted to, support. When a tractor introduced in India, and farmers thought that they will lose the job.
Right.
And later when computer introduced, again this dilemma was there. But again, we can see that globally the doors are open for this and we got more opportunities. We should expect that if AI is going to have more powerful in the future, then English is very much important that we have to connect globally and we should not be, idled, within our shell. So we need to explore possibilities outside.
And sir, if I may ask you another question related to it. Learning English well does not mean that you don't learn other languages well either. So what's your take on that? Translation. No, the other languages that we speak. I mean, English is just one of the languages that we should be adept at, I suppose.
Yeah, of course. Before that, for AI in the school, probably your question is initially, what will be the promotion in the school when we are introducing AI?
Right.
So we are having a kitchen in the home and we are having hotels in the street. Still, kitchen is very important for us. So teacher, always a teacher. Now, button phone to Android, everyone is converted to Android phone. Now teachers also converted, students also converted. So slowly the migration of education is transformed from blackboard to green board to whiteboard.
Right.
So AI is one of the part of inclusion. Right from third standard onwards, AI is an important role for them. Just this is a pattern of work. We are giving the coding work and other things.
Right.
Straight away we start with the coding and other things. Actually, as usual, as a computer science classroom, ICT, it is what has been expanded. And has been included for the language also.
Right.
Even if you want to teach more languages, right? So this tool is very important for us to promote the school activities. But one thing will be changes, real changes will be there, expensive will be more.
Yeah.
Cost-wise it will be more.
So
but
will it remain an elite, will it remain an elite teaching tool?
Yeah.
Yeah, you think so?
Yes. So that language as well as supportive system is all been promoted. And now what you have been into is a book for AI and robotics related with ICT. And when we process with ICT, and next door is open for AI and
yeah, and that should make it more democratic. Thank you so much. You've led me right to what we have to do now, which is unveil this new product that you've been working so hard on, which is called Mission Grammar. It's by Headword Publishing. And it's a dynamic grammar program for students from class 1 to 8. May we have the books, please? Excuse me. May we have the books? Yes. Thank you so much, all of you. You've been so patient, and I think this is the last duty we'd like you to do today. But please do stay on. Don't leave after the session. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that definitely calls for a loud round of applause for those wonderful additions to the curriculum. AI is a buzzword for the future, and here it is in the present. On that note, we now take a short break from our on-stage proceedings. We would like to invite each of you to join us for high tea, which will be served in the same hall where we had lunch, Rajendra 4. When you exit to the corridor, you will find the live podcast setup. So the door is right opposite that. Please do join us and, of course, refresh yourselves for the...
Well, thank you so much. Well, she's already declared that you are a diamond, Anna. So anyways, I was thinking of an introduction for Annamalai, and it came to my mind to try and introduce Annamalai, that too in Chennai. In his home state of Tamil Nadu is like trying to introduce Sachin Tendulkar to Mumbai. So I am definitely not going to take that risk and refrain from making any introduction. Anna, it's been a long time that we met and we sat down for an interview. How have you been?
Long time, ma'am. Happy to see you here. Thank you for ABP Nadu for doing this in Chennai. Doing very well, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So Anna, last time when we did an interview, you were the state BJP president. Now you're not. But just last week, Prime Minister was here. The way he met you at the airport, the way he patted your back. Anna, you know, pictures speak 1,000 words. Is the Saffron Singham still rocking?
Oh, there is a background to it, ma'am. And you all know Honorable Prime Minister, the importance he gives to fitness. And last year he called me. There was a political meeting. He called me to the back of the stage. He told me, policing mein aapka weight kitna tha? He asked me, what is your weight when you finished policing? I said, I was this weight. He said, how much you weighed now? I said, I weighed this much. I said, why did it go up? I said, stress, not eating on time, traveling. He took his pen, he took his paper, middle of last year. The Honorable PM sir wrote in his paper, he said, you have to reduce this much weight in this many days. No questions asked. We just wrote in his paper. So there is a background story to it. That is why when I took it as a mission probably in the last 5-6 months, ma'am, to get back to my fitness. And to test it, I want to do something like an Ironman in our country. And I did it. And maybe that is why the Prime Minister was slightly more happy. Because I gave a word to him, I promised him. And it was more like an instruction from him. And this year, when I did it, maybe it's a step 1. So I was happy a bit.
So how many kilos did he ask you to reduce?
Oh, he told me to reduce 10-12 kg, but I said, I want to go back to my original weight. Everybody will have a BMI, height and everything. I want to be at 85-90, madam. And more importantly, I want to be fitter, functionally fitter. That is a message for me to the youngsters also. And we lose track of our life in between after 30, 32, the professional things. We give a lot of importance to other things. I am making an attempt to do this to bring back to my original fitness level at 20, 25. In the process, if I make somebody happier, if I inspire somebody in the process, I think that is why this Ironman is important to me. Not because it is a personal thing I did it. Some inspiration to somebody somewhere. I am doing it at 41. And I want people to do it at 30, 35, not wait till 40, 50. And that is that extra motivation adding to Prime Minister's words.
Okay, so I mean, I'm also very stressed about weight issues. So just one more question. How many kgs still have to go?
I think I've reached that weight, ma'am. Now I want to endure more. I'm trying for a full Ironman this year, end of this 2026, which is double of it. In India, because of our climate zone, we have this. European countries have double of it, 4 kilometers swimming, they have 180 kilometers cycling and 42 kilometer running on one stretch. I am attempting that this October 2026. That is my next goal. I want to prepare my body for that. Not necessarily the weight per se, but to endure, keep your mind clear, and get into that meditative state in a long process so that you are always there, not get agitated. Normally what happens when you're happy, we get excited. When we are sad, we get depressed. And this kind of long endurance training tries to keep your mind very stable so that you don't get too excited, you don't get too sad, because you got to train your mind to that level. So that is my next goal.
So people really do seem to have a problem with Anna's aggression. They say that his style is more confrontational than being collaborative. What would you say to that?
We have to understand we all carry different sides to how we work. There is a professional side of me, there is a personal side of me, there is a social side of me. And Tamil Nadu, I don't use a word called politics, ma'am. It is battle. And for BJP, if you are a member here, you want to bring the party to power. If you have more ambition, like a lot of our Karyakatas and leaders, like how I have along with them, you got to be in a battle state, madam. You can't do a very smooth politics here. Because incremental politics can work for a bigger party, not for a smaller party. That is my professional side. Personal side is completely different. I'm a human being, somebody is a human being. We all value each other. We all are equal. That is different. Again, there is a social side. I'm somebody's father, I'm somebody's mother, somebody's child, I'm somebody's husband. That's a social side. So people confuse all this to one personality. So politically, I'm very aggressive. I'm proud being aggressive. Of course, I've paid a price for being aggressive some point of time. But that is how I think we can build the party in Tamil Nadu. I'm proud of it, and I'm not going back on it, nor I'm going to change my personality for that.
And what is the price that you think you paid for this aggression? Is it that the AIDMK saw you as an irritant and you had to step down?
That's okay, madam. That's okay. That's a party's call. But politics in the long run, you can't make too many enemies in the process, because you will align with somebody, end of the day, you will not align with somebody. Because that is a lesson from Indian politics, because nobody is a permanent friend, nobody is a permanent enemy. If you look at the longer arc of politics. But maybe for me, I'm seeing politics slightly more differently. It is not that anybody is an enemy or a friend. In a professional side, I take on somebody, meaning I face a lot of defamation cases. I go to court often. I am part of a lot of cases, about 80, 90 cases against me now. Even for getting a passport renewed, a person like me was an IPS officer with a clean state record in law and order. I have 90 cases against me for something. I spoke against something to somebody. Even for a passport inquiry, I have to go through that process now, get an affidavit. So these are the pains I have to go through. Otherwise, position, no position, that doesn't matter, madam. Wherever you are, you be the person.
Have you been able to bury your differences with the AIADMK leadership?
So, of course, we differ, madam. We have to differ. And that's a different
you
party.
You have to fight elections together this time.
Ideologically, we are different. That is okay, madam. They also appreciate, I also appreciate. But for the sake of elections, for the sake of a coalition, for the sake of a 2026 politics, we are together, no doubt. I don't speak anything against them. They don't speak anything against me. That is okay, ma'am. But asking me to say everything, ADMK says, no, I am against NEET, if ADMK will say. I say I am for NEET. But right now I have chose to keep my mouth shut.
This conclave is taking place at a very crucial moment when the centralization of powers is increasing in India. Last time I spoke under the topic, Tamil Nadu model, what India can learn. This time I would like to speak under the topic, Dravidian algorithm, a framework for strengthening federalism. What is an algorithm? An algorithm is a set of clear steps used to solve a problem or to reach a result. In computers, it works like a method that tells the machine exactly what to do at what time, step by step, to get the correct output. In a similar way, Tamil Nadu's politics also follows a clear and consistent method. That's what we call the Dravidian algorithm. This algorithm has been developed from many social, cultural, and political inputs gathered over the past century. It is this algorithm that guides the people of Tamil Nadu when they make their very important political decisions. One such political decision is that the Tamil people will never submit to the dominance of the union government. You may all know the constitution outlines the structures and powers of the union government. Even though powers are divided, they are placed under the union list, state list, and the concurrent list. So when our constitution clearly uses the term union government, why do most of the media and many northern leaders, they still call it the central government? When we call the government in New Delhi the central government, it creates a mindset that they are at the center and they can at any time pull all the powers towards themselves. That is why our Honorable Chief Minister, Thiru Muthuvel Karunanidhi Stalin Avargal, began using the term union government instead of the central government. The moment he did this, the BJP leaders and the supporters, they started criticizing us. They asked, how can you call it the central government as union government? And they are still upset about this simple but very powerful word, the powerful correction. DMK's view on this subject is very, very clear. The union government should only have those limited powers that concern the entire nation. The four key areas such as the defense, the foreign affairs, the interstate communication, and the currency. Other than these, all the remaining powers should rest with the state governments. This is the DMK's stand. We continue to fight for the state autonomy, even as the union government keeps resisting it through increasing centralization. Our leaders, Peraringer Anna and Muttamiringa Dr. Kalaignar, had always said that a strong federal system is what truly strengthens our country. The significant part of the development in India has come from the efforts and initiatives of all the state governments. Unfortunately, instead of supporting the well-performing states, the union government is actually punishing them, penalizing them. The union government has been penalizing states like Tamil Nadu through unfair sharing of tax revenues, delaying or blocking the funds, imposing centrally sponsored schemes across departments, the new education policy, and recently the delimitation. They are also undermining the elected state government through their appointed governor. Due to this rising centralization of power in Delhi, states like ours, Tamil Nadu, are suffering in two major ways, culturally and both financially. Tamil Nadu has always followed the two-language policy since 1967. We also have a century-long history of resisting Hindi impositions. Despite this, the union government keeps pressurizing Tamil Nadu to accept the new three-language formula under the name of new education policy. They even went to the extent of saying that the state's dues of rupees 2,100 crores for education would be released to the state only if we accept the three-language policy. But our Honorable Chief Minister, Muthuvel Karunanidhi Stalin, firmly said, not just rupees 2,100 crores, even if the union government offers us rupees 10,000 crores, Tamil Nadu will never ever accept the three-language formula. The union government has not yet allocated the allocation funds for the Tamil Nadu. Therefore, our government has initiated legal proceedings before the Supreme Court to secure the education fund. We are still fighting for it. And let me state clearly before this gathering, if the union government tries to impose Hindi or any other language on our people, Tamil Nadu will never hesitate to rise again and fight another language battle. Similarly, the union government tried in every possible way to stall the archaeological excavations in Kiradi. But our Dravidian model government stood firm and continued the work to uncover one of the oldest civilizations in our country. Even after the Kiradi report was submitted with clear scientific evidence, the union government has still not approved it, giving baseless reasons. Why? Because the party ruling the union government wants to create its own version of the history, even if it means ignoring the evidence. First, they must understand that India is a multicultural, multilingual nation. Every state has its own language, own history, own culture, own pride, own politics, and its own heroes. But the BJP wants to overshadow all of this with their idea of one nation, one election, one culture, one language, one religion, and one history. The BJP wants to impose cultural dominance over all the states. Their aim is to reduce all the rich and diverse cultures of our country to a single identity and bring everything under their own control. Their goal is to push India towards a strong unitary system by making the state governments powerless, or I would even say, by completely destroying the very own idea of states. They want state governments to function like municipal corporations, following the orders from Delhi. And because the BJP sees the DMK as a major obstacle to their agenda, they're making all efforts to block the developmental agenda of Tamil Nadu. They are misusing the powers of the union government and even independent institutions. Whenever Tamil Nadu and other southern states raise physical concerns and demand a rightful share, the BJP-ruled union government chooses to completely ignore these issues. The unfair way of sharing tax revenues and other funds has already affected the southern states, even though we contribute more to the nation's economy. To silence the voices of these economically stronger states that ask for fair fund allocation, the BJP is now pushing a new strategy, the delimitation. We are proud that our Honorable Chief Minister understood this conspiracy much earlier and raised his voice against it for the first time in our country. Because delimitation, as mentioned here, will reduce the number of MPs from Tamil Nadu and other states, and successfully implemented the union government's family planning program. Meanwhile, the states that did not implement the population control measures properly will get more Lok Sabha seats if this plan is carried out. If I have to summarize the BJP's plan in one line, they want economically strong states to become politically weak, while economically weaker states to gain more political power. This delimitation will only lead to more concentration of power in the union government and will destroy whatever little federalism is left in our country. Most of you must be aware the union government recently rejected the Tamil Nadu's metro rail proposals for Coimbatore and Madurai. Citing what is the reason? They said the population figures, it is very less. But as many of you are aware, several cities in BJP-ruled states with populations smaller than Coimbatore and Madurai have already received approval for new metro rail projects. As the DMK government continues to resist every attempt by the BJP to assert its supremacy over the state governments, they are misusing all the institutions under their control to threaten the state governments. They are unleashing the CBI, the ED, Income Tax Department, and other agencies against the DMK leaders and ministers with only one aim, to silence us, to silence Tamil Nadu. The BJP has already taken control of AIDMK, which is said to be, supposed to be the opposition party in Tamil Nadu. By threatening them through these very institutions, they have turned the AIDMK into a mere branch of BJP. While the democratic forces are voicing against the Special Intensive Revision, the SIR list, AIADMK approached the Supreme Court in favor of the SIR. The BJP expects the DMK to behave just like this submissive AIADMK, a party that has the term Dravidam only in its name, but acts completely opposite to the Dravidian ideologies. The BJP has already used every investigating agency against us. Now, they have brought the Election Commission of India into their political game. The DMK has always fought to protect the Tamil language, social justice, state rights, and democracy. And today, the responsibility is also on our shoulders to protect the voting rights of the Tamil Nadu people. Moreover, the BJP has set the governor on a mission to cripple the functioning of state government by blocking the bills passed by the Legislative Assembly. The Tamil Nadu governor even wanted to change the name of our state, Tamil Nadu. He dropped the idea only after facing massive backlash from the state, from the people of Tamil Nadu. Many decades ago, our leader, Mutthamazhingar Kalaignar, had formed a committee headed by Justice Rajamannar. This shows that our struggle for federalism is long and continuous and still going on. Now, our Chief Minister has also formed a high-level committee on union-state relationship with former Supreme Court Justice Kurian Joseph as the chairman. I hope our efforts will help people and leaders in all the states to understand the importance of federalism and the state rights. We want constitutional amendments that will give more power to the states so that India can truly function as a strong union of states. Over the century, through political struggles, social movements, cultural awakening, and the guidance of leaders like Thandai Periyar, Peraringer Anna, Dr. Kalaignar, and now our Honorable Chief Minister, Tamil Nadu people have discovered the best way to live with dignity, self-respect, equality, secularism, and harmony. That's why I call this century-long process of opposing and fighting the divisive forces as the Dravidian algorithm. This algorithm will guide us and give us the strength to resist communal and divisive forces to protect and strengthen the federal structure of our country. We are not against the union government. We are against the undermining of the constitution. We are not demanding special treatment. All we are demanding is a fair treatment to all the states. Strong states make a strong nation. Federalism is not a bargaining chip. It is a foundation of India's unity. As long as centralization attempts continue, as long as the state rights are denied, as long as the states are treated as subordinates, DMK and our leader will stand, speak, and fight at the forefront. Our voice is not just for the Tamil Nadu, but for the idea of India that the Constitution envisioned. Thank you all for this great opportunity. A nice meeting you. I wish this conclave a great success. Nandri, Vanakkam.
இன்றைய இரண்டாவது அமர்வு முதல் அமர்வை போலவே இதுவும் ஒரு அதிரடியான ஒரு அமர்வு தான். கோவிட் காலகட்டத்துடைய இருட்டுல இல்லம் தேடி கல்வி ஒளி விளக்கேற்றி தமிழக பள்ளி மாணவர்களின் மனங்களில் நம்பிக்கையின் புதிய ஒளிக்கீற்றை தந்தவர் இவர். எண்ணும் எழுத்தும் என்ற அடிப்படை அறிவை சர்வதேச தரத்திற்கு உயர்த்தி உலக கல்வி வரைபடத்தில் தமிழகத்தில் தலை நிமிரச் செய்தவர். காலம் கேட்கும் தொழில்நுட்பம், கனவு கனியும் டிஜிட்டல் கல்வி, மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் முதல் உலகளாவிய இணைப்புகள் வரை என தமிழக மாணவர்களின் எதிர்காலத்திற்கு பொற்பாதை அமைத்துக் கொண்டிருப்பவர் இவர். நான் விஞ்ஞானிகள், மருத்துவர்கள், பொறியாளர்களை உருவாக்க ஆசைப்படுகிறேன், வெறும் மொழிபெயர்ப்பாளர்களை அல்ல என்று சொன்னதன் மூலமாக என்னுடைய மாணவர்கள் எத்தனை மொழிகளை வேண்டுமானாலும் கற்கட்டும், அவர்கள் விரும்பி கற்கட்டும், திணிக்க கூடாது என்கிற முழக்கத்தை முதலில் முன்வைத்த கல்வி அமைச்சர் இவர். உலகத்தோடும் அறிவியல் தொழில்நுட்பங்களோடும் தொடர்பு கொள்ள ஆங்கிலம் இருக்கையில் தேவையற்ற சுமையாக மூன்றாவது மொழி வேண்டாம். அறிவியல் நோக்கிய வளர்ச்சி காலத்தில் இன்னமும் பழமையை தூக்கி பிடிக்கும் புதிய கல்விக் கொள்கை வேண்டாம் என்றெல்லாம் அதிரடியான பல கருத்துக்களை சொல்லி மற்ற மாநிலத்து அரசாங்கங்களுக்கும் கல்வி அமைச்சர்களுக்கும் கூட கருத்துக்களை விதைத்தவர் இவர். அன்பில் மகேஷ் பொய்யாமொழி அவர்களை, நம்முடைய அன்பிற்கினிய பள்ளி கல்வித்துறை அமைச்சர் அவர்களை தெற்கின் எழுச்சிக்கான இந்த மேடைக்கு அழைப்பதில் பெருமை கொள்கிறது ABP Network.
Well, thank you so much. Well, she has already declared that you are a diamond, Anna. So anyways, I was thinking of an introduction for Annamalai, and it came to my mind to try and introduce Annamalai, that too in Chennai, in his home state of Tamil Nadu, is like trying to introduce Sachin Tendulkar to Mumbai. So I am definitely not going to take that risk and refrain from making any introduction. Anna, it's been a long time that we met and we sat down for an interview. How have you been?
Long time, ma'am. Happy to see you here. Thank you for abpnadu for doing this in Chennai. Doing very well, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So, Anna, last time when we did an interview, you were the state BJP president. Now you're not. But just last week, Prime Minister was here. The way he met you at the airport, the way he patted your back. Anna, you know, pictures speak 1,000 words. Is the Saffron Singham still rocking?
Oh, there is a background to it, ma'am. And you all know Honorable Prime Minister, the importance he gives to fitness. And last year he called me. There was a political meeting. He called me to the back of the stage. He told me, policing me aapka weight kitna tha? He asked me, what is your weight when you finished policing? I said, I was this weight. He said, how much you weighed now? I said, I weighed this much. I said, why did it go up? I said, sir, stress, not eating on time, traveling. He took his pen, he took his paper, middle of last year. The Honorable PM sir wrote in his paper, he said, you have to reduce this much weight in this many days. No questions asked. We just wrote in his paper. So there is a background story to it. That is why when I took it as a mission probably in the last 5-6 months, ma'am, to get back to my fitness. And to test it, I want to do something like an Ironman in our country. And I did it. And maybe that is why the Prime Minister was slightly more happy. Because I gave a word to him, I promised him, and it was more like an instruction from him. And this year, when I did it, maybe it's a step one, so I was happy a bit.
So how many kilos did he ask you to reduce?
Oh, he told me to reduce 10-12 kg, but I said, I want to go back to my original weight. Everybody will have a BMI, a height and everything. I want to be at 85-90, madam. And more importantly, I want to be fitter, functionally fitter. That is a message for me to the youngsters also. And we lose track of our life in between after 30, 32, the professional things. We give a lot of importance to other things. I am making an attempt to do this to bring back to my original fitness level at 20, 25. In the process, if I make somebody happier, if I inspire somebody in the process, I think that is why this Ironman is important to me. Not because it is a personal thing I did it. Some inspiration to somebody somewhere. I am doing it at 41. And I want people to do it at 30, 35, not wait till 40, 50. And that is that extra motivation adding to Prime Minister's words.
Okay, so I mean, I'm also very stressed about weight issues. So just one more question. How many kgs still have to go?
I think I've reached that weight, ma'am. Now I want to endure more. I'm trying for a full Ironman this year, end of this 2026, which is double of it. In India, because of our climate zone, we have this. European countries have double of it, 4 kilometers swimming, they have 180 kilometers cycling and 42 kilometers running on one stretch. I am attempting that this October 2026. That is my next goal. And I want to prepare my body for that. Not necessarily the weight per se, but to endure, keep your mind clear, and get into that meditative state in a long process so that you are always there, not get agitated. Normally what happens when you're happy, we get excited. When we are sad, we get depressed. And this kind of long endurance training tries to keep your mind very stable so that you don't get too excited, you don't get too sad, because you got to train your mind to that level. So that is my next goal.
So people really do seem to have a problem with Anna's aggression. They say that you know, his style is more confrontational than being collaborative. What would you say to that?
We have to understand we all carry different sides to how we work. There is a professional side of me, there is a personal side of me, there is a social side of me. And Tamil Nadu, I don't use a word called politics, ma'am. It is battle. And for BJP, if you are a member here, you want to bring the party to power. If you have more ambition, like a lot of our Karyakartas and leaders, like how I have along with them, you got to be in a battle state, madam. You can't do a very smooth politics here, because incremental politics can work for a bigger party, not for a smaller party. That is my professional side. Personal side is completely different. I'm a human being, somebody is a human being. We all value each other. We all are equal. That is different. Again, there is a social side. I'm somebody's father, I'm somebody's mother, somebody's child, I'm somebody's husband. That's a social side. So people confuse all this to one personality. So politically, I'm very aggressive. I'm proud being aggressive. Of course, I've paid a price for being aggressive some point of time. But that is how I think we can build the party in Tamil Nadu. I'm proud of it, and I'm not going back on it, nor I'm going to change my personality for that.
And what is the price that you think you paid for this aggression? Is it that the AIDMK saw you as an irritant and you had to step down?
That's okay, madam. That's okay. That's a party's call. But politics in the long run, you can't make too many enemies in the process because you will align with somebody, end of the day, you will not align with somebody. Because that is a lesson from Indian politics, because nobody is a permanent friend, nobody is a permanent enemy. If you look at the longer arc of politics. But maybe for me, I'm seeing politics slightly more differently. It is not that anybody is an enemy or a friend. In a professional side, I take on somebody, meaning I face a lot of defamation cases. I go to court often. I am part of a lot of cases, about 80, 90 cases against me now. Even for getting a passport renewed, a person like me was an IPS officer with a clean state record in law and order. I have 90 cases against me for something. I spoke against something to somebody. Even for a passport inquiry, I have to go through that process now, get an affidavit. So these are the pains I have to go through. Otherwise, position, no position, that doesn't matter, madam. Wherever you are, you be the person.
Have you been able to bury your differences with the AIADMK leadership?
No, of course, we differ, madam. We have to differ. And that's a different
you
party.
You have to
we are
fight
a different
elections
party.
together this time.
Ideologically, we are different. That is okay, madam. They also appreciate, I also appreciate. But for the sake of elections, for the sake of a coalition, for the sake of a 2026 politics, we are together, no doubt. I don't speak anything against them. They don't speak anything against me. That is okay, ma'am. But asking me to say everything, ADMK says, no, I am against NEET, if ADMK will say. I say I am for NEET. But right now, I have chosen to keep my mouth shut.
Well, thank you so much. Which has already declared that you are a diamond, Anna. So anyways, I was thinking of an introduction for Annamalai, and it came to my mind to try and introduce Annamalai, that too in Chennai. In his home state of Tamil Nadu is like trying to introduce Sachin Tendulkar to Mumbai. So I am definitely not going to take that risk and refrain from making any introduction. Anna, it's been a long time that we met and we sat down for an interview. How have you been?
Long time, ma'am. Happy to see you here. Thank you for abpnadu for doing this in Chennai. Doing very well, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So, Anna, last time when we did an interview, you were the state BJP president. Now you're not. But just last week, Prime Minister was here. The way he met you at the airport, the way he patted your back. Anna, you know, pictures speak 1,000 words. Is the Saffron Singham still rocking?
Oh, there is a background to it, ma'am. And you all know Honorable Prime Minister, the importance he gives to fitness. And last year he called me. There was a political meeting. He called me to the back of the stage. He told me, policing mein aapka weight kitna tha? He asked me, what is your weight when you finished policing? I said, I was this weight. He said, how much you weigh now? I said, I weigh this much. I said, why did it go up? I said, sir, stress, not eating on time, traveling. He took his pen, he took his paper. Middle of last year. The Honorable PM sir wrote in his paper, he said, you have to reduce this much weight in this many days. No questions asked. We just wrote in his paper. So there is a background story to it. That is why when I took it as a mission probably in the last 5-6 months, ma'am, to get back to my fitness and to...
Entrepreneurs. We've seen director of IIT Madras, we've seen incredible spokespersons here on stage talk about not just their day-to-day life, but what it is that makes them tick, what it is that connects them with this wonderful land of South India. Of course, our next segment is going to be just an extension of that, but this time around, we bring to you a host of incredible conversations from musicians to absolute creative thinkers, and somebody who can get you definitely not just reminiscing about the good old days, but reliving them. Ladies and gentlemen, the next conversations on stage are about to get even more memorable. As we begin to set in motion our final segment for the day, if I may kindly request all of our guests who are outside to join us. And for everybody who's already in the hall, we've been loving seeing all of your updates so far. For anybody who's not done this yet, the hashtag that you can follow is hashtag ABP Southern Rising. Of course, please do feel free to use the same hashtag when you're posting as well, so we can see your content along with you watching everybody else's experience. We're here in the heart of Chennai, celebrating the spirit of South India, ladies and gentlemen. And as we do that, we begin with yet another wonderful exploration. This time around, we shine a spotlight on the state of Kerala very shortly. But before all of that, if I may kindly request all of our guests, I see a few empty tables. So if any of our guests are walking in, please do feel free to occupy the tables right up in front. And for everybody who's already inside, this is when I think you put all of that refreshment, all of that rejuvenation that you've garnered to use, because our final segment will definitely be one of those that you will remember for a long, long time to come. Like I said, from entertainment to governance, this particular segment features a host of policymakers, creative thinkers that we're going to hear from. And on that note, we begin our upcoming session, which is titled very creatively, ladies and gentlemen, Removing Extreme Poverty, Lessons from Kerala. Because Kerala is one of the few places in the country, actually, Kerala is one of the few places in the world where social development indicators have actually consistently outdone income levels. So what is it that drives that very progress? What are the strategies that they have put in motion when it comes to poverty reduction, when it comes to decentralized governance, when it comes to public health, all of which are up for conversation here on stage. If I may request you to put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our speaker, Mr. Rajesh MB, to join us on stage, Minister for Local Self-Government, Excise and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of Kerala, as he joins us on stage. I'd also like to welcome onto the stage our session chair with a loud round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please have Ms. Megha Prasad join us. I would say the applause can definitely be a little louder because this session, I think, warrants that especially. We're here at ABP Network Southern Rising Summit 2025, ladies and gentlemen, the third edition, which means the conversations are even more amazing. And with that, over to our session chair. Welcome back, Megha.
Thank you so much. All right, this is going to be interesting for people who believe in issues that are meaningful for our society. Because this month, on 1st of November, Kerala was officially declared as the first Indian state to be free of extreme poverty. A project that began in 2021 concluded with this huge landmark. And one of the men who was key to the entire project, Minister M.B. Rajesh, is here with me. So I'm glad to have you here, sir, for this session. And welcome to Southern Rising. Welcome to the ABP platform. I want to begin by asking you, in anywhere in India, this is perhaps happening for the first time. The claim that Kerala is now making that you have eradicated extreme poverty. Number one, of course, it sounds like an uphill task. So take us through the entire process of you coming to this stage.
Of course. Before that, I would like to thank ABP Group for inviting me to this event, and also taking up the issue of poverty eradication.
Why do you say that?
When I was told that I have to talk about poverty eradication and Kerala model, I was surprised.
Why?
Because nowadays media in general neglect real issues like poverty and unemployment. So this is an exception, a rare exception, and I congratulate ABP Group for taking up the issue of poverty.
So ABP definitely is an exception, sir, and we do take up such issues. So go ahead.
Yes, this very idea of extreme poverty eradication was mooted in the year 2017.
Okay.
During the first Pinarayi Vijayan-led government. But in 2018, Kerala witnessed the worst ever flood in the last 1 century. Then in 2019, a similar natural calamity repeated. In 2020, this COVID pandemic broke out. And because of this, we were not able to launch this extreme poverty eradication program then. Then this government led by Pinarayi Vijayan was re-elected for the first time in the history of the left in Kerala. A left government was re-elected in 2021. And the first decision taken in the first cabinet of second Pinarayi Vijayan-led government was eradication of extreme poverty program. So this was the first decision taken in the first cabinet meeting. Then we went ahead with the process of identifying the extremely poor families. So before that, we had to define what is extreme poverty.
Yeah, that is what we are interested in understanding.
Yes.
When you say poverty, you say extreme poverty, and we also have a category of below poverty line. So what does extreme poverty mean?
See, we found extreme poverty as those people, extremely poor, those who cannot survive without an external support, whose survival is at risk, who doesn't have the basic documents to ensure their rights. For example, people who doesn't have voter ID cards, who doesn't have ration cards, who doesn't have Aadhaar cards, so no documents at all. And people who are not touched by, whose lives are not touched by any welfare schemes implemented so far. The invisible people, the non-existent group. They are there, but state has not recognized so far. They have been left out of the development model and development process we have implemented in the last few decades. So this microscopic minority.
How long did you take to identify this kind of people?
See, it was a 4-month-long process. So we, first of all, we relied upon the existing data.
Okay.
Then this, on the basis of this existing data, an enumeration, door-to-door enumeration was conducted by local self-government institutions with the help of the biggest network of women's self-help group called Kudumbashree. Kudumbashree volunteers went door-to-door for the enumeration process. Then the data collected on the basis of this was analyzed by focus group discussions.
Okay.
Focus groups consisting of public representative, voluntary organization representatives, etc. So more than 59,000 focus group discussions analyzed the data, primary data collected through this enumeration, etc. Then KILA, one of our premier institutions in the field of local decentralized governance, Kerala Institute of Local Administration. KILA developed a methodology. They prepared a handbook for training of volunteers, and they gave the technical support. Then 4 lakh people were trained. Public representatives, elected representatives, voluntary organization representatives, and government employees, including all of them, 4 lakh people were trained for the implementation of this program. Then, after this focus group discussion, this data was discussed in ward level committees. These ward level committees is a representative committee representing all sections of people within a ward.
Okay.
Every Gram Panchayat municipal level wards had a committee, people's committee, headed by the ward member, elected ward member. So they finalized a draft list of beneficiaries. Then this list was taken to the Gram Sabhas. In Gram Sabhas, this list was discussed, and Gram Sabha finalized the list of beneficiaries in each ward. Then this list was finally approved by local self-government institution, municipal council or panchayat council, whatever it is. They finalized and approved the list. So that means that the list of beneficiaries was not finalized by the state government from the top. It was finalized prepared by local self-government institutions through an elaborate participatory process.
Okay.
And the total number came to 64,006 families, which is an aggregate of number of beneficiaries finalized by various local self-government institutions in the state.
So, Minister Sir, tell me, do you worry about a blind spot in this data? You think that's a possibility?
We have made all possible efforts to ensure that the data is flawless. But as I have already explained, so this was an elaborate process. It was not a conventional process of sample survey or simply door-to-door survey. It was through focus group discussions, then ward level committees, then Gram Sabhas, then Panchayat level committee, and to monitor the entire process in each Panchayat and municipalities, there was a committee in which all political party representatives were members.
Okay.
So it was such a participatory, elaborate, mass program.
Okay.
It was an unconventional method. But still, I'm not claiming that this is 100%. Of course, there can be people who are left out, but now we have announced an EPEP 2.0. So we are not stopping here. We have announced EPEP 2.0 in which we will start a helpline to which any citizen can call and inform that there is an extremely poor family who are not benefited from this program. So
you've left that space. If anybody has
yeah.
been left out, please call us and we will help.
Yeah.
But you are claiming that it's a complete eradication. Now, Rajeshji, I was actually trying to look at how centre has reacted. The government, the centre has reacted to this claim of Kerala government. I actually didn't find anything explicitly. So have you heard from the central government?
No, we haven't heard anything from the centre.
Did you reach out to them? Did you say that this is what you have achieved?
In fact, we have not formally informed the Government of India that we have achieved this. This is our own initiative, and this is not to convince centre that we have done this or we have achieved this. And many people have apprehensions that whether the Government of India will further reduce allocations to states because of this achievement. Because Kerala's social development indices are very high in the country, no? Education, literacy.
Are you scared of informing the centre?
Yeah.
Are you
So
claiming it all over the media?
This has become a reason. This has become a reason for the union government to reduce our due share in central taxes. Because we have already achieved these national goals. Now the government of India is saying that Kerala doesn't need this much assistance, this much support. So I will tell you an example. Our share from the union kitty in our total revenue is just 25%, whereas Bihar's share is 75%.
Bihar needs it. Bihar needs it more than you.
Yeah. Pardon?
Bihar needs it more than you, that's why they're getting it.
See, Bihar, UP, and many other backward states, they are getting much more than what we are getting. And we are being penalized for the achievements in social sectors. We are being penalized for our achievements in health, education, in standard of living.
Why do you say penalize, sir? Why do you say penalize if you're getting self-sufficient, if you're able to manage yourself?
Government of India has drastically reduced our resources.
You are able to take care of yourself properly, so perhaps that money can be used somewhere else.
See, Government of India is collecting taxes from Kerala also. So the due share should be given to us. That is, we have our second generation issues. So we have achieved, we have made many achievements in the field of education, health, etc. But the second generation development issues are there. So in order to address those second generation development issues, we need resources.
Okay.
For example, Kerala's more than 20% of our population is above 60. They are senior citizens. So geriatric care is an important issue to be addressed by the state. So many such second generation issues are there. So and the lifestyle diseases in Kerala. So our life expectancy is much higher.
Yeah.
So we recently overtook United States in infant mortality rate. In US, it is 5.61 per 1 lakh live births, and in Kerala, now it is just 5 per 1 lakh live births. So we have overtook United States. So that achievements are there. But at the same time, we have second generation issues like this lifestyle when it comes to health, it's lifestyle diseases, etc. So these issues, if we have to take care of these issues, we need resources.
Okay, point taken. But, one of the key criticism here that comes in is that poverty eradication needs some bit of sustained support, right? It's not a one-time thing. And just identification, intervention at one point in time is not going to help. So you will have to have some long-term safeguards, efforts that you have to keep making. What are those? Have you dwelt upon that?
I completely agree with this criticism. We have a sense of reality, and we don't think that poverty eradication is a one-time affair. We are not claiming any finality. Instead, we have ensured continuity of this program. As I said earlier, we have announced Extreme Poverty Eradication Program 2.0. So it will cover those people who have not been covered under EPEP 1, and we will ensure that local self-government institutions will continuously monitor extremely poor families, and they will ensure, and the state government will also ensure that they are not again pushed back to extreme poverty.
But do you have this fear that if the government changes, people, all of this can slip back into that extreme poverty? Do you have that fear?
So we have no fear because we are not expecting a change in government.
Right. Okay. So a section of economists also have, we were discussing this thing, and they say that your model is very welfare-driven in the sense that you've been giving out a lot of doles. Now that again is not a very sustainable model, sir. You do it for some time, you can do it for some years, but you may not be able to continue for a long time because a lot of money goes into doing that.
This Kerala model of social welfare is not created overnight. So it is evolved historically. It will take some time to explain it. I don't want to take much of your time. But it was not built over time. The first communist-led government, first elected communist government in the country was in Kerala in 1957. And that government itself was the product of a prolonged struggle by the peasantry and working class, and even before that, the struggles for social reformation movements. So that government was a product of these struggles. So those struggles were mainly for human dignity and people's rights, social rights and economic rights. That is why they introduced, that the first government led by Comrade E.M.S. Namboothiripat introduced comprehensive land reforms, education reforms, and initiated decentralization. So this was the foundation. Then the left governments, whenever it came to power, they constantly built upon this foundation. In 90s, Kerala introduced People's Plan campaign, decentralized and participatory mode of planning was introduced in Kerala. Local self-government institutions were given 40% of development funds were devolved to local self-government institutions. And Kudumbashree, the network of women's self-help group, was created in late 90s. The main objective of both this decentralized planning and Kudumbashree was poverty reduction. And in 1971, when this Dandekar-Rath study, a comprehensive study on poverty was done, Kerala was one of the lowest, one of the highest, was having highest poverty. One of the most poor state in the country, it was Kerala in 1971. But because of these initiatives, by 2021, Niti Aayog has stated that Kerala is having the lowest poverty.
Yeah.
So that means that this welfare model is not unsustainable. This is sustainable. And this was created over 5 or 6 decades.
But do you really believe that all of this, the claim that you're making can completely be data-driven? Because we are, we do look at the informal labor, migration, seasonal employment, etc. Keeping all of that in mind, you think that this claim that you are making, and I just want to add, because I was going through, a few articles, and I came across your opposition leader, VD Satyasevan, he is of course labeled an allegation against you on this particular issue, and he says it's a fraud built on manipulated data. And he's citing discrepancies between the initial 1.18 lakh identified families and the final 64,000 beneficiaries, as well as, of course, the exclusions of these various schemes that he's mentioning here. Now, that's a criticism that's coming in. It's a specific one. He's citing data. I mean, keep the politics aside and tell me what is the reality.
Let me respond to the allegation of Honorable Leader of Opposition. See, I said the identification was carried out by local self-government institutions through a democratic participatory process. And the list of beneficiaries was finalized not by the state government, but by each local self-government institution. And in Kerala, 40% of local self-government institutions are ruled by opposition. By the opposition. So they were also, the opposition-led local self-government institutions were also they were also part of our extreme poverty eradication program. They were actively participating in it. I can tell you a lot of experiences. No local self-government institution has kept a distance from this. All of them were part of this. So this work done together by the state government and local self-government
institutions. So why this criticism? Just for the sake of it?
Because now we are going to face elections only because of that. And this process has been happening, taking place over the last 4 years. And Honorable Leader of Opposition had no queries, no doubts, no criticism. See, we brought out an interim report in 2023. That report is titled Kerala's Journey Towards Zero Poverty. So there was no questions at all at that time. That is available in public domain. And every year, the economic review is placed on the floor before the assembly. Yeah. And it is available to all members of MLAs. It's available to all MLAs. And Leader of Opposition had no doubts, no questions when this EPEP was explained in economic review. So this is politically motivated.
It's
that is why suddenly, all of a sudden, as if he is just wake up from a deep sleep, he is making allegations. So why he had no questions and criticism in the last 4 years? If we had questions and criticism, we would have definitely taken it seriously.
Okay, all right. But there's also this whole thing going around that, you know, Kerala government is trying to take credit for something where there possibly is also a role played by several schemes of the center. For example, PM Awas Yojana. You completely, ignoring that entirely. You are not taking into account the several schemes that across the country is being run by the government at the center, while you are solely trying to take credit of the fact that this is what the state government has done.
Thank you for asking this question, because this question is helpful for me to expose the role of Government of India. So for example, you referred to PMAY. So what is the amount given under PMAY for the construction of a house? Is a paltry amount of rupees 72,000. And do you know what is the amount given by Government of Kerala under our own state scheme Life to each beneficiary for housing? Is rupees 4 lakh.
Okay.
And we have constructed.
The center gives 1.5 lakhs, right?
It's only for urban, PMAY urban.
Okay.
Let me explain. Under our state scheme Life, we have constructed 4,71,442 houses completed. And 1,27,000 construction is going on. So together it's around 6 lakh. And the amount spent by the state government is 18,885.58 crores. Out of this, the central share is just 2,081 crores.
Okay, but
the rest 17,000.
There's a share that you have admitted to. So do you want to give a little bit of credit to the center? You don't want to give that at all?
See, we haven't, let me tell you that we haven't relied upon this PMAY. We have given houses to beneficiaries under Life, state scheme. But to be frank, we have utilized NREGS, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme. So EPEP beneficiaries who doesn't have an income or a source of livelihood, and those who can work, they have been given job cards under NREGS. So that scheme we have utilized. We have integrated all schemes, existing schemes, and pooled all resources.
Yeah. So there is some bit of a share of the center.
NREGS we have
in.
utilized.
Huh? There is some bit of a share.
Only NREGS.
Okay. Finally, I just wanted to ask you, see, you have set an example, sir. You've definitely set an example. It's a milestone to achieve. It's a remarkable achievement. Any suggestions? Not that I am very sure that other states would want to take it from you, but tell me, any suggestions if you were to give advices and suggestions to other states who are also, of course, struggling on the same issues?
I don't want to advise other states, but I can just share our experience, and they can learn from our lessons. See, the most important factor is political will.
Is political will.
Political will. So if you have a political will to eradicate extreme poverty, to take on the challenge of poverty, then you can make big success. So political will is important. Unfortunately, that is not seen in many parts of our country.
Why would you say that any government that comes to power in any state would want to do the best to be able to win elections again? So why would you say that there isn't political will anywhere else apart from Kerala?
Instead of eradicating poverty, many political parties, I don't want to name anybody, many political parties wanted the poor to remain poor. Then only they can give some money at the time of elections and,
Who are you hinting at,
purchase
sir?
their votes.
Which party are you hinting at, sir? What do you want to say?
In order to, people know which are these parties.
No,
in order to give them money at the time of elections, they have to be kept permanently
So
poor.
what are you talking about? We've just come out of Bihar elections. What are you talking about? Tell me. That 10,000 rupee that was given is something that the government there intends to keep the poorest poor? Well, that's not how it is. It's for Jivika Didis, and it's with the promise of giving 2 lakh more if they do well. It is giving them an incentive to actually work hard to be able to get more money from the government.
You are free to arrive at your own conclusion.
Yes, so are you, sir. What is your conclusion then?
So that is what I said. We don't want people to remain poor. The left, the various left governments in Kerala have tried this time and again. And we have displayed our political will to eradicate poverty. So we have introduced land reforms, we have introduced education reforms, we have initiated comprehensive decentralized governance. So these were our contributions to better the life of people, to eradicate poverty, to give them a better standard of living. So this is based on our politics. So politics is important.
Right. On that note, thank you so much. You have definitely taken a huge step in that direction. So wishing you all the very best for the future endeavors. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Drawing the session to a close, may we kindly have Mr. Tushar Banerjee join us back on stage to extend our felicitations. Sir, if we may kindly request you to remain on stage. We want to say a big thank you. It's not very often that we get a personality like you sharing with such candor and such in-depth approach all the behind-the-scenes action, and that definitely deserves a loud round of applause. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we step into our next conversation. When I say 90s, a lot of things come to mind. There is a nostalgia about it. There is a mood that all of us love to get settled in. There is a certain emotion. In fact, it's not just one emotion, it's an emotional landscape that we have experienced through that very time period. On our stage right now, we celebrate exactly that. When we say the magic of the 90s, I think our upcoming session wraps it in the best way possible, because we have the Queen of Melody herself joining us very shortly. We're here at the ABC Network Southern Rising Summit, ladies and gentlemen, as we set the stage for someone who truly has been, I think, not just the background track, but the soundscape of a lot of our lives. Sharing our emotions has been so easy when we've got the perfect track for it. And our upcoming speaker is someone who shares not just the emotions, but also the behind the scenes with our upcoming session. While we take a quick moment for our upcoming speaker to join us, let me also take my opportunity to share all of our handles with you, ladies and gentlemen, for our social media platforms. ABP Live at abpnadu at ABP Desam are the three handles that you need to remember. I'm sure by now all of us know this, but if you haven't yet posted on your social media, please do remember hashtag ABP Southern Rising is where all the magic is. We'd love to see you, and we'd love to see your experiences here on our very platform. And with that, as we step into our next very conversation, I would like to maybe see a quick show of hands. Do we have any music lovers in the house? I see our front benchers are quite active. Actually, if the students still haven't indulged in the magic of the 90s music, I want to say you guys are in for a treat. Because coming up on stage, you'll hear a lot of the familiar melodies, you'll hear the voice, but you will definitely feel the emotion between each and every sentence and behind every word. It is time for us, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our next speaker to join us on stage, but I do have to give you a little bit of a caveat that so far it does seem like the Southern Rising platform has been quite a formal one. I hope you're ready to kind of sit back, relax, and enjoy the melody. And if your answer is yes, you can give a nice round of applause. A resounding applause is what every speaker likes. But with our upcoming speaker, I do have to give you a little bit of a disclaimer. Your applause does not have to be as melodious as her voice, because that is going to be tough to match. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for the one and only Ms. Kavita Krishnamurthy as she joins us on stage, reigniting the magic of music, the 90s swag coming alive in conversation with senior journalist Ms. Kaveri Bamzai. Very few artists have actually shaped that era, shaped our emotions the way that Ms. Kavita Krishnamurthy has. So over to you, Kaveri. We look forward to the stories.
Thank you. So 5,000 songs, 45 years, no, 60, 50 plus years, 45 languages.
55 years, and I think it's probably a little more than 20,000 songs.
20,000 songs?
Because I've been working for 55
Even
years. Namaste, everybody.
Internet cannot keep up with you. Really, so many.
Yes, because there was an era, even before 90s, when if I include the fact that I would sing not only film songs, but there would be a ghazal for somebody, there would be a bhajan, there'd be a little bit of Bhagavad Gita, there'd be some jingle to do. So it was from morning till night. So I think close to, 20,000 definitely.
And I mean, such iconic songs, you know. My favorite, of course, is Hawa Hawaii, and I have to begin with that. Because just uttering those nonsensical words in the beginning,
yeah, you know,
that story you have to tell, and then you have to sing that part.
Firstly, let me say what a pleasure it is to talk to you, Kavirji. Well, Hawa Hawaii, you know, Hawa Hawaii happened at a time when I was still not singing a lot of solos, and I was doing a lot of dubbing with Lakshmikant Pyarlal for Lata ji. But this song happened to be, they said it's a very big item kind of a song, and a new lady is going to be launched, Sri Devi ji, and they called me for the rehearsal at Lakshmi ji's place. And I was actually very nervous because when I walked in, I was used to Pyare Bhai and Lakshmi ji because I'd been singing for them. But I saw Javed Saab, and then I saw Boni Akhtar, and everybody like sitting so seriously, very, very seriously, like looking at the new singer walking in who's going to sing the song. Actually, dubbed for Asha Bhosle. My voice was supposed to be only for the shooting purposes. But still, it had to be done seriously because whatever I sing, the actress is going to emote on that. And finally, when the main singer sings, they can't shift too much because the words are already been shot. Close-ups have been done. So I went and I saw Javiji and I got really said like, okay, it's going to be really an intellectual song. So then, of course, Lakshmi ji told me, "Acha, apna kagaz nikaliye." Then he said, "Likh lijiye, chi hua hua." I wrote, "Chi hua hua." And it's just like, yeah. He says, "Honolulu." Lulu, this went on, you know, and it was hilarious.
I see Lucy, you see Lucy.
All this, and some words were added on during the recording because Javed Saab walked in the afternoon because those days recordings used to be long sessions, 100 musicians, so it takes many hours. So he walked in the afternoon and he said, "Lakshmi ji, I think Mombasa, it has to end with Mombasa."
I remember him telling that story. Mombasa, he wanted to add.
And I think it's a fabulous ending.
Yeah.
Only he could
So
have come
you
with
have
that.
to sing that part. It's like the Anthony Gonzalez song.
Yeah, sure.
And then to see it picturized on Sridevi and what she did with that.
What she did was
When
amazing.
you saw it on screen, what was your reaction?
Actually, I saw it in a rush in the preview because the moment Lakshmi ji called me after 6 months to say कि आपको मैं खुशखबरी दे रहा हूँ कि ये गाना आपके आवाज़ में हम रख रहे हैं क्योंकि श्रीदेवी जी को बहुत सूट हो रहा है. I said, "Oh, really? Thank you, Lakshmi ji. So grateful." तो रखने के पहले I said, Lakshmi ji, I made a mistake with one word." He said, "कहाँ?" I said, "जानू जो तुमने बात छुपाई के बदले पहली बार जीनू जो तुमने बात छुपाई मैंने गाया पर आपने तो टेक ओके कर दिया था." And I thought it was not going to be in my voice. I didn't, you know. He says, "अच्छा." He thought for a minute. He said, "कविता जी, आप श्रीदेवी जी को आइए मैं प्रीव्यू में दिखाता हूँ आपको. अब श्रीदेवी जी को देख लीजिए. आपको लगेगा जीनू ही करेक्ट वर्ड है." So it stayed as Jeenu. If you all listen to the song, you know it's Jeenu jo tumne baat chupai. And second time I've corrected myself and said Janu jo tumne baat chupai.
So when you saw her doing that, I mean, it transformed her career, transformed your career.
Yes,
It was a turning point, right?
Absolutely a turning point. Though I must tell you something that I got a lot of work in the industry after that. But the fact remains that for some reason, whatever songs like the Hava Hawai Girl would be Sri Devi, then Tu Cheez Badi Mast Mast would be Ravina Tandon. So those days there was no social media, so we singers remained behind screens to quite an extent. So I got work, a lot of work, but I suppose, you know, people didn't even know what I looked like, you know?
But we're making up for it now. You've sung all the iconic dance numbers. Tu Cheez Badi Hai Mast Mast, Ke Sira Sira. I mean, these are iconic. Mera Piya Ghar.
Yeah. You know, but it's so strange. I am very grateful to God because unless I had got these item songs, I wouldn't have known that I could do these naughty songs because it's totally contradictory to my very staid nature. I'm a very staid person.
Anyone who can
I
sing
toe my line. I've toed the line all through my life, but suddenly I do songs which are a bit crazy.
Which one of these would you like to sing a little from? Tu Cheez Badi Hai Mast Mast? We'll have to ask the audience.
Nee, Tu Cheez is difficult. Where is the male singer for me? I can't say Main Cheez Badi.
Which one should we do?
Kesara Ke Klein Ladu?
That's a nice one. And how wonderful Madhuri was there.
She was tremendous.
I mean, I've never seen anyone
she
dance
is-
so
she is-
beautiful.
she's
Prabhu
some-
Deva and she were
Yeah,
Pukar,
and she
right?
does, Prabhudeva and she, and what kind of amazing, actually at that point you feel it was like steps which would be part of the AI generation, you know? The steps were like that, and she of course does Kathak for Devdas, and she does this for, she's amazing. Yeah.
Again, how did that come about? Did they tell you you have to?
No. By the time I was singing my own songs, it
Right.
was the 90s, and with Rahman, I got to sing Bombay first.
Oh yes, I'm going to come to that
Oh my
later
gosh.
because that's amazing. But let's do
So you're
this
going-
peppy ke sira
Okay.
sira.
Looks like I have to cross a lot of exams today.
Amazing.
Thank you.
And it's so interesting. I mean, your relationship, for instance, with Sanjay Leela Bhansali. What iconic songs you've sung
Yes.
over all his movies. My favorite, of course, being Khamoshi.
Undoubtedly.
Undoubtedly,
For me too.
yeah. And then Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam
The
and
title song, yeah.
Devdas.
Yes, yes.
So what was it? How was it?
I sang
Because
only
he
for three of his
understands
films.
music.
Three of his films, yeah. Khamoshi was Jatin Lalit. Then Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam and Devdas was absolutely brilliant songs by Ismail Darbar. I sang only for three of his films, but I feel that whatever I sang for him has turned out to be one of the best songs in my career. Every song had a different color. Every song.
I mean, from Nimbuda to Dola Re to look at that.
I know.
And Aaj Mein Uppar.
Yeah, what a
lovely.
Yes.
Which one should be?
Khamoshi. Can I tell you something about Aaj Mein Uppar? See, those days what used to happen in Sunny Studios was, by 10 o'clock, the musicians would come and they would start a fresh recording for the day. Between 8 and 10, sometimes you would get the studio in the morning. And when you get the studio in the morning, the track is recorded one day earlier. And then we put our headphones, learn the song, put our headphones, rehearse 2-3 times, and then sing the song. The take starts. This is what happened with Khamoshi, that 8 o'clock in the morning, I was in the studios, in Sunny Studios. And Majru Saab was very punctual. He was 2 minutes before me. And I remember so well that he was, he was probably in his mid-70s, not keeping well. He had a kind of an asthma attack that day. This person, Majru Saab, the whole recording, he was there as if it is his first song, with so much of enthusiasm, dedication. And he telling me, Beta, kahin aap yaad rakhna, tell me, oh, Khuda nahi kehna. I said, why, Majru Saab? Word Khuda hi hota hai na? He said, नहीं, इसमें खुदा बोलो क्योंकि वो क्रिश्चियन लड़की है. Goni's Christian लड़की है, उसका colloquial language में. See to what extent? And he was there. I said, then I remember Lalit telling him, अगर सब ठीक है रिहर्सल में आप जाइए, आप थोड़ा आराम कर लीजिए. He said, नहीं बेटा गाएगी मैं सुनूंगी. सुनकर मैं जाऊंगा, मैं सुनूंगा. And he stayed till the end of the recording.
And those days you had a live orchestra? Or it had started to change?
This had, by the time I did Khamoshi, 95, 96, the change had started in the sense the orchestra would be recorded a day earlier and we would do the song, but we still had to do quite a few lines together. There was a punching in after every line didn't happen. That happened after 2000. Till then, we still had to sing the full mukhra and then the full antara. If we make a mistake, we would sing the full antara again. This punching in of words or one line didn't happen then.
Do you do that now? I can't imagine you doing it.
I'm too much of an old school to, though it is a very, very, like if I'm not well and I have a cold, punching in a few words, a line really helps with breath. I mean, if you think of technology, it really helps. But I still belong to the old school and I would definitely like to sing at least 2-3 lines together for me to get the, the feel of the song. Emotion of the song.
So, the song.
Oh, how...
Lovely. Amazing. And it's so interesting. You sang for all these wonderful women. I mean, Madhuri, Sridevi, Manisha.
Shabana is my favorite.
Shabana. She's your favorite?
She's one of my favorite.
Why is that?
I don't know, like from the time I sang Mile Sur Mera Tumhara, every time I finish singing and she emotes, it's definitely her voice. Nobody can say that I have sung the song. The way she, I don't know whether it's her speaking voice and then my singing voice, but every time she sings, even in Saz, I really feel that it's Shabana ji singing. It's not me singing her. You know, during the Saz recording, she used to be there to watch. She used to watch my face. And then when she sang, I really said, my God, this is not me. This is Shabana ji singing.
Imagine the singer saying that.
Yeah, I've always felt that about her. She's amazing.
And in Mile Sur Mera, that again was, what a fantastic...
Yeah, fantastic.
I mean...
you know, the way he brought artists from all over the country together and how they did it that time, it was fantastic.
But talking about Manisha, Bombay.
Manisha.
Yeah, Bombay and Tuhiri.
Love Story,
I think one of the most beautiful songs.
I sang first for her in Saudagar.
Right.
Then Love Story 1942, then Bombay.
And what a beautiful song it was. What was it like, Rahman's early days? I mean, he wasn't the Rahman then.
Oh, but I don't know if he has changed much, but he's always been a man of few words and a very shy smile on his face. And I remember singing Bombay for him, and I sang when he was not there. His assistant did the entire recording. Then
was it at midnight, after midnight as usual?
No, fortunately this was in the daytime. Okay. Around 12:30, 1 o'clock I sang. Then around 3 o'clock he walked in. First I sang Kuchi Kuchi Rakama in the morning. And then they said, no, you can't go back to Bombay now. You have to sing one more song. This was in Chennai. Then when I finished singing the second song, at 3 o'clock he walked in. I think that's the time he gets up and he's okay. So he walked in and he heard the song and then he said, Kavita ji, those two high lines, everything is okay. Those two high lines, can you do it for me again? And I felt very, very low because those two lines were extremely high. Like now I'll tell Rahmanji, it's like a Z scale. It's so high and it's beyond my range. How he says, no, just give it a try. So I think I sang it once roughly and then I just sent a message up to God above saying, you know, Izzat ka sawal hai, bachalo. So then I just pelted it out. And he smiled and said, okay.
You want to do that or do you want to do Tuhiri?
That was Tuhire. Tuhire was very high.
That was
very
what?
high. Actually, the scale is very high and those two lines are very high in the Andhra.
Can you do that?
No, I won't do that, but I can sing a few lines for you, a little lowered scale.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
And you've been doing all this with a sinus problem.
Sorry?
With a sinus problem. You've had a lifelong
that is
How do you do it?
My colds and coughs and my sinus, my lifetime companion, very loyal to me. And they've decided to stay with me all through the years. And I've decided to keep them and continue my work and not feel disheartened. I don't accept that defeat, you know, because music is a very important part of my life. And I feel that I have found ways and means of combating it, which is also for me a research. I've done research how to, you know, like I remember going for Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam song. And I was so tensed because it's Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam. Everything is And I said, heaven help me if my nose doesn't work on that day. But somehow I think God has been with me, holding my hand all through. So I've been able to manage, but I haven't given up and I don't plan to give up.
And that's quite amazing because it is debilitating. I mean, sinus can be something that...
It can, it stops you from giving your best. But I remember once, one music director who told me something so very important. As usual, I went for the studio and that was Shri Ravindra Jain. And I had a lot of cold. I said, Dadu, I used to call him Dadu. I said, Dadu, pata nahi main aaj kaise gaungi, bahut sad. He's saying, he says, ek baat yaad rakho, forget it for today, you can redo the song. But you must try to be a good musician first. If you're a good musician, this is just an instrument, but your good musicianship will come through even if this doesn't work, because music also comes from the head. So he says you work towards it. These are all not important things.
And also from the heart, right? So much emotion that you pour into your songs.
And also maybe I'm lucky because of my different state of sinus, different songs I sound different sometimes. Somebody tells me some song I might sound a little nasal someday. Sometimes I sound perfectly all right. So it's helped me with Tu Cheez Badi Hai Mast and Mera Piya Ghar. I've managed it.
And I wonder sometimes when you hear songs like Bole Churiya and all, which are like Sangeet favorites, wedding favorites, every wedding you hear those songs. Do you think, Arey, I sang that? Does that happen to you?
बहुत बार ऐसे होता है कि I hear some song and say, hey Bhagwan, I hope nobody hears this song, it's so bad. Then sometimes when suddenly I find, oh, these two lines really sound nice. What happened to me? I really sound good for a change. I do have those funny feelings sometimes.
It's so interesting because you really, from the classical to the really with it songs, I think you've done it all. So that's also because your classical training is...
And also because if there's anything very high in the song, no music director will Kavita ko bulao, I'm sure. जो भी बहुत ऊंचा lines होता था, मुझे ही मिलता था.
How difficult it is to sing in that pitch, no?
It is very difficult because those days when I first started off, it was all live recordings. Like if you make a mistake, the whole song had to be redone. And I remember when I used to walk into the studio at Lakshmi, especially Lakshmi Kanji and R.D. Burman, they used to be great musicians, playing like Shiv Kumar ji, Hari Prasad ji. They were all there on the flute and santoor. And they were one Zareen Daruwala ji, so wonderful musicians. So I also feel, Kavi, if I make a mistake, all these people will have to stay for another half an hour for me. So it used to be a lot of tension. Ki I must do this song within 2 takes. Try and do it maximum within 2 or 3 takes. And sometimes a take would be going really well from my side and the musician would make a mistake. So start the whole song again. So the 3rd take is okay, it's probably not my best. But I would have to compromise because it's where I've been reasonably okay and the musicians have been okay,
What for you was the most difficult song, really challenging?
2-3 songs. I think Tu Hi Re was very difficult because of range. And when I was new, I think Hawa Hawai was difficult because at Pakachiki I had to really practice a lot that I don't make mistakes in the final mic. Yeah, and also because those are all live recordings. So if you make a mistake, the whole thing. So that tension was there. And I think the other song was Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam, the title song, because of the hum and all those things.
Again, when you saw it on screen on Aishwarya Rai,
oh my gosh,
what did you?
It's so
what did you
beautifully
feel?
picturized, so beautiful. Sanjay Leela's got some gift, he can envision the song so beautifully.
But you worked with him earlier on 1942. He did all the songs, right?
He did. Yes,
so,
he did. Yeah,
in a
but
way,
but I really didn't get to meet him much, except for when I did Kamoshi. That's the time he was around.
So what do you have to sing next? Hum Dil De Chuke Sanam.
Oh Lord. Acha, which song from Hum Dil De? The title song? Okay, here I go.
Also, these songs were so beautifully written.
Very beautifully.
You know, so I think that was also a joy.
Yes, I was lucky that I sang for, songs written by, this was Mehboob Saab. Then there was Javed Saab, of course, Gulzar Saab, then Majroor Sultanpuri Saab, then Anand Bakshi Saab, then Anjan Ji. Oh, they were all wonderful writers. Very, very good writers.
What about the language? You know, you had to be so particular about the words and, the
Those days,
pronunciation.
actually, we did follow the music directors. Like Panchamda, when he would sing a song, he hits the word. Every word has to come like that.
What has to be
Yeah,
like a...
yeah. If I sang a Bengali song, Khelbo holi rong debo na tai kokono. All the singers of the 90s, if you notice, they've got used to hitting all the words. That lazy singing didn't happen in that generation because we didn't know how to do that. We got used to...
In your entire sort of body.
Because it's a full orchestra
Yeah.
with you, so unless you throw your voice in the microphone with all the orchestra, you might just not be able to bring the highs and lows in the song.
But you've also sung very trendy songs like Ye Ladki Hai Kahan, Dil Chahta Hai?
Ye Ladki Hai Kahan?
हाँ.
That Shankar Ehsan Loy.
Yeah. That was very trendy, na?
That song?
Yeah. I like that a lot. It's
It's
very
a
peppy.
Very peppy, yeah. A lot of peppy songs I have sung, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want to...
No, that's a bit difficult.
Difficult?
Because you need the scale, and plus you need a boy, and the boy for me to respond to those
Talking
lines.
about the boys, you've sung with some of the best boys also. Udit Narayan,
yes.
Kumar Sanu.
Yeah, Udit Narayan, Kumar Shanu, Abhijit, then Hariharan, Suresh Vadkar, Mohammad Aziz, Munna Aziz, all those people during my time. I don't know if I've forgotten anybody, but all of them, yes. And later on with Shan and Sonu and everybody.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, generations.
Yeah, they all had their own, I think, color, and they were lucky. In the 90s, all of them got songs, like my colleagues like Alka and Anuradha, they all got songs which suited their voice.
Yeah.
It's a very, and also the main thing is, song picturization were done on the actors. So my song would be actually emoted by Sri Devi ji or Manisha Koirala or Madhuri ji. But later on, I noticed that the songs have become background songs. So, there's a difference, like if I'm saying, Dil ne kaha, chupke se, the actress is emoting it, then you see the expressions on the face, the song will stay in your brain. But if there's a nice song, but it goes in the background, it doesn't register as much as the actor emoting the song.
Right.
So we were lucky in our generation that a lot of actors emoted on our songs.
Right.
Yeah.
I wonder when you go for these live performances, which is the song that you people ask you to sing the most?
Oh, even now, Hawa Hawai.
Hawa Hawai.
Yes. Hawa Hawai, and then Dola Re Dola.
Right.
Nimbuda. I think these are the 2-3 very, very popular ones.
But increasingly, live performances are bringing some of that old magic back, right?
Yeah, if you see even in Indian Idol and some of these reality contests, these singers still sing Lataji's songs, they still sing Kishore Kumar songs and Manada's songs, because that era is absolutely unforgettable because there's so much that's gone into the lyrics. I feel lyrics play a very important role. And then the perfection in the singing, the perfection in the composition, everything. I'm not saying they're not perfect now, but now I feel what happens is maybe there are too many songs and the songs go into the background of the movie. They're not, like earlier songs played a very important role, like Hawa Hawai. Can you imagine Mr. India without it? So it played a very important role, but now I feel sometimes even if you didn't have a song, it would still be okay,
Which is the song that you'd like to sing for us last, to leave us with, so that we can sort of think of all the songs that we could have made you sing?
Why don't you tell me what you want me to sing?
Would the audience like to suggest something?
1942 love story.
Oh, so two.
காற்று நான் பாடுறேன் எங்கெங்கே வேர்ட்ஸ் இப்படி ரொம்ப நாள் சில போது எனக்கு தமிழ் வேர்டு எங்கெங்க ஆச்சுன்னா எனக்கு கரெக்ட் பண்ணிவிடுங்க ஓகே நீங்களே கரெக்ட் பண்ணிவிடுங்க
You know, what was it like? Because
Panchamda is
it was his swan song.
He was a prince. He was a prince. He was a person who was thought far ahead. I mean, he was far ahead of his times. And he's a kind of person who was open-hearted, who could compliment other people on their work. He was truly a gem of a person. Working with him is an honor, and I shall always treasure the moments I spent with him. Really, and there's so many things I learned from him about singing.
Like?
He would say, you know, he says, "Aap mic ke samne." He would come and tell me, "Mic ke samne ho, why are you worried about your mouth going here and there? Nobody's looking at you. You please enunciate your word." You know, because he would say, "Dil keh rahe ho na, to dil kaho." Ye dil kya hota hai? You know, so open your mouth and, you know, he says, "Don't worry about what you look like in front of the mic." I said, "Oh yeah, it makes a great difference when you enunciate your words in the microphone."
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you
you've
so
taken us down memory lane and some of the most beautiful songs of our youth and childhood. Thank you so much.
Pleasure talking to you and
Thank
pleasure being with you all.
Thank
today.
you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's only fair that we all rise to our feet and give our legend a standing ovation. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful moment. If we may please request you to remain on stage for a quick couple of seconds. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Gautam Dattal, National Sales Head, ABP Network, to extend a big, big thank you, not just for the lovely years of melodies, but also for this wonderful stage you've given us. I think it's very rare that we get to hear a singer in her element. But then again, it feels like every moment she's very much in that space. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the one and only Ms. Kavita Krishnamurthy. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Well, what could possibly follow that? I know that this has been one session where, you know, you're also leaning back and enjoying the music. You're also leaning forward and taking in the conversation. And the session, the conversation that follows it, has to have equal punch, has to catch your attention. And that's why we said, you know what? The best way to step into the next part is to make sure that we talk about the Chennai story. But before that, a quick thanks to all of our sponsors who have supported us. Ladies and gentlemen, ABP, the Southern Rising, is co-powered by Rungta Steel, Haier, Venus Hot Water Professionals, our partners SD Paints, V-Guard, Gold Winner, SIP Abacus, G Square, our banking partner, Federal Bank, our tourism partner, Telangana Tourism, our digital partner, Alok Infotech, our streaming partners, ABP Live, abpnadu, abp Desam. For all of our digital viewers, we're very sure that no matter where you were transported into a land of not just the 90s, but the land of melodies. And while you actually share your stories, we would love to see your experience as well, not just here on ground, but all of our digital viewers as well. Hashtag ABP Southern Rising is where you can share your stories. And with that, we now take a look at a very interesting phase of Chennai. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about Chennai's brand building philosophy, which truly is distinct in every single aspect. Slow, it is steady, it is rooted in trust. From real estate to FMCG, this is a city that has produced brands that really did not sprint to fame. They earned it every step of the way, with their consistency, with their credibility, with their discipline. And in this particular session, we have a few leaders who are going to unpack their very stories. In fact, how the Chennai-built brands approach the space is what we're going to look at. And more importantly, we hope to see why it lasts this wonderful long time. It is my absolute pleasure to request everybody in the audience to please put your hands together for our speakers this session. Managing Director, VGN Builders, please join me as I invite Mr. Pratish Vedapuri to join us on stage, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Suresh here with us from VGN Builders. A huge round of applause. May we please have Mr. Suresh join us? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this part of the evening, of course, we know that you've had a lot of food for thought, which also means that you've also had a lot of ideas brewing. But bear with us because we have an incredible session ahead. We have Chairman and Managing Director of Archie Group of Companies joining us. Please join me as I invite Mr. A.D. Padma Singh Isaac to join us. Welcome, sir. Good evening. We have none other than Ms. Kaveri Bomzai driving this conversation on Chennai's very own brands. Ladies and gentlemen, brands that truly resonate with Chennai, brands that stand for journey, and of course, a little bit of sneak peek behind the scenes.
So, I'm going to ask you first, why would a homemaker or a home owner from Mumbai or Delhi come to buy a home in Chennai? Or why should he or she do so?
It's quite obvious because Chennai is a place where you have a very good connectivity. Whether you take a metro or buses, anything, you can reach within 1 hour's time anywhere, 30 minutes to 1 hour time. Even I also came from Ananagar, just about 30 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes.
Bangalore?
Yes. In spite of a heavy traffic, the infrastructure is very good here as of now. Still, there's a lot of improvement need to be done, which the government is taking a lot of initiation. Second is the peacefulness, safety. Women can travel, even you can see all the IT company people. Girls also working 24/7. So these two are a major factor. And second thing is Chennai's people are a little conservative, but they are very friendly and nature helping type. So probably these are all the very good scope where outsiders are coming and staying here. You can see two-tier city people are all here. If you festival seasons, you can see 40% of the Chennai will be vacant because most of the people come from Coimbatore, Madurai, Bangalore, all the places, they go to their native place. So the Chennai will be empty. So people who come from our stations and stay here, been here for so many years, bought apartments, plots, everything. In that way, Chennai is quite a good place.
And how has VGN grown along with the city?
Yes, actually, VGN is established in 1942. They started doing the bricks manufacturing in those period in the name of VGN. So that time they acquired huge parcels of lands in Chennai, various places. So then slowly over a period of time they got into real estate and they formed up all the land banks into one large parcels, 200 acres, 400 acres, 100 acres, like different formats of lands. And they started doing the plotted developments. And my managing director, Mr. Pratish, there with us, he had completed a master's in Cambridge University of Construction Technology. So he's so passionate about building houses, villas. So then he got into real estate, and almost about 250 projects under his leadership we were completed and handed over. Almost about 10,500 customers are there, 10,500 homes have been delivered. 70,000 customers are there in our VGN brand name. And we are still doing lots of residential large projects. We are into residential projects currently at various locations in Chennai. So we keep launching one by one. The right time comes.
I'll come to the new home buyer later. I'd like to bring you in, sir, and talk about the role that Chennai has played in building your brand, which is all about affordability, exclusivity, and also I think a certain uniqueness that you have in the spices mix that you have. I was just looking you up, and very interesting spices, and made me very hungry, unfortunately. But talk a little about how you built your brand.
Actually, Madras city is a very lovely place with different cosmopolitan outlook actually. And here, affluent people are there, popular segment is here, and lower strata of people are here. It's a very good market for marketing anything, particularly FMCG products actually. Particularly, when we entered into the Madras market, there were a lot of unbrands and commodity products are in the market actually. Then we entered into the market and we are able to understand the market very clearly, and people if the product is affordable, definitely they will be able to buy the product. And when I entered into the market, it is a totally unbranded market actually. I came into this market with a unique product called Colombo chili powder. And it is used universally by all the housewives in the houses actually. When I entered into the market, it is particularly the Madrasi people, they used to grind masalas in their house only. And I made it a point, I have to break this and I have to make a big brand. I entered into that, but really I went along with the old concept. It really affected me very badly initially because they are not prepared to buy my product.
Right.
Because already they are using in their house and
Right.
they are not prepared to buy my product. Then I went into streets.
How? I mean, you went selling
Yeah,
boxes.
actually I have no other alternative, no. I went into the market, I was giving gift articles for my product. I promoted in a big way.
What gifts did you give along with masala?
Along masala, I gave one tumbler free or small bowl
Acha,
free.
no?
Like, yeah. And with that, I was able to penetrate into the market and made the market open. Right. And thereby, all those days, it was a seller's market. I made it as a buyer's market. That is why I made it's a new concept. I will call it as a reverse marketing.
And this was all self-taught.
Yeah.
No marketing.
Initially,
school.
I cannot spend on advertisement, no? Now, of course, we are spending quite a lot of moment for advertising. Initially, word of mouth publicity only we have to do. That is what we were doing.
Did anyone slam the door in your face and told you to get out? Or, I mean, what was the rudest comment you ever got?
Definitely, it will happen. No. Actually, I went with a great confidence to the market, and people simply refused. They are not throw it on my face, actually. They said, this won't go. இதெல்லாம் இங்கே விற்காது அப்படின்னு they were telling. And we will try to convince them. But I made it my mind, whenever there is a failure, I'll made it my mind, I'll make this guy to buy my product. Today, all of them are buying my products.
Well done. And I think we can have a round of applause for that. You know, we were talking about the home buyer. The new home buyer is much more demanding and, you know, much more conscious of what a home looks like. There's so many beautiful home magazines, you know, there's so many paints, there's so much about home decor. So how difficult is it to please this new, more conscious buyer?
Yes, you're true. See, now the current generation youngsters, you know, their expectations are quite high. So we also wanted to, you know, adapt and see how to make, how to satisfy them. So what we are doing currently, you know, most of our projects, we have done lots of development, sophistication in our project itself. If you see that home automation, because now everybody wants to go with the tech. So basically, the younger generation, they want three things. One, timely delivery.
Want to
tech.
sit on the couch and everything should happen.
Yeah. Then that's what they're interested in technology, then on-time delivery, then the price, reasonable price. So these three are the expectations which they have. See, generally, okay, real estate is the location, 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 location. That's the key. So we do have a location, very good locations in the city, the projects. At the same time, the younger generation, they want to have some tech-savvy guys. They want a nice apartment. So now all our apartments, we are doing home automation is the compulsory which we are giving to them. And also we have a 3-tier security. 3-tier, because nowadays security is very, very important. So 3-tier security, right from the entry level, there's a boom barrier. The boom barrier, you have the access card, or from the app itself, you can access, you can open it. And then lobby, once you come into the lobby, there's a control from there. From your apartment itself, you can control the lobby. If somebody comes, no need for you to allow them inside. If you say yes, only the person can go up to the next level. And then once he reaches in the lift and then comes to your place, again you have a control in the entrance itself, video door phone. So 3 layers of security that is compulsory which you are doing. And then now we are also giving a large size flooring, whether it's engineering marble granites and lobbies, lift lobbies, everything marble. So everything sophistication, even the lifts also nicely done with the interiors. And then EV charging points, piped gas facility. So a lot of things we have to give nowadays, so which we are doing. We started doing in all our projects. These 3-4 things are mandatory which we are giving to them. So people are very happy because they want what they want, we are giving them. And the timely delivery is very important because RERA is there. We have to complete within that time which we have committed to RERA. So we are focusing on construction on time delivery.
Talking about competition, Mr. Isaac, competition has heightened. How are you dealing with the new buyer, the new homemaker? It could be a man, it could be a woman. How much more demanding are they of better taste, better spices, better mixes, more, more diverse products?
Actually, competition is always, it should be healthy. If the competition is very healthy, we can also upgrade our product and we can really market in a much better style, actually. Particularly, to overcome the confidence of the consumer, or to give the best product to the consumer, what we used to do in our factories, we are having cold process grinding technology. Thereby, in all these spices, there will be 2% or 3% of volatile oil will be there. If we have to retain the oil content in that, then only the spices will have the medicinal value and the aromatic value. That we are ensuring that. Thereby, we are able to enhance the lifespan of the product. That is one thing. The aromatic value in the product we are enhancing, and quality will be very good, actually. That's what we are able to compete in the market. Today, even though I started in the regional level, today my product is a world-renowned product, and I will call it my company as an Indian multinational company.
You're available in how many countries, sir?
I am available in 67 countries in the globe. I think the only company from India is available in 67 countries.
And this is all online or this is on the shelf?
On the shelf. On the shelf.
The tariffs affected you in any way?
No way.
Okay.
Because we make the people to long for my product.
Which is your favorite? Which is your favorite spice mix?
All non-vegetarian masalas are my favorites.
No vegetarian.
Yeah, we have vegetarian masala, but we should have hot spices, no? Basically, all spices are only vegetarian.
Right.
But in that, the hot varieties will be non-vegetarian.
Right.
They will be more spicy and hot.
Right. So that's you. What about you, sir? You talked about the smart home buyer. What else are you doing to compete to sort of interpret the home buyer of the future? See,
actually what happens in real estate, especially in Chennai, it's traditional kind of buyers. So,
Currently, it's quite under stress. Am I right?
pardon?
It's under stress, the real estate market in Chennai?
No.
No? Okay.
See, now if you see this year, almost about 10,000 homes have been sold from January till now. So real estate is doing very well only. Okay, you cannot compare with Hyderabad or Bangalore or Delhi. They're about 5 to 10 times more than what Chennai is doing. But considerably, if you see last year and this year, quite a number of apartments have been sold, over 10,000 plus from January till now. So the markets also now is improved. You see, earlier those days, 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs only the apartment cost. Now it comes to minimum 1.2, 1.3 crores. In Chennai, if you want to buy an apartment, it will be 1.5 to 3.5 crores. So the value has also gone up. Real estate prices also slightly gone up. See, recently the home loans interest rates, there's been a slight increase in that. So that is slightly impacting, but that's very temporary. I can feel maybe 2-3 months, then people will again. See, real estate price will not come down, gold price will not come down. Both are going to go up only.
So what does the urban landscape of Chennai look like in, say, 5 years from now? Will it be all high-rises, villas? What sort of lands? Greenery, water
Currently,
areas?
the villas are doing very well. Everywhere, if you see, the villas concept is
that sort of,
yes.
yeah.
People want a little bit of land UDS share, and then they want to have a nice home constructed with all the features, everything. So the villas are doing very well. They can even pay 2 to 3 crores for a villa. So that's 2 to 3 crores for villa. Also, they're willing to pay. So markets are not that bad. It's very good. So now the high-rise buildings, you see, I think in Chennai, we don't have a big 50 floors, 40 floors like in other states. So maximum maybe 20, 25 floors. So that's the only thing. You see, once we have more FSIs and we can go up taller, then I think that will be a fantastic scope. I think the government also is trying to do something about it.
Right. And so what is the Chennai spice buyer of the future? He or she is going to buy more and more hot spices, or?
Actually, it is still...
Careful.
Yeah, really, it's a very good question, actually. Particularly the spice market, only 30% has been emerged as a brand. Remaining 70% of the market is in unbrand only. Particularly, I want to tell you in this forum, my guess is almost 1.5 lakh crore market.
Wow.
Out of that, 30,000 only has been branded. Remaining, think about it, 1 lakh crore plus 20 is still vacant.
You're going to be a much richer
man. I
man.
think the journey will be another for 25 to 30 years. It will be a comfortable journey for spice industry.
So he's going to buy many more homes from you. So both of you can walk into the sunset together.
Definitely, we are ready to offer you nice homes wherever you wish.
Great. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been such a pleasure, and I wish you all the success.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you.
Well, Chennai is where all the magic is, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, if I may kindly call upon Ms. Vidya Narayani to join us on stage. I'd like to request both our speakers. Mr. Suresh, if we may kindly request you to remain on stage, sir. We, of course, truly value the thoughts that you've shared on this very platform. And as a wonderful token of that, may I kindly request Ms. Vidya Narayani, Regional Sales Head, ABP Network, to present both gentlemen with a token of our appreciation, set to the loud applause of every single person in this auditorium. Of course, when it's a Chennai story, I think the applause should be a lot louder. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we've spoken a lot about education here, but our next session focuses on something that is very close to the whole idea behind it. This session is titled Future Ready Generation, Training Young Minds. Of course, I think it goes without saying that the next generation doesn't necessarily or doesn't just need knowledge. They need so much more than that. Whether it's the cognitive skills, whether it's adaptability, whether it's the ability to think independently. We had a few of our principals here on stage share a very similar sentiment, and very much in line with all of that, we have SIP Academy, who've actually worked with lakhs of children across India, who focused on structured learning that actually builds sharper, more confident young minds. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to take that very thought, that very concept forward and explore it here and see what it truly means when we say we are preparing children for tomorrow. May I kindly welcome founder of SIP Academy, Mr. Dinesh Victor, to join us on stage with a loud round of applause. And while we wait for him to join us, let me take a quick moment to remind everybody of the hashtags. While we prepare for tomorrow, it is also very important that we celebrate today. And today here at ABP Network, the Southern Rising Summit, ladies and gentlemen, here at the 3rd edition, we've been enjoying the conversations. Next up, we talk about future-proofing our next generation. Mr. Dinesh Victor, founder of SIP Academy, making his way to the stage. We have Ms. Kaveri Bamzai chairing this session. Education has looked different across different generations, but who better to ask what will education in the future look like and how can we actually prepare the generation for it? Over to you, Kaveri.
Mr. Victor, it's such a pleasure to talk to you because we've heard so much about AI. Let's talk a little about the human brain.
Very true.
Yeah, I think we forget its importance.
True.
And I'm so glad that you're focusing on this. Talk a little about what made you start SIP Abacus. You could have done anything. I mean, why education?
So, just to
from
give you...
IIT and IIM.
So, I used to work in Bombay for some time. I used to work with a company called Godrej Soaps. I was in Bombay, in Vikhroli, which you might be knowing because you were in Bombay for some time. And then I was working in a foreign bank and life was very comfortable and cushy. And, but I was young and restless. So one of those funny things you do when you're young, you want to do something slightly different. And I just wanted to start something. At that point of time, I always tell it was one of those youthful, risks that you take without realizing what will come up in the future. So it was done with that I would say that intention initially, that just wanted to start something, and I just figured out that this was something that I figured out. It was not some grand vision like some people would like to say. It was something that happened, I would say, fortuitously for me. But once I got into it, I realized that I actually fell in love with what I was doing, what this whole process was about, because this is a wonderful program which almost guarantees the child will improve. And just because of a certain system by which the children follow, you can almost guarantee the child will improve in a certain set of skills, which makes you look like, for an outsider, okay, an average kid came in, wow, he's so smart. And any kid can go through that process and become, let's put it like in inverted commas, smart. And that was very fascinating to me when I was in my early 30s, to see that happening. And that really caught my fascination. And that's been my fascination ever since, that you can actually change any child's life if you follow a certain system. And obviously in later life, child can do phenomenal stuff because of the process that happened. So that's really, in a very short way, what I've told you.
Have you ever met any of your alumni?
So many of them.
And
So
what do
many
they
of them.
say to you?
So many of them. And that keeps me the most excited about what I'm saying. And now that we've been there for 23 years, we have alumni who are there all over the world, all over the place. Just recently, last Sunday, we had an event where we were having a large competition of our kids here in Chennai this year. And about 5,700 children had come. So we had also invited some of the parents of some of our distinguished alumni to come for an award. And it was so nice talking to the parents more than the students and how they've seen the change. No doubt the students are amazing, and I can just tell you one or two students. There's a student who went through our program and he went to the US to do his bachelor's in undergraduation. And you won't believe he's done his triple major in maths, linguistics, and computer science. Even I can't imagine anyone doing one of the three. And this guy's done a triple major, and now he's doing his PhD in neuroscience. And when I was talking to his parents had come, and they're from a small town in Odisha called Kathak. And they were saying that he was a good guy when he started off. It's not that he was not that smart, but there was a dramatic change once he went through this program. And a lot of what he is doing today is thanks to that 3 years that he spent with our program. And when you meet these students and meet their parents, you feel It's really worth leaving that bank job.
Contributed something.
Absolutely. There's no doubt. Not only me, I mean, everybody in our organization feels so.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons we are always excited about what we do.
So what is so special about the program? What does it do that is different?
See, basically, if you go to school, there are many differences. I would say the big difference broadly, I mean, I don't want to bore people with too much details. Broadly is the school, typically you have 40 kids in a class, and the objective of the school is to finish a certain curriculum which the teacher has been given. Now, the logic is by completing the curriculum, a certain set of skills will develop in the child. Whereas we don't have that as a process. Our process is actually slightly reverse. Our thinking is child must develop a certain set of skills which will allow them to complete the curriculum. Get the difference? So, for example, we have a program called the SIP Abacus program, but to complete the levels, you have to develop a certain set of skills. So it's our job not to complete the level for you, but make you learn the skills first. And so that's where each child may take a slightly different time. Somebody may finish it in 4 months, somebody may take 3.5 months, somebody may take little more than that. But fundamentally, our idea is every kid must learn skills, hence they can complete the course. So a very different focus compared to, and obviously if you develop skills, you will use those skills in life to do whatever you want to do. It's like you want to learn music, right?
Yeah.
It's not about a teacher coming and telling a child, this is the music thing and, finish the curriculum. The job of the teacher is, or the coach or guru is to make sure that the student is able to pick up the certain skills in a pace which is required so that they can complete whatever levels that they have to complete in the music program, right? So some students may complete it in 6 months, some might take even 9 months. But till then, it's the job of the teacher to encourage and ensure the child goes through the process. It's kind of very similar that we're trying to do. So it's very different from a school system.
What are these skills usually?
So we use the SIP, the Abacus program. So the key skills that we train children are luckily very close to academics. So let me tell you what the skills are. The first skill that we take through our program, I mean, we have many programs, I'm just telling you the main program, is that the children, I would say, lose their fear of numbers at the very early stage, and they get a very strong foundation in arithmetic by having a strong sense of addition, subtraction, the basic skills, multiplication, division. And the second, equally, or I would say more important skill is they develop tremendous learning skills like concentration, visual memory, ability to recall and retain, listening, self-confidence. That helps them to learn anything much better than normal children. And a combination of these two skills helps them to do much better at school, but also much better at learning anything else. That's why I talked about this kid who is doing. So you just build on it, and you can do anything later on you want to do with that. So that's the amazing. One more very interesting story I want to tell you about alumni kid, just since it's not only about math. And this student is right now one of the top young artists in Seattle, and she's one of the young professors teaching in University of Washington Art. And she accredits the Abacus program for this. And when I met her when she was in class 12 and she was planning to do art, I asked her, Lalita, how can Abacus help you in art? There's no connection. You tell me, how did it help you? She made a very interesting story. She said, when I was in class 6, I was an average kid at school. I was only coming 20th, 25th in class. And my mom didn't want me to do anything else but study, because that's the normal thinking, right? I joined the program and I quickly picked up very fast. And I was soon coming in the top 3, top 4 in school. The moment I was doing well in school, my mom said, you can pursue other things. Interestingly. So when I came to class 10, I was actually first in school, surprisingly. And so obviously everybody said, you must do maths, you must do physics, science, natural. So she said, okay, fine. She also didn't have the agency to oppose him, so she did that. But since she was so good, she could pursue her art parallelly. And she would finish her work at school quickly so she could spend time on art. So when she came to 12th, she had a choice to do both. She chose to do art, and by then she was so smart, parents obviously couldn't say anything, and she's excelled ever since in life. Wow. Very interesting.
I think that calls for applause. But tell me, I've often felt that the children are really puppets of their parents, sometimes. There are some enlightened
There
parents.
are.
But how much of pressure is there on these kids? even the ones who go to Abacus and have that privilege?
So I would say, see, it's like a segment. You have different segments in a population, right? So it's not like everybody, you can't paint everybody with the same note. Parents have their own insecurities about their future with their children. And I can't really blame parents because they do see a challenging world outside. Now, even today, you see two kinds of parents. One kind who are what you're saying, the typical, the 1890s parents who want children to study. But there's also another kind of parent who has become very laissez-faire about education also. Let the child do what they want. And you can see that segment also coming up, especially in the metros, one sees that segment also. Let them enjoy life, let them figure it out, what they want to do.
Make their own
Make their own
mistakes.
calls, make their own mistakes. You have that segment also coming up in this country. So you have a mix of all parents, and we have to actually balance both with parents. As a parent, you got to balance it. Neither of them is completely right. So neither you should be fully laissez-faire about your kids, because kids don't have the maturity about, they can't decide which program is good for them at this age. At the same time, if you put too much pressure on kids, they're not really going to enjoy the process of learning. And if you don't enjoy learning, you're not going to continue for long term doing it. So it's a mix of both. And as parents, they have a very important role in knowing where to balance the two. And parents also need education in this process. They're also kind of being first-time learners in this process.
So, you're talking of how many centers do you have now and where do you plan to go next? Are you planning to go to tier 2, tier 3 cities?
Oh, we are already in a huge number in tier 2 cities. You tell me a city in this country, there's a good chance we'll be there. I'll be in cities which... Jabalpur, we are there. We just had a big event yesterday, last weekend. Jabalpur is a big city. I'll tell you cities called Parbhani, which you may not have heard of.
No.
It's in Maharashtra, by the way.
Achha.
And we'll tell you a city called Kamti. I'm not sure you've heard of the city in Maharashtra. So you're from Bombay, you wouldn't have heard of these cities. So you must have heard of Jorhat, because that's a reasonably large city. But there are so many other cities in Assam you wouldn't have heard of here. There, like a city like, there are many cities, I don't get the name right now. Barshapara and...
These are all on demand. I mean, these cities wanted...
it's not like that. We have a system by which this business is, the way we run this program is, we don't set the centers up ourselves. We look for people, exactly, the franchise. So we look for, and a majority of our franchise are women. Majority, I would say, almost 90%. So we look for women who are, I would say, interested in working with children. Obviously have some interest to start a business and are willing to invest some amount of money behind the whole process. And that's how the business actually works largely. Now, we do have some men also. I'm not saying all of it is women. But broadly, that's the pattern. And so we have, when we started in Chennai way back in 2003, we were obviously very small. But over the years, we've now got more than in India alone 1,070 centers right now. Wow. Across 350 cities, and we are also available in 11 other countries other than India.
Wow.
So it's gone quite expanded, and there is still a lot of scope to grow.
Right. Have you taught in any of these centers?
I used to teach in the very early years when we started off in one center where there was some challenge with some teachers not being there, so I was actually teaching them. But now I just don't get the time to do any of that.
You were teaching what, maths?
I was teaching our program. Teaching our program,
right.
The SIP Abacus program to some children there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. It's been so enlightening, and I'm so happy we're talking about human intelligence after a long day of hearing about AI. What do you think of the threat or opportunity of AI?
See, Kaveri, this is something you can't run away from.
Right.
It's a technology which is going to consume all of us, just like laptops or Excel. So the best way forward is for us to learn, embrace it, and figure out how to use it. There's nothing to worry about. There will be threats of any new technology. When Excel came, computers, remember the 80s, people said that people lose their jobs because of computers, and people were all like, a whole lot of dharnas about computers in one trade. You remember that? And then we had the computerization of the Indian railways, and suddenly everything changed. It's going to be the same with AI also. So there is nothing you can... There will be surely problems. There will be some people not get a job, but we have to upskill. We've got to accept it, because if you're not going to do it, the next person is going to do it. So there's no choice. I think we just have to be mentally prepared to accept it, learn from it, and if you're in a position to realize what the harmful effects are, like social media, we know harmful effects, figure that out and take action to reduce the harmful effects of technology.
Thank you so very much. I wish you all the success and many more franchise centers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kaveri.
Thank you, sir. If we may kindly request you to remain on stage, may I please call upon Mr. Raja Chatterjee, Regional Director, ABP Network, to lead us with a very special presentation, a token of our appreciation to our speaker, Mr. Dinesh Victor. Just a minute, sir. We may kindly request Mr. Raja Chatterjee to do the honors. Well, we've all heard that the God is in the details, and I think this particular session showed us exactly that and the reason for that as well. With that, ladies and gentlemen, our upcoming session highlights something very integral: women redefining what heavy lifting means. And I don't mean this metaphorically, I mean this literally. We're going to be taking a look at women who operate some of India's biggest cranes, and they handle machinery that's traditionally been dominated by men. As you can imagine, this is a line of work that is extremely demanding. You have to be precise, you have to be absolutely paying attention every step of the way, and yet this is a story that we rarely hear. And as you know, here at the Southern Rising Summit, those are the stories that we love to share with every single person. And with that, our stage is set. It is our pleasure to bring to life these very stories on our stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite Ms. Nathana Mary JD, crane operator, Ms. Regita Aran, who's also a crane operator, to share their wonderful stories. Sharing this session, we have Ms. Megha Prasad join us back on stage. As we await their presence, let me also take the opportunity to remind you of our Instagram handles at ABP Live. I'm sure by now all of us are not only following it, but a lot of you have actually shared your pictures and videos. But if you haven't done so, there are wonderful moments here on stage, I'm sure off stage as well. Let's not forget the photo booth outside. Please do feel free to click as many pictures and videos as possible, and we shall get started. ABP Live is what you have to tag, ABP Desam, abpnadu, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we have our session chair here with us. If I may kindly welcome Ms. Nathana Mary JD and Ms. Regita Aran to join us on stage. If they are unavailable in the hall, I think that's only a wonderful moment for me to actually take the opportunity to extend a very special thanks to our sponsors, ABP Networks, the Southern Rising Summit. This third edition is co-powered by Rungta Steel, by Hire, Venus Hot Water Professionals. We've got our partners to thank: SD Paints, V-Guard, Gold Winner, SIP Abacus, G Square. We've also extending a very special thanks to our banking partner, Federal Bank, our tourism partner, Telangana Tourism, our digital partner, Alok Infotech, and our streaming partners, ABP Live, abpnadu, abp Desam. This also gives us, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful opportunity to kind of hit pause and take a look at all the conversations that we've had so far. From the start, with the Dravidian algorithm, we stepped into a very interesting space on putting education first. We spoke about culture, we spoke about music, we spoke about art, we spoke about dance. I think it's safe to say that we've covered a host of topics, and let me also tell you that we've got a few more coming our way. While we endlessly talk about the magic of South India, there's also the stories behind South India that we're celebrating here on our very special stage. The stories of Tamil culture, the stories of the global landscape finding its space here for one very simple reason: the magic of keeping on going, the magic of continuity. With that, we present to you yet another wonderful slice here at the Southern Rising Summit 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our speakers here with us. May we kindly put our hands together as we welcome them. Ms. Nathana Mary JD, Ms. Regita Aran, both crane operators from Kerala who made it here for our wonderful event. I feel like I should take a few seconds to kind of set the stage while we invite our session chair, Ms. Megha Prasad, back. This session, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about what it means to be heavy lifting. And I don't mean in the gym, I don't mean metaphorically. The literal meaning is what we're going to take a deep dive into, what the amount of thought that goes into the work that these wonderful women are doing. And with that, over to you, Megha.
Thank you. I have never interviewed women crane operators, and I'm sure you've also never sat through an interview or a session like this. So this promises to be a unique one. I'm so glad I'm doing this session with the two of you. So it's Natna, Mary, and Rajata. The two of you, I would first like both of you to introduce yourself to the audience who's watching you here and many who are watching you online right now. Take the mic. Yeah.
Hi, hello. My name is Nadana, Nadana Mary JD. I am from Kerala, like Viljam, where the port is there. So I'm basically a physics graduate, and I am doing automated crane operation in Viljam International Seaport Limited. That's it.
Good evening. My name is Rejida, and I am also from Viljam. I am also a crane operator in Viljam International Port. I am also physics graduate.
Two physics graduates we have here, and two physics graduates have decided to turn crane operators. I am really curious, how and why?
It was like a very challenging, as you know, like it's a crane, and that's why how we ended up here, and we started to really experience the automation, the robotics, the IoT and all that.
Okay.
So that's how we ended up in the crane operation and all that. Yeah.
How about you?
You see, it was a very challenging opportunity I got because it is near to our home. This project was near to our home, so we get an opportunity to as a crane operator in Viljam Port. So we take that challenge and we joined as crane operator there.
So did physics help you in any manner whatsoever? Did that education, the study, the class in physics help you be a better crane operator?
Of course, yeah.
Huh? Yes, physics is behind this operation, but practice makes us doing this.
And I am told that you are a team of 20 people, out of which 9 of you, 9 are women.
9 operators, 9 women operators are there.
How heavy are these machines that you're operating? I mean, this sport it promises to be a very big one. It is still being built, right? How heavy are these machines? What size are we dealing with?
It's means we have so many challenges. First time we have so many challenges there because women are first time in this port operation. So male operators are there. They give more supportive. They give the training to us. And first of all, we are too much scared about this. But after practicing about this, now we are ready to do any.
You're almost 50% of your team. And you know, when we talk of crane operators, if I have to specifically sort of talk of crane operators, my dear, this is completely a male-dominated space.
Yes,
I
completely.
don't think, apart from you guys, or maybe some exceptions here or there, we have ever seen a woman crane operator. The JCBs and everything that we watch here or there, you never see them being operated by women.
First of all 9 are first of all see the port. Port itself we see first time. And we get, first time we are very much scared about this. But now we are more practiced and we are very much confident to do all these operations.
So when you have so many males in this area, I mean, what I wanted to understand, you said you are supportive, but you know, to be, it's almost sort of trying to break the glass ceiling in this space, so to say. Were they always very supportive, or you found some difficulties, you thought this would be a challenge to try and sort of make your space in a place where it is completely dominated by male?
it's completely dominated by male, but and also they are all are from different regions also. But now we make a team and they give full support to us. And now there is no gender equality. They are also seen as their team member. So now we don't have there are males, more male operators are there. Nothing is that now we take the dominating
You
role
take
there.
the lead. How about you?
Everything is hard actually. So choose the hard easily. That's the thing, right? So when we started there, like there will be some challenges, there will be difficulties. It's a new environment too for us. Actually, I need to speak about the women who are operating with us, our teammates. They are incredibly like talented because they do the household chores and all that. They have babies and all that, and they are doing an amazing job actually. So and also I need to talk about the men's there. I need to talk about the not men's actually. There everyone is treated as humans there. So basically there are engineers there, our layers, our ITV drivers, everyone. Each and everyone is a part of that pod. It's a teamwork actually. So that's how it's worked. Like a pot is like that, right? So and for us, it was very challenging. And if it's challenging, it will be more interesting to catch the things and all that. It's basically she is the first Indian woman operator who has promoted to STS.
Yeah, I was reading that. Rajita is now promoted to ship-to-shore crane operation. She is the first woman automated STS operator in India. That's really, I mean, just to have them here, I think deserves a huge round of applause. Isn't it? I mean, you are leading the path. You're a trailblazer, so to say, in your own area. Tell me a little about the families you come from, your family background, both of you, one by one.
Actually, I'm from the port area, right? Like the nearby the port, like one kilometer, I think. And basically, I've come from a middle class family, and it's a huge opportunity to me. And that's it.
Okay, how about you?
I am only 300 meters away from the port, only walking distance. So it is a golden opportunity for me. And I have one husband. My husband is also working in a based port area. So my daughter, 11 years old.
Okay.
And first of all, she has some difficulties because first of all, my first job was as a teacher. So I got more time with her. But here it is a shift job. So we have 12 hours job. Night shift also there. So first of all, it is more, my daughter has more difficult to adjust with that because night shift is also there.
Okay, so you do night shifts? Both of you do night shifts?
Yes, but she adjusts with us. My family give more support and to take the night shift also. Now they are also supportive. So to take the night shift also, they give more support to do.
Okay, but when for the first time you told your families, your respective families, that you want to turn a crane operator, you want to become a crane operator, what was the reaction?
After the interview got selected, I told to them and they were like, do you want to go? And I was like, yeah, I need to go. And that's how, we ended up here,
So there was no question answer on that.
Job was crane operator. First reaction was, no, I don't know to operate the cranes. They told that nothing to worry, no need to enter the crane. It's just a remote operation. You have to just sit in an office room and use the joystick and do the operation. And first the CRM, two types of cranes are there. First is ship-to-shore crane means we have to take the container from vessel. And another one is yard cranes that from ITV, it takes the container to the yard. It is fully automatic in Vizhinjam port, only monitoring is done. But any fault is there, we have to connect the crane and identify the problem, just solve it. Only that it's the yard cranes. But for the STS operation, that is only semi-automatic. That means we have to manually take the container from the vessel. That is why it is little bit difficult from yard crane operation. But it means we have to sit in the chair We have an office, sitting in an office room and using the remote control desk, we are taking the container from the ship and place it in the ITV. And also like that, take the container from the ITV and load it in the
So
ship.
this is a new Adani port
Yes,
that's
yes,
coming
it is
up.
a
So
first time.
we've heard a lot about the automation, the AI, the robotics. That's all coming together to sort of make it easier. So just tell us if you can. You know, it's a very niche area. I don't know how many people will really understand. But how easy does it make your job? All of these automations there.
Automation, that means we know all other ports, to take the container from the vessel, they have to enter the crane and in the cabin, sit in the cabin and take the container from the vessel. But the automation means like a office room. It's a office work. We are sitting in a room and we have to, we are sitting according to our comfort, our safety, and also there is more advantages is there. We are sitting in a room like this and using a desk, we are taking the container fully, and we are sitting 3 kilometers away from the ship.
3 kilometers away?
Yes,
Okay.
we are sitting in the room and operate, and also like manual port, only one operator is in the crane.
Okay.
We are nobody to contact, we are only sitting in the crane, simply sitting there singly. No contract with the other person. But here it is an office room. We are, our colleagues are other operators are also sitting near to us. So if there is any challenging, we can do that. We can help. We get help
So it's
from the
complete
others.
remote automation.
Actually, as
to a
she
very great
said,
extent.
like it's like robotics, IoTs, and like this automation all together. It comes like it will be more safe and precise. Actually, that's the point. It will be more safe. Other than that port, it will be more precise, and that's how it all like help to grow this Adani port, Vizhinjam.
Okay.
It's fastly.
Okay. Prime Minister personally appreciated the two of,
Of course,
you.
yeah.
Huh?
And also we have went to Indian Maritime Week this last month, and
Bombay.
global people were like appreciated it for what we are doing, and we done a simulation there too. Yeah.
How does that feel?
It
was
a
really
proud
nice.
moment, a proud
Actually,
moment,
we
because
had our team there too. Yeah, the operators, the engineering team. Yeah, they were there too, and the IT team also was there. Yeah.
Unique pieces, aren't you? So you'll be appreciated wherever you go. But finally, let me ask you this question. Since we were talking about gender equality, etc., what in terms of pay parity? Are you being paid equally to your male counterpart, or is there some disparity?
No, paid equally. Their port operators got the same salary for each. For STS operator, the salary, and also CRMG, the basic salary is there. No gender equality is there.
No disparity is there, as we see in so many different areas.
And also the operating hours is also same. There is also no difference is there. Salary is also same.
Okay, so equal privileges.
Yes, that's why I told that we are also take the night shift. 12 hours night shift we also have to take.
Okay. All right. So finally, if I were to ask the two of you, start with you, your message to young budding women who are looking at taking unconventional paths to become somebody like you, to go into areas that women usually do not go.
Actually, I want to say, like, everything will be hard. Everything, each and every job, whatever you do, like wherever you go, you need to brand yourself. No one is going to take you to wherever you want to go. You need to start by yourself. You want to stand on your knee, and you need to work hard for yourself. You want to be your promoter. You want to be your advertiser, whatever it is. Be yourself and believe in yourself. You will find a way to whatever you want to be. And that's my message to my younger ones. And I wish you all the very best for your future. And thank you.
Lovely. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
So maritime sector is also open for everyone now. So women can also enter the port operation. So actually, the more women are also need to come there, because it is very easy one. So now there is no gender equality is there. So I suggest that challenges are there in every field. Every field challenges are there. So accept that challenge and improve that.
Lovely. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for flying in all the way here to be part of this summit. Really glad to have you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Before we let you go, may we kindly request Mr. Sumanta Datta to join us on stage, CEO, ABP Network. Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful session which truly reminded us of the magic that each of us can create. Of course, like they ended, all parts of our lives have equal difficulties or equal challenges. And if there's one thought that we can make to just progress and make that name for ourselves, this is where you get to. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for both our speakers, Ms. Nathana Mary and Ms. Regita. A very special thanks to both of you for joining us here, and of course, thank you, Mr. Datta. Next up on stage, we have a lovely conversation that's going to kind of transport us to a completely different geographic location. Now, taking us through this very conversation, we have someone who's witnessed Telangana's tourism story evolve from, you know, a familiar landmark, something that you have seen in pictures, to a much larger narrative. When we look at Telangana today, it blends culture, it blends heritage, festivals, food, the very spirit of the people, all in one, and that's where the magic is created. So on stage now, we have an interesting chat that's going to show us the opportunity to actually step behind or step into the brochures that we see, the campaign pictures that we see, and take a look at what real life magic is. It is my pleasure to invite Shri Dileshwari, Senior Consultant, Telangana Tourism Corporation Limited, to join us on stage for this wonderful session. And driving the conversation, may I kindly welcome back Ms. Kaveri Bamzai. This is when we can give them a nice round of applause. I know that we are in the final couple of sessions, but let that not deter your enthusiasm or your participation. Over to Kaveri as we talk about the magic of Telangana.
So, Dileshwari, it's an old state. It's an old, well, state, but also a new state. So, what are the challenges in selling Telangana and marketing Telangana to people?
Yeah, actually, you said that we have old heritage and old culture, but we are new state. We are the youngest state of our country. So, we are facing so many challenges to promote our tourism. And I just want to say that we are taking so many initiatives to promote our culture, to promote our heritage, to promote our festivals, and to promote our monuments and all. So, I mean, like, we took, in this year, we have we come up with a new tourism policy. And, you know, you will be like surprising that we are a new state, but in this year, in this particular year especially, we have we got like 15,000 crores of the investment to our tourism, to our tourism.
Is that from private parties?
Yes,
or?
from private parties only. So, I mean, like, we got 15,000 crores, which is not a small thing in this year.
How do you plan to spend that? You're a very rich woman then. How do
No,
you plan
actually,
to spend that?
we are planning to spend something. We are, identified some location to construct some resorts and some wellness centers and some kind of tourism infrastructure developments and all.
So when you talked about the challenges that a new state like yours faces, what are they?
I mean, like, we are facing, I don't say that we don't have any problems and all. Every state has so many problems. I mean, like, we are also same, in a similar way, that we are also facing some problems. That we are a landlocked state, actually. So we don't have a proper access of what we say that beaches, we don't have. When it comes to tourism, we are particularly talking about tourism. We don't have beaches. I mean, like so many tourists, they are interested to go some Goa or like Kerala, some like Tamil Nadu, and most of the people, they go to Rajasthan, and some of like interested in Northeast. But you know, we are on the upper of the Deccan Plateau. So we are like a little bit I mean, like we are facing, but we have some positives also. In that way, we can talk about, since we are a landlocked country, but we have so much to say something to tourists, to attract tourists, we have something say that we have so much heritage, as I told you before. We have, I mean, like lot of legacy of Asaf Jahis, and Kakatiyas and Qutub Shahis. So there is so much history to explore. So tourists can come. Actually, I just want to say something that most of the people, as I said, so many of like foreign tourists or like domestic tourists, they wanted to go other places, other states. But I mean, like from as a representative of Telangana's tourism, I wanted to say I mean, like in tourist perception, I mean, like whoever they want to visit Telangana, especially, they can go around the India, across the India. They can complete all of their travel and all. If still they have time, they can come to Telangana and they can explore. So they will be like, I mean, like it will be like amazing.
So apart from biryani, what else do you offer?
I mean, like we have so many. As you know,
Golconda Fort,
Hyderabad.
for instance, the Qutub Shahi fort.
We have
And all
Qutub
these have
Shahi
been-
tombs,
and-
Golconda Fort, and
all these
so
have
many
been
palaces.
restored, right, recently.
Yeah. I mean, like first of all, you have asked about this food. Apart from Hyderabad, most of the people, when they, I mean, like talk about Hyderabad, they used to say that Hyderabadi biryani is so famous and all. As like Hyderabad is a gastronomy city, first of all. We have so many foods to explore. So apart from Hyderabadi biryani, we have Hyderabadi halim. I mean, like these all are like GI tagged cuisines actually. Hyderabadi biryani we have when you visit our old city, which is near to Charminar, you will get some kind of paya. I mean, like non-veg lovers who ever visit this old city,
I'm one of them.
paya and Irani chai, some local cuisines.
Lots of debates about which is the best place
We
for
are
biryani.
I mean, like we have so many restaurants, but authentic biryani you will get near to Charminar. Yeah.
So, you know, when we talk about restoration of monuments, our tourism is still quite monument-centric. You know, so you go to Charminar, you see it, and then that's it. But you don't look at the surroundings, you don't look at, you know, improving the area around it. For instance, Taj Mahal, I mean, that's the most famous example. So is Telangana tourism doing anything about developing the facilities around these famous monuments?
Yes, exactly. We are planning for that. I mean, like as we are new state, most of the people, when we talk about Hyderabad, typically they show that Charminar, yeah, the Charminar. They used to, I mean, like think about Charminar only. But apart from Charminar, there are so many places that people can explore actually. I mean, like we have Falaknuma Palace, which is a very famous palace and which is very famous for destination weddings also. And we have Chauhamella Palace, we have Taramati Baradari, and we have Qutub Shahi tombs. These can, I mean, like tourists can explore in Hyderabad. We have a monolithic Buddhist, I mean, like monolithic Buddha statue we have. Yes, in Hussain Sagar Lake. We can explore there. I mean, we have so many resorts. I mean, like apart from Hyderabad, we have so many to explore. And we are planning 9 destinations actually. So, I mean, like in 9 destinations, we are identifying a particular destination. In that destination, we are like providing a kind of cluster tourism. If one person wants to come and explore that particular destination, they can come and they can complete their complete itinerary around the destination. So we are planning for that, so that the people whoever wants to visit the destination, they'll get some sort of rich kind of experience, and they'll get some diverse experience also when they visit these destinations.
So Hyderabad is also quite an international city now.
Yes,
you know.
actually we are very famous for MICE convention. Most of the MICE and these kind of things, most of the conferences, Hyderabad is very best place to visit. I mean, like lots of delegates who they wants to fix their conferences in Hyderabad. So it is a travel friendly, you know, Hyderabad is a heart of the India actually. So from Hyderabad we have so many flights. We have some we have like international airport. From that airport we have lot of connectivity. So anyone can come to Hyderabad. They can easily go to other places. Yeah.
So what about the diaspora? Is that also interested in traveling around Telangana?
Yeah, actually,
you have
you
a
know,
very rich diaspora, don't you?
yeah, we have like, when we talk about diaspora, I mean, like Telangana have 4 crores change of population, and our diaspora is spreading all over the world actually. You know, Telangana is very famous for IT. When we talk about Bangalore and all, Bangalore also, I mean, like people used to call Silicon Valley and all, but Hyderabad is also like a similar kind of, yeah. So, I mean, like people are more, I mean, like they are into IT actually. So we have so many IT companies in Hyderabad. They can come and you know, I just want to add one more point, that Hyderabad is very affordable city. I mean, like if you spend 10 rupees also, you will get some samosa. So you can eat and you can, I mean, like you can. At least you will get some sort of food with a minimal cost of price. And if you have 1,000 rupees also, you will get nice biryani. So both people who are from rich families, who are from middle class families, and the poor families, they can freely.
Yeah, it's a very democratic city.
Yes.
Yeah. Just the last question, how do you make the tourists feel comfortable with all the stories one hears about safety, security? How do you make the tourists, especially the international tourists, feel comfortable that, you know, Telangana is a safe place to visit?
Yeah, actually, we have lot of footfalls. Actually, as I told you, our airport is in the heart of country. We have lot of footfalls. We are coming with so many new initiatives. As you, I mean, like you particularly asked about the safety concern and all. We are like deployed 100 tourist police. It is a new kind of initiative. So they trained well and they deployed into tourism, and they'll make sure that no tourists I mean, like they'll feel so safe actually. And I just want to share one more thing, that I mean, like when I'm talking about this new initiatives, we are I mean, like a new initiative is called Film in Telangana. As you know, Telangana is very famous for film shootings and all. We are promoting Ramoji Film City, and post-production
it's
this also.
fabulous.
Yeah, it is so famous in that way. And we are promoting Telangana in a new way. And we are also, I mean, like we have also another initiative called customized tourism. You know, we are the first state that we are promoting customized tourism. Government itself involves and takes some, I mean, like we will take some, what we call that, we will arrange all the vehicles and itinerary. We will provide all the information according to the tourists. So we will fulfill their requirements. Yeah.
So you have SS Rajamouli and you have biryani and you have lots more. Great.
Thank you so much.
Obviously, Telangana can't do any wrong. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I just want to say our tagline is like Telangana Zarurana. Means, I mean, like people whoever are here or whoever watching this, Telangana Zarurana must visit Telangana.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Before we let you go, Ms. Dileshwari, if I may kindly welcome Mr. Nageshwar Rao, editor, ABP Desam, to join us on stage and extend a token of our appreciation. I think with those wonderful pointers, if you were making mental notes, you would have run out of the list. That's how many pointers she gave us. And of course, we're definitely looking forward to experiencing at least a part of those wonderful experiences. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, at Southern Rising, we've been discussing a few pointers in different perspectives: identity, language, pride, everything in between. In fact, the North-South divide, it's often spoken about in terms of data, in terms of history, a lot of times in terms of politics. But of course, when it comes to actually finding the truth in it, there is nothing that can quite get to the point like comedy can. And that's why, with her very sharp observation, unmistakable charm, there is one particular personality who has built an entire comic universe from these very themes. Is it comedy? Is it real life? Is it really just an experience for us to take in? Let's find out. It is our absolute pleasure to welcome Ms. Shraddha Jain, or Ayyo Shraddha as we all know her, onto the stage with a loud round of applause. Unity, diversity and comedy is what this session is titled. I'd like to invite our session chair, Mr. Debang, to join us and kickstart our conversation as we get started. Welcome, Shraddha. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Of course, we know that you're sharp, you're insightful, and this time around, we hope to hear the answers to Mr. Debang's, of course, I think, very in-depth questions as well. Over to you, Debang.
Namaste, Debangji. So happy to be here. So happy to be. Okay, we are going to play Who's Gonna Start.
नहीं, हमारी बात हुई थी कि इसके आगे भी ये कुछ तारीफ करेंगी, पर कर नहीं रही हैं।
नहीं, मैं नहीं करूंगी आपकी तारीफ। मैं आपको बता दूं, जो हॉरोस्कोप बनाते हैं ना बच्चे का, जन्म कुंडली, सो मेरी बनाई गई थी. And my horoscope said that I'd grow up to be a journalist. This is the closest I have come to being one. I'm almost a journalist today. My God, with Mr. Debang, the great, the legendary Mr. Debang. I'm so nervous.
Thank you. यही था. Thank you. आप भूल जाते हो बीच-बीच में.
हाँ, ये decide हुआ था.
ये देखिए कि श्रद्धा जैन के लिए तालियां जरूर बजाइए.
Thank you.
और इन्होंने कहा कि अगर तालियां बजेंगी तो ये जो करती हैं, जिनमें ये कमाल करती हैं, वो और करेंगी, और अगर तालियां नहीं बजी, ऑडियंस भी सो रही होंगी, तो ये भी वैसे ही रहेंगी. ये हमारी डील है, और आपने मेरे सुर में सुर मिलाया है.
Thank you.
और
This is a great reference to my work, latest work, Mile Sur Mera Tumhara. Thank you so much. I'm just so flattered to think that आपने देखा है वो वीडियो, मेरा काम आपने देखा है. Thank you very much. So good to know. So good to know. Mile Sur Mera Tumhara was that piece that I did as part of my stand-up tour. Was I think मैं वो piece करने से पहले मैं काफी देश घूम रही थी. I was traveling across. I've been away from India for 6.5 months. So the absence makes the heart grow fonder वाला चीज हो गया था, and I was missing India so much. और tour खत्म करके आते Independence Day आ रहा था. So I think काफी देश प्रेम and all that was happening in the country sort of put that piece together. तो हमारा काम ऐसा है ना कि वो बनते बन जाता है. ऐसे बैठ के लिखने वाला process नहीं है. So वो बन गया था वो piece भी, and I'm so grateful for the kind of response. My God, superb. Yeah, and that's why I don't know why मुझे ये North South divide वाले session में क्यों बुलाया गया है, जबकि I am all about North South one. पर आपने ये North South divide वाले session में मुझे invite किया है.
तो ये कैसे वन हुआ, कैसे चला?
Because मेरे लिए तो
इसमें कौन सी लाइन बहुत easily आपको आई और कौन सी लाइन थोड़ी?
सारे I'll tell you ये North South divide वाला concept बहुत recently सुनाई भी पड़ा है मुझे. I grew up in Mumbai and I would like to give credit to my teachers and my school. By design है या by default पता नहीं, लेकिन मेरे teachers जो है ना, I have had teachers from all over the country. I have had, my history teacher was a Bengali who would say government and Panchayati Raj, government by the people, for the people, of the people. ये मेरे geography teacher थे. I had my English teacher was somebody who had a very thick Malayalam accent, who would say things like Shakespeare's Midsummer Night's Dream is a romantic comedy. And we would all think, oh, romantic comedy. And I had math teachers who had thick South Indian accents, who would say things like polynomial. And I had Maharashtrian teachers who taught me Hindi. So they had different intonations. So I had a very thick Marathi accent when I was talking in Hindi. So I have seen so many colors and flavors of India in school. तो मेरे लिए इंडिया कभी एक कलर का था ही नहीं. And hence for me, all of I think neutral English accent मैंने बहुत late अपने life में देखा है. I have only seen thick Indian accent. हमारे PT सर पंजाबी हुआ करते हैं. In fact मेरा नाम teachers ने ठीक से नहीं लिया है. My English teacher would call me Shraddha. My PT teacher would call me Sharda. So I have grown up hearing all these beautiful accents. My Hindi had so much Gujarati growing up. So मेरे लिए काफ़ी ये सारे colors जो हैं homogeneous mix हैं.
Cut to Milesur
मेरा तुम्हारा and hence.
Cut to the part जिसमें वो बंगाली आ जाते हैं.
Oh, Bengalis, I know Bengalis to be the sweetest people with a lot of patience. And not in a hurry, enjoy life, and very easy to understand. अगर आपको हिंदी आती है, and you tell me you can't understand Bengali, that's not true. Because Bengali is so much Hindi. You take any Bengali song, you don't have to try very hard to understand what it means, because there is so much Hindi, but said with a whole lot of love and a whole lot of rounding off a lot of words. That's Bengali. যদি দেখার ইচ্ছা হয় তোমার নিঠুর মনে লয় কালিন্দির ঘাটের আইসা দুপুরের সময়. What's not to understand in this line? দুপুরের সময়. Samay becomes সময়. Dopeher becomes দুপুরের সময়. So Bengali is so easy to understand if you know Hindi. If you know Marathi, Konkani is so easy to understand. And if you know Konkani, you are one step away from learning Tulu. Similarly, if you understand Kannada, you are so close to understanding Telugu. This close to understanding Tamil. It is all, we are just one step away from each other. And that's why Mile Sur Mera Tumhara never seemed like a song that has all these languages को समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है मुझको. पूरा गाना समझ में आता था हम लोगों को. And Bengali portions were my favorite. And metro train ही पहले वो Bengali portion में देखा था हम लोगों ने. And people coming out of the train, and my father would say, ये metro train है, ये सिर्फ वहाँ पे है, यहाँ पे नहीं है. And would say, wow, Bengal तो कितना आगे है हम लोगों से, कोलकाता. And I loved how the entire song's pace slowed down when the Bangla portion came. वहाँ तक सब तेजी गा रहे हैं. Like Gujarati is also so fast. And वो थोड़ा गुस्से में भी देख रही है कि इससे कम नहीं गाऊंगी मैं. You know? So when the Bengali portion comes, the entire song slows down, and the video is slow motion. And they go, Tomar shur modir shur srishti kara hai kya shur. और फिर एक बार आता है वो गाना. And I would be, wow, ये लोगों ने तो एक ही लाइन को दो बार गा लिया. How efficiently they have managed. मतलब twice they have sung the same song. Very, very well done. And the Gujarati and all of the portions are sort of running to save time. मले सूर जो तारो मारो बने आपड़ो सूरनी राड़ो. And all other languages, but Bengali took its time and said, time लगता है कुछ भी अच्छा बनाने में, और हम लोग टाइम लेंगे अपना.
नहीं, मैं भी लोग बोलते हैं कि मैं बड़ा बोरिंग सा लगता हूँ, पर मेरे मन में भी है कि मैं जिंदगी में कभी ना कभी तो एक बार
दिबांग जी आप बहुत ही आला कॉमेडियन बन सकते हैं. बिकॉज आपको ना सबके अंदर की बात पता है. मैं देख रही थी, I was watching the stream and I was looking at your face as you were interviewing everyone. I think आपके अंदर एक अलग ही mind voice चल रहा है based on what they all were saying. So I think अगर वो mind voice पे माइक्रोफोन लगा दिया जाए तो काफ़ी मज़ेदार चीज़ें आएंगी।
अच्छा, ये तो ठीक है, पर पैसा मिलता है कि नहीं?
ओह, बहुत। Why not? There is Trump. And आप बताइए एक चीज़, रोटी कपड़ा और मकान के बाद, which is the one thing everyone needs in their life? Entertainment. Entertainment सबको चाहिए। Imagine a country like India with so many languages, हर language में movie industry है हमारे पास, हर language में stand-up comedians है, क्यों कोई एक ही language में सारा entertainment? Because people want so much entertainment. There are all these OTT platforms, फिर भी people are watching my reels. All great actors are doing web series, फिर भी लोग मेरे reel तो देख ही रहे हैं. This is the kind of demand that's there for entertainment. और दिबंग जी, जिस दिन आप डिसाइड कर लिए ना कि मैं बनूंगा स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन, हम अपनी दुकान बंद करके निकल जाएंगे 100%. Neither I can compete with you on your vocabulary, neither I can compete with you on the hard truths you know about India.
तो चूंकि हम लोग स्टेज पर हैं तो मैं पूछ ही लूं कि कितना मिलता है?
ये वैसे तो मेरा ITR वगैरह बहुत क्लियर है, डरती नहीं हूँ मैं बताने से, बट फिर भी मेरी मम्मी कहती है कि पैसे के बारे में बात करने से लक्ष्मी जी नाराज हो जाती हैं, तो नहीं करना चाहिए.
ठीक है,
इट इज गिनना नहीं चाहिए, पैसे गिनना नहीं चाहिए, बस आते रहे.
ओके, आपकी मम्मी ऐसा कहती हैं तो उनको नमस्ते है, और आप ऐसा कह रही हैं इसलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं. ये बताइए कि हो क्या गया है कि आप इंजीनियरिंग में थी, IT में गई.
हाँ.
मैं देख रहा हूँ कि 3-4 और लोग IT के भाग के इधर आ रहे हैं.
हाँ,
क्या आपको वहाँ इतना बोर कर देते हैं लोग, आप बड़े परेशान रहते हैं, या इतने ज्यादा पैसे मिलते हैं कि आप लोग हंसते रहते हैं और हंसते हंसते स्टेज पे चढ़ जाते हैं? होता क्या है
ये ना? टेक्निकली मैं आपको बताऊँ, इंजीनियर्स ना अगर आप देखें तो वी हैव अ वेरी बिहारी माइंडसेट. हम काम के लिए कहीं भी जा सकते हैं. हम अपना शहर, स्टेट, ब्रांच, स्ट्रीम सब छोड़ सकते हैं और हमें कहीं भी ले जाइए मजदूरी कराने के लिए, हम मेहनत करेंगे. सो टेक्निकली अगर आप कहें तो आई एम आइडेंटिफाई एज अ बिहारी. आप कहीं भी ले जाइए, काम के लिए कहीं भी बुला लीजिए, मैं मजदूरी करने के लिए रेडी हूँ. सो इंजीनियर्स हैव दैट माइंडसेट. कहीं भी हमसे काम करा लो, और इसीलिए मैं नहीं समझती हूँ कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हमें हरा पाएगा, बिकॉज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस डज नॉट हैव द बिहारी माइंडसेट वी हैव.
सही बात है. ये बताइए कि आपको ऐसे बैठे बैठे आ जाता है? मैं देख रहा था, आप यहाँ देख रही थी जो पिछला चल रहा था एक बातचीत टूरिज्म पर, आपको ऐसे बैठे बैठे मटेरियल दिखाई देता है? इधर भी मटेरियल दिख रहा होगा आपको?
नहीं, हम ऐसे ही आप जैसे पत्रकारों का चारा बन जाते हैं. सो हमें बस ये एक वो लगाना होता है कि दिबंग जी का चारा मत बन जाना तुम कहीं. और अभी जो हर लोग काट काट के रील काट के आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट कहीं भी कुछ भी चिपका रहे हैं, सो बस एक उस बात का ध्यान रखना होता है हमने. बाकी तो
और कब ऐसा लगता है कि ये जो बैठ गया, या कहीं के ऐसा है कि ये तो सो ही गया, ऐसा चलता है कि हर किसी को आप खड़ा करके रवाना?
बिल्कुल, जैसा रिस्क हर इंडस्ट्री में है. किसी को समझ आता है, किसी को समझ नहीं आता है, कोई सो जाता है, कोई ताली बजाता है, कोई हंस देता है. आई थिंक जैसे एक गाना सबको पसंद नहीं आता, एक एक्टर सबको पसंद नहीं आता, एक जोक या आपका स्टाइल सबको पसंद आए, ये जरूरी नहीं है. बट यू नीड टू फाइंड जस्ट द एनफ नंबर ऑफ पीपल हु विल बाय टिकट्स फॉर योर शो एंड यू विल मेक मनी. उतने लोग अगर मिल जाते हैं, बस हो गया. देयर इज ओनली वन शाहरुख खान नाउ, तो अब तो शाहरुख खान भी और नहीं बनेंगे. लाइक यू नो, नाउ एवरीबडी हैज टू फाइंड देयर लिटिल मार्केट एंड वहीं अपनी दुकान खोल लो, वहीं दुकान चलाओ, शाम को बंद करके घर चले जाओ, बस.
And did you actually meet Prime Minister Modi?
ऐसे कैसे कह रहे? फोटो है मेरे पास.
अच्छा,
दो बार I met. Second time, तो he said, "Ayo." Yeah. I don't know how he remembers. So he saw me and he said, "Ayo." I said, "Are you not happy to see me, or you just know my handle?" But he looked like he was very happy to see me, and he told me, "दूसरी बार मिल रहे हैं हम." And I said, "You remember the first time I met?" Oh, too good.
अम्मा को बताया और अम्मा को विश्वास हुआ कि ये मिल के आई होगी?
अभी
फेंक रही है ऐसे?
नहीं, अभी तो मम्मी थी नहीं ये सब देखने के लिए, बट आई थिंक somehow from wherever she is, she makes things happen. Yeah, good. Yeah.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और क्या बोला? एक पॉलिटिकल पत्रकार इससे ज्यादा और क्या पूछ सकता है?
क्या ही पूछ सकता है, लेकिन
कैसा लगा आपको प्रधानमंत्री से मिलके? आपने कैसा महसूस किया?
आई थिंक सेकेंड टाइम तो उन्होंने मुझे पहली बार मैं मिली थी उनसे, तो उन्होंने कहा था वेरी गुड और आपको प्रोत्साहन देना चाहिए महिलाओं को इस फील्ड में आने के। सो उन्होंने पीठ थपथपाई मेरी पहली बार। सेकेंड टाइम उन्होंने अवार्ड दिया, तो मैं सोच रही हूँ अगर मैं तीसरी बार मिल लूँ उनसे, पता नहीं मुझे टिकट ही दे देंगे शायद। आई डोंट नो, मैं शायद आई डोंट नो राज्यसभा में मिलूंगी आप लोगों से। आई एम जोकिंग, इसको कट कर देना, पता नहीं ये मुश्किल में डाल देगा मुझको, नहीं, बट आई एम जस्ट जोकिंग। या वाज वेरी नाइस एंड आई थिंक सेकेंड टाइम जब हम मिले तो वो खुद उन्होंने ही स्टेज पे इतनी स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी की, मतलब हम लोग सबको लगा था वाह ये खुद ही इतने अच्छे जोक्स मार रहे हैं, मतलब फिर तो हमारी तो क्या ही औकात है। लाइक ही वाज सो फनी ऑन स्टेज द सेकेंड टाइम व्हेन आई मेट हिम। आई थिंक इट वाज जस्ट बिफोर द इलेक्शंस, अब की पार 400 पार वाला।
ये जो पार्ट बोला ना, इस पर आप ट्रोल होंगी, मैं आपको बता दे रहा हूँ अभी से। ये
क्या?
वाला जो आपने पार्ट बोला ना कि वो जोकर लग रहे थे मुझे स्टेज
नहीं नहीं, वो बहुत जोक्स कर रहे थे।
हाँ, मतलब ये जो आप
He was so funny. और नहीं
उनको-
मैंने तो उनको कहा भी, I
ये
told
जो
him
आप
also.
उनको जोकर बता रही है ना, ये ठीक नहीं है।
ये है ना, ये आप ये जो वर्ड्स डाल रहे हैं मेरे मुंह में, ये जो आप कर रहे हैं,
ये पत्रकार
ये
का काम है।
नहीं, ये आप अगले जन्म में चिपकली बनेंगे, देखना। You'll be a lizard in अगले जन्म। Don't do this. मैंने ये इनफैक्ट मैंने उनसे भी कहा था कि you are very funny tonight. I told him, I think you have a very spontaneous humor. अब ये सब वर्ड्स मत घुसाइए मेरे मुंह के अंदर कि आपने ये कहा कि जोकर का आपने
प्रधानमंत्री जी और
जोकर।
प्रधानमंत्री के कार्यालय के लोग ये बोल
ये
रहे हैं,
प्लीज
मैं
नोट
बिल्कुल नहीं
कीजिए,
बोल
ये दिबांग जी, दिस इज वेरी रॉन्ग।
देखिए, अगर आप कॉमेडी को देखें, स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी के देखें, तो एक तरीके से आप लोग आ गए हैं स्टेज पर, सारी फ्लैश लाइट्स आप पर हैं और आप लोग टहल रहे हैं, एक्चुअली देख रहे हैं हर चीज़ को उठा उठा के कि अच्छा हम ये भी कर सकते हैं, जैसे माँ बहन की गाली भी इतने आराम से दे सकते हैं, जैसे इस तरह के पॉलिटिकल जोक्स भी कर सकते हैं, और उस जोक्स की वजह से जब नेता लोग नाराज़ हो जाएं, बड़े नेता लोग, हम कोने से जाके चुपचाप बैठ भी सकते हैं और वहाँ भी कुछ कुछ कर सकते हैं। कुणाल कामरा की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ। तो एक तरीके से आप लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छे दिन हैं, आपके अच्छे दिन आ गए। मतलब
अब ये अच्छे दिन का तो पता नहीं। आई थिंक आप अगर अच्छे मन से और एक अच्छे उद्देश्य से कोई काम करते हैं, आई थिंक द आफ्टरमैथ ऑफ दैट जॉब, हाउ इट अफेक्ट्स योर मेंटल हेल्थ इज वेरी क्रिटिकल. I think there is a very high level of honesty that is required of a stand-up comedian to be successful. वरना आई थिंक ऑडियंसेस बिकम सो इंटेलिजेंट अब तो कि वो पकड़ लेती है कि आर यू प्लेइंग टू द गैलरी और आर यू रियली बीइंग ऑनेस्ट. ये आपके खुद के विचार हैं, दिस इज व्हाट यू रियली फील एंड दीज आर योर ऑब्जर्वेशंस, और या आप मतलब यू आर प्लेइंग टू द गैलरी. ऑडियंस इज वेरी वेरी स्मार्ट नाउ एंड आई थिंक यू हैव टू डिसाइड आप जो बोल रहे हो इसमें कितनी सच्चाई है और इसके पीछे का इंटेंट क्या है. आई थिंक इंटेंट इज एवरीथिंग. आप जैसे अभी आप कह रहे हो ना कि आपने प्रधानमंत्री जी को जोकर का, इसके पीछे आपका इंटेंट क्या है दिबांग जी? इंटेंट. सो ये intent is very important. Why are you saying the things that you're saying? Is it just a rage bait? Is it just to get attention? या आपके पास कोई मुद्दा है, एक insight है. Insight is very important. बिना insight के for the sake of it गालियाँ, I don't think they take you very far. But I don't know. I'm very new in this fields. But yeah.
एक और बात है कि जैसे जब आप स्टेज पे जाती हैं तो धक-धक होती है दिल में.
बहुत.
क्योंकि शबाना आजमी मुझको एक बार बता रही थी कि करीब 10-15 सेकंड तो बहुत दिल धड़कता है तेजी से, उनको समझ भी नहीं आता वो क्या करती हैं, पर धीरे धीरे वो सब जम जाता है.
हाँ.
क्या ऐसा आपके साथ भी है? कैसा आप फील करती हैं जब?
हर बार यही लगता है कि दिस माइट नॉट वर्क. एंड आई थिंक आधी तैयारी ये होती है कि इफ इट माइट नॉट वर्क, इफ इट डज नॉट वर्क, डोंट किल योरसेल्फ. हो सकता है कि नहीं, बिल्कुल काम नहीं करेगा ये. सो मैं स्टेज पे, बिफोर आई कम ऑन स्टेज, बिफोर माई शोज, द ओनली थिंग आई टेल माई सेल्फ इज दे आर ऑल माई पीपल. और अगर पसंद नहीं भी आया तो माफ़ कर देंगे, टिकट का पैसा वापस नहीं मांगेंगे, बिकॉज दे आर माई पीपल. मैं इतना अपने आप को बोल के आई वॉक ऑन स्टेज एंड विल से विल सी वॉट हैपन्स. बट दिस मच आई टेल माई सेल्फ दैट दे आर ऑल माई पीपल, ये मेरे लोग हैं एंड दिल फॉरगिव मी इफ आई डोंट डू अ गुड जॉब. इतना मैं अज्यूम करके चलती हूँ.
याददाश्त कितनी तेज होनी चाहिए इसमें?
बहुत. स्पेशली जब आप भूल जाते हो आपका मटेरियल, तब तो याददाश्त कुछ और इंस्टेंटली याद आ जाए टू सॉर्ट ऑफ, ताकि आपको पता नहीं चले कि मैं भूल गई हूँ. ये ज़रूरी है याददाश्त सही रहना. इनफैक्ट ऑल्सो टू रिमेंबर वॉट यू हैव सेड इन द पास्ट. यू नो, कभी कुछ कहा हो और फिर उसको कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट कर लो, एंड लोग तो पता नहीं 10-10, 15-15 साल पुराने ट्वीट्स निकाल रहे हैं. 10 साल पहले आपने ये कहा था, अब आप ये कह रही हैं. हाँ, मैं बदल चुकी हूँ. यू हैव टू बी रेडी टू फेस क्वेश्चंस लाइक दोस. या
तो ऐसा कभी हुआ कि आप स्टेज पे गई हैं और आप सुना रही थी और एक सुना लिया और उसके बाद आप अगला भूल गई बिल्कुल, और आपने फिर क्या किया?
नहीं, मैं भूली नहीं. मैंने पूरा अपना मटेरियल करा और कोई हंसा नहीं. ये हुआ है.
अच्छा.
या सब याद था मुझे, लेकिन ऐसी कोई भी चीज़ किसी को फनी लगी ही नहीं. एंड आई रिमेंबर दिस वेरी वेरी वेल. आई वॉज परफॉर्मिंग फॉर अ ग्रुप ऑफ 13 पीपल, 13 लोग. और ये जो 13 लोग थे, मैं कंपनी वगैरह का नाम नहीं लूँगी. दिस वॉज फॉर द बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स ऑफ अ कंपनी. और जो 13 लोग थे ना, ये लोग, ये इतने अकम्प्लिश्ड लोग हैं. मतलब अगर ये शायद मतलब इतने ऊंचे स्तर पे उन्होंने काम किया. आई थिंक they would have all known Dr. Manmohan Singh ji, and Dr. Manmohan Singh ji would have known all of them. Itne accomplished people. And I was invited to perform for them. और मैं गई स्टेज पे, और यू नो इट वाज सच एन इनफॉर्मल गैदरिंग. तो कोई MC नहीं था जो ये कहे प्लीज पुट योर हैंड्स टुगेदर फॉर श्रद्ध. ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं. उन्होंने कहा आओ, और मैं चली गई स्टेज पे और मैंने शुरू किया. एंड वो सारे मुझे देख रहे थे आधे घंटे तक और इंतज़ार कर रहे थे कि हंसी कब आएगी. और आधा घंटा ख़त्म हो गया, मेरा सारा मटेरियल ख़त्म हो गया. एंड फिर मैं अपने रूम में गई और मैं पूरी रात रोई. आई क्राइड ऑल नाइट दैट यू नो आई हैव नॉट डन अ गुड जॉब. और अगले दिन उन 13 लोगों में से वन ऑफ द जेंटलमैन सेंट मी एन ईमेल. और उस ईमेल में उन्होंने लिखा दैट आई सॉ दैट यू वर वेरी ओवरवेल्म्ड विथ हु यू वर स्पीकिंग टू. Because like I said, I mean, achievers like, I have never met anyone like these people. So I was very overwhelmed कि मेरे सामने ये जो लोग बैठे हैं कितने दिग्गज लोग हैं. And he said, I could sense you were very overwhelmed with who we are. But please remember, we came here for you. And you earned your place that evening. Always remember that when you are invited to perform, you have earned that place. तो ऑडियंस से कभी ओवरवेल्म मत होना. तुम स्टार हो, तुम अपनी बात सुना के जाओ बेझिझक होके. आई थिंक दैट वाज सो काइंड ऑफ समवन ऑफ दैट स्टेचर, बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर ऑफ अ ह्यूमंगस कंपनी, टू टेल मी दैट व्हेन यू हैव द स्टेज यू हैव अर्नड योर प्लेस एंड डोंट थिंक अबाउट हु इज इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू.
टाइम बहुत तेजी से दौड़ रहा है
जी.
आपके झोले में जो बिल्कुल नया पक रहा है अभी, और जो आप बहुत बड़े शो में कहीं सुनाने वाली हैं, चूंकि आप ABP न्यूज़ पर
नहीं,
हैं.
अभी तो बहुत आधा अधूरा है जो पक रहा है.
हाँ,
लेकिन
तो कोई जो अभी हाल में पका हो और जो आप शेयर करना चाहती हो, चाहे खराब वाला भी हो पर ताज़ा हो.
नहीं, आपके सामने तो बहुत मुश्किल होगा आधा पकाया हुआ. बिकॉज आप खुद भी सोच रहे हो स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन बनने का, तो अभी तो कंपटीशन वाली फीलिंग भी आ रही है आपसे.
नहीं, मैं
मुझे
तो सोच रहा था कि उन 13 बूढ़े लोगों ने पैसा कितना दिया होगा.
मैंने इनवॉइस नहीं दिया उनको, मैंने पैसे नहीं लिए.
अच्छा, उनसे पैसा नहीं लिया. खैर, अब इस पर आते हैं.
कितनी अच्छी है श्रद्धा.
हाँ, इतनी अच्छी श्रद्धा.
अगर
पर इसको ना भूलें कि जो कौन सा है कोई ताज़ा जो आप सुनाना चाहें, ताकि
नहीं लक्ष्मी जी नाराज हो जाएंगी.
थोड़ा पुराना.
नहीं, आई विश आई हैड, बट नहीं.
थोड़ा और पुराना. मिडिल क्लास पर कुछ.
मिडिल क्लास तो मैं आजीवन मिडिल क्लास ही रहूँगी, चाहे जितनी लक्ष्मी जी की कृपा मुझ पे हो. बट आई डोंट नो, आई थिंक मेरे शो पे जो चीज़ें मैंने की हैं वो आई एम वेरी स्केयर्ड टू टॉक अबाउट दोस. क्योंकि मेरे शो पे मैंने बहुत I have gone to a lot of subjects like religion and all that. That might be a little too controversial for this stage. नहीं, भगवान और ईश्वर को लेके मेरे थॉट्स जो हैं मैंने काफ़ी अपने शो पे शेयर किए हैं, जो शायद यहाँ के लिए अप्रोप्रिएट ना हो. Yeah, but I think my next set will have feature you, Dibang ji, and being with a journalist. and how journalists can make you feel will be the centerpiece of my next set. Cameraman Arun के साथ देबांग और श्रद्धा.
कई बार जब इंटरव्यू करते हैं तो ये जो साइलेंस है ना
ये रेडियो साइलेंस ये बहुत डेंजरस
बहुत लोड डालता है
ये बहुत ज्यादा आई एग्री और आई थिंक इस पे ये कॉमेडियंस कभी कभी एक ट्रिक यूज करते हैं कि अगर हमें भूल जाते हैं कि हमें क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है तो हम ऑडियंस से कोई भी सवाल पूछ लेते हैं. कितने शादीशुदा लोग हैं आज ऑडियंस में? गिव मी अ चीयर. हाउ मेनी मैरिड पीपल आर देयर? ऐसे ऑडियंस से थोड़ा टाइम पास कर लो और तब याद आ जाता है हाँ तो मैं क्या कह रही थी. Yes, coming back to what I was saying. So we do that a lot.
अच्छी बात है कि बात करने को अभी बहुत है लेकिन वक्त हमारे पास इतना ही है.
Yes, we have countdown has reached 0.
खत्म हो गया. बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What a live wire. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite Mr. Rajat Uppal, Business Head of ABP Network's newly launched Event Vertical Bay, to join us on stage and present Ms. Shraddha with a token of our appreciation. As much as I think we've seen her on Reels, as much as we've seen her, the YouTube videos, I think the real life charm is completely unmatched, and the only way that we can match it is by giving her a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, Shraddha. An incredible session right there, and of course, we look forward to your next special as well. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we come to our final session here. You know, every particular conversation, every shift that happens from ideas that sometimes have words, that sometimes have emotions, but our final session today cannot be quantified in data or policy, but it still shapes who we are as a society. We end our technical sessions here with a voice that truly carries the emotional architecture of South India across continents. Ladies and gentlemen, a voice that's rooted in centuries of tradition, yet absolutely unafraid to travel forward. Please join me as I invite the one and only Mrs. Aruna Sairam to join us on stage to talk about the future of music. Notes from the heart is what you can expect from this conversation, featuring Ms. Aruna Sairam and our very own Kaveri Bamzai. From technology to algorithms to AI, today has been a host of topics coming together, and we end on an absolutely melodious note. Over to you, Kaveri.
Actually, Arunaji doesn't need a mic, but it's there. I mean, she's a Padma Shri. I don't know how many songs she's sung. She's collaborated with the best people in the world. She sung at the BBC Proms. And she, I mean, her Aigari Nandini, I think, is the soundscape to my life. Whenever I think I'm in trouble or looking for courage, it's you I turn to. So thank you so much for being here. And just the voice that you have, how much of practice, how much of pain, how much of rigorous work has it taken for you to be here?
Well, to put it in a sentence, a whole lifetime, as so far.
Yeah.
That's what it takes. But it takes anyone that much time to accomplish anything worthwhile in one's life. So it's the story of one more, just like all of you accomplished people here.
But
Yeah.
yours is a life of continual learning. I mean, I find
Yes.
that so amazing that even now you go, you know, you sometimes train with a voice
Yes.
coach.
Yes.
Talk a bit about this being a continual learner. It is so remarkable. You've never felt that you've achieved it all.
Yeah. Well, I would say that it's interesting because the previous speaker, Shraddha, and she was brilliant, she mentioned that about this gentleman who wrote to her and said, you've earned your place.
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that was so significant.
Significant. And that's the same story with me too. Because I remember concerts that I have given with barely 50 people sitting in an auditorium that could hold about 1,000 people. Because it would be announced in a festival as a junior most artist, and I would go and sing there, but there would be no audience there. So I've seen that, and I was full of self-doubt. I was almost giving up several times over. And then I said, what is wrong? Have I not trained well enough? Have I not trained with a great teacher? Have I not done my practice? Why? And then I understood somewhere during that journey that if you don't connect with people, if you don't communicate, and if you don't reach out to their emotions, and if you don't make them feel something, anything you do, it may be the highest virtuosic thing that you're doing or technically proficient, it doesn't touch anybody.
That's right. So what is it about your music? What is it about your singing? When you sing Ai Gari Nandini, for instance, how much practice has it taken you to come to a point where it can put an audience into tears?
There is a lot of practice because you asked me about my voice. Much into my 30s, I realized that I need help to make my voice shine the way I imagine it should, but it wasn't. And I took training.
You had that understanding.
Understanding.
That you
I knew
Yeah.
that it wasn't really conveying what I felt it should. And I took training from a German master because I happened to go there to perform some small concerts, but I sought out some masters and I started learning, came back, practiced. So it was a long journey to learn how to use your body to convey your voice and make your voice blend with your mind and your body and know how it can express itself effortlessly. So that was a whole journey. So there's so many angles to the development of an artist. But to answer your question about Aigiri, it's also finally what you feel. Because for me, when I sing that Aigiri, or whenever I sing anything, I kind of offer it as my offering, as my prayer, as my little thing that I can offer to everybody who is seated there, in whom I see the spark of something divine which has made me sing. And with that intent and with that belief and with that complete submersion when I sing, that is when you get stirred. If I don't do it, you're not going to feel it. That's what.
So that has to come from a very pure place.
It has to.
Right?
Absolutely.
So you have to completely, erase.
Yeah,
every,
you have to get yourself out of the way.
Yeah.
That's
your
what
ego,
it needs.
your own anxieties.
Absolutely.
Your own
Everything.
You have to just remove that.
Yeah.
So it's not just a physical practice, it's also a psychological
It's a psychological, it's a spiritual, philosophical, psychological, everything. Yeah.
Where is this leading us to? To sing a little of Ai Giri Nandini?
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm.
I told you, it just moves you beyond tears. It's, have you ever had an audience that has just come to you and just sort of surrendered themselves at your feet? And it's also a transformative thing.
Absolutely. And music or any art form or anything has to transform.
Right.
Yeah. It's not enough to impress.
Yeah.
It's important to transform.
Right. And to be transformed as well.
Unless you do that, there's no
So,
transformation.
for instance, when you were singing right now,
Yeah.
you were already...
You have to connect.
You have to just be in another place.
Absolutely.
I mean, how important is music for us to also help us cope with all the anxieties and traumas of modern life, grief and sorrow? I mean, it's so... When you hear music and you're singing sometimes, it can just ease and soothe your pain as well. Talk a bit about how important that is and how music can do so much for the soul.
Absolutely, because I think when you engage in music as a singer or as a listener, but primarily, what happens is there's a certain part of your being that is brought into focus because you're listening, you're absorbing, you're feeling, and you're immersing yourself. And all the other parts, the analytical, the intellectual, and all the logical parts of it go to sleep for those few minutes, in the sense they are in the sidelines. And all you're doing is focusing and experiencing. I'm reminded of these amazing words by Tamil Kavingar Kannadasan. When somebody asked him, "Vaalkai endral enna? What is life?" He said, "Anubhavam," experience. And Anubhavame Vaalkai. Anda Anubhavame Vaalkai. That experience itself is life. That's what he said, and that's what is the truth. So when you experience something fully, you let all the other things go. So for that 5 minutes, when you're listening to that song, you are having a kind of a state of if I were to use an esoteric word, it would be samadhi, or meditation, or dhyanam, or something happens to you. And that is so important to detoxify yourself, to invest yourself from all the cares that you're burdening yourself with. Because all of us have this doership, no? I'm doing this, I have to do this, I have to be on time, I have to impress people, I have to do this. And in those moments, you let go and say, no, I don't have to do anything. Even I don't think. When I start singing, I give up. I give up and I just do what comes. So it's a good place to be in.
Can we talk a little about your masterpiece, which I think is Kalinga Nartana? I mean,
Yeah.
it is truly a masterpiece, and I think you've developed it over time. Talk a little about the philosophy of it, and then if you could just sing a little.
Sure. So the Kalinga Nartanam Tilana, I had heard it as a young girl, sung by one of the descendants of that composer. And it was, I remember, a brilliantly exhilarating experience. And then, but I didn't know the piece, and it had faded into the background of my awareness. And then suddenly, years, decades later, somebody literally came and handed me a recording and said, "Why don't you listen to this?" And it all came back. It was more or less like that song in Yadon Ki Barat, you remember? Chura liya hai tum. All the three brothers come together and something like that.
It was that Yado Ki Barat song.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And
Yadon
Dharmender,
Ki
the great
Barat.
Dharmender.
Something like that. So this Tilana came to me, and then I said, I have to sing this in concert, which it took me time to learn it, then to interpret it, give it my twist, my personality, whatever little I had. And then I performed, and it did not meet with very positive reaction from the opinion makers. But the audience just loved it. But the people who were conscience keepers, they felt, oh, this is too outlandish, this is something out of the ordinary, not really meant for a classical performance. That was the early reaction. But then, you know, the wave of that Tilana just swept everything, and finally everybody has become like a huge, aficionado of this Tilana, and they just love it. So it's interesting, this was composed in the 16th century. Can you believe it? 16th century. Some composer, Othakadu Venkata Subbayar, sitting there in the back of the Beyond near Kumbakonam, sitting and composing this piece. And we still enjoy it like as though it was composed yesterday. That's something. Absolutely. Krishna jumped onto the 5 heads of Kalinga and danced. And then when he danced, it was also a tussle between him and the 5-headed snake. But he managed to tell the snake to leave the waters of the Yamuna and go away to another place where he's not disturbing anybody. That's the essence of this story. So this is what happens. Krishna jumps onto the snake and dances. Just give me a second.
I'll just hold. Yeah, please. That needs a special effort. this is what I meant by saying that you feel transported. You feel that
you start feeling that ecstasy, the joy that he must have had, Krishna, when he danced on that snake. And how the snake also started playing with him a little bit. And you know, it's just, and yeah, I just want to get this message across to those of you seated there who are probably not familiar with classical music and Carnatic music, that, you know, this is, I mean, we talk about spirituality and all that, but actually it's a celebration.
Yeah.
It's a celebration, it's an affirmation of life, and it is life on a day-to-day basis. It's nothing esoteric. This is the only thing that I always want to convey through my music, you know.
And that it can be playful too.
Very
it doesn't
playful.
have to be so deadly
No,
serious.
no. Life is full of the 9 rasas, you know.
Exactly.
There is humor, there is comedy, there is exhilaration, excitement, there is love, so many things.
Right.
Yeah.
How have you managed with all these collaborations that you've done with so many international artists?
Yeah.
I mean, we all know music has no language, but truly it doesn't have a language. And how have these collaborations worked? Have you enjoyed them? Have you learned
Immensely.
from them? Have they learned from you?
Immensely. I think in any collaboration, every collaborator ends up learning something. There's something that happens that changes your way of looking at things, because when somebody else looks at the same thing and says, it could be done this way, you say, okay, that's something. Maybe I should also look at it that way. So you always end up learning something. Yeah.
I was wondering, what did you perform when you went to the BBC proms? That must have been, and what was the atmosphere and what was the response like? Because that's very posh, isn't it?
Very, absolutely. And it happened at the Royal Albert Hall. I mean, the Royal Albert Hall. So I was like, I mean, what am I going to sing here, and what am I going to impress these British people who probably have never heard this music before? But, you know, the interesting thing is the BBC and many of the Western countries, they have a very good way of doing things, which I think slowly now India is also adopting. So they sell tickets for all these box seats and the important, you know, people who come buy these expensive tickets, and then when it comes to the day of the performance or before, they give away at a very low price the tickets.
So finally they like that for £10.
10 pounds, 5 pounds, something like that. With the result, when I came on the stage, the house was full, and not a pin could drop. People were standing, and it was all young people, students, who couldn't have afforded a £50 or a £100 ticket, but they got it at £10. They came, and when I started singing, they were like, you know, hooting and enjoying, and also classical music has a lot of improvisation. And when I'm singing an improv, like, you know, if I'm doing da dum dum da da dum da da dum dum da da dum dum da da num da num da num da num da num dum da num dum da num dum da num da num dum da num da num dum da num dum da num dum, I'm just playing with the notes. I'm just singing something out of the top of my head. So they don't have to know anything. They just have to be in the present, and they can enjoy this music. You know, it's so immediate. So I had a great time performing at the BBC proms.
And what about young people in India? I mean, there is a lot of interest now.
Now it's very fashionable to say, I went for a classical concert.
Yes.
That is so amazing. So amazing.
And here you referred to as the mother of Tamil rap.
Absolutely.
That's quite interesting. Someone was telling me, you know, her music is like Tamil rap.
Yeah. Oh, actually what I sang now was, strictly speaking, Sanskrit. But if you want to hear a stretch of Tamil, very, very brisk Tamil, I can sing you a stretch of a piece. This was composed by Arunagirinadar centuries ago, much before so many rap came. It wasn't rap, but you just listen to this. Muttai tarubati tirunagaya. Tamil for you.
We couldn't have ended on a better note. Thank you so much. It's always a privilege to talk to you, to listen
My
to
pleasure.
you. And may you continue to power our lives with your strength and your courage
Thank
and
you.
your music. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Kaveri.
everyone. I
Thanks
think
for calling
we
me.
should give her a standing ovation. Thank you.
Of course, and keep the applause going while I invite our CEO from ABP Network, Mr. Sumanta Datta, to join us and present ma'am with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much, ma'am. And of course, I think the stage has come a lovely circle, ladies and gentlemen. We started off with the algorithm and we close on a lovely note that aptly titled, the closest that we can come to a Tamil rap. And a huge round of applause, I think, is very well deserved here. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. Well, we've had an interpretation of the journey so far and a sneak peek into what to expect from the future as well. And at this juncture, we draw to a close our on-stage sessions, but not without a formal vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my utmost privilege to welcome Mr. Ganesh Ramachandran, editor, ABP Nadu, to join us on stage and share a formal vote of thanks. Welcome back, sir.
What a day it is. ஒரு கருத்தாழம் மிக்க ஒரு நாள். காலையில் பாலிட்டிக்ஸில் ஆரம்பிச்சு பாலிட்டிக்ஸ், ஹிஸ்ட்ரி, ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் கல்ச்சர், பிஸ்னஸ், என்னெல்லாம் இருக்கோ எல்லா துறைகள்லையும் நாம் அடுத்த கட்டத்திற்கு எப்படி செல்ல முடியும் அப்படிங்கிறத இன்றைக்கு நாம் காட்டியிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த சதர்ன் ரைசிங்குடைய நோக்கமே அதுதான். தென்னிந்தியா எப்படி ஒட்டுமொத்த இந்தியாவிற்கும் அடுத்த கட்டத்திற்கு நகர்வதற்கான ஒரு பாதையை காட்டுகிறது. எந்த அளவிற்கு நாம் இந்தியாவிற்கே முன்னோடியாக இருக்கிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறத காட்டுவதற்கான நாள் தான் இது. காலையில் துணை முதலமைச்சர் உதயநிதி ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் தொடங்கி அதற்கப்புறம் இப்போது கடைசியாக நம்ம எல்லாரையும் கடைசி செஷனில் இசை கடலில் மூழ்க வைத்த திருமதி அருணா சாய்ராம் வரைக்கும் ஒவ்வொரு செஷனும் ஒவ்வொரு விதமான ஒரு கருத்தாழத்தையும் அதே நேரத்தில் ரசிக்க வைத்தும் எல்லா விதமான ஒரு எமோஷன்ஸும் மிக்சடாக இருந்த ஒரு அருமையான நாள் இது. இந்த நாளில் நம்மோடு இணைந்து இந்த நாள் முழுவதும் இந்த செஷன்ஸ் எல்லாத்தையும் ரசித்த ரசிகர்கள் எல்லாருக்குமே ரொம்ப நன்றி. அதே மாதிரி இப்படி ஒரு அருமையான ஒரு மேடையை அமைத்து தந்த ஏபிபி நெட்வொர்க்குடைய மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், நம்ம சிஇஓ சார், நம்மளுடைய டைரக்டர் சார், அனைவருக்கும் ஒட்டுமொத்த மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் எல்லாருக்குமே மிக்க நன்றி. இது எல்லாத்தையும் விட பெரிய விஷயம், ஒரு 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 சின்ன டீமாக இருந்து இவ்வளவு பெரிய ஒரு விழாவை, ஒரு டே லாங் கான்க்ளேவை நடத்தி காட்ட முடியும் அப்படின்னு ஏபிபி நாடு டீம் இதுக்கு பின்னாடி மிகப்பெரிய உழைப்பை தந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்கள் ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் நன்றி. இந்த டீம் இல்லைன்னா, டீம் தான், இந்த டீம் இல்லைன்னா இந்த கான்க்ளேவ் இல்லை. தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச் எவ்ரி ஒன். அண்ட் இது 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 முடிவில்லை. இதற்கு பிறகும் நாம் அடுத்தடுத்து பண்ண போகிறோம். ஏன்னா லாஸ்ட் 3 months நம்ம 3 ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஆகஸ்டில் ஆரம்பித்து திஸ் இஸ் அவர் 3rd ஈவெண்ட் இன் கண்டினியூஸ் 3rd month. ஸோ இதுவே நம்ம டீமுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய வெற்றி தான். இது இன்னும் அடுத்தடுத்த கட்டத்திற்கு வளரும் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கான நம்பிக்கையை விதைக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு நாள் தான் இது. அந்த விதத்தில் நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே இது மாபெரும் வெற்றி. இந்த நாளில் நம்மோடு இணைந்திருந்த அனைவருக்கும் மிக்க நன்றி. எல்லாருக்கும் செவிக்கு விருந்து தந்தாச்சு, அடுத்து வயிற்றுக்கும் விருந்து காத்திருக்கிறது. அதனால் விருந்துண்டு கௌரவித்து செல்ல வேண்டும் அப்படின்னு அன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். மிக்க நன்றி.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, if the Southern Rising Summit were to be a mirror, it would reflect completely a region that is not waiting for permission, a region that is culturally so sure of itself, that is politically unafraid, that is economically restless and raring to go, and that is the spirit that we celebrated here on our very platform. I think it's safe to say that the conversations here today did not tiptoe around any topic. We took a deep dive, and on that note, it is only fair that we give a huge round of applause for all our speakers who've joined us through the day, shared their opinions so candidly, and for all of our guests, our dignitaries, our students who joined us here, a very special thank you. Of course, like Mr. Ganesh said, this is just the beginning as we draw the curtains on a lovely day. This is just the beginning to a wonderful journey ahead. Thank you so much for your participation. Here's to an incredible story ahead. Have a fantastic evening, ladies and gentlemen. We look forward to seeing you at the next edition.
Thank you.